Your wallet has received 3,257 yuan. Sukai looked at the notification of the deposit in his e-wallet, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He is the owner of a gaming studio, specializing in power leveling and gold farming services. 2 years ago, right after graduating, he borrowed money to start this studio. Unlike those who blindly entered the field only to end in failure, Sukai actually made money. This is because he is a top-tier gamer. For any popular game on the market, regardless of its genre, he only needs to play it once to identify the grindable points and make use of them. In the studio, besides him, there were 4 other employees. That 3,257 yuan was just today's income, and according to the assessment standards, Sukai himself could earn at least 1,000. By the end of the month, the income was roughly 30 to 40,000, making him undoubtedly part of the high-income group in migratory Bird City. Although he was the boss, Sukai never withheld his employees' wages, paying them every penny they deserved, and most of the time, it was settled daily. He quickly transferred the wages of the 4 people via mobile payment, and the sound of mobile wallet notifications immediately filled the room. "Ah, the money's been sent." A young man wearing glasses sitting in the corner chuckled cheerfully. This house was rented by Sukai. It had 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. The living room and 1 bedroom had been converted into a studio for placing computers and phones, while the other 2 rooms served as an employee lounge and Sukai's own bedroom. On regular days, Sukai also lived here. "Thank you, brother Su." Over there, a chubby young man also began to cheer up. After a busy day, the most anticipated moment is payday. "I got over 500. Not bad for today. How about you?" "Definitely more than me," the chubby guy asked the man with glasses. "I got over 600. My income this month is about 15,000. I'm definitely earning more than my classmates," the young man with glasses said with a hint of pride in his tone. The other 2 in the room, wearing headphones, were focused on their screens, clearly too busy to chat. However, they had just taken a quick glance at their phones, and the smiles on their faces were unmistakable. Sukai walked over and patted them on the shoulder. "Get some rest early today. Don't stay up late all the time. It's bad for your health. In our line of work, health is the foundation. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to some skewers to relax." "Got it, brother Su." The group cheered excitedly. At 10:30 p.m., Sukai was the only one left in the studio. He had let the others go home to rest. They worked on a flexible schedule, able to work during the day or night, but every week, Sukai would insist that everyone take at least 1 night off to rest. After taking a shower to get rid of the barbecue smell, Sukai made himself a cup of tea and launched a recently released AAA horror escape game. Playing horror games was one of Sukai's ways to relax. He has a little-known secret. He has never experienced fear. This was something Sukai discovered by chance. Whether it was roller coasters at amusement parks, haunted houses, or horror novels and movies, none of them could evoke any sense of fear in him. Feeling that this might be an illness, he once specifically consulted a psychologist about it. The psychologist's conclusion was that Sukai was born without this emotion, and fear is actually very similar to excitement, so Sukai also couldn't feel what true excitement was. This made him feel bored, but he didn't mind. He was naturally laid back. Later, he discovered that playing some horror games could bring him a bit of joy, so he became obsessed with such games. The scarier, the better. At this moment, the interface of the horror game appeared on the computer screen. Sukai began to play, and the dark style, elements of puzzles and escape, and sudden jump scares were used just right. Ordinary people would definitely be terrified while playing, but when Sukai played, there was no expression on his face. He even found it somewhat boring. He quickly cleared the game, found some hidden plot Easter eggs, summarized a few shortcuts for completing the game, and prepared to post them on the gaming forum he frequently visited. As soon as he logged into the forum, Sukai received several private messages. His forum ID was SuGod, and he was a well-known forum veteran. Due to his frequent uploads of speedrun videos for horror games, he was nicknamed the Speedrun Master and enjoyed considerable fame. Opening the private messages, he saw they were from Black Cat Hero, another prominent figure on the forum. In addition to being skilled at games, this person often shared horror stories in the general discussion section and was very familiar with Sukai. "Sushin, something big has happened. Look at this link." There's also an address in the private message. Sukai glanced at the domain name in front and confirmed it wasn't a phishing site, then clicked on it casually. The browser opened a new page, showing a video. The video was shot with a mobile phone, slightly shaky but still relatively clear. It shows a residential area with police cars parked at the entrance, police officers busy at work, and ambulances continuously driving out of the neighborhood. The scene is extremely tense. Someone is speaking in the video, clearly the person filming. "This is the Green Garden community on Sanqiao Street in Honyao City. See that? It's completely sealed off. I heard there was a gas leak, dozens of people died, and ambulances have already taken away more than a dozen. Look, another person is being carried out up ahead." As the voice speaks, the video zooms in, and the person filming runs forward. Ahead, 2 people in protective suits are carrying a stretcher, one in front and one behind, walking outward. On the stretcher lies a person covered with clothing, completely motionless. Then, the person in front accidentally tripped and fell, causing the stretcher to overturn, and the person on it also fell to the ground. The video happened to capture this scene. The person who fell lay motionless, already dead. However, his facial features were twisted, his eyes wide open, as if he had seen something terrifying before he died, filled with fear. Who are you? Who allowed you to film this video? Someone noticed the person filming, and the video abruptly ended. But the face of the dead man just now was something that lingered in people's minds for a long time. To be honest, Sukai didn't feel much after reading it. The only thing that caught his attention was that the city he lived in was Migratory Bird City, and his residence was very close to the Green Garden community on Sanxiao Street. The Black Cat hero sent a total of 2 private messages, and Sukai opened the second one. The second message didn't contain a video, it just said to contact him immediately if he went online. Sukai replied to him with a private message. It wasn't long before the Black Cat hero replied, Sushin, I remember you mentioned last time that you're also from Honyao City? Never mind, just add me on chat. Using incite messages is too slow. Below was a chat account. Sukai thought for a moment, then opened his phone and added this account as a friend. Ding ding. The notification sound rang, and the other party almost immediately accepted the friend request. God? Sukai replied with a it's me, then casually opened the other party's profile and discovered that their chat ID was also Black Cat Hero, gender female, with an avatar of a cute cartoon cat. Sushin, I didn't expect you to be so young. The girl appeared playful and mischievous, giggling, and quite handsome too. Seeing that Sukai had no particular reaction, she had to get straight to the point. Take a look at this. After speaking, she switched the video to the rear camera. Clearly, she was on a high-rise balcony, and the camera was facing the residential area where she was located. Surprisingly, this neighborhood was unusually quiet, with police cars and ambulances parked all around the perimeter. Bet you didn't expect this. My home is in Luyuan community. How about that? Exciting or what? The Black Cat hero switched back to the camera, looking smug. Sukai understood the other party's feelings. As someone who pursued paranormal and horror events, suddenly discovering a bizarre death incident in their own neighborhood, it was normal to feel both nervous and excited. So, it's not a gas leak? Sukai asked. Absolutely not. I'm telling you, the police just went door to door knocking, telling us to stay home and not go out. I think you should listen to the police, Sukai sincerely advised. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The Black Cat warrior walked to the kitchen, grabbed a drink from the fridge, and then said, Sushin, you're a big shot in the paranormal community. Tell me, isn't this strange? It's not a gas leak, but the police insist on using that as an excuse. I think there's definitely something fishy going on here. Oh, and before they left, they said something really weird. What did he say? He said, tonight, under no circumstances should you fall asleep. Under no circumstances should I sleep? This request is indeed strange. Sushin, when I encountered this situation, the first thing I thought of was to discuss it with you. After all, we're both from Honyao City. Tell me, do you think something serious might really happen? Help me analyze it so I can prepare in advance. The Black Cat hero stretched lazily on the sofa while sipping a drink. Sukai pondered for a moment. There are too few clues to analyze anything. But for now, if someone really died, it could be homicide, an accident, or natural causes. From the video you sent, it doesn't seem like homicide or natural causes, so it must be an accident. As he spoke, Sukai maintained absolute composure. He indeed did not feel fear or nervousness. As for what kind of accident it was, the police definitely know something, but to avoid unnecessary panic, they are keeping it under wraps. I suggest you take the advice, lock your doors, don't go out, and don't sleep. The Black Cat hero nodded. That's what I was thinking too. But to be honest, having over a dozen people suddenly die in the neighborhood where I live, and not knowing the reason, I'm really quite scared, which is why I contacted you. Back when I played horror games, I always relied on your videos and explanations to get through the tough parts. Sushin, you're the bravest and most skilled gamer I've ever seen. But this incident happened in Migratory Bird City, and it's close to where you live. Are you really not scared? The Black Cat hero asked skeptically. Sukai felt a bit drowsy and, afraid she'd keep pressing, he insincerely said, I'm scared too. I knew it. By the way, Sushin, want to team up for a game tonight? The Black Cat warrior raised his eyebrows, his face full of anticipation. Sukai shook his head expressionlessly. You might not need sleep, but I do. Not talking anymore. The news about your neighborhood should be out tomorrow. Be careful not to doze off. Alright then, good night. The Black Cat warrior seemed a bit reluctant. Sukai decisively hung up the video call. At this moment, he recalled the expression of the deceased in the video just now. It was indeed unusually strange. If they don't let the residents go out, it might be because they're chasing a criminal, but not letting them sleep is a bit odd. Sukai habitually touched his chin. Turning off the computer, Sukai walked to the window and looked out at the night. From his perspective, he could see Sanxiao Street and also the Luyuan community. The straight line distance was less than 300 meters. If something couldn't be figured out, he stopped thinking about it, turned off the light, and went to sleep. Due to work over the past few days, Sukai had been sleep deprived, so he fell asleep as soon as as he lay down. And at this moment, it was exactly midnight. Blood everywhere, as if everything was soaked in it. The blood quickly dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Sukai looked at the somewhat unfamiliar room in front of him, his face full of confusion. Where is this? The room seemed to have experienced a fire. The furniture had turned to charcoal, the walls were all blackened, and the air was filled with the distinctive stench of something burnt. Sukai shook his head. He clearly remembered that he had been lying in bed sleeping, had just fallen asleep, and then ended up here. Walking out of the room, outside was the similarly burned down living room. Judging by the layout of the house, it was not the place he lived in at all. Looking out the window, Sukai saw the green garden community. It seemed different from what he usually saw, but he couldn't immediately pinpoint what was different. Oh, the distance. The distance between the two neighborhoods became closer, now surprisingly less than 100 meters, as if some mysterious force had pulled them together out of thin air. However, the buildings on the green garden neighborhood side looked extremely dilapidated, with only a few households showing lights. Looking further around, it was pitch black, with faint outlines of some structures. That darkness was somewhat like the fog of war in a game. At that moment, a sudden scream from outside broke the silence. Sukai immediately turned around, stepped to the door, pushed it open, and walked out. Outside was a long hallway corridor. In the distance, there was a light, but it flickered on and off, making the dim and dilapidated hallway appear even more eerie and sinister. Sukai felt no emotion in his heart, merely observing carefully. The hallway resembled the style of hallways from over a decade ago, weathered by the passage of time. The walls were covered in bloody handprints, some of which had turned dark brown, their age unknown, while others were fresh, as if just imprinted. There were also some scratches, varying in depth. Sukai walked forward. So far, he could confirm that this was not the residential building where he lived, yet he was still wearing pajamas, and he felt no trace of drowsiness. Up to this point, Sukai still hadn't figured out the situation. In front was the stairwell entrance. Sukai walked over to take a look, his expression slightly changing. At the stairwell entrance, a person was lying there. He walked over to check. It was a man around 30 years old, already dead, covered in blood. The most fatal wound was a slash on his neck. Someone had used a sharp weapon to pierce through his neck from right to left. Apart from that, the man's abdomen was cut open, his internal organs were hollowed out, and his left ear was forcibly cut off. The gruesome scene was accompanied by a strong smell of blood filling the nostrils. This was more real than any horror game or ghost story. The murderer hasn't gone far. Sukai squatted down to examine the body. This person hadn't been dead for long, yet the scream he had just heard wasn't from this person. The timing doesn't match. In other words, besides himself, there are others here. In addition, Sukai also discovered something that made him feel the issue was serious. He had seen this deceased person before. He was his neighbor, living on the same floor, and they would usually greet each other when they met. How could his neighbor be killed here in such a cruel manner? The neighbor's expression was filled with terror, clearly having experienced extreme fright and pain before death. Sukai suddenly thought of something and reached out to wipe the blood off the neighbor's face. The twisted, terrified expression on the neighbor's face before death was strikingly similar to the expression of the deceased seen in the previous video. Could it be that person also died like this? But there were no fatal wounds on them. The Black Cat hero mentioned that the police warned her never to fall asleep. I couldn't understand what that meant before, but now it seems that perhaps the danger only arises after falling asleep. When people sleep, they dream. What if dying in a dream means dying in reality too? At this moment, Sukai was crouching beside a corpse with its abdomen split open, deep in thought, mainly because he himself had fallen asleep and instantly ended up here, which could only be explained as him possibly dreaming. This was his bold hypothesis. But there are many parts that don't make sense. If it were a dream, then surely you'd have yours, and I'd have mine, without interfering with each other. But in this situation, I encountered the neighbor who was killed. Or could it be that everything in front of me is just my own nightmare? But Sukai has never had a nightmare since childhood. A person who completely lacks a sense of fear cannot possibly have nightmares. But if we assume this is someone else's nightmare, then it makes sense. The sharing economy has been popular for a few years, but can something like nightmares also be shared? Assume this is a shared dream. I fell asleep, so I entered. The neighbor upstairs did the same, but he was unlucky and got killed by someone. In other words, there are at least 3 people in this building right now. Me, the neighbor, and that murderer. Sukai counted on his fingers. Also, based on the previous death incidents in the Green Garden community and the police warnings, does it mean that if you die in this dream, you also die in reality? Sukai glanced at the neighbor. His build wasn't weak, and in his 30s, he was in his prime, yet he died so miserably, his chest almost slashed open with a single stroke. This indicates that the murderer possesses immense strength. Moreover, the other person has a knife in their hand. No matter who it is, encountering them alone and unarmed leaves no chance of winning. So, this is like a survival game. The main goal is to stay alive, which means avoiding the killer. The only things you can do are hide and run. Sukai glanced at the dark stairwell entrance. The neighbor must have been trying to go downstairs but, in an extremely unlucky turn of events, encountered the killer and was was murdered. I just walked through this floor's corridor and didn't encounter anyone else, which means the killer isn't on this floor. Either they went upstairs or they're downstairs. At that moment, a scream of agony came from upstairs. He's upstairs. Sukai said nothing and went straight downstairs. While descending, Sukai muttered, "It seems that quite a few people have entered the shared dream." The screams lasted for a while, then abruptly stopped. Whoever it was, they probably met the same fate as the neighbor brother. Sukai had thought about saving them, but just as he had analyzed earlier, even if he went over, it would be no different from throwing his life away. All the way down from the 7th floor to the 3rd floor. At this moment, Sukai noticed some movement at the stairway ahead. Ahead, there seemed to be a layer of black mist shrouding the path, as if the downward stairs were swallowed by it, leaving only faint outlines visible. The most chilling part was that within this layer of black mist, there appeared to be several people hanging, swaying slowly. Take a closer look, they really are people. There are both men and women, seemingly 7 or 8 of them. A normal person seeing this situation would definitely not dare to go any further. But at this moment, Sukai heard hurried footsteps coming from upstairs. 8 or 9 times out of 10, it was the killer who had arrived. So he didn't hesitate and walked straight into the black mist. Poor visibility? No problem, at worst, he would just walk a little slower. At this moment, Sukai could see clearly that the corpses around him all had hemp ropes tied around their necks. They had all been hanged to death. Their appearance is horrifying. Some had their neck bones snapped, their necks deformed by the downward force of their bodies, and their tongues stretched out long. This scene is hard to describe. Sukai calmly reached out and pushed aside a pale, bluish-purple foot blocking his way. There was no choice. Without moving it, he couldn't proceed. There were too many corpses, so he had to bump into this thigh or that foot. At that moment, Sukai suddenly felt a hand grab his leg. If it were someone else, they would definitely have screamed in fright at this point. Sukai reacted extremely calmly and glanced down. Right by the stairs, there was someone crouching. A living person. The person grabbed his hand, trembling uncontrollably at the moment, clearly in a state of extreme fear. This is a woman, and coincidentally, Sukai had seen her before. She seemed to live on the 4th floor. Occasionally, they would run into each other when going up or down the stairs. She was quite beautiful, but now, her face was covered in tears, her expression filled with terror. She clutched Sukai's pant leg, her face full of pleading. Sukai wanted to ask, but the other party made a gesture for silence. The implication was that no words could be spoken. Sukai nodded. Although he still didn't know what had happened here, it was clear that this woman was so frightened that her legs had gone weak, making her unable to walk. So, he reached out to help her up. The two of them walked down in silence, tacitly understanding each other, but the woman's body was so weak that without Sukai's support, she probably wouldn't be able to take a single step. At that moment, Sukai felt a slight itch in his ear, as if something had fallen on it. Turning his head to the side, he saw a clump of hair. Almost simultaneously, an extremely strange laugh sounded from behind. Hearing this sound, the woman in Sukai's arms immediately trembled all over in fear, as if she had been electrified. Looking closely at her, her eyes were filled with terror, and she kept signaling to Sukai with her eyes. Sukai noticed that she was tightly covering her mouth with her hand, trying hard not to scream. Obviously, this was someone striving to overcome their fear. However, for someone like Sukai, who was familiar with fear, he turned his head to take a look without hesitation. Behind him was a female ghost hanged by a hemp rope. Disheveled hair, an extremely long tongue sticking out, bulging eyes, blood tears streaming down her face, and a sinister smile. Her appearance was utterly terrifying. Anyone who saw this scene would scream in horror. The female ghost seemed to be waiting for the other party to scream, but Sukai's reaction not only left the woman supporting him dumbfounded but also stunned the female ghost across from them. Sukai simply smiled at the female ghost, turned around, continued supporting the trembling woman, and slowly descended the stairs. Eventually, he calmly reached the 2nd floor, leaving behind the dark mist-filled area full of hanging ghosts. This scene was clearly seen by the woman in his arms. She even inadvertently caught a glimpse of the astonishment on the face of the terrifying female ghost, as if it was somewhat doubting its existence. The hanged female ghost did not follow. It seemed that this entity could not leave that patch of black mist. Sukai originally planned to support this female neighbor all the way down to the 1st floor, but when he looked down from the 2nd floor, he temporarily abandoned this plan. The stairway entrance on the 1st floor was currently sealed off by clusters of spider silk, and the ground was covered with many bulging, egg-like objects. Faintly, a massive black shadow could be seen flashing by. With the way ahead blocked, they could only go to the 2nd floor. Pushing open the fire door on the 2nd floor, Sukai saw that the security door of the first room on the 2nd floor was ajar. He pushed it open and walked in directly. There was no one inside. "Close the door, quickly close the door," the woman said, her voice trembling, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. Sukai nodded, closed the security door, and immediately felt a sense of security. He took the opportunity to check the other rooms in this household. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, with no one else around. Upon closer inspection, the decor style of the house is very retro, entirely reminiscent of 4 or 5 decades ago. The furniture and appliances also carry a sense of age, with checkered sofa covers, bulbous thermos flasks, and old wooden photo frames. Sukai looked at the photo frame, which showed a family of 3. But eerily, the people in the photo had no facial features. Where their facial features should have been, there was nothing but a blank space. Sukai did not find this surprising. Since it was in a dream, anything could happen. This strange photo and the house that didn't belong to this era further confirmed his earlier suspicions. It was indeed not his dream. He simply couldn't imagine such a decor style from 40 or 50 years ago. Of course, it can be further confirmed. Sukai walked up to the terrified woman, who was curled up on the sofa, hugging her legs, her body trembling uncontrollably. It was clear that she still needed time to recover. Sukai was in no hurry. He thought carefully. With the hanged female ghost guarding the 3rd floor, the killer upstairs who enjoys disemboweling probably couldn't come down, so for now, the 2nd floor seemed relatively safe. After a while, the woman on the sofa seemed to have calmed down a bit and was no longer trembling as much. Sukai felt the timing was about right. Let me introduce myself. My name is Sukai, and I live on the 7th floor. Sukai broke the silence first. The woman looked up at him and, gathering her courage, said, I know, we've seen each other in the neighborhood before. It's good that you can talk. The two of them chatted for a while. Sukai learned that the woman's name was Luing. She lived on the 3rd floor, and was a music teacher at a training institution. The people hanged by the stairs on the 3rd floor. I took a look. Some of them are familiar faces, also our neighbors, and a few are strangers. Those are my friends. We were originally celebrating a birthday together, had a bit to drink, and who would have thought that after I fell asleep, I woke up to find. Luing showed a terrified expression. That was obviously a terrifying memory. Are we dreaming, right? Luing suddenly asked. Apparently, it wasn't just Sukai who thought so. Then when we wake up, will everything return to normal? Don't know. Regarding this dream, neither of them knew more details, and no one spoke, making the atmosphere suddenly quiet. Lu Ying's condition had clearly improved a lot. At this moment, she said to Sukai, just now, thank you. Speaking of this, Sukai had a question. At that time, was it impossible to speak? Lu Ying hurriedly nodded. My friends saw that female ghost, screamed in fright, and were immediately hanged by the rope. I was so scared at the time that I didn't scream, and instead, I escaped the disaster. She looked terrified in hindsight. Sukai nodded. No wonder she made a silencing gesture to him at the time. It was clear she had already figured out the female ghost's method of killing. To be honest, if it weren't for her reminder just now, Sukai might have fallen into the trap as well. Weren't you scared just now? Lu Ying couldn't help but ask. She had seen it very clearly earlier. Sukai had come face to face with that terrifying female ghost, so close it made one's heart race. Yet, in the face of such a horrifying scene, this man remained calm as usual, even with a smile on his face. How much composure must he have to achieve that? Was his courage made of iron? For questions like this, Sukai's answer was always the same. I'm quite bold. At this moment, a sudden urgent knocking sounded at the door. The noise wasn't just knocking, it was practically pounding on the door. The sudden commotion startled Lu Ying, who shrank back on the sofa, while Sukai remained very composed, walking to the security door and peering out through the peephole. Open the door, please, I'm begging you, open the door. Someone was pleading outside. It's old Zhang from property management. Lu Ying recognized the voice. Sukai nodded. It really is him. But there was no intention of opening the door at all. Instead, the door was firmly held shut. Not letting him in? Lu Ying was stunned. She also noticed Sukai's intention. Sukai nodded. Yes. She was a bit surprised. Old Zhang was an acquaintance from the property management. Why not let him in? In this situation, the more people, the more strength. Why? Lu Ying detected a hint of something unusual. There's something following old Zhang. Sukai's voice was completely calm, but these words sent a chill down Lu Ying's spine. Something following behind what kind of thing? Just the thought of it was terrifying. She didn't try to persuade him further. In this situation, self-preservation comes first. It's not that she is refusing to help, but she and Sukai are both struggling to protect themselves. Outside the door, old Zhang's voice was already tinged with sobs. I'm begging you, open the door, I don't want to die. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of banging on the door grew louder. The force was simply not like that of a normal person, but more like a monster pounding on the door. Sukai kept observing through the peephole, his expression calm. Lu Ying also noticed this scene. She had long realized that something was wrong. Sukai was acting too calm, almost unlike a normal person's reaction. Some things can't be overthought. The more you think about them, the more problematic they seem. Suspicion began to show in Lu Ying's eyes. She felt that she couldn't easily trust anyone now, including this Sukai. So she quietly got off the sofa, slipped into the bedroom, and closed and locked the door. Leaning against the door, Lu Ying's heart pounded uncontrollably. She had made up her mind. Old Zhang in the hallway definitely had something wrong with him. The force with which he had just slammed the door was simply not human. But this Sukai was also strange. Hiding in the bedroom was the safest option. Even if old Zhang outside managed to break down the door, Sukai would be there to hold him off. Hiding in the bedroom was undoubtedly the safest choice. At this moment, Lu Ying completely forgot who had just saved her. Human nature under the control of fear is as fragile as glass, shattering at the slightest touch, and sometimes even revealing its most selfish and darkest side. At that very moment, Lu Ying heard the sound of the security door being forced open outside. She was so terrified that her soul seemed to leave her body, and she began trembling all over again. Living room. Su Kai had already retreated to the corner. The security door hung on the doorframe, completely deformed. A darkness seeped in from outside, accompanied by a human figure. This person was wearing a security uniform. It was old Zhang from the property management. However, at this moment, his head was twisted 180 degrees. Although he walked in facing forward, his face was turned toward his back. It was imaginable how eerie and terrifying this appearance was. The difficulty of this posture, I give it full marks, Su Kai commented. Although he wasn't afraid, he could feel the genuine danger. The danger didn't come from old Zhang, but from a pale figure standing behind him. This figure seemed to distort light, making it impossible to see its appearance clearly. Just now, Su Kai saw it clearly. The thing behind old Zhang suddenly attached itself to his back. Earlier, outside the door, old Zhang was so frightened that he turned to look back, and then his neck twisted on its own. At that time, Su Kai clearly heard the sound of the opponent's neck breaking. Su Kai knew that Lu Ying was hiding in the bedroom and had even locked the door. He didn't blame her. When normal people are scared, they always make some foolish moves. As for the other bedroom, Su Kai didn't plan to hide, because the wooden door of that kind of bedroom couldn't possibly stop this thing. Didn't even the security door get dismantled? Moreover, if he hid, he wouldn't be able to observe. At this moment, Su Kai carefully watched, not missing a single detail. Old Zhang, who entered the room, looked like a marionette, but instead of walking toward Su Kai, he turned and headed toward the bedroom where Lu Ying was hiding. Su Kai's heart stirred. If Lu Ying was hiding behind the door, then in terms of a straight line distance, old Zhang was closer to Lu Ying than to him. He was in the far corner of the living room, at least 5 or 6 meters away, so this monster should logically prioritize attacking the closest target. With a loud crack, the wooden door was instantly smashed open. In the bedroom, Lu Ying's terrified scream rang out, but old Zhang did not stop and rushed inside at an extremely fast pace. Su Kai's pupils contracted sharply at the sight. At this moment, old Zhang resembled a wild beast, and the wooden door seemed as fragile as paper, shattering with just one hit. What kind of power is this? Now old Zhang and that ghostly thing are cornering Lu Ying in the bedroom. This is an opportunity. Su Kai ran out without saying a word. Rescue someone? Unrealistic. If possible, Su Kai wouldn't stand by and do nothing, but if it meant throwing his life away, Lu Ying had no relation to him, so how could he risk his life to save someone? After all, Su Kai had already speculated that if he died in this dream, he would also die in reality. Just as he rushed out the door, Su Kai glanced back and immediately felt his eyelid twitch. Old Zhang lay motionless on the ground, while Lu Ying cried and trembled, standing in an extremely bizarre posture. Behind her stood that terrifying pale figure. It seemed that this ghostly thing had switched targets. Unlike old Zhang, Lu Ying had already turned her head to look. After all, with a ghostly thing standing behind her, who wouldn't be scared? Looking back is a human instinct. In the next moment, Lu Ying's neck twisted 180 degrees, and the expression on her face froze. The sound of a neck snapping echoed through the second floor. At this moment, Su Kai quickened his pace and ran toward the staircase. The second floor has many rooms, but they are all dead ends. Not even the security doors can stop this ghostly thing. Staying on the second floor is courting death. The only option is to enter the stairwell, then go up, passing through the area of the hanging ghost woman. Perhaps there's a chance to use the hanging ghost woman to block this pale ghostly figure. As for the psychotic killer upstairs, Su Kai can't worry about that for now. After all, no matter how dangerous, it shouldn't be more terrifying than this ghostly figure that likes to twist people's necks. The plan is solid, but Su Kai miscalculated one thing, and that was speed. Under the control of the Phantom, Lu Ying's speed was too fast, catching up to Su Kai in just a few steps. Bang! Su Kai was hit and fell to the ground. The feeling was like being hit by a wild elephant. Su Kai almost passed out. After being thrown an unknown distance, Su Kai only felt dizzy, his head aching slightly. When he reached out to touch it, his hand was covered in blood. Pain. Su Kai never expected to get injured in a dream, and the pain felt so real. Looking over at Lu Ying, Su Kai was stunned. At this moment, Lu Ying was lying on the ground 2 meters away, her neck twisted, motionless. The shadow was gone. No, it's not gone. Thinking of old Zhang earlier, then thinking of Lu Ying, Su Kai sighed. He looked down at his feet and could vaguely see that behind him stood something. What Su Kai saw when he looked down was a pair of pale feet. Those feet looked like they belonged to a corpse in a morgue. Right behind him, no more than a palm's width away. A chill spread from behind, feeling as if a block of ice was pressed against his back. Su Kai couldn't help but shiver. He slowly stood up from the ground. He still couldn't feel any fear, even though he knew that the terrifying ghostly figure was standing right behind him. The situation was already very clear. This terrifying pale ghostly figure was incredibly fast, capable of standing behind a living person without a trace, and it was suspected to be able to control people's actions. However, for now, Su Kai could still move and act according to his own will. Thinking Thinking carefully, both old Zhang and Luing only went berserk after their necks were broken. It may only be when a person dies that they are controlled by this ghost. This matter is not certain. What is certain is that, just like the hanged female ghost before, where one couldn't scream or speak in her presence, this ghost also has a taboo. And that is, you must not look back. Old Zhang just turned his head to look back while knocking on the door and had his neck twisted. Luing too. With these two cautionary examples, Sukai naturally knew what he should do. In the silent hallway, Sukai stood there quietly, not speaking or moving. He is waiting, being stared at by this ghostly figure. Apart from not being able to turn around and look at it, could there be other taboos? At least for now, Sukai can be sure that as long as he doesn't turn around to look at it, he is temporarily safe. You don't move, I won't move either. Just hang in there. Time slowly passed, and the chill behind him grew heavier, as if it could penetrate his clothes and skin, seeping into his blood and bones. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable, but Sukai had no choice. He had to confirm one thing: if he didn't turn around, would the other party be unable to do anything to him? At this moment, a piercing scream of agony came from upstairs. Sukai knew that someone must have fallen victim to either a terrifying serial killer or a vengeful ghost. Since he was already locked in a standoff with the ghost behind him, and had nothing else to do, Sukai began to carefully ponder the events of the night. From the current perspective, the place he was in could be seen as a nightmare world filled with eeriness, madness, and despair. Sukai does not experience fear or terror, so it is impossible for him to have nightmares. Therefore, this must be someone else's dream, and this dream is shared in nature, allowing multiple people to join. Sukai needs to further confirm this matter. Moreover, if someone dies in this dream, they might also die in reality. The video sent by Kat earlier, the bizarre mysterious death incident, and the police's warning all corroborate this point. Of course not, you just have to wait until you wake up to know. As of now, many people have already died here, including old Zhang and Luing, whom he knew. If they are also dead in reality, this speculation can be confirmed. Sukai was deep in thought when he suddenly felt someone pat him on the shoulder. He frowned. No one would be happy to be interrupted while seriously thinking about a problem. However, Sukai quickly realized that he couldn't lose his temper yet. He understood that the ghost behind him was feeling restless and was trying to lure him into turning his head. Even if you tap me, I won't turn my head. Sukai silently recited this in his heart. Perhaps the ghost behind him was truly somewhat annoyed. Moments later, a pale hand, obviously twice the size of an average person's, slowly touched Sukai's shoulder. In an instant, Sukai felt half of his shoulder go numb. A terrifying chill penetrated straight to his internal organs. At the same time, it seemed as if something was blowing wind against his ear. Sukai really couldn't hold back anymore, but he still didn't turn around. Instead, he reached out and fiercely slapped the ghostly hand on his shoulder. The pale ghostly hand immediately withdrew. Sukai hurriedly rubbed his now numb shoulder vigorously, only recovering after a while. The ghost behind him made no further movements, but Sukai knew that the other party was still standing behind him. In other words, I can move, and even touch it. None of this is forbidden. Sukai's impulsive action just now, though risky, also proved a few things. He could move freely and, to some extent, touch this ghost. Looking at it this way, the ghost behind him was just like that apart from not being able to turn around and it being a bit cold. It wasn't anything extraordinary. There's no way to solve this matter later, but the issue of feeling a bit cold is relatively simple. Sukai stepped into the room from earlier. He remembered there was a wardrobe inside. After some rummaging, Sukai found a green military coat in the room. The style is retro. Sukai put it on without a second thought. It felt much warmer. The ghost behind him occasionally made some strange noises, clearly trying to tempt Sukai to turn around, but Sukai chose to ignore it. Passing by the corpses of Lao Zhang and Luing, Sukai thought for a moment, then dragged their bodies into the house and twisted their necks back into place. Sorry, this is all I can do. Sukai sighed. He couldn't help Lao Zhang and Luing. In fact, if either of them had been able to resist the fear in their hearts and refrain from turning back to look, they wouldn't have died. Unfortunately, at that time, Sukai himself hadn't figured out the situation. Closing the door properly, Sukai, dressed in a green military coat, began searching the second floor. He wanted to see if there were any other survivors. At this point, even if someone saw him, they probably wouldn't dare to make a sound. A person wrapped tightly in a green military coat, with a tall ghostly figure standing behind him exuding a chilling and terrifying aura any normal person would steer clear. There are 8 households on the second floor, and Sukai searched door to door. Some rooms were completely empty, without even any furniture. In some rooms, there were furnishings, but the styles and eras were inconsistent. Apart from these, Sukai also found several corpses. The cause of death was the same as Lao Zhang and Luing, necks forcibly twisted, with horrifying expressions. There is another room that cannot be opened. The door is locked from the inside. Sukai knocked on the door. There was no response, so he didn't continue knocking. At this moment, Sukai suddenly heard a ringing sound. The sound grew from faint to loud, becoming increasingly clear. The next moment, Sukai felt a wave of dizziness, and with a sense of weightlessness, he plunged into darkness. Suddenly opening his eyes, Sukai found himself himself lying on his own bed with his phone ringing incessantly beside him. It took him quite a while to come back to his senses. "I'm awake?" He picked up his phone and took a look. It was the chubby guy from the studio. After answering, the chubby guy started shouting on the other end of the line. "Brother Sue, what happened? Why is the neighborhood sealed off? I can't get in." Sukai was startled. "The neighborhood is sealed off? How come I didn't know?" Jumping out of bed, Sukai instinctively looked down at his feet. There was no pale ghost following him, nor could he feel that chilling presence behind him. Although he knew this was no longer a dream, Sukai still didn't turn his head to look. Instead, he walked out and glanced at the mirror as he passed by. "There is nothing behind me." Looking out the window, Sukai noticed that the neighborhood was extremely quiet. Although it was just past 6 in the morning, this time of day was usually bustling. However, now it was silent, with almost no one around. Occasionally, someone would pass by, but they were dressed in protective suits. Protective suit? Sukai realized something had happened. Looking down from upstairs, Sukai's residential area was indeed sealed off. Outside, there were police everywhere, and several layers of yellow tape were cordoning off the area. The scene was exactly the same as last night's at Luyuan Community. "Brother Sue, what on earth happened?" the chubby man asked over the phone. Sukai didn't know how to answer. He himself wasn't quite sure what was going on, but it seemed that the chubby man wouldn't be able to come in for now. Not just him, the other 3 employees of the studio probably couldn't make it either. "I just woke up. How would I know what's going on? Here's the deal, go home for now. The studio will take a day off today." As the owner of the studio, Sukai could decide on a day off with just a word. It seems the order from a couple of days ago might not be completed, which will result in quite a loss of money. "But I bought you breakfast." The chubby man looked at the fried dough stick and tea egg in his hand. Sukai had already hung up the phone. The chubby man sighed, shaking his head helplessly. "The wages are paid daily. No work means no pay. Looking at the situation at the entrance of the community, if you can't get in, you just can't get in. Barriers have long been set up outside, and all entrances and exits are guarded by police and people in protective suits. You can't go out, and you can't get in." Sukai brushed his teeth and washed his face, then opened his phone to check the local news. Sure enough, there is related news. Migratory bird morning news. According to the latest information, 3 residential areas in the Sanxiao district of this city experienced unexpected incidents last night, resulting in casualties. For detailed updates, please follow our subsequent reports. News from official media like this is always relatively cautious. It seems to say something, but in reality, there isn't a single piece of useful information. Sukai continued to check. Some self-media articles, however, are written in an overly sensational manner. "Breaking news, something big has happened. The entire Sanxiao district is now sealed off. It's absolutely true, with pictures as proof." Below are more than a dozen attached images. Sukai saw it clearly. His own neighborhood was actually among them. At present, the authorities are keeping tight-lipped. "The message I'm posting could be deleted at any time, so save it yourselves. Now, here's the key information. According to reliable sources, a lot of people have died this time, really a lot. This photo was taken at 5 a.m. under Building 4 in the Luyuan community. Take a look for yourselves. Below are 2 more photos. At dawn, several people in protective suits are seen carrying bodies out of the building, while outside the hallway, more than a dozen bodies are already laid out neatly on the ground, all wrapped in black body bags. It's chilling to look at. The photos were likely taken by a resident of the same community. At present, it can be confirmed that it is not the so-called gas leak, and the authorities are no longer saying so. Judging from the protective suits worn by personnel on site, I personally speculate that it might be a sudden infectious disease or an epidemic virus. Sukai scrolled through the comments below. Most were just there for the spectacle. Some expressed disbelief, others questioned whether the photos were photoshopped, and some claimed the incident was real, saying they were residents of Luyuan community, where the police wouldn't let them sleep, and now they were extremely tired. He also checked a few posts from self-media accounts, which were more or less the same. At this moment, Sukai saw a reply that caught his attention. "I'm from the Luyuan community. I just had a dream. It was terrifying. If my wife hadn't noticed something was wrong and woken me up, I might have died in the dream." Someone replied below, "It's just a nightmare. Is there really a need to make such a fuss? It's not that simple. The dream was too real. I encountered the thing I fear the most, and there was a ghost in the dream. In my dream, there was even Ultraman." Stop changing the subject. We're discussing death incidents here. Go cool off somewhere else. After that, the person didn't reply anymore. However, Sukai knew that the other person must have been as lucky as him, surviving the nightmare. At this moment, Sukai remembered something, quickly spat out the foam in his mouth, wiped his face, changed his clothes, and ran out. The hallway was quiet. Walked to the elevator and pressed the button. Soon, the elevator arrived. Something felt off. If it were a normal day, even this early, there would definitely be some elderly people coming back from exercising or grocery shopping, but today, the elevator went straight down, completely empty. Sukai entered and directly pressed the button for the 3rd floor. He wanted to check if Luing, the neighbor living on the 3rd floor, was still still alive. Oh, and also old Zhang from property management. If both of them die, it would prove that the nightmare is shared in nature. The third floor arrived, and as the elevator doors opened, Sukai was stunned. Outside were two people in protective suits carrying a stretcher, and lying on the stretcher was Luing. Although her neck was unharmed, her expression was exactly the same as when she died in the dream, mouth open, eyes wide, unable to rest in peace. The two people carrying the stretcher were also stunned. They probably didn't expect someone to come down from the elevator at this moment. Sukai, currently renting at Building 2, Unit 703, Dongqiao Community, ID number is. The female staff member across, wearing a protective mask, was reading Sukai's basic information. Through the goggles, a pair of beautiful eyes could be seen. Sukai sat opposite, listening while observing the place. This was a tent temporarily set up in the community. Everyone, including the police in uniform, was wearing masks and goggles. Even he himself had been given a protective mask. Could it really be as speculated by that self-media, some kind of unknown infectious disease? But I've never heard of an infectious disease that makes people have nightmares. Why didn't you fill this in? The staff member pointed to a blank area on the form. We already told you before, you must cooperate with our work. This is also for your own good. The information on the form must be filled out truthfully, without any omissions. Sukai replied helplessly, I did fill it out truthfully. This part asks, what are you most afraid of? I'm not afraid of anything, so I left it blank. Mr. Su, this is not the time for jokes. This must be filled out truthfully. I'm really not joking. The young lady glared at Sukai, but Sukai remained unmoved. A moment later. Alright, then just sign your name below. The young lady clearly thought it unnecessary to keep arguing with someone so concerned about saving face. Besides, she knew very well that filling out this form didn't actually matter much. Seeing Sukai sign his name, she immediately said, you can go next door for a blood test now. Sukai wanted to ask why they needed to draw blood, but this young lady clearly had no intention of explaining it to him. If you won't tell me, can't I just ask someone else? Sukai didn't mind and walked out with the form. Before long, a tall man wearing a mask and goggles walked in. Through the goggles, one could see the bloodshot veins in his eyes. Dr. Son, have the test results for the blood samples come out yet? This man had a military demeanor, but it was evident that he was very tired. The female doctor glanced outside, confirmed that no one else had followed in, and then nodded. She took a test report from a box nearby. Team Leader Lu, take a look for yourself. Team Leader Lu took the test report and examined it carefully. It read, Green Garden Community, blood samples from the deceased, a total of 37 samples, all tested positive for the virus reaction, confirming infection with the nightmare virus. The report also had the words Top Secret Level 1 written at the bottom. As the temporary person in charge here, Team Leader Lu naturally understood what this test result meant. He remained silent for a moment. What about the blood sample tests of the other residents? In progress. The female doctor thought for a moment and added, but for now, the situation doesn't look optimistic. The infection rate among those who have already had their blood tested is 100%. Even with a mask on, it was clear that Team Leader Lu's expression was extremely grim. Dr. Son, please continue testing the blood samples. I will report the situation here. Our duty is already done. Now we just wait for the higher-ups to send experts to deal with this mess. Sukai didn't expect that there were quite a few people waiting for blood tests. It turned out that the remaining residents in the community had all been gathered here. No wonder the building was so quiet. After asking around, he found out that at around 1 in the morning, people in protective suits went door to door, saying only one thing, don't fall asleep no matter what. In this regard, it was just as Mao Mao had said. Later, they even directly gathered the personnel together. Because of this, many people didn't sleep at all. Sukai was an exception. He had already slept beforehand, and because of running a studio, his door was soundproofed. Plus, he was a deep sleeper, so he didn't hear others knocking on his door and missed it. Now, in this situation, everyone is very nervous, especially after learning that many neighbors have died inexplicably. A sense of panic is spreading among these residents. We need to know the truth. Is there some kind of infectious disease? Otherwise, why are you staff members so heavily protected? Yes, what exactly is going on? Explain it clearly to us. If you don't explain clearly, we won't get our blood tested. Correct. The dissatisfaction caused by fear erupted at this moment. It was sudden, yet not unexpected. Sukai watched as a dozen or so residents began to make a fuss. To be honest, he was also quite curious about what was really going on. In any case, just based on the fact that the staff wouldn't let everyone sleep, Sukai was certain that they must know something. At that moment, a person wearing protective gear suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. Everyone was stunned. The previously noisy atmosphere quieted down. Staff members immediately went over to check the situation. The scene was chaotic for a moment, and the residents did not continue causing trouble at this time but instead stepped forward to help. What happened? No idea. Sudden death? Too scary. Sukai couldn't squeeze in, and he didn't know how to perform first aid, so even if he got in, he wouldn't be of any help. However, Sukai had noticed this this person earlier. Perhaps because he had been busy the whole night, this young man had dozed off leaning against the wall. But it didn't take long before something happened. Soon, the person was carried away for emergency treatment, but Sukai had a feeling that this might not be as simple as sudden death. This incident happened, so everyone felt embarrassed to cause trouble. The blood was drawn smoothly, and Sukai, along with the residents, was arranged to sit in the hall, gathered around the table to have breakfast and watch TV. However, no one was seriously watching TV. Most of them were whispering to each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Did you notice earlier that young nurse who suddenly died had a very frightening expression, as if she had seen something particularly terrifying? A middle-aged man spoke softly to the person sitting at the same table. I really didn't notice this. Have you ever seen other dead people? I happened to see some this morning. It was that elderly couple living on the second floor. When they were carried out, their expressions were twisted. It didn't look like a natural death at all. The middle-aged man had a mysterious look on his face, and it was clear that his words had frightened quite a few people. The faces of several people at the same table turned pale with fear. Mr. Shui, please don't scare us. I'm really not lying to you. To tell you the truth, I started paying attention to this matter last night. Mr. Shui lowered his voice. Last night, something happened first in the Green Garden community, which is very close to our neighborhood. A friend from over there told me to be cautious at night and not to sleep. Sure enough, in the early hours, the police came knocking on the door. What they said, you all know already. Yeah, we know, they told us not to sleep. But why they don't want us to sleep, no one explained to us. Honestly, I didn't sleep all night, and now I'm really tired. After saying this, the person couldn't help but yawn. Mr. Shui, do you know some insider information? Tell us about it. Sukai also perked up his ears. He was in urgent need of information on this matter as well. At this moment, President Shui lowered his voice even further. There's a reason they don't let you sleep. I heard that if you fall asleep, you'll die. Some people didn't believe it. President Shui was merely repeating hearsay and couldn't provide any solid evidence. Plus he was unaware of the existence of the nightmare world. Sukai was a bit disappointed. He had thought he could hear some news he didn't know. He didn't want to listen to the other party bragging. Taking out his phone, Sukai planned to contact Mao Mao to check on her situation. Mao Mao lived in the Green Garden community and was sure to know some news. It was just unexpected for Sukai that the phone had no signal, and the internet couldn't be accessed. The authorities have shut down communication and internet access in these neighborhoods. Team leader Lu hurriedly returned from outside. This matter was also done out of necessity. Rumors about the 3 neighborhoods in Migratory Bird City are now spreading everywhere, especially when residents within the neighborhoods post some speculations along with videos and pictures. It inevitably fuels more rumors. Our people, even with full protective measures, still experienced cases of virus infection and death. This time, the source of contamination has been classified as level 2. When are the experts coming? If they delay any longer, everyone will die. Dr. Song was somewhat emotional. After all, not everyone can calmly face death, and it's the most terrifying way to die. Team leader Lu's face looked extremely grim. In their department, there is a strict definition for the levels of pollution sources. If it's a level 1 pollution source, the protective measures are effective, but if it reaches level 2, their protection is practically useless. Team leader Lu removed his protective mask and helmet. Dr. Song over there also took off his mask and goggles. This thing, there's no need to wear it anymore. If it's confirmed to be a secondary pollution source, then anyone within the range will inevitably be infected, regardless of whether they are wearing protective gear. The experts will arrive in an hour. We must ensure that nothing goes wrong during this time. This is our responsibility, Team leader Lu said, rubbing his face vigorously. The fact that the phone couldn't make calls or access the internet obviously sparked dissatisfaction and anger among the residents, but in the end, nothing came of it. After lunch, Sukai felt a bit drowsy. If he felt that way, there was no need to mention the others. Each of them was yawning incessantly. On the table were coffee, strong tea, and other stimulants, but for those who hadn't slept for more than a day and a night, their effects were extremely limited. Even so, no one dared to sleep, not even a quick nap. Some people simply stood up and paced back and forth. Others jumped around, but most chose to chat with each other. Until the evening. Some people couldn't hold on anymore, clearly dazed, speaking incoherently. Sukai was still fine. He looked out the window toward the direction of Lyuan community, lost in thought. He got up and went to the restroom. Found the innermost partition. Sukai went in, closed the door, and sat on the toilet with his eyes closed. Others didn't dare to sleep, but he did. Moreover, Sukai also wanted to figure out whether he would enter that nightmare world again if he fell asleep. After a while, Sukai dozed off in a daze. The brief feeling of weightlessness disappeared, and soon, the blood red and darkness gradually dispersed. Sukai opened his eyes and found that he had truly returned to the previous nightmare. It was still the second-floor corridor. It was quiet here, without a single sound. The entire world seemed to be shrouded in a layer of dark gray mist, making everything appear extremely dim. Sukai was wearing a military coat and felt the chill behind him disappear. He looked down at his feet and saw nothing. Has that ghost already left? Sukai Sukai wondered. He reached back with his hand but still couldn't touch anything. It seemed that the pale ghostly figure had truly left. Thinking about it, it made sense. After waking up in the real world, he would definitely disappear from this world. That ghostly figure couldn't possibly wait here forever, though it was unclear where it had gone. Previously, Sukai had already explored the second floor. Except for one room with a locked door that he couldn't enter, he had investigated everything else and found no danger. Walking to the hallway entrance, Sukai pushed the safety door open a crack and looked outside. The black mist that had originally been blocking the third floor area had disappeared. The hanged female ghost was also gone. He looked down. Sukai frowned. The cobwebs on the first floor were still there, and they were already spreading to the second floor. Just as Sukai was watching, a black shadow suddenly darted up from the first floor at an extremely fast speed. He immediately shut the safety door. The next moment, with a loud bang, the door frame of the safety door was hit and even became slightly deformed. Sukai didn't say a word and hurriedly ran back. He had seen it clearly just now. Climbing up from the first floor was a giant spider. Although it was just a quick glance, Sukai saw clearly that the spider was larger than an adult, its body covered with various human faces. These faces were twisted and crowded together, showing expressions of pain and constantly letting out screams. A normal person would be scared to the point of wetting themselves just by taking one look. Sukai was fine, with a good mindset, steady legs, and running incredibly fast. The safety door in the hallway wasn't locked, and even if it were, Sukai thought it wouldn't stop that giant spider. If the thing barged in, the situation would be extremely dangerous. But to Sukai's surprise, that human-faced spider did not enter the second floor. It only pushed the safety door open a crack and glanced inside. In the darkness, several eyes of varying sizes peered through the crack in the door, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. After watching for a while, the spider retreated to the hallway, and judging by the sounds, it went back down to the first floor. Hiding in the shadows, Sukai saw everything clearly. Why isn't it coming in? Doubt naturally arose in his heart. This was obviously abnormal. When something unusual happens, there must be something strange behind it. Sukai considered several possibilities, and the most chilling one was that there was something in the second floor that the human-faced spider feared. That's why it didn't come in. It can be understood as the concept of territory. He took another look at the second floor corridor, which exuded a hint of eeriness in the dim light. At that moment, the door of the innermost room in the corridor creaked open. The sound wasn't loud, but in the silent corridor, it was extremely jarring. Immediately, a surge of darkness flowed out from that door, as if the floor and walls were being devoured by it, and the darkness swept out afterward. The temperature in the hallway instantly dropped significantly. Sukai sensed danger. However, he quickly noticed something, stopped his steps that were ready to flee, and instead turned around, facing away from the billowing black mist. Just now, Sukai saw clearly that there was a pale ghostly figure in the black mist. Almost in an instant, Sukai felt that familiar chill behind him. It was that pale ghostly figure that killed anyone who turned around. It had come again. It turned out that it hadn't left the second floor but was hiding in the innermost room. In any case, this pale ghostly figure had once again set its sights on Sukai, following behind him once more. But for Sukai, who was already familiar with this ghost's killing pattern, this might not be a bad thing. It's no exaggeration to say that at this moment, not only was Sukai not the least bit afraid, but he even felt a hint of excitement. He has extremely rich experience in completing horror games. Just like now, the exit on the second floor is blocked by that spider, and under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to get out. But if we rely on the previous speculation that the spider doesn't enter the second floor because it is wary, then as long as we find what it fears, we might be able to use it to intimidate the spider and leave safely. Sukai thought that what the human-faced spider feared was most likely this pale ghostly figure. However, whether it is or not still needs to be verified. Sukai did not recklessly step out of the hallway immediately. After much thought, he decided to continue investigating the second floor first. Sukai had already searched the other rooms on this floor before and found nothing, except for one household with a locked door that he couldn't enter. At this moment, Sukai walked up to the door of that household. To his surprise, he found that the door of this house had been damaged. The lock was no longer functional, and with a pull, the door opened. Sukai had seen this kind of violent door opening method before. The pale ghostly figure did it this way. Could it be it? It might have done something and entered this room during the time I was away. During this process, the pale ghostly figure behind him kept trying to lure Sukai into turning his head, but Sukai's willpower was as strong as a rock. No matter how much the pale ghostly figure fussed, he simply wouldn't turn around. It's a bit cold, but with the military coat, Sukai can still endure it. Nothing in the world is insurmountable, you just need to get used to it. Pulling the door open, Sukai looked inside. The decor of this household seemed very normal, just like an ordinary family, cluttered with all sorts of miscellaneous daily items. Is anyone there? Sukai asked at the doorway. The answer was affirmative. No living person, but there is a corpse. Inside the house, Sukai discovered a young girl. She was lying on her side on the ground, her expression extremely twisted. Both hands were clutching her own own neck, veins bulging, and her death was horrifying. It looked as if she had strangled herself to death. This was somewhat surreal. Under normal circumstances, this is impossible to happen because halfway through, one would pass out due to lack of oxygen, lose consciousness, and no longer have the strength to continue. Next to the female corpse was a small table. On the table, there was a pen and a piece of paper. Sukai leaned in to look. The paper had many words written on it, with the most striking sentence being, "You will strangle yourself." Was this girl playing pen fairy before? This wasn't Sukai's random guess, because on the paper was written a question. Are you the pen fairy? Sukai looked around. There was only one corpse here. Doesn't the pen fairy game require at least 2 people to play? Sukai still knew a bit about this kind of basic common sense. Among the horror games he had played, there were similar horror elements, so he could be considered a semi-expert. First, he gently placed the girl's hand down and adjusted her into a comfortable position to lie properly. This is a sign of respect for the deceased. Then Sukai thought for a moment and sat on the chair next to him. This chair was probably where the girl had been sitting before. Strangely, there was also a chair placed opposite it. Sukai reached out and picked up the pencil on the table. The pencil looked very ordinary, but it seemed to have been stained with something. However, it had already dried up, and the color was very dark, a kind of deep red. Got closer and sniffed it. The smell was pungent, a bit like dried blood. Sukai knew that the pen fairy was essentially a wandering ghost, but it knew a lot of things. Basically, every question gets an answer, which is quite amazing. Coincidentally, Sukai has a lot of questions right now. For example, what exactly is this nightmare world all about? And where did these monsters come from? There are too many similar questions. Looking at the old pencil in his hand, Sukai wondered if he could also ask the pen fairy. Once this thought emerged, it couldn't be suppressed. Give it a try. Using the theory of beating a game to explain Sukai's current reckless behavior, it is because he is unwilling to miss any opportunity to gain a clue. In the old house, it was dim and silent. The corpse of the girl on the ground nearby had a grim expression, unable to rest in peace. A man wearing an old-fashioned military coat sat by the table, holding a pencil, his arm extended straight, pressing the tip of the pencil against the white paper on the table. And behind this man, a pale figure shrouded in black mist stood motionless, its appearance indiscernible to anyone. It should be played like this, with neither the wrist nor the elbow touching the table. Seems like there's some kind of incantation, but I forgot. Let's just make do, Sukai muttered to himself. He remembered that it was best to close his eyes when playing this game. At this moment, he closed his eyes and murmured, pen fairy, are you there? Wait. In the room, apart from Sukai's voice, it was eerily silent. Just when Sukai thought nothing would happen, suddenly, he felt an icy hand, without any warning, grasp his hand holding the pen. His fingers instantly went numb from the cold. Sukai immediately opened his eyes. On the originally empty chair opposite him, there was now a figure. It was a girl wearing a filthy school uniform. She had her head lowered, her long hair hanging down, obscuring her face, and her entire being exuded resentment and malice. Blood was dripping down from the edge of her clothes. The ground had already been stained red. In an instant, an extremely dangerous feeling surged, and Sukai could sense the resentment and malice emanating from this evil spirit, a malevolence intent on killing all living beings. Playing the pen fairy game is actually very dangerous, because the entity summoned might very well be a terrifying evil spirit. If it's a reasonable one, that's fine, but if it's unreasonable, then you can only consider yourself unlucky. Obviously, the one in front of him was completely unreasonable. Sukai hadn't even asked a question, and it had already started writing. The pencil moved. This evil spirit's power was immense, and Sukai's hand began uncontrollably writing on the paper. Die. You will die. Every word was filled with malice. Sukai secretly thought something was wrong. The words written with this pencil could very likely become some kind of terrifying curse, just like that poor girl before, who followed the method of death written above and strangled herself to death. The lessons from the past are right beside us and cannot be ignored. No one can guarantee in what manner the death written on paper will come to pass. What if the death written down is bound to happen, then what? Being cursed for no reason, Sukai would certainly be unwilling, but his strength was clearly no match for the evil spirit on the other side. The pen tip slowly wrote words on the paper. You will be hanged. Sukai watched these characters being written with his own eyes. He knew what the last character was. It must be the word death. The girl just now was strangled to death, while this one was hanged. He definitely couldn't let the other party write out this last character, so Sukai mustered all his strength to resist. Normally, when people encounter such a situation, they would be so terrified that their hands and feet go cold, left at the mercy of others. But at this moment, not only was Sukai fighting the evil spirit with all his might, he had also prepared a backup plan. He planned to use his other hand to pull the paper off the table. No paper? Let's see how you write. If you push me too far, I'll even flip the table on you. Despite Sukai's full effort to stop him, half of the word death was still written. Can't wait any longer. Sukai was ready to take action, but at that moment, something completely unexpected happened. A pale arm suddenly reached out from behind Sukai and grasped the hand of the spirit spirit of the pen across from him. Su-kai was stunned. The malevolent spirit of the pen fairy across was also startled. Su-kai could clearly feel the other party's hand tremble. At this moment, the scene was Su-kai holding the pen, the malevolent spirit of the pen fairy across holding his hand, and the pale ghostly figure behind Su-kai also extending its hand to grasp the spirit's hand. A three-way standoff? This kind of unexpected situation is quite rare. Su-kai paused his action of reaching for a tissue. He planned to wait and see. As long as the final stroke of the character for death wasn't written, it shouldn't form a curse, not a real curse, and he wouldn't need to be afraid. Now it was the pale ghostly figure and that malevolent spirit of the pen fairy who had started to wrestle with each other. In the house, some pots and pans began to shake, with some falling directly to the ground and shattering into pieces. Strange noises followed one after another, sounding like whispers and curses. The strength of these two was far greater than Su-kai's, and Su-kai could sense that the power of the pale ghostly figure seemed to be even stronger. The evil spirit of the pen fairy was suppressed. Su-kai also took advantage of this brief moment to quickly analyze the current situation. He probably knew why the pale ghost suddenly decided to intervene. It definitely wasn't out of kindness to help him. On the contrary, the one who most wanted to kill him now was probably this pale ghost. Su-kai could feel that after countless failed attempts to lure him into turning back, the pale ghost was angry. The hatred born out of that anger was palpable. Perhaps it is for this reason that the pale ghost doesn't want to die at someone else's hands. It wants to die in its own way. Just like a lion fixated on its prey, it absolutely cannot let a hyena snatch it away. The current situation is still very dangerous, but precisely because of this, Su-kai sees an opportunity. He swiftly reached out with his left hand like lightning and grabbed the paper from the table. Then he stood up and kicked the table over. A loud crash echoed through the room. The eerie sounds in the room instantly disappeared. The two ghosts also simultaneously withdrew their hands. The pale ghostly figure quieted down, remaining motionless at this moment. The malevolent spirit of the pen fairy across from him vanished instantly, as if it had never appeared. However, Su-kai knew that the entity had not left but was instead hiding within the pencil in his hand. A normal person encountering such an event would surely never dare to play the pen fairy again, but Su-kai was clearly different from ordinary people. The main thing is that he really has a question to ask. He set the overturned table upright again, then took a new piece of stationery from the side and placed it on top. Sitting down, Su-kai straightened his arm to hold the pen, pressing the tip against the paper. Spirit of the pen, it was just a small misunderstanding earlier, let's try again. Waited for a while. No response. Su-kai opened his eyes slightly and saw the chair opposite was empty. He continued, pen fairy, are you there? Spirit of the pen, are you there? Are you there? After persistently asking over a dozen times, Su-kai finally felt a cold little hand hesitantly grasp his own. Su-kai was somewhat excited. He was late, but he came in the end. This spirit summoned by the pen was clearly a vicious kind of evil spirit. From the very beginning, it wouldn't even let people speak before casting a curse to kill. However, with the pale ghost shadow watching over Su-kai, any other evil spirits wanting to kill him would have to get in line. After realizing this, Su-kai, who never really knew what fear was, began to act a little recklessly. At this moment, under the guidance of that cold little hand, the pen wrote a crooked character. I'm here. Su-kai immediately asked, can I ask you a question? This time, the pen fairy responded quickly, and the other party, holding Su-kai's hand, wrote a line of words on the paper. I can only answer 3 questions a day. Only 3? Su-kai was a bit troubled. His questions were clearly more than that. But in any case, having some is better than having none. What Su-kai didn't expect was that the pen fairy added another sentence afterward. You just asked 2 questions already. What? Su-kai widened his eyes and carefully recalled, damn, it really was true. The first sentence is are you there? The second sentence is, can I ask you a question? Does this count too? Su-kai cursed silently in his heart, not daring to say this sentence out loud. If the other party replied with yes, then today's 3 questions would be considered used up. Su-kai suspected that this was the spirit of the pen retaliating on purpose because of what had just happened, but he had no evidence. With only one chance to ask a question, Su-kai naturally had to cherish it. After thinking for a moment, Su-kai summarized and refined his doubts, then asked a question. I want to ask, who is the mastermind behind bringing us into this nightmare world? This question seems inexplicable at first glance, but it is actually quite tricky and has already set many premises. It's equivalent to answering this one question to resolve multiple doubts. For example, was this incident a natural disaster or a man-made calamity? The difference between the two is significant. Su-kai's preset is a man-made disaster, and there is a mastermind behind the scenes manipulating it. If the pen fairy says there is no mastermind, then it's a natural disaster. If it says there is, then it's a man-made disaster, and you can even know who did it. This is much more convenient than asking step by step. Applying game theory, Su-kai is actively trying to understand the world's background. Perhaps the official staff know something, but they may not tell him. So Su-kai could only use his own methods to seek answers from this dark world. This time, the pen pencil didn't move, and the spirit of the pen did not immediately answer the question. Su Kai was not in a hurry either. After a long time, the pencil finally moved. But this time, Su Kai could feel the hand of the pen fairy trembling slightly. It wrote the number 404 on the paper, but just as it was about to write the next character, the pencil tip, as if unable to bear the pressure, suddenly snapped with a crack. What followed was a scream of agony. The sound was sharp, piercing, and filled with fear. Su Kai's mind went blank. When he looked up, the pen fairy was already gone. Gone again? No matter how Su Kai summoned next, the pen fairy did not respond or appear again. What happened? Su Kai was a bit confused, recalling the earlier situation. It seemed that the pen fairy had detected something terrifying and was suddenly severely injured. Otherwise, it wouldn't cry so miserably. Su Kai looked at the pencil in his hand. The tip was broken, and to continue writing, he would have to sharpen it again with a pencil sharpener. It's just that this cursed object inhabited by an evil spirit being damaged was truly unexpected. The cause of all this was the question he had asked. The 404 on the paper is undoubtedly a very important clue. Su Kai stared at it for a while, and a guess had already formed in his mind. What the spirit of the pen wants to convey is definitely not that the webpage cannot be found. I guess this should be a room number, right? Su Kai had already regarded this nightmare world as a horror game infinitely close to reality, and it's the kind of expert level where you can't reload after dying. However, the reason Su Kai is called Lin God by cat lovers and other gamers is that he speedruns any survival horror game with just one life. When it comes to analytical skills, Su Kai has his unique approach. The number 404 itself doesn't mean much, but what it might represent is a lot. Password, address, or the name of a person or object, all of these are possible. The nightmare occurred within 2 residential complexes, and the one thing these complexes don't lack is houses. Therefore, Su Kai initially believed it was a room number. The clue given by the spirit board is definitely crucial and should be explored. As for why not just hide and survive instead of risking death, Su Kai could come up with at least a dozen reasons, the most important being that he knew very well that in any horror game, if you just stay in a safe zone to survive, you'll never escape from the horror. Although the pen fairy had gone quiet, Su Kai felt that it was unlikely for an evil spirit to be defeated so easily. It was even possible that the other party had been acting earlier, so Su Kai planned to carry the pencil with him. Walking into the hallway, he began searching the house. The house was filled with many books. On the outside, they looked normal, but upon opening them, the text inside was chaotic and nonsensical, or they were just blank white pages, which was quite eerie. Su Kai was fearless. He put the books back exactly as they were and then opened the drawer. In the end, Su Kai found 2 valuable items: a blood-stained diary and a cartoon pencil sharpener. The pencil sharpener could be put to use immediately. Insert the pencil tip into the cartoon bear's mouth, then turn the small lever at the back to sharpen the pencil. After sharpening, Su Kai put the pencil away. Then, he opened the blood-stained diary. The moment he flipped it open, Su Kai felt the pale ghostly figure behind him take a step back. It's actually afraid of this? This discovery startled Su Kai. He couldn't turn around, so Su Kai couldn't see the expression on the pale ghostly figure's face, but he guessed that at this moment, it must be filled with dread. Previously, the pen fairy evil spirit was suppressed by the pale ghostly figure, and even the human-faced spider didn't dare provoke it. Among the nightmare creatures, Su Kai believed the pale ghostly figure's rank was not low. A diary that can make even pale ghostly figures retreat in fear must be extraordinary. Su Kai immediately began to take the diary in his hands seriously. He opened it and examined it carefully. The first half of the diary seemed normal, recounting the ordinary daily life of an ordinary girl. The girl was named Hu Lingling. Her family was average, but she had a friend from a very well-off family. The diary did not write out her friend's full name, only using the character Chu as a substitute. It should be a girl with the surname Chu. Even from just some indirect descriptions, Su Kai could tell that Hu Lingling's friend, Chu, was the kind of gentle and kind-hearted girl. But between the lines, Hu Lingling was very jealous of this friend. She envied the other's beauty and kindness, envied the other's versatility, and envied the other's better family background compared to her own. Even in her diary, Hu Lingling began to curse her good friend Chu with malicious words out of jealousy. Interestingly, between the lines, Hu Lingling constantly revealed her own fears. She was afraid that in the future, Chu would no longer be friends with an ordinary girl like her, and she was afraid that Chu would take everything away from her. Is this woman too jealous? Su Kai shook his head. Turning to the next page, Su Kai's eyes lit up. The contents recorded on this page were relatively important. Hu Lingling heard from others that playing pen fairy was fun, so she dragged Chu to play together. However, according to the diary's contents, this was the beginning of a tragedy. Chu was very timid, but she couldn't refuse her good friend and had to accompany her to play. This kind of naive girl never imagined that this so-called game was a carefully planned trap by her good friend, with the sole purpose of scaring her. Hu Lingling had a crush on a boy at school, but the dramatic twist was that the boy liked Chu instead. So Hu Lingling wanted that boy to see Chu embarrassed and flustered after being frightened. No one expected an accident to happen. Chu was was indeed terrified. No one knew what exactly occurred during the process, but in the end, she lost her footing, fell down the stairs, and died. A flower had not even waited to fully bloom before it withered away. As the diary reached this point, Sukai was shocked to realize that there wasn't the slightest trace of guilt in the words. Since that day, I have dreamt of her every single night. She's simply haunting me endlessly. Was I wrong? No, I wasn't wrong. It's not like I pushed her down the stairs. She was careless herself. What does it have to do with me? Hu Lingling's cruelty and the evil in human nature were vividly displayed at this moment. Sukai frowned deeply as he watched, and the real excitement was just beginning. The following text was clearly not Hu Lingling's handwriting. Instead, it had changed to a completely different font, in bright red, looking as if it were written with blood. Sukai speculated that this was the handwriting of the pen fairy. I wander in pain and fear, with no end in sight. What followed was a diary-like record, astonishingly describing experiences after death. Many parts of the text were incoherent, as if the writer was in some kind of frenzy and chaos at the time. In some places, the word hate was written repeatedly, each character filled with immense resentment. On some pages, the word death appeared in varying sizes, covering the entire page. It was as if every word was a curse, and anyone who saw these words would immediately encounter misfortune or be driven completely insane by the fear and madness contained within them. Sukai did not feel fear, but the malice emanating from the text instantly gave him a strong sense of discomfort. Immediately closed the diary and shut my eyes, taking a moment to recover. No wonder even the pale ghost shadow fears this thing. It's a good thing I can't feel fear, otherwise, under the impact of both fear and hatred, I might have instantly gone mad or turned into a walking corpse. Can't blame the pen fairy. She was betrayed by her best friend, and after death, she saw this diary. It's perfectly normal for her to harbor hatred and a desire to kill. No wonder she wanted to kill the moment we met. The resentment is too heavy. Sukai carefully flipped past the pages with the words hate and death written on them. At the last place where there was writing, Sukai saw this line of text. I felt the truth. This world is awakening. I felt the taste of fear, sweet and delicious. It opened the door for me. I can take my revenge now. The rest of the diary was blank, with only about half of it used. From the content above, Sukai discerned many things. No surprise, the malevolent spirit of the pen fairy he encountered before was Chu. The girl strangled to death on the ground was Hu Lingling. Sukai sighed. This Hu Lingling brought it upon herself. Ignoring her, Sukai refocused his attention on the diary. The key point was the last sentence. I felt reality, and this world is awakening. What do these two sentences actually mean? This world is awakening carries a sense of postmodern philosophy and mystery, but Sukai prefers to interpret it literally. The world mentioned here refers to this absurd and eerie nightmare world. What does the it that opened the door for the pen fairy refer to? Sukai is somewhat puzzled. Suddenly, there are even more questions. Can't figure it out, so Sukai decided not to think about it anymore. Anyway, he'll find a chance to ask the spirit of the pen tomorrow. After pondering for a moment, Sukai temporarily set the matter aside. He took another look around the room. It seemed there was nothing valuable left. Walking into the hallway and closing the door properly, Sukai decided to leave the second floor. 404 might be a room number, so Sukai planned to first explore the fourth floor of this building. At the entrance of the corridor, Sukai first pressed his ear against the safety door to listen for any sounds. It was quiet outside. Wrapping himself tighter in the military coat, Sukai hoped that the human-faced spider was wary of the pale ghostly figure. Only then would he have a chance to make it to the fourth floor. Otherwise, with the crawling speed of that human-faced spider, there would be no way to escape its pursuit. Moreover, Sukai now had a pencil and a diary in his hands, so what was there to fear? Too bad I searched the entire second floor and couldn't find a suitable weapon. Even a fruit knife would do, Sukai muttered. Then he quietly pushed open the emergency door. First, he confirmed the situation outside. The face spider wasn't at the second floor hallway entrance. Peeking downward, Sukai quickly pulled his head back. The monster is below. It is actually laying eggs. There are already several white egg sacs below, some of which are wriggling, as if baby spiders are about to hatch out. Sukai even saw an egg sac laid on the stomach of a corpse. The corpse was covered in cobwebs, its belly swollen and bulging, appearing semi-transparent, revealing several palm-sized spider larvae wriggling inside. What kind of monster is this? Sukai had never seen such a scene before, but this was an opportunity. He slowly stepped out, making not the slightest sound, and then headed toward the third floor. But Sukai overlooked one thing. He can remain silent, but the pale ghostly shadow behind him is beyond his control. Clang! A noise came from the stair railing. Sukai's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately dashed upward. Not to mention whether the pale ghostly figure did it on purpose, but this sound definitely alerted the human-faced spider, and Sukai had to speed up. Sure enough, the hissing sound of the human-faced spider came from below, followed by the noise of it climbing upward. The rapid tapping of its 8 spider legs on the ground was so piercing it made one's heart race, and because of its massive size, the staircase beneath its feet kept trembling. The most troublesome part was that Sukai couldn't even turn around to look. That way, he fell into into the trap of the pale ghostly figure. It was estimated that the other party deliberately startled the face spider to force Sukai to instinctively turn around. Sukai could only endure it and quicken his pace, but even up to the 4th floor, the face spider never truly caught up. He went all the way into the corridor and closed the safety door. Sukai was panting heavily. It seems that the previous judgment was correct. The face spider indeed fears the pale ghostly figure. Otherwise, with its terrifying mobility and speed, Sukai would have been caught back on the 3rd floor. "Thank you," Sukai said. These words were spoken to the pale ghost shadow, though it was unclear whether it could understand or if it would get angry. In any case, Sukai was quite pleased. The pale ghost shadow would never actively help Sukai and was constantly trying to kill him, but this time Sukai used the pale ghost shadow to intimidate the face spider. And it worked. The 4th floor looks brighter than the 2nd floor, and there are even hallway lights. However, the floor is covered with bloodstains everywhere. The air is filled with a pungent smell of blood. Sukai felt something sticky underfoot, and when he looked at the sole of his shoe, he found a dark red patch of blood stuck to it without knowing when it happened. This place is clearly not ordinary at first glance. Sukai suppressed the urge to retreat back to the hallway. No matter what, since he was already here, he might as well check out room 404 to see what was inside. Feeling the cold chill behind him and accompanied by a pale ghostly figure, Sukai felt a bit more confident. 403, 404. Sukai stopped at the door of room 404, first listening to see if there was any sound inside. Then he turned the handle, and with a click, the door actually opened. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Opening the door, Sukai first poked his head in to take a look. After confirming there was no danger, he walked in. The room was very dim, and he could vaguely see a table in the center of the room. It was the kind made by joining two large tables together, covered with a white cloth. On the table lay a corpse. The wall next to it was covered with densely packed items, but they were hard to make out due to the lighting. Upon getting closer, even though Sukai didn't feel fear, the scene before him was still overwhelmingly shocking. It was a completely dismembered corpse. The skin and muscle tissue were separated, with the skin pulled apart by numerous small fishhooks, only connected at the back. The abdominal cavity was fully opened, and the internal organs were neatly removed and placed in trays nearby. The limbs were sawed off and placed neatly to the side. The eyeballs, teeth, and tongue were treated the same way. It felt like the person who did all this had obsessive-compulsive tendencies, was cold-blooded and ruthless, proficient in human anatomy, and knowledgeable in dissection. The completely dismembered corpse no longer resembled its original form, and perhaps it was just an illusion, but Sukai always felt there was something strange about this corpse. Take a closer look. The dismembered organs have some strange characters written on them in black ink. Mysterious, unknown. There is a sense of oppression. It feels as if just one more glance could drive a person to a mental breakdown. Sukai just glanced a few times and felt an inexplicable dizziness, so he quickly looked away. Looking around other parts of the room, Sukai walked to the wall and was once again shocked by the scene before him. On this wall, dozens of bloody ears were neatly hung. Each ear was pierced by a fishhook and hung there, varying in size and slightly different in color. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that all of them were human left ears. These seemed to be someone's collection. Sukai immediately thought of the first corpse he encountered last night when he had just entered the nightmare world. His neighbor. This neighbor was brutally murdered, disemboweled, and his left ear was cut off and went missing. No surprise, the neighbor's ear should be one of these collectibles. If one ear represents a life, then this maniac has killed at least 37 people. Sukai counted the number of ears and came to a conclusion. This is somewhat exaggerated. In this building, he is definitely the top killer, and a maniac with a collecting obsession at that. The other party doesn't seem to be on the 4th floor right now, but this place could be their lair, and that maniac could return at any moment. To uncover the secret hidden in room 404, they'll have to wait for the main culprit to come back. However, waiting in this room is definitely not an option. Sukai isn't sure if the maniac would be intimidated by the pale ghostly figure, and if not, things could get troublesome. Retracing his steps out of the room and closing the door carefully, Sukai opened the room next door. Wait next door, so any movement can be noticed immediately. The most important thing is safety. Sukai discovered another problem. The room next door also seems unusual. The moment he opened the door, Sukai was immediately stunned by the scene inside, the shock even surpassing the dismembered limbs in room 404 earlier. In short, the room was extremely eerie, and he was reluctant to go in. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. Footsteps suddenly came from the stairwell. Someone was coming. At a time like this, it was unlikely there were any other survivors in the building. Sukai reacted extremely quickly and immediately darted into room 403. What was unusual about this room was that it was filled with puppet dolls everywhere. On the floor, on the cabinets, on the walls, even on the ceiling. Basically, any place where things could be placed or hung was covered with all kinds of exquisitely crafted puppet dolls. Some were as small as the palm of a hand, while others, Sukai noticed, were almost the size of a normal person. They had expressive faces, detailed features, and hair, down to the fine details of eyelashes and the colors of their pupils. It's just that the room is is extremely dim, making every puppet doll look eerie and terrifying. It feels as if hundreds of eyes are secretly staring at you. He wasn't exactly scared, but this place was clearly abnormal. If it weren't for the hurried footsteps outside, Sukai definitely wouldn't have come in. But since he was already inside, so be it. Sukai had quite a bit of experience before, and he believed he could handle any unexpected situation. The sound of footsteps outside quickly approached and soon stopped at the door of this room. Sukai's heart skipped a beat. The noise he made when entering the room just now might have alerted the other party. Without any hesitation, Sukai immediately hid in the bathroom. He didn't close the bathroom door completely but left a small gap, just enough to see outside through it. Since there was nowhere else to hide in the bathroom, if the other party really came over, Sukai could prepare to respond in advance. There was no light, and the bathroom was pitch dark. The dim light seeping through the gap allowed Sukai to roughly see the situation inside the bathroom. There is only one puppet doll here, but this puppet might be the scariest one. It's about half a person's height, wearing a dress, styled like a princess. The puppet doll's face and body seem to have been damaged by someone, with half of its face sliced off by a sharp object, and its clothes are tattered and torn, with some parts already missing. Upon closer inspection, Sukai noticed that the puppet doll was shrouded in a black aura, extremely sinister, quite similar to the one surrounding the pale ghostly figure. Also, a knife was stuck in the puppet's chest. The knife was about a foot long, exuding a strong murderous intent. Sukai could sense an intense danger from the knife, purely an instinctive feeling. Why was there a knife stuck in this puppet doll? Who plugged it in? Sukai suddenly had a lot of questions pop into his mind. At that moment, the sound of a door opening came from outside, and Sukai's heart immediately skipped a beat. The sound of footsteps came in. Sukai held his breath, and to his surprise, the pale ghost was also silent at this moment, seemingly quite wary of the person outside. This discovery surprised Sukai. This was clearly not a good sign. If even the pale ghost couldn't suppress the person outside, then when the other party pushed open the bathroom door, it would be difficult for him to handle. If it were a normal person, they would definitely be panicking like crazy at this moment, probably unable to even answer what 1 + 1 equals. But Sukai was terrifyingly calm at this moment. Completely unfamiliar with fear or panic, he immediately made the most appropriate response for the situation. He reached out and pulled the knife from the chest of the puppet doll. First, arm himself with a weapon so he wouldn't be defenseless later. It's just that this knife is extremely cold. It's like holding a piece of ice, but at this moment, Sukai couldn't care about that. Then he leaned forward and peeked out through the crack in the bathroom door. Suddenly, he saw a human face. The person outside was also peeking inside through the crack in the door. As a result, the two of them made direct eye contact. The distance was extremely close, almost face to face. Sukai could even see the dense bloodshot veins and ferocity in the person's eyes. For a moment, no one moved. Apparently, the person outside was also a bit startled, as a trace of confusion could be seen on his pale face. He probably couldn't figure out why the person hiding in the bathroom could remain so calm at a time like this. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, and the person outside seemed to sense something, stepping back expressionlessly, first one step, then a second. As the distance widened, Sukai also got a clear look at the other person. He appeared to be a very ordinary man, around 30 years old, tall and thin, but his exposed arms were muscular and solid. In addition, the man was holding a knife in his hand. Sukai was momentarily stunned. Although the shape was different and it was slightly longer, the knife in the other person's hand emitted the same dark aura and sinister energy as the one in his own hand at that moment. Could it be that this knife belongs to him? Sukai had a conjecture in his mind. In other words, the person who stabbed the knife into the chest of the puppet doll was very likely this withered, skinny man outside. Why would the other party do this? As if to answer Sukai's doubts, at that moment, while he was in the darkness, he suddenly heard a creaking sound coming from behind him, very much like the sound of someone moving a puppet. This made his body stiffen, and he secretly felt something was wrong. It was that puppet doll. The temperature in the bathroom suddenly dropped significantly, and a strong sense of danger surged in his heart, an extremely intense feeling. Sukai also acted decisively. Without turning around, he forcefully pushed open the bathroom door and rushed out. That gaunt man must have known there was something wrong with the puppet in the bathroom, or perhaps he was the one who damaged the puppet to that extent. At the same time, all the numerous puppet dolls in the room revealed extremely ferocious expressions, coming to life together. Their malicious eyes stared over, accompanied by bursts of eerie laughter. In the living room, the skinny man moved extremely fast, completely beyond the limits of a normal person. Seeing Sukai rush out, he immediately struck with a knife. Sukai had already planned ahead. He never intended to fight head-on with a murderer carrying over 30 lives on his back that would be courting death. Thus, his goal and strategy were exceedingly clear. One word: escape. Knowing that the thin man would inevitably attack, Sukai rolled on the spot in advance, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The knife almost grazed his back as it stabbed past. In that instant, Sukai confirmed two things. The thin man was not afraid of the pale ghostly figure, and the puppet doll in the bathroom was extremely terrifying. When he had pulled out that knife knife earlier, it seemed to have broken some kind of seal, awakening all the puppet dolls in the house. Taking advantage of the momentum to get up from the ground, Sukai didn't even look back. He grabbed a ferocious-looking puppet doll from the floor and hurled it behind him. Judging by the sound, it seemed to have hit someone. At this moment, Sukai had already rushed out the door without looking back. The entire movement was executed in one smooth motion, without the slightest hesitation. He dashed all the way to the hallway, not caring whether there were any face spiders outside, and pushed the door open to run upstairs. The reason was simple: that unremarkable, skinny man might actually be the most terrifying presence in this building. He was completely unfazed by the pale ghostly figure, and before Sukai reached the fourth floor, the skinny man must have already confronted the puppet doll in that room. The result was obvious: the puppet doll was stabbed in the chest with a single strike, completely subdued. This was Sukai's second time entering the nightmare world, and he could feel that the puppet doll was no less formidable than the pale ghostly figure. Meanwhile, the skinny man exerted an even greater sense of oppression on Sukai, so only a fool would choose not to run. Sukai even suspected that the hanged female ghost on the third floor had also been killed by the skinny man. The first floor exit was tightly sealed by spider webs, so Sukai could only run upstairs. He planned to go to the seventh floor. That floor wasn't very dangerous, and Sukai had thought of something. The main component of most spider webs is actually protein, and protein is flammable. Many rooms on the seventh floor seem to have experienced the ravages of fire. Since it has been burned, perhaps some sources of fire can be found. Sukai ran with all his might, the sound of footsteps echoing in the hallway, naturally alerting the human-faced spiders below. He heard a series of screeches and wails from the human-faced spider as it started chasing after him. However, this time Sukai had already reached the seventh floor. This mad dash had almost completely drained Sukai's strength. Although he usually exercised, he was still gasping for breath at this moment. The corpse of the neighbor at the stairwell entrance had been moved, leaving only a dark red bloodstain on the ground. In the corridor, the human-faced spider did not follow, seemingly confined to the first floor, or perhaps it was still wary of something. The skinny man also did not come up. Sukai guessed that the puppet doll must have held him back. This was a rare opportunity. Sukai did not waste any time. This safe window might only last a few minutes, and he had to make the most of every second. At that moment, he immediately began to search carefully on the seventh floor. Just as he had thought, the seventh floor was relatively safe, and he indeed found the source of the fire. In the room next to the one where he had first appeared, several charred corpses were lying inside. One of the charred bodies was clutching a lighter tightly in its hand. This room had been burned the most severely, and everything in sight was scorched black. Among the charred corpses, there were both large and small ones, but the one holding the lighter was the most peculiar. The other person knelt on the ground, looking as if they were repenting. This scene was extremely eerie. The entire room had been burned to this state, yet the lighter remained intact. However, at this moment, Sukai no longer had the time to investigate. He needed this lighter. "Brother, sorry to trouble you, let me borrow your lighter for a moment," Sukai said, then reached out to take the lighter. At this distance, the burnt stench from the charred corpse could be clearly smelled. Just as Sukai grabbed the lighter, the other hand of the charred corpse kneeling on the ground suddenly snapped and lightning fast seized Sukai's wrist. A sharp burning sensation came from his wrist. Sukai reacted extremely quickly and stabbed forward without hesitation with the knife in his hand. The knife, which had been pulled out from the puppet doll, carried an astonishing chill and was extremely sharp. It pierced through the charred corpse's arm in an instant, forcing it to let go. Sukai tried to pull the knife out, but it wouldn't budge, seemingly stuck in the bone. Without hesitation, he immediately abandoned the knife, grabbed the lighter, and retreated. The charred corpse, which had been lowering its head, suddenly raised it sharply, opened its mouth wide, and let out a roar. Although it was already a disfigured charred corpse, Sukai could still discern a sense of resentment and hatred on its face. At this moment, flames continuously spewed out from the charred corpse's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Soon, the flames grew more and more intense. The charred corpse seemed to be trying to stand up, and the other charred corpses in the room also showed signs of movement, with small flames emerging from the cracks in their bodies. Sukai glanced at the knife still stuck in the other person's arm and quickly exited the room. It was a pity to lose that knife, but there was no other choice. The possibility of the charred corpse in the room coming back to life was something Sukai had mentally prepared for after experiencing so many bizarre and terrifying events. Sukai had been on guard for a long time, which was why he acted so swiftly with the knife at that moment. The only unexpected thing was that once inserted, it couldn't be pulled out. However, Sukai could sense a kind of ominous aura from that knife. Holding onto it might not necessarily be a good thing, so losing it was no big deal. Moreover, using this item to suppress the scorched corpse might even provoke a conflict between the scorched corpse and the gaunt man. This deal was not a loss. In fact, even now, one of his arms was completely numb, looking extremely pale and bloodless, as if it had been corroded by the malice, murderous intent, and resentment emanating from the knife. If he continued to hold onto this knife, Sukai had no idea what might happen next. Relatively speaking, this lighter was much safer. At least Sukai didn't sense any particularly terrifying malice or curses from it. Because he took the lighter, the evil spirit on the 7th floor was completely activated by Sukai. Flames and thick smoke kept pouring out of the room. Several charred corpses, engulfed in flames, let out horrifying screeches as they crawled out of the house. Wherever they passed, flames surged, and by this time, Sukai was already rushing down the stairs without looking back. Fortunately, the skinny man had not yet come out of the 4th floor, indicating that he had not escaped from the puppet doll. This might be the only chance to escape. Sukai quickened his pace, descending the stairs while taking off the military coat he was wearing. In his haste earlier, he hadn't had time to grab other flammable items, so at this moment, he could only rely on this coat. When he reached the 4th floor, the roar of charred corpses came from above, accompanied by thick smoke and raging flames. Sukai did not hesitate and continued downward while using a lighter to ignite the military coat in his hand. By the time he reached the 2nd floor, the military coat was already blazing. At that moment, Sukai hurled the burning coat toward the 1st floor exit. With a loud boom, a large spider web was ignited, emitting a blinding light accompanied by thick smoke and a pungent stench, a sensation that could almost knock a person over. Sukai covered his nose and crouched as low as possible. The human-faced spider was extremely agitated at this moment, but as a creature, it was most afraid of flames. Coupled with the continuous billowing smoke and its wariness of the pale ghostly figure, the human-faced spider did not attack Sukai. At this moment, Sukai crouched at the staircase between the 2nd and 1st floors, waiting for an opportunity. The sealed 1st floor exit was quickly burned into an opening. After all, no matter how many cobwebs there are, they can't withstand the flames. Sukai, who was already on the verge of being suffocated, gritted his teeth at this moment and dashed toward the 1st floor. He couldn't wait any longer. The charred corpses from the 7th floor had already climbed to the 3rd floor, and the thick smoke had almost filled the entire stairwell. If he didn't leave now, he would either be suffocated or caught by the charred corpses. So Sukai had no choice but to take the risk. Ahead was a wall of fire, but Sukai had no other option. He quickened his pace, shielding his head with his arms, and charged through with his eyes closed. The searing pain from the burns was excruciating. Sukai knew he had been burned, but he successfully rushed out. Hearing the resentful and venomous roar of the charred corpse behind him, Sukai ignored the pain all over his body and did one thing. He closed the stairwell door and locked it with an iron chain nearby. Done. After finishing all this, Sukai stepped back while looking at the building in front of him. Thick smoke kept billowing out of the building. It had to be said, the destructive power of the 7-layer charred corpse wraith was extremely strong, far beyond Sukai's expectations. Thinking about it now, it was somewhat unbelievable that he had actually snatched the treasured lighter from its hands by force. If it happened again, Sukai wasn't sure if he could do it. Bang! The security door on the 1st floor let out a loud noise. Clearly, something was slamming against it. Fortunately, Sukai had secured it with an iron chain. Otherwise, whatever was inside would have surely broken through. Now, Sukai was covered in injuries and utterly exhausted. He truly couldn't afford to take any more risks. To be on the safe side, Sukai continued to retreat and then hid behind a wall more than 10 meters away, watching. The security door at the stairway entrance was very sturdy. Although it had been rammed over a dozen times, it still hadn't been breached. Faintly, the snarls of the spider-faced entity and the scorched corpse could be heard. At that moment, Sukai sensed something unusual and looked up toward the 4th floor of the building. The flames had not yet completely spread to the 4th floor. At this moment, at a window on the 4th floor, Sukai saw a person. A thin, gaunt man. The man was staring at Sukai. An expressionless face and hollow eyes brought an extreme sense of discomfort. He just stared at Sukai, as if trying to memorize his appearance. Sukai, of course, was not afraid of this and glared back without the slightest fear. As their eyes met, all Sukai could see was pure malice. After a moment, the gaunt man slowly retreated, disappearing into the darkness of the 4th floor. The look in the man's eyes before he disappeared seemed like a warning or a message, as if to say, "We will meet again." At this moment, Sukai frowned, seemingly troubled by something. Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? In the hallway, the spider with a human face did not follow, as if its territory was limited to the 1st floor, or perhaps it was still wary of something. The skinny man also did not come up. Sukai guessed that the puppet doll must have held him back. This was a rare opportunity. Sukai did not waste any time. The safe window might only last a few minutes, and he had to make the most of every second. Immediately, he began carefully searching the 7th floor. Just as he had expected, the 7th floor was relatively safe, and sure enough, he found the source of the fire. It was in the room next to the one where he had first appeared. Inside lay several charred corpses, one of which was clutching a lighter tightly in its hand. This house was burned the most severely. Everything in sight was charred black, and among the several scorched corpses, some were large and some small. The scorched corpse holding a lighter appeared the most peculiar. The other party knelt on the ground, looking as if they were repenting. This scene was extremely eerie. The entire room was burned to this state, yet the lighter remained intact. However, at this moment, Sukai no longer had the time to investigate. He needs this lighter. "Brother, sorry about this, let me borrow your lighter for a moment," Sukai said, said, then reached out to take the lighter. At this distance, the burnt stench from the charred corpse could be clearly smelled. Just as Sukai grabbed the lighter, the charred corpse kneeling on the ground suddenly made a cracking sound and lightning fast grabbed Sukai's wrist. A sharp burning sensation came from his wrist. Sukai reacted extremely quickly and stabbed forward without hesitation with the knife in his hand. The knife, which had been pulled out from the puppet doll, carried an astonishing chill and was extremely sharp. It pierced through the charred corpse's arm in one strike, forcing it to release its grip. Sukai tried to pull the knife out, but it wouldn't budge, as if it was stuck in the bone. He did not hesitate and immediately abandoned the knife, grabbing the lighter and retreating backward. The charred corpse, which had been lowering its head, suddenly raised it, opened its mouth wide, and let out a roar. Although it was already a disfigured charred corpse, Sukai could still see a sense of resentment and hatred on its face. At this moment, flames continuously spewed out from the charred corpse's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Soon, the flames grew more and more intense. The charred corpse seemed about to rise to its feet, and the other charred corpses in the room also showed signs of movement, with small flames emerging from the cracks on their bodies. Sukai glanced at the knife still embedded in the opponent's arm, yet to be pulled out, and quickly exited the room. It was a pity to lose that knife, but there was no other choice. The possibility of the charred corpses in the room coming back to life was something Sukai had mentally prepared for after experiencing so many bizarre and terrifying events. Sukai had been on guard for a long time, which is why he acted so swiftly when he drew his knife. The only thing he didn't expect was that once it was stabbed in, it couldn't be pulled out. However, Sukai could sense an ominous aura from the knife. Holding onto it might not necessarily be a good thing, so losing it wasn't a big deal. Moreover, using it to suppress the charred corpse might even spark a conflict between the charred corpse and the skinny man. This deal wasn't a loss. In fact, even now, one of his arms is completely numb, looking extremely pale and bloodless, as if it had been corroded by the malice, killing intent, and resentment from the blade. If he continued to hold this knife, Sukai had no idea what might happen next. Relatively speaking, this lighter was much safer. At least Sukai did not sense any particularly terrifying malice or curses from it. Because he took the lighter, the evil spirit on the 7th floor was completely activated by Sukai. Flames and thick smoke kept pouring out of the room, and several charred corpses engulfed in fire let out terrifying screeches as they crawled out. Wherever they passed, flames surged. At this moment, Sukai was already rushing down the stairwell without looking back. Fortunately, the skinny man had not yet emerged from the 4th floor, indicating that he had not yet escaped from the puppet doll. This might be the only chance to escape. Sukai quickened his pace, taking off his military coat as he descended the stairs. He left in a hurry just now and didn't have time to grab other flammable items, so he could only rely on this piece of clothing. When he reached the 4th floor, the roar of charred corpses came from above, accompanied by thick smoke and raging flames. Sukai didn't hesitate and continued downward while using a lighter to ignite the military coat in his hand. By the time he reached the 2nd floor, the military coat was already blazing. At that moment, Sukai hurled the burning coat toward the 1st floor exit. With a loud bang, a large section of the spider web was ignited, emitting a blinding light accompanied by thick smoke and a pungent stench, a sensation that could almost knock someone over. Sukai covered his nose and crouched as low as possible. The human-faced spider was extremely agitated at this moment, but as a creature, it feared flames the most. Coupled with the continuous billowing smoke and its wariness of the pale ghostly figure, the human-faced spider did not attack Sukai. At this moment, Sukai was crouching at the stairway between the 2nd and 1st floors, waiting for an opportunity. The sealed 1st floor exit was quickly burned open into a gap. After all, no matter how many spider webs there are, they can't withstand the flames. Nearly suffocated by the smoke, Sukai gritted his teeth at this moment and dashed fiercely toward the 1st floor. Can't wait any longer. The charred corpses from the 7th floor have already climbed to the 3rd floor, and the thick smoke has almost filled the entire corridor. If he doesn't leave now, he'll either be suffocated or caught by the charred corpses. So Sukai could only take the risk. Ahead was a wall of fire, but Sukai had no other choice. He quickened his pace, shielding his head with his arms, closed his eyes, and charged through. The burning pain pierced deeply. Sukai knew he had been burned, but he managed to rush out. Hearing the venomous hissing of the charred corpse behind him, Sukai ignored the pain all over his body and did one thing. He closed the stairwell door and then locked it with a nearby iron chain. Done. After finishing all this, Sukai stepped back while looking at the building in front of him. Thick smoke kept billowing out of the building. It had to be said, the destructive power of the 7-layer charred corpse wraith was extremely strong, far beyond Sukai's expectations. Thinking about it now, it felt somewhat unbelievable, such a terrifying thing, and yet he had forcibly snatched the treasured lighter from its hands. One more time, Sukai wasn't sure if he could do it again. Bang! The security door on the 1st floor let out a loud crash. Clearly, something was slamming against it. Fortunately, Sukai had secured it with an iron chain. Otherwise, whatever was inside would have surely broken through. Now, Sukai was covered in injuries and utterly exhausted. He truly couldn't afford to keep going. However, to be on the safe side, Sukai continued to retreat and then hid behind a wall wall more than 10 meters away, watching. The security door at the entrance of the corridor was very sturdy. Although it had been rammed more than a dozen times, it ultimately wasn't broken open. Faintly, the roars of the human-faced spider and the charred corpse could be heard. At this moment, Sukai felt a strange sensation and looked up at the fourth floor of the building. The flames had not yet completely spread to the fourth floor. At this moment, at a window on the fourth floor, Sukai saw a person. A thin, gaunt man. The man was staring at Sukai. A face devoid of expression, hollow eyes, bringing an extreme sense of discomfort. He just stared at Sukai, as if trying to memorize his appearance. Sukai, of course, was unafraid and glared back without hesitation. As their gazes met, all Sukai could see was pure malice. After a moment, the gaunt man slowly retreated, disappearing into the darkness of the fourth floor. The look in his eyes before he vanished seemed like a warning and a message, as if saying, "We will meet again." At this moment, Sukai frowned, seemingly troubled by something. "Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before?" From the very first glance at the skinny man, Sukai had this feeling. The other person looked very familiar. It's just that the situation at the time didn't allow him to think it through carefully. Now that he thought about it, Sukai was certain he had seen this thin man before, but he just couldn't recall where. Moreover, he was sure that the man was not his neighbor. The building was now in complete chaos, with thick smoke rising and flames flickering. Faintly, he could still hear bursts of roars coming from inside the building. Sukai thought to himself, could this fire really burn down the entire building? But if it burns, so be it. Inside the building, it's unlikely there are any survivors left. What remains are only various terrifying monsters, so let it burn. Burning it down would put an end to everything. Thinking back, the past 10 minutes were absolutely perilous. Any misstep could have led to a completely different outcome. Don't mention Sukai, even the pale ghostly figure that had been following him was stunned. Since earlier, the pale ghostly figure had been unusually silent, probably because even it had never seen someone courting death so recklessly yet managing to survive. No matter how perilous it was, the result was that Sukai survived, and he even gained something. He had a lighter in his hand. Apart from that, in the inner pocket of his arms, there was a pencil possessed by the spirit of the pen fairy, as well as a blood-stained diary. It's just a pity about that knife, Sukai muttered to himself. From the perspective of a top-tier gamer, these were all crucial items, including the pale ghostly figure that had been standing behind him all this time, which could be seen as a kind of status effect on him. There was a pale ghostly figure following behind, and Sukai could feel that his physical condition had improved significantly. When this thing had possessed old Zhang from the property management before, old Zhang had been like a wild beast. Clearly, this was a special ability of the pale ghostly figure, so as long as the pale ghostly figure's taboos weren't triggered and one had enough courage, it could completely be treated as a weapon. That's exactly what Sukai did. Just now, when he reached the first floor, if it weren't for the pale ghostly figure, the face spider would have pounced on him already. Moreover, after experiencing the series of events just now, the pale ghostly figure did not continue to lure Sukai to turn around, as if it was now also puzzled whether Sukai was one of its kind. Otherwise, how could he possibly dare to provoke those obviously more terrifying monsters? At this moment, footsteps came from behind. Sukai reacted swiftly, immediately lunging forward and then turning to face his back. Not far behind him, a person was standing. A middle-aged man, not very tall, with a gentle and refined appearance. He didn't look like a monster. Sukai noticed that the man seemed to have come from the Green Garden community across the way. Could he be a resident from over there? Is a survivor? Sukai showed a friendly smile, raised his hand in greeting. The middle-aged man across from him seemed a bit surprised but nodded back at Sukai. He was just about to speak when he noticed that the young man across from him had suddenly disappeared. The middle-aged man wasn't surprised and murmured, "Did he wake up in reality?" It was evident that the middle-aged man was unfazed. At this moment, the pale ghostly figure suddenly lost its target to possess and began moving toward the middle-aged man, trailing streams of terrifying black mist. At the same time, a patch of darkness appeared beneath the middle-aged man's feet, resembling a vast expanse of boiling black water. Faintly, terrifying roars could be heard emanating from the dark liquid. The pale ghostly figure instantly halted its steps. It felt threatened. The next moment, it turned around and left, quickly disappearing into the darkness. This nightmare is not simple, the middle-aged man muttered to himself, then turned his gaze to the nearby building emitting thick smoke and flames. The secondary pollution source isn't in the Green Garden community. It must have been moved here by someone. But judging by the looks of it, I won't need to intervene. The middle-aged man could tell that this fire was already unavoidable. Flames spread from the stairwells on each floor in all directions, especially on the 7th and 1st floors, which were already burning fiercely. In this situation, he couldn't go in either. The middle-aged man just stood there watching, all the way until the entire building was engulfed in flames. The impact of that secondary pollution source has disappeared. The middle-aged man sensed something and murmured, "Well, that's fine." After returning, the report can be written like this: due to unknown reasons, a fire occurred at the location of the pollution source. The pollution source was destroyed by the fire, and the task is completed. After speaking, the middle-aged middle-aged man reached out and looked at the watch on his wrist. Then he sat on the stone nearby. During this time, in the surrounding darkness, strange shadows occasionally wandered about, some even letting out odd cries, but not a single nightmare dared to approach the middle-aged man. Rather than fearing middle-aged people, it is better to say that one fears the large dark stain beneath their feet. It seems as if it is an entrance leading to an abyss. No one knows what lies beneath this circular dark stain, but it is the unknown that is the most terrifying. An hour later, the middle-aged man's figure flickered and disappeared as well. Su Kai was awakened by the sound of someone knocking on the door. He opened his eyes. Is anyone in there? Open the door quickly. Someone was shouting loudly outside the bathroom stall, and it sounded like there was more than one person. Su Kai remained calm, got up and flushed the toilet, then opened the partition door. Outside, several people were standing. In addition to a few neighbors, there were also 2 police officers. Can't even use the bathroom in peace, Su Kai muttered discontentedly. He decided to take the initiative and looked at the people in front of him, asking, "What do you want?" Several people outside were also somewhat surprised. A police officer said, "You were in the restroom for too long. The neighbors were worried something might have happened to you, so they called us to check. It's good that you're fine. Remember, no matter how tired you are, you can't fall asleep, not even doze off," another police officer said, relieved to see nothing was wrong. Like everyone else, they had stayed up for 2 nights, their eyes bloodshot and their expressions weary. Su Kai sleeps every night, but at this time, he is in great spirits. Obviously, no one had noticed what time Su Kai came in earlier, otherwise, they would have sensed something was off. After all, no one could possibly spend 5 hours in the restroom. From the time Su Kai fell asleep until now, more than 5 hours have passed. It is now 3 o'clock in the morning. Outside, the night is deep. Washing his face with cold water, Su Kai walked into the hall. It was brightly lit, and no one was sitting. Everyone was standing in groups of 3 or 5, chatting. There was no way around it. They just couldn't hold on anymore. Forget sitting, even leaning against the wall, they might fall asleep. Su Kai felt a bit hungry. There was food on the table, so he sat down and started eating, his mind filled with thoughts of the things from the dream he just had. The last person he saw, that middle-aged man, Su Kai didn't pay much attention to. What he cared about was the thin man. The more he thought about it, the more familiar the other person seemed. Coincidentally, on the corner of the table in front of Su Kai, there was a stack of newspapers. Many of these newspapers were printed earlier. This place is originally a community activity room, and the newspapers are provided for residents to read for free. At this moment, Su Kai glanced over, suddenly noticed something, hurriedly put down the bread in his hand, and picked up a newspaper from the top. It was an issue of the Migratory Bird Daily from 2 months ago. There was a piece of news on it about the sentencing of a murderer, with the murderer's photo printed right there. It's him. Su Kai immediately recognized him. The photo published in the newspaper was exactly the same as the thin man he had seen in his dream. Identical. Especially that kind of hollow gaze, treating human lives as worthless, it's impossible to mistake. No wonder Su Kai found the person familiar, because this murderer caused quite a stir in Migratory Bird City, and there were many news reports about the incident at the time. It is said that the person brutally killed 11 people over the course of a few years. The news did not go into much detail about the methods used in the crimes, but one could get a general idea from the terms used by the police. Extremely brutal, devoid of humanity. Just these 2 phrases are enough to see the heinousness of the murderer's crimes. The final outcome was, of course, a death sentence, and it was carried out immediately. By the time it was reported in the newspapers, this person had already been executed. Su Kai looked at the newspaper, chewed the bread in his mouth, and swallowed it. A dead murderer actually appeared in a dream and continued killing in the dream. What on earth is going on? A little past 5 in the morning, there was already a hint of light outside. Next to him, an old man was listening to opera on the radio while slapping his thigh vigorously. The sound of clapping echoed through the hall. The old man had no choice. If he didn't clap, he might fall asleep on the spot. Others also had bloodshot eyes, yawning incessantly, using various methods to stay awake. After much consideration, Su Kai decided to tell the police about what he encountered in his dream. For the first time, even Su Kai himself couldn't be sure if the dream was real, but after experiencing it a second time, he could already confirm some suspicions. Moreover, the authorities must know something. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to gather some information. Thinking of this, Su Kai got up with the newspaper and walked towards a policeman in front of him. "Officer, I have important news to report." With a face full of mystery. The policeman was also extremely tired, but his patience was clearly stronger. At this moment, he glanced at Su Kai, somewhat impatient. "What are you going to report?" After speaking, he yawned. Su Kai thought for a moment and whispered, I just had a nightmare." The young policeman was stunned for a moment, then reacted after a while, immediately frowning. "You fell asleep just now?" Su Kai nodded. Yes, I was so tired I couldn't hold it in." "Alright, come with me." The young policeman led the way in front, with Su Kai following behind. Judging by the other party's reaction, Su Kai could be sure that the young policeman's superior had given instructions. However, even Su Kai hadn't expected such a big reaction from from them. Before long, they arrived outside a temporary tent, and Sukai was led inside. Sukai was stunned as soon as he entered. There were already more than a dozen people inside, both men and women. When they saw Sukai come in, each of them appeared extremely frightened. Sukai could tell that these people were not afraid of him but were mentally tense. Any slight movement around them would provoke an intense reaction. Moreover, some of them had pale faces and were trembling continuously. It's as if he had experienced a severe fright. "You rest here for a while first," the young policeman said to Sukai, pointing to an empty seat over there. Sukai obediently went over and sat down. However, he seemed out of place compared to the terrified people around him. Inside the tent, there were already 2 police officers standing guard. Since Sukai came in, they had been observing him, both frowning deeply. Eventually, they couldn't hold back and pulled the young officer who had brought Sukai aside. "Xiao Lu, what's going on with this person?" an older officer asked. The young officer was taken aback. "Didn't Captain Lu say to bring everyone who accidentally fell asleep and woke up here?" "He fell asleep? You saw it with your own eyes?" "Not exactly," he said it himself. "Xiao Lu, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you're still too young." The older officer shook his head, then pursed his lips, signaling the younger officer to look at the others in the room. "See that? Their reactions are the right ones. And what did Captain Lu say? Have you forgotten? After experiencing a nightmare, a brush with death, surviving is already a stroke of luck. Even those who make it out alive are usually scared out of their wits, most of them mentally unstable. How could anyone be this calm? Look at his complexion, it's even better than yours." When he said that, the young policeman suddenly understood. Compared to others, that person was indeed too normal. Thinking about how team leader Lu had a bad temper, getting scolded over this matter would really not be worth it. "I'll go ask him." The young policeman walked over. Calling Sukai aside, the young policeman said with a stern face, "What's your name?" "Sukai," Su as in Doublewood Forest, and Kai as in silent. Sukai wore a smile, and the young policeman immediately sensed something was off. Everyone else was tense and trembling all over, but this guy could still manage to smile at a time like this. "Do you know the consequences of lying to the police?" the young policeman asked with a serious expression. Sukai looked puzzled, his face full of innocence. "Tell me, were you really asleep or not?" "I really fell asleep. I just wanted to tell you about that dream." Sukai could also tell that the other party seemed to doubt what he was saying. Before the young policeman could speak, a middle-aged policeman walked over with a stern face and said, "Think carefully. In this situation, making things up will hold you accountable." A pair of eyes, seasoned and sharp, as if they could see through everything. "Is Sukai the kind of person who can be intimidated?" "You're kidding." He could tell that these people didn't seem to believe a word he said. After thinking for a moment, he decided to get straight to the point. "In my dream, I saw the murderer who was executed 2 months ago. This was in the newspapers and on the news. That man's name was Jolie." Speaking, Sukai unfolded the newspaper he had brought and pointed to the photo on it. No one expected that this would be like stirring up a hornet's nest. The person closest to him glanced at the photo in the newspaper and immediately let out a scream. It's him." Fear seemed to be contagious. Many of the survivors present became even more frightened and terrified after seeing the photo of the gaunt man in the newspaper. Some people were breathing rapidly, and one woman was so scared that she collapsed to the ground, crying loudly. Sukai and the 3 police officers were instantly dumbfounded, and the scene became difficult to manage. "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" At this moment, a few people walked in from outside. The 3 police officers saw them and immediately stepped forward. Captain Lu, here's what happened." After listening to the explanation from his subordinates, Captain Lu's eyes immediately fixed on Sukai. Subsequently, team leader Lu turned around and reprimanded the 3 police officers on the spot. "I've told you so many times, our work nature is different from before. We can't rely solely on experience. Go and calm the residents immediately. If anything happens, you 3 will be held responsible." After speaking, team leader Lu walked up to Sukai. "May I borrow the newspaper to take a look?" The attitude was very polite. Sukai thought to himself, this is how it should be. No wonder they are leaders, they truly have class. Handing over the newspaper, team leader Lu looked at the photo of the thin man on it, his expression serious. After a while, he turned to Sukai and said, "Let's have a chat. The surviving residents here are all mentally strained. We definitely can't talk here." When they got outside, they found a quiet room. Team leader Lu called someone to take notes and then began the questioning. Sukai recounted everything calmly. He really had nothing to hide. However, there were parts he fabricated, such as claiming he accidentally fell asleep due to drowsiness. In reality, that wasn't the case at all. He had deliberately gone to sleep and he was feeling perfectly fine now. But in the dream, Sukai still described the situation in great detail. Team leader Lu was fine, but the young policewoman responsible for taking notes beside him had gradually turned pale from the content Sukai was describing, especially since Sukai spoke so vividly, combining words with gestures. If others heard what he said, they would definitely think Sukai was talking nonsense, but team leader Lu's team members were aware of some inside information, especially when she heard Sukai talking about the pale ghostly figure. She felt a chill still behind her and nervously turned her head to look. Focus. Team leader Lu frowned, and the young girl stuck out her tongue in fright. Sukai pretended not to notice and continued speaking. And then there was that maniac, the worst of them all. He killed the most people. Later, he cornered me in the bathroom. The situation was critical at the time. If I hadn't reacted quickly, rolling on the spot to dodge his knife and taking the chance to escape, I might have been killed by him too. Sukai's vivid storytelling painted a clear picture, and team leader Lu, recalling the scene, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. At this moment, he couldn't help but ask, "But I see that you don't seem to be afraid?" Sukai thought to himself, "Be more confident, take out the seam to. I'm not afraid at all, okay?" Of course, he couldn't say it like that, as it would come across as too arrogant, so Sukai chose a more tactful way to put it. "I'm a person who's always been very bold." Silence. Team leader Lu, experienced and knowledgeable, didn't believe this. Bold? What are you bragging about? He has seen truly brave people who, after experiencing the baptism of the nightmare world, would become terrified at the slightest disturbance, their spirits fragile to the extreme. He even knows that the Special Security Bureau has specifically conducted research and experiments on that nightmare world, and every time, there would be test personnel who died. The test personnel selected were all truly elite, but even so, even those who were lucky enough to survive would suffer from extremely severe psychological trauma. There are quite a few who have gone mad. The most terrifying thing is that once you enter the nightmare world, you can never return to normal. It's as if you've been marked. Perhaps only death can truly free you from this nightmare. If you're neither dead nor insane, then you have a chance to become an expert. Looking at the notebook with terms like serial killer, vengeful ghost, human-faced spider, and charred corpse, team leader Lu felt a bit surreal. Although he himself had applied several times in a row to participate in the Security Bureau's experiments, he had never been approved. As a result, he had not experienced the nightmare world and could not determine whether Sukai was telling the truth. But these things would ultimately be verified by the experts. "Alright, Mr. Lin, thank you for your cooperation. You can go back and rest now." Having asked all the necessary questions, team leader Lu stood up. Although Sukai hadn't uncovered much, he had still made his own small contribution, and his mood was quite good. Watching Sukai's departing figure, team leader Lu thought to himself that if what this person said was true, then the other party was indeed quite talented. After experiencing a nightmare that could scare someone out of their wits or even drive them insane, to still remain so composed, with such a good mindset, speaking clearly and logically, just that alone was no small feat. With this thought, team leader Lu turned to the policewoman beside him and said, "Organize the content described by the others as well, and then send it to Expert Chen immediately." The policewoman nodded. "Additionally, it has been confirmed that this crisis is resolved. Everyone, focus on the aftermath work and then you can go back to sleep." After team leader Lu finished speaking, the policewoman looked excited. "Team leader Lu, is what you said true? When have I ever lied to you? That's great. Expert Chen is truly amazing. With him here, this kind of thing is a piece of cake." Watching the policewoman walk out excitedly, team leader Lu sighed. He knew very well that things weren't that simple. A little after 5 in the morning, there was already a hint of light in the sky outside. An elderly man nearby was listening to opera on the radio while slapping his thigh hard. The slapping sound echoed through the hall. The old man had no choice. If he didn't slap, he might fall asleep on the spot. Others also had bloodshot eyes, yawning incessantly, using various methods to stay awake. Sukai thought it over and decided to tell the police about what he had encountered in his dream. The first time, even Sukai himself couldn't be sure if the dream was real, but after the second experience, he could already confirm some suspicions. Moreover, the authorities must know something, and perhaps he could use this opportunity to gather some information. With this in mind, Sukai picked up the newspaper, stood up, and walked toward a nearby police officer. "Officer, I have important information to report." A face full of mystery. The police officer was also extremely tired, but his endurance was clearly stronger. At this moment, he glanced at Sukai, somewhat impatient. "What do you want to report?" After speaking, he yawned. Sukai thought for a moment and said softly, "I just had a nightmare." The young policeman was stunned for a moment, then reacted after a while, immediately frowning. "You fell asleep just now?" Sukai nodded. Yes, I was so tired I couldn't help it." "Alright, come with me." The young policeman led the way in front, with Sukai following behind. Judging by the other party's reaction, Sukai could be certain that the young police officer's superior had given instructions. However, even Sukai hadn't expected such a strong reaction. Before long, they arrived outside a temporary tent, and Sukai was led inside. The moment Sukai entered, he was immediately stunned. Inside, there were already more than a dozen people, both men and women. When they saw Sukai come in, each of them appeared extremely frightened. Sukai could tell that these people were not afraid of him but were mentally tense, reacting extremely strongly to any slight movement or sound around them. Moreover, some of them had pale faces and were trembling constantly. It was as if they had experienced a severe fright. "Take a rest here for a while," the young policeman said to Sukai, pointing to an empty seat nearby. Sukai obediently sat down. However, he looked completely out of place compared to the terrified people around him. him. There were already 2 police officers guarding the tent. Since Sukai entered, they had been observing him. Both of them frowned deeply, and eventually, unable to hold back, they pulled the young police officer who had brought Sukai aside. "Xiao Lu, what's going on with this person?" an older policeman asked. The young policeman was taken aback. "Didn't Captain Lu say to bring everyone here who accidentally fell asleep and woke up again?" "He fell asleep? Did you see it with your own eyes?" "Well, no, he said it himself." "Xiao Lu, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you're still too young." The older officer shook his head, then pursed his lips, signaling the young officer to look at the others in the room. "See that? Their reactions are the right ones. And what did Captain Lu say? Have you forgotten? Surviving a nightmare, escaping death by a hair's breadth, just being alive is sheer luck. Even those who make it out are usually scared out of their wits, most of them mentally unstable. How could anyone be this calm? Look at his complexion, it's even better than yours." Hearing this, the young officer suddenly understood. Compared to the others, that person was indeed too normal. Thinking about how team leader Lu has a bad temper, getting scolded over this would be such a loss. "I'll go ask him." The young policeman walked over. Pulling Sukai aside, the young policeman said with a stern face, "What's your name?" "Sukai, Doublewood Forest." Silence. Sukai smiled broadly, and the young policeman immediately sensed something was off. Everyone else was tense and trembling all over, but this guy? He could actually smile at a time like this. "Do you know the consequences of lying to the police?" the young officer asked with a stern face. Sukai looked confused and innocent. "Tell me, were you really asleep or not?" "I really fell asleep. I just wanted to tell you about that dream." Sukai could tell that the other party seemed to doubt what he was saying. The young policeman hadn't spoken yet when a middle-aged policeman walked over with a cold expression and said, "Think carefully. In this situation, making up nonsense means taking responsibility." A pair of eyes full of experience, as if they could see through everything. Is Sukai the kind of person who can be intimidated? What a joke. He could tell that these people didn't seem to believe him at all. After thinking for a moment, he decided to get straight to the point. "In my dream, I saw the murderer who was executed 2 months ago. This was reported in the newspapers and on the news. That man's name was Jolie." As he spoke, Sukai unfolded the newspaper he had brought and pointed to the photo on it. No one expected that this would stir up a hornet's nest. The person closest to the side saw the photo on the newspaper and immediately let out a scream. It's him." Fear seemed contagious. Among the survivors present, many became even more terrified and panicked after seeing the photo of the gaunt man on the newspaper. Some were breathing heavily, and a woman was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, crying uncontrollably. Sukai and the 3 policemen were instantly dumbfounded, and the scene became difficult to manage for a moment. "What's going on? Why is it so noisy?" At this moment, a few people walked in from outside, and as soon as the 3 policemen saw them, they immediately stepped forward. Captain Lu, here's what happened." After listening to the subordinate's explanation, team leader Lu's eyes immediately fixed on Sukai. Then, this team leader Lu turned around and reprimanded the 3 police officers on the spot. "I've told you countless times, our work nature is different from before. You can't just rely on experience. Go and calm the residents immediately. If anything happens, you 3 will be held responsible." After speaking, team leader Lu walked up to Sukai. "May I borrow the newspaper to take a look?" His attitude was very polite. Sukai thought to himself, that's more like it. No wonder he's a leader, he really has class. Handing over the newspaper, team leader Lu looked at the photo of the thin man on it, his expression grave. After a while, he turned to Sukai and said, "Let's talk. The surviving residents here are all mentally strained, so we definitely can't talk here." Outside, they found a quiet room. Team leader Lu called someone to take notes and then began questioning. Sukai recounted calmly. He had nothing to hide. However, there were also fabricated parts in his story, such as when he claimed he accidentally fell asleep. In reality, that wasn't the case at all. He deliberately went to sleep, and now he was feeling perfectly fine. But as for the details of the dream, Sukai described them very thoroughly. Team leader Lu, being a man, was fine, but the young female officer responsible for taking notes beside him was gradually turning pale with fright from Sukai's account, especially when Sukai spoke so vividly, with both words and gestures. If others heard what he said, they would definitely think Sukai was talking nonsense, but team leader Lu's team members all knew some of the inside story. Especially when hearing Sukai describe the pale ghostly figure, she felt a chill behind her and nervously turned her head to look. "Focus." Team leader Lu frowned, and the young girl stuck out her tongue in fright. Sukai pretended not to notice and continued speaking. "And then there was that maniac, the worst of them all. He killed the most people. Later, he cornered me in the bathroom. The situation was critical at the time. If I hadn't reacted quickly, rolling on the ground to dodge his knife and taking the chance to escape, I probably would have been killed by him too." Sukai's vivid storytelling painted a clear picture, and team leader Lu, imagining the scene, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. At this point, he couldn't help but ask, "But from what I see, you don't seem scared?" Sukai thought to himself, "Be more confident, drop the scene. I'm not afraid at all, okay? Of course, I definitely can't say it like like that. It would come across as too arrogant. So Sukai rephrased it in a more tactful way. I'm someone who's always been very brave. Silence. Team leader Lu, being experienced and knowledgeable, didn't believe it. Brave? What nonsense. He had seen truly brave people who, after enduring the trials of a nightmare world, would still become so terrified by the slightest disturbance that their spirits were pushed to the brink of collapse. Even he knew that the Special Security Bureau had conducted investigations and experiments on that nightmare world, and every time, there would be test personnel who died. The test personnel selected were all truly elite, but even so, even those who were lucky enough to survive would suffer from extremely severe psychological trauma. Many of them went insane as well. The most terrifying part is that once someone enters the nightmare world, they can never return to normal. It's like being marked. Perhaps only death can truly escape this nightmare. If you neither die nor go insane, then you might have a chance to become an expert. Looking at the notebook with terms like serial killer, vengeful ghost, human-faced spider, and charred corpse, team leader Lu felt a sense of surrealism. Although he himself had applied several times in a row to participate in the Security Bureau's experiment, he had never been approved. Therefore, he had not experienced the nightmare world and could not determine whether Sukai was telling the truth or not. But these things would ultimately be identified by the experts. Alright, Mr. Lin, thank you for your cooperation. You can go back and rest now. Having asked all the necessary questions, team leader Lu stood up. Although Sukai hadn't uncovered anything significant, he had at least made his own small contribution, and his mood was quite good. Watching Sukai's departing figure, team leader Lu thought to himself that if what this person said was true, then the other party might indeed be a talent. After experiencing a nightmare that could scare someone to death or even drive them insane, to still remain so normal, with such a good mindset, speaking so coherently and logically, this alone is remarkable. With a quick thought, team leader Lu said to the policewoman beside him, organize the content described by the others as well, and send it to Expert Chen immediately. The policewoman nodded. Additionally, it has been confirmed from above that this crisis has been resolved. Everyone, focus on wrapping things up, and then you can go home and get some rest. Team leader Lu finished speaking, and the policewoman looked excited. Team leader Lu, is what you said true? When have I ever lied to you? That's great. Expert Chen is truly amazing. With him around, handling this kind of matter is a piece of cake. Watching the policewoman walk out excitedly, team leader Lu sighed. He knew very well that things were not that simple. Sukai, along with a dozen or so frightened and mentally strained individuals, boarded the bus sent by the police and then left the neighborhood. On the bus, a female doctor with the surname Song introduced herself and explained the general situation and the destination they were heading to. She said there was a special virus spreading in the community, but it has now been brought under control. However, everyone needs to return to headquarters for further examination. Not sure about others, but Sukai felt that things weren't that simple. Why is it that everyone who was taken away had experienced nightmares? When everyone arrives at headquarters, you can rest under the care of the doctors. But before that, you still can't sleep, Dr. Song said, glancing at everyone's reactions. Most people were very cooperative, though some spoke up to ask questions and express doubts. However, despite Dr. Song's young age, he handled matters with remarkable skill and experience. If anyone has any questions, once we arrive at headquarters, there will be dedicated personnel to provide answers. With just one sentence, the issue was temporarily resolved. Dr. Song was someone Sukai had met before. She was responsible for registering identity information. Sukai noticed that in front of their bus, there was another bus that looked almost identical. Upon inquiry, he was told that it was for the residents of Luyuan community. Sukai did not ask further. The bus drove for over an hour, heading into the suburbs, and then entered an area that looked like an industrial park. Apart from a few white buildings and towers, the surroundings were overgrown with weeds and enclosed by a double-layered barbed wire fence. Everyone got off the bus. Sukai deliberately looked toward the bus from Luyuan community, and the next moment, his eyes lit up. Sure enough, he saw the cat. Previously, Sukai only thought that since Mao Mao was very bold, she might also be in the car, but he didn't expect she actually was. The two cars weren't parked far apart. Sukai called out directly, and over there, Mao Mao was startled, shivering as she looked up. After seeing Sukai, her previously somewhat blank face gained a hint of expression. Sukai God. The next moment, she suddenly let out a wail and started crying. She felt very aggrieved. Someone immediately went up to comfort her, but the louder the cat cried. Sukai hurriedly ran over, and when someone tried to stop him, he quickly said, I know her. The man hesitated for a moment, and Sukai had already stepped forward to help Mao Mao up. She was trembling violently and suddenly threw herself into Sukai's arms, refusing to let go no matter what, even when they tried to pull her away. What happened? Dr. Song walked over. After understanding the situation, she seemed indifferent. Since they're a couple, let them stay together. This can help calm her emotions, but they still need to be separated during the examination later. Sukai couldn't be bothered to explain his relationship with Mao Mao. It was clear that Mao Mao was terrified. Obviously, she had also been through the baptism of a nightmare, her spirits seemingly greatly shaken. Thinking about it, it, it's normal. Anyone who has entered the nightmare world and managed to survive, except for a rare freak like Sukai, would more or less have suffered some mental trauma. All the way in, Mao Mao was clinging tightly to Sukai. Loosen up a bit, I can't breathe. Sukai pried one of her arms open, which seemed to startle her. Mao Mao's pupils shrank as she lowered her head to glance at Sukai and whispered, Sukai God, there's a ghost, a ghost. She was really quite frightened. The brain, it won't be a problem, right? Sukai also had a solemn expression. He knew that mere comfort wouldn't help in such matters. He had to uncover the root of her fear. Sukai patted her head, then tell me, what does that ghost look like? The cat trembled even more violently. Sukai let her hold him. He knew that one couldn't always avoid fear. It had to be faced head-on to recover. Otherwise, fear would only overwhelm you, eventually turning you into a madman. With me here, there's nothing to fear. Sukai patted her head. Perhaps those words had an effect, as the cat's trembling lessened, and she began to slowly recount her story. Just yesterday afternoon, she couldn't hold on any longer and accidentally fell asleep. According to her, she suddenly entered a strange old house. After saying this, Mao Mao's expression began to turn nervous. At that time, I heard a very strange sound, thump thump, like someone hopping as they walked. I was so scared, so I hid under the bed. Just as I hid, someone pushed the door open and came in. Sukai listened and shook his head repeatedly. Hiding under the bed in a secret passage, why not choose a place where you can both attack and defend, at least somewhere you can escape immediately? If it were him, he definitely wouldn't choose under the bed. The cat continued to tell the story, but what she said next was indeed a bit frightening. The cat hiding under the bed didn't dare make a sound. At this moment, the thud-thud sound outside had already reached the door. Moments later, the door creaked open. The cat held its breath, not daring to move. Logically speaking, she was considered brave, otherwise, she wouldn't have become a big shot in the horror game zone, just like Sukai. But what happened next was beyond her expectations. She looked toward the doorway, expecting to see a pair of feet, but to her utter surprise, what she saw was a head. The thing outside the door was actually using its head to press against the ground, hopping its way in. The earlier thud-thud sound was the noise of its head hitting the ground. Looking closer, the entire head was bloodied, the skull shattered, hair mixed with fragments of bone, staring with wide eyes and wearing a grotesque grin as it looked over. The most exciting part was that the cat was very close to the door at that moment, resulting in a face-to-face encounter with the other party. Without a doubt, it was a ghost, and a ghost that had fallen to its death from a tall building. At that moment, the cat's mind went completely blank, and its body felt electrified, unable to even move a finger. Indeed, this scene is too overwhelming. As long as one is a normal person, they definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. And then, Sukai heard up to this point and still didn't feel much. He was certain that if it were him hiding under the bed and coming face to face with that jumping ghost, he would definitely curse, laugh at your mom. I hate these ghosts that laugh weirdly for no reason the most. Not serious at all. But given the situation at that time, Cat's mental defenses must have completely collapsed. Logically, she shouldn't have survived. And then, that ghost spoke. Cat started trembling again at this point. What did it say? Sukai asked curiously. It said, so you like playing hide and seek. It told me to play with it again and said that if it finds me again, I will die. Cat's eyes were filled with fear. Later, Cat said that the ghost had left, and the sound of counting came from outside the house. At that moment, she realized what was happening and, almost using all her strength, crawled out from under the bed, then ran out of the room and hid in another room. After that, she was woken up by someone. Sukai understood. It was indeed her good luck to have encountered a ghost that liked playing hide and seek. If it had been the monsters she encountered, Mao Mao would probably be done for by now. This could be considered a blessing in disguise. Have you talked to the police about this? Sukai asked again. Mao Mao nodded, then said softly, at the time, I was very scared, so maybe I didn't explain it in much detail. You haven't fallen asleep again since, have you? Sukai asked again. Mao Mao shook her head repeatedly. A normal person definitely wouldn't dare to sleep again. Sukai is an exception. Compared to Mao Mao, he has already entered the nightmare world twice. Strictly speaking, he's a veteran. He knows that in this situation, as long as Mao Mao falls asleep again, she will immediately return to the place where she was hiding before and continue playing hide and seek with the ghost that jumped off the building. But this time, if she gets found, the outcome will be death. However, judging by the cat's appearance, not sleeping for a short period shouldn't be a big problem. At this moment, someone walked in from outside, and Sukai took a look and recognized them. Isn't this the middle-aged man he saw in the nightmare world? Sukai had a deep impression of this middle-aged man. Most of the neighbors he encountered in the nightmare world had either long turned into corpses or, like Luing, were scared into mental collapse and later died from fear. But this middle-aged man appeared very calm at the time. Thinking about it carefully, this was quite unusual. Next, Sukai discovered that this middle-aged man's identity was indeed not not simple. Because the police present, upon seeing him, all stood at attention and saluted. Even the very aloof Dr. Song showed extreme respect in front of him. The next moment, the middle-aged man looked at Su Kai and raised his hand in greeting. Su Kai responded. The two of them seemed like old friends, leaving the people nearby dumbfounded. Afterward, the middle-aged man turned and left, while Dr. Song walked over with a strange expression. Su Kai, come here for a moment. Su Kai nodded. Dr. Song was clearly just a messenger. The one who truly wanted to see him was that middle-aged man. Mao Mao, wait for me for a moment. Su Kai patted Mao Mao's head. Perhaps it was because he had voiced his most terrifying nightmare. Mao Mao's emotions had noticeably stabilized. At this moment, she nodded. Come back quickly. Su Kai agreed and got up to follow Dr. Song out. Outside, the middle-aged man was leaning against the wall smoking. Su Kai wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt that this person seemed very lonely and not very sociable. Expert Chen, the person is here. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Song. Dr. Song nodded, then turned and left. Before leaving, he glanced at Su Kai a few times, his eyes carrying a hint of peculiarity, probably puzzled as to why Expert Chen wanted to meet Su Kai alone. Only Expert Chen and Su Kai were left in the corridor. The former took out a cigarette and gestured, but Su Kai waved his hand. Due to the nature of the job, I often have to stay up late. If I also smoke, then my body might as well be given up on. Good habit. Expert Chen smiled, put the cigarette back into the pack, and then said, we've met in the nightmare world. I remember. Su Kai nodded. Let me introduce myself. Chen Bing, member of the Special Security Bureau expert team. After finishing, Chen Bing glanced at Su Kai. I know you have many questions. Fortunately, I can help answer all of them for you today. Su Kai indeed had many doubts as he followed Chen Bing to a private office. I'll get straight to the point. The middle-aged man sat down and continued. About a year ago, the first nightmare incident broke out in a small country in continent M. It is said that it happened without any warning after nightfall. It started in a church with a history of 120 years and then radiated outward, covering an area as large as 4 standard football fields. Chen Bing suddenly began narrating. It was a bit disjointed, yet somehow, Su Kai could understand. That time, over 1,000 people died. The small country's response strategy was to build a high wall to seal off the contaminated area. To this day, it remains a forbidden zone. But as it turns out, it was completely useless. Chen Bing continued. After that, nightmare incidents started occurring all over the world. In our country, it happened 9 months ago in a northern village. At the time, the village lost contact with the outside world overnight. 2 days later, when police and officials from nearby villages went in, they discovered that all 120 villagers had perished without exception. Although Su Kai did not feel fear, he still frowned deeply as he listened. Since then, similar incidents have occurred every month. So far, not counting abroad, there have already been 22 nightmare incidents in our country. Su Kai wanted to ask a question, but Chen Bing waved his hand, indicating that he hadn't finished speaking. The state has established a special security bureau specifically responsible for such incidents. What is currently known, and what I am authorized to tell you, is that nightmares are transmitted through a virus. The power of the virus's transmission is related to the level of the contamination source. The known contamination sources are divided into 3 levels. Level 1 contamination sources have the weakest threat and transmission capability, and normal protective equipment can block the transmission. Level 2 contamination sources are much more troublesome, somewhat similar to radiation and magnetic fields, and cannot be blocked through isolation measures. As for level 3 contamination sources, I don't know, I've never seen one. And this time, the nightmare incident in the Luyuan community was caused by a level 2 contamination source. Alright, I'm done. You can ask your questions now. Chen Bing sat down and took a sip of tea. Su Kai had been listening very attentively just now, so the information Chen Bing shared was quite extensive. Most people would likely find it confusing, but Su Kai remembered it all and even refined it in his mind. What the other party talked about was related to the nightmare world. Su Kai summarized it briefly. The first point is that the nightmare incident in the Green Garden community is not the first of its kind. Similar incidents have occurred worldwide over the past year. The second point is that the country has already established a special security bureau specifically for such incidents, and the person in front of us is a member of the bureau's expert team. The third point is that nightmares can spread and are also classified into different levels. Su Kai began summarizing his own questions. With this expert, there's no need to ask the spirit of the pen anymore. Later, you can consult the spirit of the pen to verify the answer. Su Kai started asking, what are those monsters and ghosts? Nightmare. Chen Bing thought for a moment and added, it can be understood as the thing a person fears most in their heart. After this person falls asleep, they enter the nightmare world, and at the same time, their nightmare is born in that world. Su Kai nodded. He had long suspected this, and Chen Bing's answer confirmed his speculation. How exactly is the nightmare world created? Su Kai asked his second question. Chen Bing shook his head. I don't know about that. How big is that world? Still shook his head. So, even experts have things they don't know. Then, why are you telling me this? Su Kai asked asked the fourth question. He could naturally tell that he was being treated differently. Including the Green Garden community, there were more than 20 people who had survived a nightmare, so why did they not choose someone else and instead come to him? You're different from others. Expert Chen stared at Sukai. You're the only person I've seen who, without any training, knows how to utilize the power of nightmares. I've read your descriptions of the nightmare world, and they're unlike anyone else's. Simply put, you have great talent. I intend to recommend you for a position at the Security Bureau, or even directly recruit you into the expert team. Being praised felt nice, but Sukai had little interest in this job. I know you're the owner of a game boosting studio, but you need to understand that if you truly join the Security Bureau, or even become a member of the expert team, your status will be completely different. You will gain things you never even dared to dream of before. At this moment, Chen Bing's voice carried a hint of allure. Sukai still showed little interest. He did not doubt Chen Bing's words, but everything in this world is relative. The more you gain, the more you have to give. He prefers a more leisurely and carefree lifestyle. Perhaps noticing Sukai's attitude, Chen Bing didn't continue discussing the matter. After thinking for a moment, he said, although I've read your recorded description of the nightmare, I want to hear you recount what happened in that building. Sukai nodded. He repeated what he had previously told team leader Lu. Chen Bing listened very carefully, especially when it came to the emaciated man named Jolie. He asked particularly detailed questions. When Sukai described the grotesquely dismembered corpse in room 404, Chen Bing's pupils visibly contracted. That corpse is the secondary contamination source, so it was transferred by a nightmare to the neighboring district. This explains why I couldn't find it in Lvaiyuan district. Chen Bing muttered to himself. Clearly, Sukai's account had helped him resolve many lingering doubts. Upon hearing that Sukai accidentally triggered the charred corpse, causing a fire, his expression was quite remarkable. Who would have thought that the terrifying level 2 pollution source would actually be eliminated by you in such a haphazard way? Chapter 17. Not forced at all. I volunteer to join the expert team. Won't it be too forced? How could it be? Being able to work with expert Chen is my honor. Good. It's great that you have this mindset. But let me say in advance, my authority is limited to recommendations. Whether it works out in the end will still need approval from the Security Bureau. However, the issue shouldn't be too big. There's a severe shortage of talent in this field right now, so your chances are quite high. After speaking, Chen Bing stood up. Sukai also hurriedly stood up. I've already noted down your phone number. I'll contact you if there's any news. Thank you for the trouble, Expert Chen. Sukai, with a smile on his face, also got up to take his leave. Outside, Sukai's smile collapsed, turning into a bitter expression. Just now, he had agreed to join the Security Bureau. It wasn't that Sukai had suddenly changed his mind, but he had no choice. He was forced into it. Because if he didn't join, the result would be the same as the other residents who were brought in, being isolated. Regarding the nightmare incident, Sukai definitely knew much more than others. For example, he learned from Chen Bing that anyone who had entered the nightmare world even once could never escape from it. It was as if they were haunted by some kind of evil spirit. As long as they fell asleep, they would inevitably enter the nightmare world. Because of this, those residents who couldn't help but fall asleep and had entered the nightmare world were, in fact, already unable to escape from it. The Security Bureau brought them back, claiming it was for treatment, but in reality, it was a form of isolation to some extent. According to Chen Bing, the fate of these people is already sealed. Most of them have only one path: death. After all, not everyone can become an expert and survive one nightmare after another. Moreover, even if experts intervene to help, it won't make a difference, as it's impossible to deploy expert teams to save ordinary people every time, especially given such a large number. Basically, they can only rely on themselves. In this matter, it inevitably comes back to the original law of survival of the fittest. This is also one way to produce experts. Take Chen Bing, for example. 7 months ago, he was inadvertently caught up in a nightmare incident, survived by relying on his own abilities, and was then recruited into the expert group of the Security Bureau. If Sukai doesn't join, then free action is impossible. In this situation, is there still a need to choose? Outside the room, team leader Lu had already been waiting for quite a while. Sukai knew it was Chen Bing who had called him over to handle the procedures for his temporary work permit. After all, Sukai now belongs to the reserve members of the expert group. Team leader Lu handled things very efficiently. In less than 10 minutes, the form was filled out, entered into the system, and Sukai received a brand new ID. This is the Special Security Bureau ID. With this, you can access the Bureau's office premises. Additionally, local police systems, and even military systems, have the authority to be mobilized in special circumstances. However, mobilizing the military requires notifying the headquarters for record keeping. Sukai was clearly taken aback. Authority to mobilize police and military? This is quite impressive. However, it still feels like the process is a bit too hasty. Perhaps noticing Sukai's confusion, team leader Lu spoke up. Mr. Sukai, you're new to this area and may not understand the situation. The expert group's authority is far greater than you might imagine. One of their privileges is recruiting. recruitment. In fact, those who can join the security bureau through normal channels are all top-notch elites, selected from hundreds or even thousands. Your case is indeed an exception. Su Kai nodded. However, he felt that there seemed to be a hint of resentment in team leader Lu's words. As it turned out, the identity of the alternate member of the expert group was indeed extraordinary. Su Kai could access more classified information about the nightmare incident. Team leader Lu took him to an archive room, which was also something Chen Bing had instructed. 1 hour later, Su Kai put down the stack of documents in his hand, gaining a deeper understanding of the nightmare incidents. As of now, from the occurrence of the first nightmare incident to the present, not only domestically but globally, the situation has been gradually worsening. Over time, the frequency of nightmare incidents has almost doubled. According to the index forecast provided by data analysts, if the current trend continues, over half of the global regions will be engulfed in nightmare incidents within a year. The death toll by then could reach the scale of hundreds of millions. This is no joke. There might be some places that can be spared, but public opinion at that time will be completely uncontrollable. And this is the beginning of the end for humanity. No wonder Chen Bing has such high authority. For now, only the expert team can handle the spread of the nightmare. Su Kai understood. He realized that his previous idea of staying out of it was far too naive. When the end of the world truly arrives, if one is still an ordinary person, the final outcome can only be mercilessly ravaged by fate. Understood. Su Kai directly pushed the door open and went out. He was going to find Chen Bing. The reason the expert team can freely enter and exit the nightmare world and resolve some nightmare pollution source incidents must be due to possessing some special abilities. As a professional gamer, Su Kai is well aware of this, so he plans to ask the other party how to improve his methods. What he didn't expect was that Chen Bing had left just half an hour ago. The headquarters has a new task. Expert Chen left on a special plane, but before he left, he said that if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. The speaker was Dr. Song, exuding an aura of a cold and regal queen. She was dressed in a white lab coat, her hair neatly tied up, wearing glasses. Her fair skin and tall, slender figure were further accentuated by a pair of high heels, showcasing her elegance to the fullest. Let me reintroduce myself. Song Qian, affiliated with the Headquarters Academy of Sciences, specializing in nightmare incidents, with a doctorate in psychiatry and virology. After speaking, she extended her hand. Su Kai glanced at the other party's bright, fair little hand and reached out to shake it. Looking at the ordinary Su Kai in front of her, Song Qian felt it was unfair to Team Leader Lu. After all, Team Leader Lu was an elite among the special police, impeccable in every aspect, yet his applications for the test had been rejected several times. So what made this Su Kai capable of rising to the top in one step? He actually managed to get a recommendation from Expert Chen and even used the recruitment privilege to bring the other party into the reserve expert group. This is simply a joke, but the fact remains, even if she feels dissatisfied, it's useless. Next, she explained the nightmare from an extremely professional perspective. Based on current research findings, nightmares are projections of human fears in the nightmare world. Song Qian gave an example. For instance, if someone is afraid of insects, their nightmare is very likely to be some terrifying bugs. If someone is afraid of ghosts, then their nightmare would be all kinds of horrifying ghosts. Su Kai nodded. Whether it was bugs or ghosts, he had seen them all. Then, what about serial killers? Su Kai asked. The same applies. At this moment, Song Qian took out a piece of material. However, this one is slightly special. From the cases I've encountered, some nightmare killers are purely imagined, while others have existed in reality. Especially victims who have experienced real murder cases, due to psychological trauma, often develop psychological fears, which then manifest as similar nightmares in the nightmare world. For example, Jolie in that nightmare world, he is merely a projection of fear in the mind of a murder case survivor, not the real Jolie. The real Jolie has long been dead. After Song Qian finished speaking, Su Kai nodded. Then, is it possible for someone who has already died to become a nightmare in the nightmare world because of other people's fear? Su Kai asked this because he thought of Jolie, specifically the way that Gauntman looked at him in the end. That gaze was extremely genuine. In fact, Su Kai could even understand what the other person was thinking at the time. Moreover, the blood-stained diary Su Kai obtained contained entries from Hu Lingling and the spirit of the pen, Shu. If it only included Hu Lingling's content, that would be understandable, but the diary clearly also contained entries from the spirit of the pen, Shu. How can this be explained? Chapter 18 Investigation. Song Qian shook her head at Su Kai's question. That's just an illusion. The expert team has already conducted extremely detailed research on nightmares, concluding that nightmares are merely a combination of the dreamer's fears and certain memories. There really shouldn't be any real ghosts in this world. There was a sense of confidence in Song Qian's tone. Su Kai smiled and did not argue with her. After all, relying solely on the contents of a diary and his own intuition really lacked persuasiveness. Su Kai preferred to find the answers himself. Next, when asking about the issue of strengthening oneself in the nightmare world, Song Qian listened and looked astonished. There are no specific rules for this kind of thing. Real-world experience simply cannot be applied to the nightmare world, otherwise, there wouldn't be so few members in the expert group. Each expert has their own survival principles, so I can't answer this question. After speaking, Song Qian's face showed a hint of doubt. She became even more skeptical of Su Kai's abilities. Su Kai had nothing more to ask. Although he had gained more knowledge about nightmares, he still hadn't received any clues about what he truly cared about. However, Chen Bing had mentioned earlier that using the power of nightmares to fight nightmares could be a hint, and the reason Su Kai managed to survive in the first place was due to the deterrent power of the pale ghostly shadow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even made it past the human-faced spider. Thank you, Dr. Song. Su Kai got up to say goodbye. The other party clearly didn't welcome him, and Su Kai could sense it. Next, Su Kai planned to find the answers on his own, but before that he needed to inform the cat. She was still waiting for him. The cat and other survivors were quarantined in a special area, and they had already been informed about some basic information regarding the nightmare world. At this point, the Security Bureau has a complete set of regulations. Those who have already come into contact with the nightmare world, as they can no longer escape it, have no other choice but to face it head-on. The Security Bureau also hopes for the emergence of more experts to handle the gradually escalating nightmare crises. Among the survivors, the vast majority will die in the nightmare world. Only those who can survive on their own strength are qualified to become experts. From the moment one steps into the nightmare world, life has already changed. There is no going back to the past. When she saw the cat, her expression was somewhat blank, but upon seeing Su Kai, a trace of vitality returned to her eyes. Su Kaishin, is what they said all true? Su Kai nodded. Perhaps because she had already broken down, Mao Mao's ability to endure was much stronger than before. Then, what should I do? Su Kai sighed, thought for a moment, and said, try to learn as much as possible about the nightmare world. Don't underestimate any detail, it might turn out to be a crucial lifeline. Also, carefully recall your location in the nightmare world. When the time comes, I will come to find you. An individual's strength is limited. Su Kai couldn't help everyone, but helping just one person was still within his ability. I'm going out to take care of something now. I'll be back later. Remember, always stay calm and don't be afraid, just like playing a horror game. Su Kai shared some of his own insights and experiences. As for how much the other party can comprehend, that depends on the cat's fortune. After making an agreement with the cat, Su Kai left the Security Bureau. Just as Chen Bing said, with the work permit of a reserve expert, he indeed encountered no obstacles along the way. There was even a dedicated driver to take him out. Sitting in the back seat of the black Audi, watching the scenery outside the window swiftly passing by, steady and quiet, Su Kai felt a sense of unreality. But speaking of which, the privileges of the expert team were indeed quite nice. Su Kai had the driver take the car to the Sanxiao District Police Station, because he needed to investigate an old case from years ago. The driver glanced outside and whispered, Team Leader Liu is acquainted with the director of the Sanxiao District Police Department. Should we inform Team Leader Liu? Su Kai shook his head. Such a small matter doesn't need to trouble others. Entering the hall, Su Kai directly told the officer in charge of reception that he wanted to see the director. Do you need anything? The officer at the reception was still very polite. Su Kai didn't waste any words and directly placed the credentials on the table. Give this to your chief. The officer, seeing how assertive this person was, dropped his dismissive attitude, picked up the ID to take a look, and then turned to make a phone call. Director Su, there's someone in the lobby asking to see you. Yes, a young man. His ID says he's a reserve member of the Special Security Bureau's expert team. Su Kai. Oh, you're coming down? Alright, understood. The officer who had been handling the reception hung up the phone and looked at Su Kai with a completely different expression than before. Please have a seat. Director Su will be down shortly. Su Kai nodded. It seems that this ID card is not only useful within the Security Bureau but works just as well outside. This feels great. In the past, handling matters here never came with such treatment. In less than a minute, a middle-aged policeman came running down. Who is Mr. Su Kai? I am. As Su Kai finished speaking, the other party came over and warmly shook his hand. Welcome, Expert Su Kai, to the Sanxiao branch to provide guidance. If there's anything, let's discuss it in my office. Su Kai nodded. The driver stayed in the lobby while Su Kai and Director Su went up to the third-floor office. The other party carefully examined Su Kai's work ID, then returned it with both hands. Expert Su Kai has come to see me. There must be something important. Please go ahead. I will definitely cooperate. It was clear that Director Su was aware of the Special Security Bureau. I want to investigate a case, Su Kai said directly. Murder case? Director Su, being straightforward and decisive, looked solemn. It is a murder case, but it might not be a homicide. It should be an accidental death. The deceased is a female student with the surname Chu, but I don't know her full name. Oh, and among the people involved in this case, there's someone named Hu Lingling. Su Kai revealed the information from the blood-stained diary. He was here to investigate this matter. Hu Lingling is already dead, but Su Kai felt that the spirit of the pen, Shu, was not something Hu Lingling imagined. She might actually exist, because the spirit of the pen, Shu, wrote this passage in the diary. Fear opened the door door of revenge for her. The reason for going to great lengths to investigate this is that Su Kai believes that Chu might be of use to him. Chen Bing mentioned that in the nightmare world, no matter how strong a person is, they are merely ants. The nightmare is the true master of that world. The survival rule in the nightmare world is to borrow the power of the nightmare. Moreover, after reading the diary, Su Kai feels that Hu Lingling brought it upon herself, while Chu, this girl, is truly pitiful and innocent. Her tragic and unjust death, her resentment, and her grievances are all understandable. It's human nature. Su Kai wanted to learn more about her. He thought that perhaps he could become friends with Chu. After all, relying solely on that pale ghostly figure wasn't particularly reliable. He needed to find a new backer. Chapter 19, Chu Yu. The clues Su Kai provided were very few. A recent or a few years ago accidental homicide involved a name, Hu Lingling, and a deceased person with the surname Chu. That's all. Director Su felt immense pressure. This is difficult to investigate. But since this is something assigned by the Special Security Bureau, no matter how difficult it is to investigate, it must be done. As the director of the Sanxiao District Police Department, Director Su is responsible for the safety and public order in this area. Even if he doesn't have the authority to know certain things, he is still aware of some subtle movements. The department has specific documents stating that for any matters handled by the Special Security Bureau, police systems across all regions must unconditionally and fully cooperate. This is a mandatory requirement. Director Su naturally understood the importance of the matter. He immediately called the person in charge of file management and household registration and arranged the matter. Su Kai thought for a moment and added a sentence. By the way, that Hu Lingling should be living in the Sanxiao community, and she's already dead. The people in the room were all stunned. They were aware of the incidents that had occurred in the Green Garden and Sanxiao residential areas over the past 2 days. Although they didn't know the specifics, they were well aware that many people had died. As soon as they heard it was connected to such a major case, they became even more proactive. As for anything else, they dared not ask a single question. In this situation, the efficiency of these clerks was extremely high, and they quickly found the information Su Kai needed. Mr. Su Kai, you can review it here. I understand the confidentiality regulations, so I won't disturb you. Director Su took the initiative to leave with his team, fully aware that as long as it was something the Special Security Bureau was investigating, it was best not to interfere without permission. Otherwise, violating the confidentiality regulations would be a loss outweighing the gain. As a result, the spacious office was left with only Su Kai reviewing the documents. 1 year ago, there was a student falling incident at Migratory Bird University. The deceased, Chu Yu, passed away at the age of 21. Her classmates Hu Lingling, Luo Xiang, and Su Kai were the ones who reported the case. After investigation, it was determined that the fall occurred accidentally while playing the pen fairy game among classmates. It matches. It turns out this happened a year ago. Su Kai already knew that this was not an accident at all, but a trap set by Hu Lingling. Perhaps, Hu Lingling did not intend to kill anyone, but she deliberately scared Chu Yu, which ultimately led to the latter's fatal fall. Moreover, unsurprisingly, the other two people who reported the case, Luo Xiang and Su Kai, were also Hu Lingling's accomplices. To be honest, these people are truly despicable. Causing someone's death due to their prank, yet feeling no guilt whatsoever, and then continuing to live as if nothing happened. These people have reached a certain level of selfishness. The people from Director Su's team are very thorough in their work. They even have information on Luo Xiang and Su. However, these two individuals, one lives relatively far away, and the other has already left Migratory Bird City. But Su Kai has their addresses, so finding them won't be difficult. The diary of the Pen Fairy is filled with hatred. Using the nightmare world, she became Hu Lingling's nightmare and successfully took revenge. Yet at the time, she showed no sign of calming down and still harbored malice toward other living people. Could it be that she intends to seek revenge on the other two as well? Su Kai speculated. This matter is obviously challenging. Even if they are found, how can they be dragged into the nightmare world? Su Kai did know that pollutants could be used, but these things are considered taboo items. Not to mention that they are nearly impossible to obtain. Even if they were acquired, there would be no way to control them precisely. Once released, it would harm a large area. Su Kai couldn't do such a thing, even if it meant gaining the approval of the spirit Chu Yu. If we can't let her take revenge, we'll have to think of another way. After thinking it over, Su Kai felt that he could ask Director Su to arrange for the police to visit and investigate. If they could uncover some clues, that would be great. If not, it would at least scare those two bastards. Let's do it this way. Then, Su Kai picked up the information about Chu Yu and started reading. Just as written in Hu Lingling's diary, Chu Yu's family background was quite good. Her father is an executive at a company, her mother is a housewife, and the family of 3 lived happily together. However, due to Chu Yu's unexpected death, a happy family was shattered. Their home address is also written in the records. Su Kai plans to visit them immediately. Perhaps, there might be some unexpected gains. Call Director Su in, Su Kai said. Director Su, I'll take these materials with me. Is that okay? No problem. Of course, no problem. Director Su nodded. Su Kai briefly explained the case case of Chuyu's unexpected death and the suspicions involved to Director Su. Director Su, could you please have someone investigate this thoroughly? I suspect that these few people deliberately set up a trap which led to this accident. Director Su immediately put on a serious expression, showing great concern. After all, this was an assignment from the Special Security Bureau, and it had to be taken seriously. Expert Sukai, rest assured, I will dispatch elite personnel to investigate this case. If there are any hidden truths, they will surely uncover them. After receiving the promise, Sukai felt much better. He thought that becoming part of the expert group might be a good choice. By the way, let me leave you my phone number. If anything comes up in the future, just call me directly instead of running back and forth, Sukai said, then gave the number to the other party. Director Su quickly wrote it down. After leaving the police station, Director Su personally escorted him to the door, showing great enthusiasm. Director Su is truly a good person, Sukai remarked sincerely while sitting in the car. Of course, Sukai also understood in his heart that only when a person's status and identity are elevated will they encounter good people, otherwise, it wouldn't be the case. Those in high positions see only goodness, those at the bottom encounter only malice. Sukai gave the driver the address of Chuyu's parents. At this moment, his phone rang. He glanced at it was a call from Fatty. Sukai sighed. Given the current situation, his game boosting and gold farming studio probably couldn't continue. He didn't mind much, but it would be hard to guarantee Fatty and the others' livelihoods. The call connected. Brother Sukai, how's it going on your end? I tried calling you earlier, but I couldn't get through. Are you okay? Fatty's deep voice came through the phone, tinged with concern. What could possibly happen to me? Sukai chuckled. It's good that everything's fine. Our studio's neighborhood has reopened now, and Xiao Zhang and the others have come too. When are we starting business? As expected, Fatty was asking about this matter. Since the source of pollution had been destroyed, there was no longer any nightmare radiation affecting the area, allowing the neighborhood to reopen. At this moment, Sukai was thinking about another issue. Fatty, I've got other things to take care of recently. For the studio, I'll leave it to you to manage for now. You have the key to the door, and you understand the business. Sukai hadn't finished speaking when Fatty's voice exploded. Brother Sukai, did something happen to you? Tell us, we're your brothers. Don't worry, whether it's a one-on-one fight or a group brawl, I'm not afraid. Apart from being overweight, Fatty really had no faults. He was both righteous and loyal. There's really nothing wrong, don't worry, just do as I said. Alright, I have things to take care of, I'll hang up now. Sukai finished speaking and hung up the phone. The studio, without me, might still be able to keep running. At least this way, Fatty and the others can continue. After driving for a while, the vehicle left the overpass and turned onto a small road. This area is secluded and belongs to one of the more upscale districts in Migratory Bird City. Naturally, the houses here are not cheap. We're here. The driver stopped in front of a villa. Sukai got out of the car and took a look. It really is a place where wealthy people live. Just this one villa alone would cost at least tens of millions in Migratory Bird City. The driver stayed in the car and didn't get out. The people from the security bureau are indeed very disciplined. Sukai stepped forward and rang the doorbell. After a few knocks, the door opened. The person who answered was a middle-aged woman who appeared to be well-educated. However, there seemed to be a trace of sadness between her brows. Chapter 20. What would you say to her if you could? Who are you looking for? The middle-aged woman looked at Sukai standing at the door, her eyes filled with doubt. Sukai had seen photos of Chuyu's parents in the police station and knew that the woman in front of him was Chuyu's mother. Although she had good features, it was evident that the past year had taken a toll on her, making her look much older than her actual age. This was understandable. The tragic death of her beloved daughter, how could a mother possibly cope with that? It seems that this year has been spent in pain. Hello, auntie, I am Chuyu's friend. Sukai lied without blushing or skipping a beat. He had already thought of what to say while on the way. To gain the other party's trust, he had to be straightforward and direct. Strictly speaking, Sukai and the spirit of the pen, Chuyu, could also be considered friends. After all, Sukai was inseparable from the other party in the nightmare world, carrying them closely. Xiaoyu's friend? The woman's face darkened. May I come in? Sukai noticed the other party's intention to invite him in and had to take the initiative to ask. The woman was startled, then quickly nodded. Sorry, I was just thinking about Xiaoyu. Please come in, please come in. Entered the villa. Although it was spacious inside, it wasn't very luxurious. As soon as he entered, Sukai saw a photo of a girl placed on the table by the door. It was Chuyu. Sukai had seen her photo in the materials provided by the police station. The girl in the photo was sunny and beautiful, but who would have thought that after suffering betrayal from her friends and dying tragically, she would turn into a malicious and terrifying evil spirit. Drink some hot water. Chuyu's mom handed a cup of hot water to Sukai. Thank you, auntie. Sukai took it with both hands and then glanced around the room. When did you and Xiaoyu meet? Chuyu's mother took the initiative to ask at this moment. Previously at school. We weren't in the same class, but Xiaoyu often went to the library, and over time, we got to know each other, Sukai said calmly. Because he doesn't get nervous, he has an exceptional talent for lying and deceiving. Moreover, Sukai learned about Chuyu's habit of going to the library from her diary, so it couldn't be false. I happened to pass by here today, and I thought of her. I couldn't help but want to come and take a look. I hope I didn't disturb you, Auntie, Sukai said sincerely. It's fine, you're not disturbing me. Perhaps moved by Sukai's sincerity, Chuyu's mother suppressed the trace of doubt in her heart. After that, the two started chatting. May I take a look at Chuyu's room? Upon hearing that Chuyu's room still retained its previous arrangement, Sukai felt a stir in his heart and asked, "Actually, this is very rude." But Sukai thought that perhaps he could find something useful and further understand Chuyu. The next time he goes to the nightmare world to summon her, there will be topics to talk about. Chuyu's mother hesitated for a moment but still nodded. Taking Sukai upstairs to the second floor, he opened a room. This is Xiaoyu's room. She left a year ago. Whenever I miss her, I come here to sit for a while and talk to myself, as if she could hear me. Chuyu's mother sighed, her eyes misting over. Sukai went in and began to carefully look around. It's just a regular girl's bedroom, with a single bed, cartoon bedsheets, and some plush toys. Next to the study desk is a piano covered with a cloth. Although no one has lived here for a long time, the room is spotless. The walls are covered with various certificates and photos. They document Chuyu's growth and experiences from childhood to adulthood. She can also dance, can draw, truly multi-talented. Sukai carefully noted down the layout of the house, as well as some highly recognizable items inside. The most striking thing in the house was the large patch of colorful paper stickers on the wall. Each one has words written on it. Sukai leaned in for a closer look and found that it seemed to be a conversation between two people. This was written by Xiaoyu and her dad. The father and daughter had made an agreement before. If there was ever a conflict between them or something difficult to express, they would write it on these sticky notes and post them here. Over time, the notes accumulated more and more. Chuyu's mother was visibly a bit sad. Xiaoyu is gone. Her father might be even more heartbroken than I am. Sukai saw the stickers on the wall. The last conversation ended last year, and after that, there were only stickers from one person. Xiaoyu, you said you liked red dresses. Daddy bought one for you. Your favorite snacks are hidden in the gray jar. Remember to eat less sugar. Dad really wants to see you in a wedding dress. You must look very beautiful. Your mom cried yesterday. I comforted her. Don't worry, everything will be fine. I'm here at home. Xiaoyu, Dad misses you. Sukai read through them one by one, feeling a mix of emotions in his heart. It is evident that Chuyu's father has never recovered from the pain of losing his daughter. The stickers above are added almost every week. By now, there is already a large patch. Xiaoyu had the closest relationship with her father. Chuyu's mother began to wipe her tears. Sukai nodded. At this moment, the sound of a door opening came from downstairs. It's Xiaoyu's dad coming back. Chuyu's mom wiped away her tears and walked out. Sukai also took one last look at the room and went out. Downstairs, Sukai met Chuyu's dad, a man who was visibly somewhat aged. The other party is a senior executive at a large company. Although dressed impeccably, the trace of sadness and fatigue in his eyes could not be concealed. Hello, uncle. Sukai greeted proactively before the other party could ask. And you are? Chuyu's father was visibly a bit stunned. Chuyu's mother quickly made an introduction. Xiaoyu's friend? Unlike Chuyu's mother, Chuyu's father clearly showed suspicion in his eyes. He probably didn't believe his daughter could have such a close male friend, and even less believed that after a year, a friend of his daughter would come to visit. Under Chuyu's father's stern gaze, Sukai showed no trace of fear. That calm demeanor also made Father Chu feel a bit dazed. The sky outside had already begun to darken, and Sukai had obtained what he needed. During this visit, he learned a lot about Chuyu's past. These are all crucial to whether he can win over this pen fairy. Uncle, aunt, it's getting late. I should be going now. Sukai stood up. Father Chu was still obviously skeptical, but for the moment couldn't find any evidence. Seeing Sukai about to leave, he got up and, together with his wife, escorted him to the door. At this moment, Father Chu clearly noticed the black sedan waiting at the door, and the driver in the car. This made his eyelid twitch. Is this your car? Father Chu asked. Sukai nodded. Oh. The former pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, what exactly is your relationship with my daughter? Why have I never heard my daughter mention your name before? I have to say, Chu Dad's intuition is still sharp, or rather, he understands his daughter better. If there really were a friend close enough to come back and visit after a year, she wouldn't have kept completely silent about it. Sukai didn't know how to respond and exchanged a glance with the other person. It was just this one glance that made Sukai's heart skip a beat. Oh, I've been exposed. With a silent sigh, after pretending for so long without giving himself away, he hadn't expected to be undone by a single look from Chu's father just as he was leaving. On the other side, Chu's father naturally understood in an instant and became extremely furious. It might be because his sensitive spot was touched, causing this refined and highly cultured person to instantly show a ferocious expression. He almost rushed down in a few steps. Stop right there. Explain yourself. If you don't explain, don't even think about leaving. As he spoke, he was about to grab Sukai. However, at this moment, the driver rushed out at an extremely fast speed and blocked shocked him. Sukai was not surprised. The driver arranged by the security bureau was certainly not ordinary. Both team leader Lu and Song Qian had mentioned that anyone selected by the security bureau was among the elite of the elite. Therefore, this was not just a driver but also a bodyguard. Father Chu was blocked and couldn't rush forward, but he still roared angrily, "Who exactly are you? What are you trying to do?" Sukai did not answer his question. Instead, he looked at the other person and asked in return, "If you had the chance to say one thing to Xiaoyu, what would you say to her?" Chapter 21. Your parents asked me to pass on a message to you. The night deepened. The car was driving on the road back to the migratory bird base. The driver quietly drove the car, while Sukai was looking at the scenery outside the window. Sometimes, a man's intuition can be even sharper than a woman's, Sukai muttered to himself at this moment. Earlier, he had only exchanged a glance with Chu's father, and the latter could tell from his eyes that he was lying. Similarly, when he suddenly got the urge and asked that question before leaving, the other person's expression visibly changed after hearing it. Although they said nothing in the end, it was clear that they were deeply shocked. In fact, Sukai and the driver were driven out by Chu's mother. From a normal person's perspective, Sukai was obviously there to cause trouble. Not only did he lie and deceive, but he also rubbed salt into someone's wounds. Who could tolerate that? Sukai couldn't possibly explain it to them directly. He couldn't possibly tell them that he had seen their daughter in the nightmare world, and that their once beautiful and kind daughter had turned into a terrifying evil spirit. If he did, they might go insane. Before leaving, Sukai left his phone number with them, though he felt that Chu dad and Chu mom were unlikely to call him. The sky has already darkened. Sukai plans to help the cat escape from that hide-and-seek evil spirit tonight, though it's still uncertain whether it will work. Might as well give it a try. Just treat it as practice. After the events of the day, Sukai understood clearly that becoming a member of the expert group of the Security Bureau brought far more benefits than drawbacks for him at the moment. Since that's the case, he needed to actively improve his skills in this area. This time entering the nightmare world, he might not encounter the pale ghost again, so Sukai needed other means to protect himself. Therefore, the top priority tonight was to persuade the spirit of the pen, Xiaoyu. Let her help herself. With the knowledge currently at hand, Sukai is confident. Although it's not a sure thing, the chances are more than 50%. Returning to the migratory bird base, Sukai first went to find Mao Mao. The latter had already begun to accept reality and appeared much calmer than before. She even specifically drew several paintings. They depict the appearance of the room she was in within the nightmare world, including that split-headed ghost. Did you study art? Sukai looked at the lifelike sketches, feeling somewhat surprised. Yes, academic, professional. Cat added, my original dream was to become an outstanding concept artist in the country, but now it seems I might not live to see that day. Cat already had a clear understanding of the fate she was about to face. She could relatively accept reality with composure, and her mindset was considered strong. In fact, among the group of residents brought here at the same time, many had already broken down. After all, being told that as soon as they fall asleep, they would enter a nightmare world and have to find a way to survive, it's hard for anyone to accept. The days of stability and comfort are gone forever. Sukai carefully noted down the content drawn by Mao Mao. As for the sketch of the split-head ghost, Mao Mao drew it with extreme detail, just as she had described before. This was a ghost with a head shattered into pieces. Blood, brain matter, and broken bones formed the main structure of this drawing. Sukai, however, felt that this ghost probably didn't have much combat ability. Apart from the split-head ghost, the most valuable thing here was a painting of a window. Looking out through the window in the painting, one could see the faint outline of a building. Although it was just an outline, Sukai thought it looked very similar to the building he was in. If it was the same one, it would mean that the place where the cat was located was directly opposite Sukai's building. This would greatly narrow down the range. At this moment, the cat rubbed its eyes and couldn't help but yawn. Yesterday, she couldn't resist taking a nap but was discovered and woken up, probably sleeping for less than an hour. Under such circumstances, the cat was physically and mentally exhausted. Sukai had to hurry. Hold on for one more night. Whether it works or not, I'll wake up before 3 in the morning, and then we'll discuss our next move. The cat nodded. At this moment, she could only choose to trust Sukai. Sukai's plan was also very simple. This time, he intended to first deal with Xiaoyu. Regardless of whether he succeeded, he had to confront the hide-and-seek playing split-head ghost. The first choice was to eliminate the opponent. The second option was to lure it away. If neither worked, he would figure out the split-head ghost's patterns and then inform the cat. This is just a preliminary plan. There will definitely be variables during implementation. For now, Sukai can only take it one step at a time. Setting the alarm clock, Sukai lay directly on the bed. The cat nearby seemed a bit nervous, clasping its two hands tightly together and muttering something, as if praying for Sukai. At that moment, Sukai's phone suddenly rang. Picked it up and took a look. It was an unfamiliar number. Sukai thought of a possibility and immediately answered the call. A deep male voice came from the other end of the line. Is Sukai? Sukai smiled. It's me, Uncle Chu. The caller was Chuyu's father. It was evident that Sukai's parting words had left a profound impact on the other party, like a seed that would eventually bloom and bear fruit. What followed on the phone was a moment of silence. Sukai was in no hurry, quietly waiting for the other party. After quite a while, Chu's father's voice finally came through the phone. "What exactly did you mean by the last thing you said?" "Just the literal meaning," Sukai answered very calmly, with a hint of implication. "What do you mean by literal meaning? Explain it clearly. What exactly are you planning to do?" Chu's father was now in a state of intense agitation, and the faint sound of Chu's mother trying to calm him could be heard on the other end of the line. Sukai didn't want to provoke him further, but he couldn't say much more either. He had already said enough. Chen Bing had told him that everything about the nightmare world at this stage was absolutely confidential and must not be disclosed to the public. Violating the rules would mean taking responsibility, even for official expert group members, let alone Sukai, who was just a substitute. Another moment of silence. Just as Sukai was wondering if the other party had already hung up, a trembling voice sounded. It was clear that Chu's father was crying. The next words were spoken with a sobbing tone. "If Xiaoyu, you can hear me, Dad wants to say, don't worry about me and your mom, we're doing very well. The green knight you left behind has grown over a foot tall, and it even bloomed earlier. It was very beautiful. Cotton candy has grown up too, but it misses you so much. At home, it wouldn't need anything, so we had to leave it at your uncle's house. Oh, and Dad has started playing games too, though I'm not very good at it. Sorry, Xiaoyu, Daddy didn't protect you well. It's Daddy's fault." The rest of the words were hard to hear clearly. Hearing these words, Sukai was also quite moved. Perhaps this father had been holding back for far too long, and at this moment, he poured out all the longing in his heart. After speaking, Chu's father obviously felt much calmer. "I must have been out of my mind to actually believe you, to really think that Xiaoyu could hear." Sukai revealed a faint smile. "Nothing in the world is absolute, Uncle Chu. It's late, get some rest." After saying that, Sukai hung up the phone. Unexpectedly, this time there was a big gain. Sukai felt that with Uncle Chu's confession, he had a greater chance of persuading the spirit of Chuyu. He had a very good memory and had almost memorized everything the other party had just said word for word. After lying down, Sukai said to the cat nearby, "At 3 in the morning, if the alarm goes off and I haven't woken up, find a way to wake me up. If any other accidents happen, go and get team leader Lu and Dr. Song." The cat quickly nodded. Everything was ready. Sukai closed his eyes. After being marked by the nightmare world, Sukai discovered something. That is, insomnia would no longer exist. As long as he wanted to sleep, he could fall asleep at any time. In less than a minute, Sukai had already fallen asleep. When he opened his eyes again, he had entered a nightmare world. Still within the residential complex, he looked at the building not far away. The open flames had already been extinguished, and the entire building was burned beyond recognition, with some parts even collapsed, leaving a scene of utter devastation. Under the gray mist, there was still some thick smoke rising from the ruins, creating a suffocating silence. Sukai had no intention of getting closer. Who knows what other creepy things haven't been burned to death? At the very least, those terrifying charred corpses are definitely still alive. Last time, if Sukai hadn't had that knife in his hand, he might have already been killed by the charred corpses. If he were to rank the various nightmares he had encountered, the terror and danger of those charred corpses might even surpass Jolie, the murderous maniac. Sukai knew the purpose of his trip. He first lowered his head and looked behind him. Sure enough, the pale ghostly figure was gone. Just like last time, as long as Sukai woke up in the real world, he would disappear from the nightmare world, and the pale ghostly figure would leave on its own, unable to possess him. To be honest, without the pale ghostly figure around, Sukai felt a bit unaccustomed all of a sudden. Moreover, if there is a pale ghostly figure present, persuading the spirit of the Pen Chuyu would ensure she wouldn't suddenly turn hostile, providing an extra layer of security. At this moment, Sukai heard footsteps in the surrounding darkness. Faintly, he could also hear some murmurs and growls. Sukai knew these were nightmares wandering outside. According to Qin Bing, the source of contamination would trigger nightmare events, and every person entering the nightmare world would bring forth a nightmare formed by their own fears. It is said that this time, more than 100 people were drawn into the nightmare world, and correspondingly, there would be an equal number of nightmares present. Sukai knew that his current situation was very dangerous. Previously, he was able to move freely, largely thanks to the pale ghostly figure. Now that the pale ghostly figure was absent, Sukai could only rely on himself. The sound of footsteps grew closer and closer, accompanied by an encroaching darkness that gradually swallowed the surrounding space, like a reef eroded by seawater. Sukai's safe zone was continuously being compressed. Sukai calmly took out the lighter he had snatched from the charred corpse, then pressed his fingers firmly, igniting a small flame. The light instantly tore through the darkness. In that moment, Sukai saw more than a dozen terrifying monsters around him. Some had dozens of eyes and bared sharp fangs. Some resembled soft-bodied creatures walking with human skulls atop them. Others wielded sharp knives and wore pale bone masks. They are already within arm's reach. However, under the light of the flame, these nightmares were immediately frightened and scattered away. But they did not leave. Instead, they wandered a few meters away, watching and waiting for an an opportunity to act. Apart from igniting fire, the lighter has another use, dispelling darkness and, to some extent, intimidating nightmares. But the deterrent power is clearly not as strong as the pale ghost. A normal person would already be panicking in this situation, but Sukai calmly took out a pencil and the blood-stained diary, especially the diary, which carried a strong sense of resentment and also had the power to intimidate nightmares. Sukai planned to summon the spirit of the pen, Chuyu, immediately. If she insisted on writing him to death, then flipping the table would be the only option. However, Sukai felt that the possibility of reaching an agreement with her was still quite high. Without a table, just sit on the ground, place the diary on the floor, hold the pencil, stretch out your arm, and press the tip of the pencil against the paper. Sukai's other hand was still holding a lighter. The fire must not go out. The surrounding nightmares might still rush forward. Close your eyes and begin the summoning. Pen Fairy, are you there? This time, as soon as the question was asked, Sukai suddenly felt his hand being firmly gripped by a small hand, cold as ice. This time it came quickly, but the problem was, this hand seemed to have reached out from behind him. Sukai opened his eyes and saw that it was indeed so. The pen fairy was actually behind him, one hand reaching over to grab his hand, while the other hand held the hand in which Sukai was holding the lighter. Her two legs were wrapped around his waist. Her entire body was lying on top of Sukai. A huge force was transmitted to his wrist, and Sukai broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. The lighter fell to the ground, and the flame went out. Why aren't you playing by the rules? Sukai hadn't expected that this time the pen fairy would appear in such a manner. Is she afraid I'll run away? Now she is completely pressed against Sukai's back. That chilling coldness is no less terrifying than a pale ghostly figure. Her blood-stained black hair hangs down, falling onto Sukai's head and face. Presumably, if Sukai were to look up now, he could have a close face-to-face encounter with her. Sukai curiously looked up. Sure enough, as expected, what appeared was a face covered in blood, pressed closely against Sukai's face. The other person's eyes were pale, filled with suffocating malice, staring fixedly at Sukai. The aura around the pen fairy now felt very off. The resentment and malice emanating from it were even more intense, and the stench of blood was overwhelming. It couldn't be delayed any longer. Sukai stared into the other's eyes and immediately said, Xiaoyu, your parents asked me to pass on a message to you. Chapter 22, Don't Go. Sometimes, mindset determines the success or failure of a matter. With a good mindset, performance will be good. But if the mindset is poor, and fear and nervousness take over the brain at critical moments, making speech incoherent and legs weak, even things that could have been accomplished will fall apart. Although Sukai was now being hugged by the spirit Chuyu like an octopus, and his wrist was even being squeezed painfully, he still recounted everything he had done to the other party in full detail. Sukai could clearly feel that after he called out the name Xiaoyu, the spirit's body visibly trembled. The force that was about to break his bones began to weaken. It was clearly effective. Sukai naturally kept up the effort, continuing to narrate with passion and emotion. The situation of Chuyu's parents, including the longing of the elderly couple for their daughter, was described by Sukai with such heartfelt emotion that it was deeply moving. When he mentioned that the elderly couple still kept their daughter's bedroom intact, along with the sticky note conversations between father and daughter on the wall, Sukai clearly felt the pressure on him easing. That was close. Sukai breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Just now, that posture clearly showed that Chuyu intended to kill him. This made sense. An evil spirit that hated all living beings, especially since he had caused her to suffer before. Previously, she didn't dare to act against him because of the pale ghost shadow. Now that the pale ghost shadow was gone, if he were in her place, he would also seize the opportunity for revenge. It must be said, this time Sukai was gambling. Fortunately, his luck wasn't bad. As he continued speaking, Sukai subtly changed the way he addressed her. He called Chu dad and Chu mom uncle and aunt, which felt very warm and friendly. Xiaoyu, do you know? When I saw those sticky notes on the wall, I was deeply moved too. In those simple and unadorned words, there is a father's profound love for his daughter. Sukai worked hard to muster his emotions. At this moment, the force with which the pen fairy was holding Sukai's hand had already weakened significantly, almost letting go. When I was leaving, Uncle realized I had lied to him earlier. I said, I am your friend, but he didn't believe me. Later, I told him, if possible, you could say something to Xiaoyu. What would you say? Sukai paused for a moment, observing the reaction of the spirit. She seemed a bit anxious and suddenly grabbed Sukai's hand to write on the paper. What did he say? Sukai was secretly pleased. Uncle called me later and said, don't worry about him and your mom. They're doing very well. Also, the green knight you left behind has grown over a foot tall, and it even bloomed earlier. It was very beautiful. Cotton candy has grown up too, but because it misses you so much, it stopped eating anything while staying at home, so it had to be fostered at your uncle's house. Oh, and Uncle said he knows how to play games now. And also, Uncle said he's sorry that he didn't protect you well, and it's his fault. Plop. As Sukai said this, he felt his cheeks were a bit damp. He paused, reached out to touch them, and realized they were tears. Looking up, Sukai was stunned. The originally terrifying evil spirit now had the bloodstains on her face fade away, along with the dreadful resentment and malice. Her previously pale eyes had returned to normal, and that single tear just now had flowed from her eyes. Sukai witnessed this miraculous scene up close. It was as if spring had suddenly arrived in winter. But this beauty only appeared for an instant. The next moment, bloodstains and resentment swept back in. Sukai felt a sudden lightness in his body. At this moment, Xiaoyu seemed to teleport, standing directly opposite Sukai. She lowered her head, her face no longer visible. Although the malice and resentment in her still remained, Sukai could sense that she seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation and was no longer the same as before. The most obvious change was that she no longer harbored the previous hostility toward him. This was a good thing. It indicated that Sukai's relationship with her had progressed further. In Sukai's view, this is definitely a milestone beginning. He plans to push even harder. Uncle doesn't believe I can convey his words to you, so, Xiaoyu, is there anything you'd like to say to Uncle and Aunt? I'll help you pass the message back. This is Sukai's strategy. No matter how fierce Xiaoyu is, as long as she still has this bit of concern in her heart, she wouldn't go so far as to get rid of her messenger, right? The next moment, Xiaoyu on the other side reached out and grabbed Sukai's hand, writing 3 lines on the paper. This is not your fault. Take care of your health. There is a gift in the hidden compartment of the room. Sukai looked at the 3 sentences and nodded. Got it. Don't worry, I will deliver the message exactly as it is. All set. Even in the worst case scenario, at least this time Sukai could retreat unscathed. Moreover, Sukai is going to look for the split head ghost next, and if he encounters danger, Xiaoyu will definitely help. However, for such matters, Sukai feels that he should mention it earlier. I'll be heading over there in a while. I might encounter a ghost who likes playing hide and seek. Xiaoyu, can you come with me? The pen tip glided across. 2 more words appeared in the diary. Don't go. Sukai frowned slightly, somewhat surprised that these were the 2 words. It wasn't not going, but don't go. Although there was only a 1-word difference, the meaning was completely different. The former meant that Chuyu didn't want to help, and the latter, from a certain perspective, is a kind of warning. She knows there's danger? That's true. Chuyu is a spirit medium. Such malevolent spirits possess mysterious abilities of detection and foresight. Although Sukai doesn't know how she does it, there's no doubt that she's incredibly accurate. Just like before, when she wrote 404. Afterwards, Shen Bing mentioned that the grotesquely dismembered corpse placed in that room was the source of contamination for this nightmare time. What Sukai asked was who had brought him in. Looking at it this way, it matched perfectly. It was none other than that contamination source. Just based on this, Chuyu's investigative ability was truly trustworthy. Now she won't let me go. Logically, I should listen to her. But if that's the case, once Mao Mao can't hold on and falls asleep entering the nightmare world, it's highly likely she'll be found by the split-headed ghost. By then, Mao Mao will undoubtedly die. Perhaps it's precisely because Chuyu knows the taboo that being found by the split-headed ghost means certain death that she's telling me not to go. In this way, it's quite simple. Just don't let it find you, right? Just like the pale ghost shadow, as long as you don't trigger its taboo, nothing will happen. Moreover, according to what Cat said, the first time the split-head ghost finds you, you won't die. It's only when the real game of hide and seek begins that the taboo will be triggered. Sukai pondered for a moment. As long as he knew these key points, even if it were a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, he would dare to venture in. Besides, with Chuyu accompanying him, there was nothing to fear. If worst came to worst, Sukai could just set a fire and burn down the room where the cat was. Let's end it once and for all. No matter how powerful the split-head ghost is, it will still perish in the sea of flames. Thinking of this, Sukai said to Chuyu across from him, this matter is a bit tricky. I can't not go. I promised a friend to help, and I can't break my word. Chuyu didn't respond. Sukai picked up the lighter, holding the pencil and the blood-stained diary, and walked forward. After taking a few steps, he turned back to look. Chuyu was gone. However, Sukai could feel her presence. Obviously, she came along. After all, the pencil she possessed is still in Sukai's hand. Chapter 23, You Hide, I Seek You. In the nightmare world, directly opposite Sanqiao community is Lu Yuan community. Sukai compared the angle from the cat sketch and locked onto a building. However, the green shade community here is somewhat different from the one in the real world. Qin Bing had mentioned that the nightmare world could be seen as a projection of fears from the real world, but there would also be some discrepancies. The residential buildings that were bright and glamorous in the real world now appeared not only different in shape but also older and more dilapidated. Some were even covered in moss resembling veins, giving off an eerie vibe. The occasional wandering shadows made the place feel more like the underworld of Yama. I wonder if there would be sunlight here during the day. Sukai looked up at the pitch-black sky and muttered to himself. This is the entrance to Building 2's corridor. The original security door looks like it was smashed open by something, with half of the door panel lying in the nearby weeds. The weeds here are also very peculiar. It's hard to tell what species they are. Not only are they pitch black, but as soon as you get close, some jagged vines will suddenly shoot out, wrapping around your hands and feet, dragging you into the pitch-black undergrowth. Why does it feel like this building is even more dangerous than the one I was in before? After saying this, Sukai looked around, trying to find something handy for self-defense. After searching around, he only managed to find a brick. It was taken from the edge of a flower bed, and because of this, Sukai realized how terrifying those black weeds in the flower bed were. Holding the brick, Sukai walked into building number 2. The floor where the cat lives in the real world is the 10th floor. But in the nightmare world, it may not correspond, because in the real world, this building has a total of 17 floors. However, just now, Sukai counted and found that building number 2 in the nightmare world only has 9 floors. Nearly half is missing. This undoubtedly caused trouble for Sukai in locating the cat's room. However, from the sketch provided by Cat, judging by the view outside the window, it is unlikely to be a very low floor. Sukai had previously deduced with Cat that it was most likely between the 5th and 8th floors, with the 6th and 7th floors being the most probable. Crossing through a hallway, Sukai began to climb the stairs. When he reached the 2nd floor, a strange noise came from the hallway on that floor. It sounds a bit like the sound of chopping meat. In the dead of night, is someone actually making dumplings? Sukai didn't foolishly run over to check. It's better not to meddle in others' business and head straight to the 6th floor. In the hallway on the 4th floor, there was a huge black hole in the wall, surrounded by dense black slime. The slime seemed to be alive, constantly wriggling and encroaching on the surrounding walls. It looks like a black hole that can devour everything. Sukai paused for a moment when he reached the spot. Switching the brick from his left hand to his right, Sukai lit the lighter and climbed the stairs step by step. As he passed the dark hole, Sukai turned his head to glance at it. Under the faint light of the lighter, he could just make out a pale face. The face hid in the dark hole, possibly disliking the light, and instantly shrank back. Sukai seemed to see the other party being stuffed into the dark hole like a tangled mess of rope, with their entire body twisted and severely deformed. This thing gave an extremely uncomfortable feeling, and Sukai couldn't help but get goosebumps all over. Of course, sympathy is one thing, but if the other party really rushed out recklessly, Sukai would absolutely not hesitate to smash the brick in his hand at them. In the end, the thing inside the black hole did not come out. Without any danger, Sukai successfully passed the 4th level. When he reached the 5th level, Sukai suddenly heard a deep thumping sound. It sounded like someone was bouncing a ball. Sukai immediately thought of Cat's description of the split-head ghost. His heart stirred, and he swiftly stepped into the 5th level. This floor looked as if it had been ravaged by a tornado. Not a single door was intact, and shattered door panels and furniture were scattered all over the ground. The thudding sound came from not far away. Sukai peeked out and saw a person in an extremely bizarre posture repeatedly banging their head against a wall. The wall was already covered in bloodstains. What made the posture so strange was that the person was upside down, with their 2 legs hooked onto the wall like a spider. Their head was already cracked open, with fragments of bone and brain matter mixed together. It was whispering softly while bumping into the wall. Sukai listened carefully. It seemed to be saying, "Why can't I find it? Why can't I find it? Could it be looking for the cat?" Sukai muttered to himself. He recognized it at a glance. This thing was exactly the split-headed ghost that Cat had mentioned, and the terrifying nature of this ghostly thing exceeded Sukai's expectations. He had thought it would only appear in a specific area, namely the old room Cat had talked about. Who would have thought that this thing would actually come out? Or perhaps, it was never the nightmare of that room to begin with, not even on the same floor. Sukai knew that in the nightmare world, every floor of the building should have a nightmare, but nightmares of equal strength would not invade each other's territory. Just like the human-faced spider would not enter the 2nd floor where the pale ghost resides. And any nightmare capable of crossing floors must be extremely troublesome to deal with. It's like the emaciated man Jolie, or the terrifying charred corpse. The split-head ghost is likely of the same type. No wonder Xiao Yu said, "Don't go." Sukai's movements could be described as silent, but the split-head ghost seemed to have an even sharper sense. In the next moment, it suddenly stopped smashing its head against the wall. Then, with a sharp motion, its head twisted a full 180 degrees, bloodshot, vicious eyes locking onto Sukai. In an instant, the split-head ghost leapt forward at incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. This ghost seemed to defy gravity, springing upward. It kicked off the ceiling so that its cracked skull was perfectly level with Sukai's gaze. Two people, their eyes met. Sure enough, just as the cat said, this split-headed ghost's smile was so eerie that it made you want to punch it hard, yet still not feel satisfied. Sukai resisted the urge to smash it with a brick. He knew that with a nightmare of this level, he was absolutely no match in a direct confrontation. Just as the split-headed ghost was about to speak, Sukai did something that no one else would dare to do. He spoke first. "Brother, do you like playing hide and seek?" He directly stole the other party's line. The split-headed ghost opened its mouth, but the words it was about to say were forcibly swallowed back. It was somewhat at a loss. Sukai pressed on and said, "Let's play hide and seek. You hide, and I'll find you." To be honest, Sukai was feeling a bit nervous at this moment. It wasn't fear, just pure, raw tension. The main worry was that the split-head ghost was utterly unreasonable. Sukai and the creature locked eyes. The ghost ghost's twisted grin froze in place. Within the cracked skull, brain matter mixed with blood dripped drop by drop. From its nostrils, a foul stench permeated the air, thick and sickening. Finally, the split-head ghost spoke. So, you also like playing hide and seek? Fine, I'll hide, and you find me. But if you can't find me, then it'll be my turn to find you. After saying this, it retreated at an extremely fast speed and disappeared into the darkness deep in the hallway. Chapter 24, Mental Breakdown. Everyone has played the game of hide and seek. One person hides, one person counts, and when the counting is done, they go to find. Of course, the specific rules may vary slightly, but they are more or less the same. Su-kai started counting. I'll count to 20, then I'll come to find you. Make sure you hide well, shouted once. The split-headed ghost did not respond. Obviously, this one didn't fall for it, definitely an experienced player. In the dead of night, in the isolated nightmare world, Su-kai stood alone in the eerie and terrifying corridor of the ghost building, playing hide and seek with a horrifying evil spirit. Moreover, he was about to go look for it, and if he couldn't find it, the evil spirit would come looking for him. There is probably no more thrilling game in the world than this. Su-kai spoke loudly, slowly counting to 20. I'm coming to find you. After saying that, Su-kai walked in the direction where the split-head ghost had just disappeared. The game of hide and seek has already begun, so it can only be played to the end. What is already known is that this split-head ghost is very formidable, no less than the serial killer Jolie and the charred corpse. When encountering it, the other party will actively request to play hide and seek. If it finds you, you will die. Of course, if you refuse to play with it, you will probably die as well, and even faster. Su-kai does not follow the usual path, actively suggesting to play, and successfully switching the role of the hider to the seeker. One is passive, the other is active, and the meaning is naturally different. There are quite a few rooms on these 5 floors, and Su-kai checks them one by one. No split-head ghost was found. He searched every nook and cranny but found nothing. Instead, he came across numerous victims' corpses, among them several clearly belonging to nightmares. These bodies had all been violently dismembered. Su-kai deduced that 9 times out of 10, they had also been killed by the split-head ghost. This was yet another testament to the creature's ferocity. He had now searched every room on the 5th floor. Not found. Su-kai fell into deep thought. Just now, he clearly saw the other party disappear in front of him, and the hallway entrance was behind him. There was simply no way for the split-head ghost to go elsewhere. But why couldn't he find it? Could it be that it went to other floors? In this case, the range becomes too large, and the possibility of finding the split-head ghost in a short time becomes even smaller. If it can't be found within the time limit, the roles of seeker and hider will be reversed, which would definitely be unfavorable for Su-kai. Su-kai thought for a moment, then took out a pencil and a diary, pressing the tip of the pencil against the page. Xiaoyu, do you know where that split-headed ghost is hiding? This was Su-kai's tactic. He planned to cheat. Xiaoyu is a spirit medium, best at prediction and investigation. Asking her to tear apart the split-headed ghost with her own hands might be a bit challenging, but if it's just locating the ghost's position, it shouldn't be too difficult. Sure enough, Su-kai felt a cold little hand grasp his own, then a line of words was written in the notebook. Looking down, it read, 6th floor, 607, under the bed in the left room. Su-kai smiled. Xiaoyu, thanks. That split-headed ghost was quite cunning, taking an unconventional route and sneaking up to the 6th floor. Thinking of the other party's ability to ignore gravity and walk on the ceiling, Su-kai felt that this thing must have climbed out of the window and up along the building's exterior wall. Without Xiaoyu, it would be very difficult for Su-kai to find the split-head ghost. This time, Su-kai had a clear target and headed straight for room 607 on the 6th floor. The moment he opened the door, Su-kai was stunned. This place is so similar to the old room described by Cat. No, it's exactly the same. Under the bed in the room on the left. Could it be the place where Cat hid before? At this moment, Su-kai, holding a brick, took a deep breath, walked to the door of the room, and reached out to push the wooden door open. Sure enough, this place is exactly the same as the room sketched by the cat, and looking out from the window, you can see a burned-down residential building not far away. Next to it is a wooden bed. Su-kai squatted down and leaned in to look under the bed. The split-head ghost twisted its body, hiding under the bed, peeking out. At that moment, Su-kai came face to face with it. Found you. Instantly, a trace of resentment and defiance appeared on the split-head ghost's face. It suddenly flipped the wooden bed over, the bed frame shattered, and its head began repeatedly smashing against the ground, the sound chilling to hear. Su-kai took a step back toward the door, holding a brick expressionlessly as he stared at the creature. Obviously, this split-headed ghost couldn't handle losing and went berserk. The room was left in complete disarray by its destruction. Not convinced, huh? Then let's go another round. This time I'll count to 30. Believe it or not, I can still find you. Su-kai began to provoke. He was goading it, just to ensure that in the next round, he would still be the seeker and not the hider. Okay. The split-head ghost immediately jumped out after hearing this. Su-kai began counting loudly. With Xiaoyu around, no matter where the split-head ghost hides next, Su-kai will quickly find it. Perhaps because her relationship with Xiaoyu had grown much closer, she no longer mentioned the restriction restriction of asking only 3 questions a day, which undoubtedly gave Sukai much more room to maneuver. The result was that the increasingly confident Sukai faced an increasingly frustrated split-head ghost. Clearly, in the past, the split-head ghost excelled at playing hide-and-seek. Whether it was the hider or the seeker, it always ended up as the winner. But after encountering Sukai, no matter where it hid, it could always be found. This made the split-head ghost somewhat distraught. After a dozen games of hide-and-seek, Sukai also noticed some clues. Although the split-head ghost could move between floors, it only operated on the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors, never going up to the 8th floor or down to the 4th floor. It can be understood that the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors are its activity range. Other floors in Building 2 must have other formidable nightmares, which restrict it from crossing boundaries. So, assuming that the split-head ghost is ultimately forced to cross the boundary, what would happen? Perhaps it would clash with the nightmares of other floors. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. What Sukai needed to do was to force the split-head ghost to cross levels, and then simply sit back and watch the tigers fight. This time, the split-head ghost had already lost its mind in desperation. It was more brutal than ever before, with malice and murderous intent so intense they were almost visible to the naked eye. That malice stretched its skin taut, and at this moment, the split-head ghost appeared covered in scars, looking even more terrifying. Sukai knew that playing this game with such a fierce ghost was akin to licking blood off the blade or performing ballet on the edge of a cliff. This is much more exciting than playing those well-made horror games. Let's play one last round. I'll count to 100, you hide well. This time, don't let me find you so quickly. Sukai's face carried a hint of disdain, fully embodying arrogance. This time, he gave the split-head ghost plenty of time. He was hoping it would use this time to run somewhere beyond the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors. Glared fiercely at Sukai, the split-head ghost ran out like a gust of wind. Calculating the time, there wasn't much left until 3 a.m. Sukai had to make use of this period to do something useful. Slowly counting to 100, Sukai first asked Xiaoyu about the split-head ghost's location. It's on the 4th floor, room 409, it disappeared. Looking at the words in the diary, Sukai was full of confusion. Chapter 25, The Terrifying Room 409. What does it mean to have disappeared? Sukai asked a question, but this time, Xiaoyu did not respond. Generally, encountering this situation means that even Xiaoyu doesn't know the reason. In other words, her current ability is still insufficient to investigate the situation inside that room. As the hide-and-seek game progressed, Sukai had already successfully shattered the mindset of the split-head ghost and further forced it out of the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors, which originally belonged to the split-head ghost's territory. To avoid being found by Sukai, the split-head ghost ventured into the territory of other nightmares. Just for this, the split-head ghost is truly a hardcore player. No need to ask, the split-headed ghost must still be in room 409. This was Sukai's initial judgment. This time, Sukai did not go to find it right away but headed straight to the 7th floor. He needed to retrieve something first. After playing countless rounds of hide-and-seek with the split-head ghost in this 3-layered space, Sukai had long figured out the layout. He had been to most of the rooms. The nightmares that originally existed on the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors had all been eliminated by the split-head ghost. Like the fate of the other victims, their bodies were torn apart, limbs scattered, flesh and blood mangled beyond recognition. The split-head ghost's level of brutality was the highest among all the nightmares Sukai had encountered so far. In the corridors in several rooms, Sukai collected some severed limbs and broken arms. Arranged these bloodied limbs properly, Sukai picked up a head wearing a white bone mask and examined it closely. This should be a nightmare of a killer formed by someone's fear. A typical villain appearance. Strong, wearing a creepy white bone mask. Without surprise, when this monster was alive, it probably wielded some kind of deadly weapon, taking pleasure in hunting living humans. But now, only a head remains. Although it is called a mask, upon closer inspection, Sukai discovered that the mask was actually something growing on the creature's face, like an organ. Indeed, it's a monster. Sukai reached out, grasped the edge of the white bone mask, and pulled down with force. To his surprise, it came off cleanly. With a sharp tearing sound, like peeling off a crab shell, he revealed the inside of the mask. Numerous blood-colored threads stretched taut, and a strong stench of rot hit him full on. Sukai glanced at the bloodied head, tossed it aside, and picked up the white bone mask to examine it. On it, there was an aura of killing intent and ominousness. It gave an extreme sense of discomfort. But this was exactly what Sukai needed. Survival is the primary issue ordinary people face in the nightmare world. Sukai himself went through trials and tribulations, coupled with a bit of luck, before gradually mastering some survival skills. But for others, without quickly gaining the protection of a specific nightmare, every moment in this world will be fraught with extreme danger. Ordinary people entering the nightmare world are at the very bottom of the pyramid, making them the primary targets of other nightmares. This is a fact. So how can this situation be changed? In Sukai's view, it's simple. Change your identity. Make other nightmares see you as one of their own, or at least make yourself look less like someone easy to mess with. In this way, some lower-level nightmares might not dare to act, effectively increasing your chances of survival. Encounters Encounters with creatures like the split-head ghost, who mercilessly slaughter their own kind, were rare exceptions. Afterward, Sukai gathered 2 white bone masks still clinging with flesh and blood. He had hoped to find some blood-stained clothes to wear, but they were all torn to shreds and unusable. Holding the 2 white bone masks, Sukai returned to the 6th floor and swiftly slipped into the old house where Cat had appeared. He placed 1 white bone mask in a prominent spot, then turned and walked out. This is the survival tool he left for the cat. In the coming time, Sukai still needs to find the split-head ghost. The reason is simple. If he doesn't find it, then next time, it will be its turn to find him. He went straight down to the 4th floor. On the way, Sukai put another white bone mask on his face. Surprisingly, although this thing felt a bit disgusting when stuck to his face, it didn't feel uncomfortable once it was on. Moreover, the white bone mask seemed to have a kind of suction, allowing it to stick firmly to the face. Almost at the same time, Sukai suddenly felt a surge of inexplicable irritation in his heart. What followed was a torrent of murderous intent rising from the depths of his soul. Sukai immediately took off the mask. The irritation and killing intent disappeared. Putting it on again, that feeling returned. This thing can affect normal people? Sukai reached a new conclusion. It's not just that. Sukai put the mask back on, feeling as if his entire body was filled with a violent power. It seemed that his own strength had also greatly improved. Taking off the mask, Sukai began to ponder. He felt he had grasped a very critical point, but this experiment could be studied in more detail later. First, Sukai put away the white bone mask and found room 409. Xiaoyu said that the split-head ghost disappeared inside here. Sukai was more inclined to believe that there was something special about this room that blocked Xiaoyu's investigation. The door wasn't locked, a push was all it took to open it. Inside, it was somewhat empty. The windows were wide open, and the black gauze curtains swayed in the wind. One could see the pitch-black sky outside and the blurred outlines of the building opposite. Of course, the room wasn't completely empty. There were paintings here. A lot of paintings, most of them hanging on the walls, some on wooden racks in the room, and others only half-finished, seemingly incomplete. Is this a studio? Sukai noticed it too. How can one hide in this place? Stepping forward to enter, the next moment, Sukai felt someone tugging at him from behind. Turning his head, he saw that Xiaoyu was standing behind him with her head lowered, holding onto the corner of Sukai's clothes with one hand. It seemed as if she was trying to stop Sukai from entering this room. Sukai's expression was grave. For the first time, she appeared on her own without being summoned. It seems the problem is quite serious. Room 409 doesn't appear to have anything special about it, but the more ordinary it seems, the more it suggests unknown dangers. Sukai felt a bit hesitant in his heart. But on second thought, if the split-headed ghost never appeared again, that would be fine. However, if it showed up next time and he failed to find it this time, it would be its turn to come after him. Previously, the split-headed ghost's mindset had been completely thrown off by him, and it was probably holding a grudge. If it really got the chance, given the split-headed ghost's level of violence, Sukai wouldn't stand a chance. So this time, even if there was danger in room 409, Sukai still planned to take the risk. It's fine, I know what I'm doing, Sukai said to Xiaoyu, then walked into the room. Nothing particularly unusual happened, but Sukai didn't let his guard down. However, he quickly felt that something was off and turned his head to take a look. The door behind him was gone. It's as if that door had never appeared. Behind him was a wall. Sukai froze for a moment, closed his eyes, then opened them again, still a wall. Damn it! Sukai understood why Xiaoyu didn't let him in. This place is indeed strange. What does it mean to cut off someone's retreat first? Almost simultaneously, a mutation occurred. Sukai heard the sound of rushing water. Looking again, blood suddenly seeped out from the ceiling, flowing down the surrounding walls. In an instant, the room was dyed a deep red. A strong stench of blood and decay assaulted Sukai's senses. He stood still, unable to move. There was nowhere to hide. The blood fell rapidly, leaving no time to think. In the blink of an eye, the area below Sukai's knees was submerged in fresh blood, and it seemed the flood around him kept rising relentlessly. What nightmare! Come out quickly! Sukai was feeling a bit impatient. The abnormality in the room was definitely the work of some nightmare. But to observe, he had to see the other party first. What's the meaning of all this blood flowing everywhere? At that moment, Sukai suddenly looked down, sensing a hand gripping his ankle. Almost simultaneously, a tremendous force yanked him downward. His entire body was pulled beneath the blood pool at his feet, which had previously only reached his knees but now seemed bottomless. Sukai truly hadn't expected this to happen. Opening his eyes, what he saw was a blood-red scene, with everything else completely unclear. Sukai held his breath. He knew that at a time like this, panicking was absolutely not an option. Under normal circumstances, he could hold his breath for over a minute, but the sudden incident just now had caught him off guard, and he was pulled down before he could take a deep breath. Being able to hold on for half a minute now was already quite impressive. Time was running out. Sukai immediately arched his body and looked downward. Blood greatly affected his vision, and Sukai could only vaguely see a dark shadow below. The opponent still clung tightly to his ankle, seemingly intending to drag Sukai into the abyss of the blood sea. Sukai reached out his hand hand. He touched a cold hand. In the viscous blood, he touched a cold hand that felt like a corpse's. Anyone would feel a chill in their heart, but Sukai did not hesitate at all. He used both hands, trying to pry the other person's hand open. If he didn't pry it open, the final result would be drowning in this pool of blood. However, that cold corpse-like hand was incredibly strong. 10 seconds later, Sukai realized that with his current strength alone, it was impossible to pry open the dead hand. Fortunately, he had a sudden inspiration in the moment of crisis and unhesitatingly took out the white bone mask from his chest, putting it on his face. A surge of overwhelming negative emotions rushed in. Sukai wanted the power boost that this mask brought him. Break it again. This time, Sukai grabbed the opponent's fingers and broke them one by one. When the third finger was broken, the dead hand that had been tightly gripping him finally let go. Sukai immediately swam upward. He was about to run out of breath. The next moment, his hand touched the wall above his head that was the ceiling. If it weren't for the blood blocking his mouth and nose, Sukai would have already cursed out loud. This nightmare is simply shameless. Fortunately, Sukai, who was wearing the white bone mask, had been strengthened in all aspects, so he wouldn't immediately drown, but in this situation, he could only hold on for another 10 seconds or so. Under the influence of the negative emotions from the mask, killing intent almost completely occupied Sukai's mind. This was the side effect of using the white bone mask. Physical perception was enhanced, but rationality was correspondingly weakened. Fortunately, Sukai still retained a trace of clarity. He resisted the crazy urge to rush down and tear the nightmare that had dragged him into the bloody water into pieces, and instead swam in another direction. Feeling along the wall, Sukai touched a picture frame. Without hesitation, Sukai forcefully grabbed at the center of the picture frame. Chapter 26. The room is full of nightmares. The greatest joy of playing games is to achieve a quick clear in ways others cannot. To achieve this, both talent and effort are indispensable. Sukai happens to be an expert in this field. For the nightmare world, he is different from others, both valuing it and taking it lightly. Moreover, he lacks the emotion of fear entirely, often allowing him to avoid many traps and notice details that others frequently overlook. For instance, before entering room 409, he had already memorized the entire layout of the room, including the paintings placed or hung inside, as well as the content of those paintings. The paintings in room 409 are all eerie. The first painting on the left wall depicts the image of a water ghost in a sea of blood. Thinking about it now, the depiction in the painting is very similar to what Sukai encountered. Sukai naturally associated the two. Moreover, the possibility of finding that water ghost in this chaotic blood water is extremely slim, so it might be better to look for this painting. Perhaps there will be a breakthrough. At the moment, Sukai could only treat a dead horse as if it were alive. He forcefully grabbed and tore the painting he had found. In an instant, Sukai felt a suction force pulling him into the frame of the painting. With a loud thud, Sukai fell to the ground. Looking around, it was still the same room, but the endless sea of blood had completely vanished. Gasping for breath, he took advantage of the fleeting clarity in his mind to reach up and forcefully tear off the white bone mask. The blood vessels inside the mask stretched taut, still faintly connected as if barely holding on. In an instant, the terrifying negative emotions vanished without a trace. Almost got controlled by this bone mask, Sukai murmured to himself, "This thing is indeed useful." Earlier, when his ankle was grabbed by a water ghost in the sea of blood, Sukai couldn't break free with his own strength. In the end, it was the physical enhancement brought by the bone mask that allowed him to snap the water ghost's fingers and escape. However, at the same time, wearing the bone mask envelopes one in various negative emotions, eroding the mind. If it cannot be removed in a short time, it might completely turn into a lunatic who only knows slaughter. So, as long as the usage time is controlled, this bone mask will become a very useful and valuable tool. The same thing can be seen as a risk by some people, while others see it as an opportunity. Regarding the bone mask, Sukai felt there was still much to explore, but before that, he had to hurry and find the split-head ghost. Looking again at the painting of the blood sea water ghost on the wall, its appearance has undergone some changes compared to the first time it was seen. The biggest change comes from the water ghost in the blood sea. Previously, this water ghost had a hint of mystery, exuding eeriness and terror, but at this moment, the other party looked somewhat angry, with a trace of venomous resentment in their eyes. If observed carefully, a few fingers on their right hand were unnaturally twisted. "So, I just entered this painting, and there's more than just this one here." Sukai glanced around the room. Just on the walls alone, there were over a dozen paintings hanging. Some were placed on individual stands, and there were even two on one. If each painting represented a terrifying nightmare, then the nightmares in this room were quite numerous. What if they all swarm up? This possibility does exist. Sukai felt that he had to do something. Glancing at the painting of the blood sea water ghost, Sukai reached out and tore it off the wall. Then he pulled out a lighter and ignited the painting directly. The entire motion was smooth and effortless, without a trace of hesitation. Even if someone had been standing nearby, they wouldn't have had time to stop him, perhaps not even enough time to react. The fire burst into flames instantly. The painting began to tremble, blood seeping out from the edges of of the frame. Faintly, agonized screams echoed from within the picture. Logically speaking, blood is a liquid and incompatible with fire. But evidently, the flame released from Sukai's lighter is no ordinary fire. Within the flickering flame, there seems to be a malicious curse. Even though fresh blood kept pouring out of the picture frame, the result was that it didn't extinguish the fire. Instead, it became fuel for the cursed flame, making it burn even more fiercely. Sukai threw the painting to the ground. In the next moment, flames engulfed the entire canvas. The blood within fueled the fire, causing the paper to discolor and burn. It trembled violently, as if something was trying to crawl out from inside. But in the end, the paper was reduced to ashes. Whatever had been inside was either burned to death or trapped forever within. Sukai has avenged himself, and it didn't take overnight. The lingering embers had not yet extinguished, and much of the thick smoke in the room had dissipated. However, the originally eerie and terrifying atmosphere in the room had also undergone some changes at this moment. Sukai could sense it. He even heard some whispers, but he couldn't make out exactly what was being said. It seemed as if there was an argument. Sukai had actually been on guard the whole time. Just a moment ago, a single painting almost caused him to lose control, and there were still so many terrifying and eerie paintings here. Some depicted ghostly realms resembling hell, others were portraits of grotesque monsters, and some were filled with venomous insects and spiders, somewhat resembling a Lovecraftian-style evil deity. Sukai even saw a solitary wooden door. The theme of this painting is a wooden door. However, this wooden door not only looks old and worn, but blood is seeping through the cracks. It's hard to imagine what might be behind the door. If each painting represents a nightmare, then the danger level of this room is undoubtedly the highest. Just as Sukai was contemplating whether to strike first and burn all the paintings in the room, the faint murmuring that had been lingering in the air suddenly vanished. In the next moment, Sukai heard a cracking sound. Turning his head, he saw that the door on the wall, which had previously disappeared, had unexpectedly reappeared, and the door was wide open. Sukai stared blankly for a moment. Does this mean I'm supposed to leave? He had finally figured it out. The door of this house was indeed made to disappear by these ghostly drawings, with the purpose of trapping him inside, leaving him at their mercy. But things did not progress as these ghostly drawings had planned, so they decided to open the door they had hidden, letting Sukai return to where he came from. Sukai didn't move. He refused to leave. He still hasn't found the split-head ghost. However, the ghost painting's act of feigning weakness gave Sukai a hint. The lighter he obtained is extremely useful. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the lighter is his lifeline and reliance in this haunted painting house. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew in from the window, and Sukai noticed a glimmer of light flickering in the pile of ashes on the ground. This discovery stirred Sukai's heart. He immediately crouched down to inspect. The ashes of the ghostly painting that had been burned were somewhat peculiar. The sparks on them had not disappeared. Instead, they were conducting between the ash particles, seemingly ready to reignite at any moment. Nearby lay the brick Sukai had brought earlier. He picked up a brick and went over to prod the flowing sparks in the ashes on the ground. Something unexpected happened to Sukai. The original ashes seemed to crawl onto the brick automatically, like ants. Chapter 27. Stop hiding, I can see you. Sukai had an urge to throw the brick away. He held back, because the ashes stopped halfway up. You could see half a brick covered in ashes still smoldering with embers, the sparks flickering, appearing so dazzling and unique in the dim environment. No one explained to Sukai what had actually happened, so he could only rely on his own imagination and wild guesses to deduce, blindly speculate. It looks a bit like enchantment? Sukai, the gaming expert, held a brick and swung it through the air. Whoosh! A burst of flame emerged from half of the brick. The flame lasted for a moment, and with nothing to burn, it slowly dissipated, returning to its previous ashen state. Confirmed, this is enchantment. Sukai nodded to himself. He was a bit excited. This kind of emotion was rare for him. Why was he so obsessed with playing games, especially various horror games? Wasn't it just to seek the thrill brought by a tiny sense of accomplishment after clearing a level? Even when he found the usable item, the white bone mask, Sukai wasn't as excited as he was now. After all, using the bone mask comes at a certain cost. But this thing is definitely an essential item for robbing and pillaging, and for teaching ghosts a lesson. These ashes seem to be able to cling to anything. This time it's a brick. Next time if Sukai finds a knife, wouldn't it turn into a flaming knife? Just thinking about it is thrilling. Sukai chuckled. He started to find it amusing. Holding the brick that was sparking, Sukai turned his head to look at the oil painting beside him. The painting originally depicted a deformed monster. Moreover, ever since Sukai entered the room, the strange man's eyes had been fixed on him. At first, Sukai thought it was just a matter of angle, but later he realized it wasn't. This guy's eyes could move. Fine, let him look. Sukai's initial plan was, you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. But after discovering the weaknesses of these ghostly paintings, Sukai's confidence started to swell. Especially after figuring out how to use flame enchantments, he developed a bold and domineering attitude, as if holding a brick made him invincible. Sukai glared fiercely. The strange man's eyes met Sukai's for 2 seconds, then slowly looked to the other side. replied. He looked away. That's more like it. Sukai really wanted to shout, who else? But he also knew he couldn't take things too far. After all, this room was filled with terrifying nightmares. These monsters were only wary of him because they saw him burn a ghostly painting. In reality, any one of them had the power to destroy Sukai. Knowing when to stop is the wise choice. But the premise is to find the split-head ghost first. After thinking it over, Sukai decided not to look for it himself. If he accidentally fell into another ghost painting, that would be troublesome. Sukai planned to ask directly. My friends, I was playing hide and seek with a friend, and it hid in this room. If everyone could give me a little hint, I would be deeply grateful. Once I find it, I will leave immediately and keep my word. After speaking, Sukai added another sentence. That friend of mine likes to land headfirst and looks a bit ugly. The next moment, Sukai noticed that the strange person who had been staring at him earlier shifted their gaze in a certain direction. In a nearby dark oil painting, several motionless ghostly figures also extended their arms at this moment, pointing in the same direction. With such an obvious hint, if Sukai still couldn't understand, he would have to be blind. Thanks. Sukai carried the enchanted brick and walked over aggressively. In the corner of the room, there was a painting. Sukai squatted down to take a closer look. The painting depicted nothing but backs. The person in the painting is facing away, hunched over, with their head lowered. A very realistic painting. So realistic that the people in it seem to be real, as if they might turn around in the next moment. The figures with their backs turned in the painting are densely arranged, showing only their backs and the back of their heads. No need to ask, this is also a ghost painting, and those people standing with their backs turned are not living beings. Sukai looked carefully but didn't notice which one was the split-headed ghost, because they were all wearing the same black clothes and had their heads lowered. At this moment, a thought surged in Sukai's mind. If the split-head ghost is in this ghost painting, why not burn it and end everything once and for all? But what if the split-head ghost isn't inside? At that moment, Sukai suddenly heard a ringing sound. He immediately realized it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. The alarm he had set earlier went off. There's no time left. It's too late to burn the painting, and it's equally impossible to distinguish which one is the split-head ghost. Sukai had a sudden inspiration and shouted, "Alright, stop hiding. I've already seen you." After speaking, Sukai turned around and walked out. Extremely fast. The sound of the alarm in his mind grew louder and louder, and Sukai suddenly felt dizzy, his steps unsteady. Just as he stepped out of the room, he felt his vision go dark. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Cat's anxious face. Her somewhat fierce hands were gripping Sukai's shoulders, shaking him vigorously. No wonder the world is spinning. Alright, stop shaking, Sukai said, and Mau immediately stopped. Sukai-shin, you're awake? Sukai nodded and then sat up. He first glanced at the time, 3:01 a.m. If he had taken one step slower just now, the next place he would have appeared would be inside the haunted room 409. Although the ghostly paintings in room 409 had previously been subdued by Sukai, no one could predict what other changes might occur the next time he entered. This is just like choosing a location to log out in a game. Logging out in the middle of a mob is the worst choice. Sukai is an experienced player and wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. God, Sukai, how's the situation? The cat seemed a bit restless. She was well aware that although the security bureau hoped that these survivors could truly master the ability to survive in the nightmare world, they had already shared all the known knowledge with them. But to be honest, the number of people who could achieve this was very few. This was something the cat also understood clearly. Without Sukai, if she fell asleep again, it would undoubtedly be a life or death situation, with a high likelihood of not being able to wake up alive. The situation is good. Everything is under control. Sukai wasn't bragging. This time, things really went exceptionally smoothly, although there were some dangers encountered. For instance, he was almost KO'd by Xiaoyu at the very beginning, then suddenly faced a split-head ghost, and later was trapped in a ghost painting due to a setup. If it weren't for his careful observation, finding a way out, and discovering a method to enhance his strength, this time might have ended badly. Sukai could tell that Mau was struggling to hold on. If she didn't get some sleep soon, it might become a problem. So this time, he summarized his experiences from the 3 nightmare worlds along with some personal insights and compiled a set of survival rules. Cat, remember, in the nightmare world, the first rule is survival. And to stay alive, you must overcome the negative effects brought by fear. Sukai had already planned to find an opportunity to give Cat some intensive special training in this area. But for now, there's no time. She needs to sleep and rest, or her body won't be able to handle it. Explained the layout of Building 2 in Green Garden Community to Mau. Remember, I left a white bone mask in the room where you were hiding. You can treat it as a tool. When you wear it on your face, your physical constitution will be enhanced. Based on my own tests, it increases by at least double. However, there are side effects. This process will severely erode your spirit with extremely terrifying negative emotions. This item should not be worn unless absolutely necessary. Sukai thought for a moment and added, if you do wear it, given your resistance level, it's best not to exceed 30 seconds. Otherwise, you might be controlled by the white bone mask and turn into a madman who only knows how to kill. The cat nervously kept it in mind. Don't be too nervous. This time, I'll sleep with you to make sure you're okay. After Sukai finished speaking, the cat's face lit up with joy. She glanced at Sukai, thought for a moment, and suddenly asked, Sukai, do you have a girlfriend? Chapter 28 Introducing a New Friend. The sudden awkward question left Sukai stunned. If you answer yes to this question, it doesn't align with the facts. If you answer no, it makes life seem like a failure. Sukai vaguely responded with a hum. Why are you asking this? The cat looked disappointed. I was thinking, if Sukai God, you're single, I could be your girlfriend. That way, your protection of me would be perfectly justified. Or how about this, I become your disciple. That way, even if we encounter danger, you wouldn't abandon your disciple, right? Looking at this obviously delusional girl, Sukai was momentarily at a loss for words. She was afraid he would abandon her, so she was trying every possible way to cling to him. Just as Sukai was about to wave her off, Cat had already stepped forward and bowed deeply. Master above, your disciple pays respects. Hey, don't dodge. It's no use running away. I'm telling you, I've already become your disciple. Now you're my master, I'm your disciple, and you have to protect me. Sukai was too lazy to respond to her. Are you sleeping or not? If not, I'm leaving. With a stern face, the cat was startled and quickly nodded. She was partly joking just now, but in reality, there was also a serious side to it. Being involved in this nightmare incident was undoubtedly unfortunate, but having Sukai, this great figure, to support her made her feel lucky. At this moment, Sukai's phone rang. In the dead of night, who would call at this hour? Looking at the number, Sukai recognized it was Chen Bing. He answered immediately. Sukai, this is Chen Bing. On the phone, Chen Bing's voice was always so steady. Expert Chen, what's the matter? Sukai believed that the other party wouldn't call so late just to chat. There is indeed something. The headquarters has decided to hold the fourth batch of reserve experts training in 10 days, and you need to participate. At that time, someone will come to pick you up, Chen Bing explained. Reserve experts training? Sukai had never heard of it. To put it bluntly, this is for the probationary promotion, and also to review the probationary members. But I think you should be fine. Then, where will the training take place? Sukai asked. That's classified, I don't know either. Just wait for the notification when the time comes. Chen Bing paused for a moment and added, the nightmare that was standing behind you the first time we met has great potential. If you can find a way to control it, your chances of promotion will increase significantly. This can be considered a hint. After saying that, Chen Bing hung up. Was he talking about the pale ghost shadow? Sukai reacted. Speaking of which, the pale ghost shadow is indeed a remarkable nightmare. As long as you figure out its killing pattern, overcome your fear of it, and wear something thicker, it can completely become a very powerful ally. It was Chen Bing who didn't mention it, but Sukai was already planning to look for the pale ghost next. After more than half an hour, Sukai re-entered the nightmare world. The first thing he did was check the items on him. Pencil, diary, lighter, all are here. The brick is being carried in hand. Sukai discovered that as long as something was worn on his body, it would not be lost. The door of the room filled with ghostly drawings next to him was already closed. Sukai's urge to burn the painting resurfaced. But after thinking it over carefully, he suppressed this slightly crazy idea. First, he could no longer be certain whether the split-head ghost was still in the previous ghost painting. Second, he had already reached a certain tacit understanding with the other ghost paintings in the house. If he unilaterally broke the agreement, it might trigger some unimaginable dangers. Forget it. In there, unless there are special circumstances, Sukai does not plan to go in again. The other rooms on the fourth floor are also unusual, but Sukai doesn't have time to explore them one by one right now. He made an agreement with Cat that she could sleep 5 minutes after he fell asleep, so Sukai planned to wait for her. Cat is also a talented player. Sukai knows very well that he became a master in the Horror Zone game because he has a bug-level ability, no fear, and as an ordinary person, Cat being ranked right after himself is enough to explain the issue. To be honest, in the nightmare world, Sukai needs assistance. Trustworthy assistance. All the way to the 6th floor, Sukai did not encounter the split-head ghost. Sukai actually hoped the split-head ghost would never appear. That thing was missing a screw in its head, but it was still too violent and hard to control. Entering the room, Sukai picked up a chair that had fallen to the ground, sat on it, and quietly waited. While waiting, he also asked Xiaoyu about the current location of the split-head ghost. What surprised Sukai was that Xiaoyu told him the split-head ghost was still in room 409. It hasn't come out at all? Is it unwilling to come out, or unable to? Faintly, a scream and a cry for help could be heard coming from somewhere outside, followed by a series of strange noises. Sukai thought it must be a survivor who couldn't hold on and fell asleep, entering the nightmare world. Although the Security Bureau had already provided them with emergency training and informed them of some survival rules, how many could truly follow them strictly? Perhaps in their panic, their mind went completely blank. All they could do was scream and shout. This will only attract more nightmares and lead to a quicker death. Sukai shook his head. He was just an ordinary person and couldn't save so many people. Better to take care of himself first. At this moment, Sukai sensed something. He walked to the doorway of a nearby room and pushed the door open. Inside, a person appeared out of thin air. The other person was hiding behind the curtain, cautiously peeking out in fear. "Stop looking, it's me." Sukai realized the other party was a cat. At the same time, it was the first time he saw how people appeared in the nightmare world. It was like the teleportation described in novels. Very magical. "Sukai-shun?" The cat cautiously emerged from behind the curtain. "She truly has potential." Even when speaking, she kept her voice very low. Sukai noticed that she had already taken off her shoes, so her footsteps wouldn't make any noise. Unlike others, who only know how to shout and scream. Looking at it this way, Luing did have some potential back then, surviving her first encounter with the nightmare. Unfortunately, she still died under the sudden attack of the pale ghostly figure. A bit regretful. Sukai waved at Mao Mao, and the two walked into the living room. He picked up the white bone mask from the floor and handed it to Mao Mao, who understood his intention. The function and usage of this prop had been explained to her by Sukai before, so there was no need to ask again. The two of them were still very in sync. When the cat saw Sukai holding a brick with half a spark on it, although she was very curious, she didn't ask much. Here, keeping as quiet as possible is the key. Sukai plans to continue exploring, uncovering nightmares that he can use to enhance his strength. Although Xiaoyu is quite capable, her ability lies in prediction. With the threat of the split-head ghost temporarily gone, Sukai decides to immediately seek out the pale ghost shadow, a powerful and easily controllable nightmare that shouldn't go to waste. However, this nightmare zone covers a large area, including several residential buildings, and hides many nightmares within. Relying on the strength of one or two people to search is like looking for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, Xiaoyu's value becomes evident. "Mao Mao, hold on a moment, let me introduce you to a new friend." Chapter 29, Something's Gone Wrong. Without the split-head ghost, the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors of Building 2 are all safe zones. This area originally belonged to the split-head ghost's territory, but since it got trapped in room 409 studio and couldn't get out, it has now become Sukai and Mao Mao's domain. On either side of a small round table, Sukai and Mao Mao sat down. "Come, reach out and hold the pencil," Sukai instructed. Mao Mao wasn't foolish. She glanced at the dark red pencil in Sukai's hand and the blood-stained diary on the table, then softly asked, "Sukai God, are we playing the spirit of the pencil?" "Don't mess with me. Playing this here is like pulling a tiger's tail and shouting for help. It's asking for trouble, isn't it?" "Exactly, so are you brave enough to play?" Sukai couldn't be bothered to explain. The good thing about Mao Mao is that, even with 1,000 doubts in her mind, she wouldn't falter when it came to doing what needed to be done. Although she was scared, she still reached out and grabbed the pen. Sukai, on the other hand, held Cat's hand. "Close your eyes," Sukai ordered. The cat complied, but her trembling eyelashes betrayed her current excited mood. "Xiaoyu, do you know where the pale ghost shadow is?" Since their relationship was already very close, the summoning words were skipped directly. Besides, Sukai felt that the summoning words he had made up were actually useless. Xiaoyu's cold hand reached out from the side and held on. Sukai looked up and saw Xiaoyu sitting right next to him with her head lowered. The cat visibly shivered. She could naturally feel another hand reaching out to hold hers. The pen tip moved. "Written on the paper, it's on the 8th floor." These 4 characters were written with great difficulty by Xiaoyu, possibly because there is a powerful nightmare on the 8th floor interfering with her investigation. Let Mama join in as well, mainly because Sukai already knows that the more people playing the pen fairy game, the stronger Xiaoyu's ability becomes. This is what Xiaoyu said herself. Sukai did not expect that the pale ghostly figure was actually hiding on the 8th floor of this building. Now he is on the 6th floor, just 2 floors up. He and Lao Bai are indeed destined. "Kitty, open your eyes." After Sukai finished speaking, the trembling cat opened its eyes and saw Chuyu quietly sitting next to Sukai. The tattered, blood-stained school uniform, with blood still dripping from the hem, sat motionless with her head lowered, her black hair covering her face. A classic ghostly appearance. Especially the terrifying black aura of resentment emanating from Xiaoyu, constantly twisting, sending chills down one's spine. The cat involuntarily started trembling, even forgot to breathe. Come, let me introduce you. This is Xiaoyu," Sukai said to the cat, then turned his head and said, "Xiaoyu, this is the cat." The cat shivered and didn't dare to make a sound, while Xiaoyu also remained motionless. The scene was slightly awkward. "It's okay, it's like this the first time we meet. Once unfamiliar, twice familiar." After Sukai finished speaking, he put away the pencil, and in an instant, the light rain disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Mao Mao finally let out a sigh of relief. Sukai God, she is." Sukai nodded. He had already talked to Mao Mao about Xiaoyu before, thinking she would be mentally prepared, but unexpectedly, she was still this scared. "Sukai God, you can't blame me for this. When I saw her just now, I couldn't help but feel afraid, as if the fear was uncontrollable." The cat's metaphor is very vivid. If what she said is true, then it makes sense. Sukai doesn't feel fear, so when facing Xiaoyu, he remains unaffected. "It's fine, you'll get used to it. Don't be fooled by her scary appearance. In reality, Xiaoyu is quite nice. You'll see once you interact with her," Sukai said nonchalantly. The cat secretly thought, forget it, she wouldn't dare to interact with that that person. If it weren't for Sukai being nearby just now, she would have already broken down. Sukai planned to go to the 8th floor to find the pale ghost shadow, but before that, he intended to let Mao Mao try out the white bone mask as a tool. After all, the dangers on the 8th floor are still unknown, so it's very necessary for Mao Mao to familiarize herself with the white bone mask beforehand. After listening to Sukai repeat the precautions, Mao Mao nodded. Sukai-shin, don't worry, I know. If something feels off, just pull off the mask. I understand. Sukai was quite satisfied with Mao Mao's comprehension. Alright, give it a try. As someone with experience, Sukai deduced from his own judgment that Mao Mao might not last more than 30 seconds before having to remove the mask, or problems would arise. Then limit it to 30 seconds. Let's begin. Looking at Sukai's encouraging gaze, Mao Mao held the white bone mask in her hands. The mask felt icy cold to the touch and had quite some weight. The texture on the front feels just like real bone, very substantial. But the back of the mask is somewhat frightening. It's filled with red blood vessels, like countless strands of hair. At first, it didn't move, but when the cat brought the mask close to its face, those blood threads began to wriggle, with some even standing upright. Sukai held his breath, his face full of anticipation. At this moment, the cat stopped, looking at Sukai with a pale face. God, Sukai, this is so disgusting. Do I really have to wear it? Yes, don't worry, it just looks disgusting. It's actually quite comfortable to wear. Sukai started with just words, relying entirely on bluffing. The reality is, it looks disgusting, and wearing it feels disgusting. The cat, suspecting nothing, steeled its heart, closed its eyes, and forcefully plastered the white bone mask onto its face. Suddenly, the scene became very quiet. Sukai was just about to speak when he saw the cat's hands suddenly drop, standing still with its head lowered, completely motionless. Sukai was stunned. He thought to himself that even if something went wrong, this was too fast. It had been less than 2 seconds. The next moment, Sukai realized something had happened, because a sudden surge of killing intent emanated from the cat. It was exactly the same as those white bone mask murderers wandering outside. In fact, that killing intent was even stronger. Sukai reacted extremely quickly. He knew that calling out to the cat at this moment would be futile, so he decided to take action himself. He stepped forward and reached out to remove the white bone mask from the cat's face. The hand just grabbed the mask. But in the next moment, the cat's paw darted upward like lightning and clutched Sukai's wrist. A force unlike that of a normal person was transmitted. Sukai broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. He immediately smashed the brick in his hand over, but at the same time, Sukai realized that the brick he was holding was enchanted. Wouldn't it be bad if he accidentally hurt the cat? It turned out he was overthinking. His brick didn't hit the target at all. The cat dodged with an incredibly unbelievable speed. However, the flames erupting from the brick clearly startled her, forcing her to let go and dart out of the house like a nimble spirit cat. Something bad happened. Sukai noticed that the cat was nowhere to be seen, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. He hadn't expected that something would actually go wrong. Who could have imagined that after putting on the white bone mask, the cat seemed to transform into a completely different person? Could this be the legendary 200% compatibility? Sukai immediately ran after him. He had to catch up with the other person, otherwise, it would be as if he had personally harmed the cat. But what Sukai never expected was that as soon as he rushed out of the house, he felt something unusual above his head. Suddenly looking up, he saw the cat wearing a white bone mask pounce down from the doorframe, directly knocking Sukai over and pinning him to the ground. The brick also fell to the side, and both of Sukai's hands were firmly held down by the cat. Her strength completely surpassed that of a normal adult, now at least twice the strength of an average adult male. Waves of terrifying aura emanated from the cat. Now, she looked no different from those terrifying nightmares. Although Sukai couldn't move, he wasn't panicked. "Xiao Yu," he called out. Almost simultaneously, a slender, pale arm reached out from the darkness nearby, carrying a chilling resentment as it grabbed toward the cat. The latter sensed the danger, released Sukai once again, and then quickly dashed out of the corridor, running upstairs. "Chase her, we absolutely can't let her escape." Sukai got up from the ground and gave chase. He could be sure that the cat was controlled by the white bone mask. Chapter 30, the 8th floor. Going up from the 7th floor, Sukai had never been there before. According to his previous plan, it was certain that the 8th and 9th floors had even more terrifying nightmares. Since that was the case, he naturally had to explore cautiously. But now, Sukai could no longer care about so much. He rushed up to the 8th floor at an extremely fast speed, his footsteps echoing in the hallway. The 8th floor was pitch black. There was no sign of the cat, and further up was the 9th floor. Sukai had just seen clearly that the cat went upstairs, which means she is either on the 8th floor now or has gone up to the 9th floor. Looking up at the 9th floor, Sukai noticed it was shrouded in a strange black mist. Without needing to ask Xiaoyu, Sukai could already feel the suffocatingly terrifying aura emanating from the 9th floor. There is definitely an extremely horrifying nightmare up there. Compared to the 9th floor, the 8th floor, though also terrifying, seems slightly better. Sukai quickly analyzed. Mao Mao put on the white bone mask, gaining the speed and strength of a nightmare. Similarly, her perception was also enhanced. However, whether it was Mao Mao or the white bone mask itself controlling the body, it was unlikely for her to enter a more dangerous area, so she was most likely on the 8th floor. Forget it, asking Xiaoyu would be more straightforward. Su Kai immediately took out a pencil to ask. Xiaoyu's answer was more specific. 810. In the innermost room. Sukai suddenly understood that this was intentional on the part of the white bone mask. It drove Mao Mao to hide in the innermost part for one purpose only: to buy time. It had not yet completely taken over Mao Mao's mind. In other words, Mao Mao could still be saved. Sukai said nothing and directly carried the bricks inside. He had made up his mind, once he caught the other party, he would smash that white bone mask to pieces. Daring to play dirty. This time, Sukai was truly furious, so his currently grim expression made him look rather intimidating. At this moment, in the dimly lit hallway, Sukai heard the sound of glass marbles falling to the ground. Faintly, he could see a child squatting ahead, fiddling with something. From time to time, a child's laughter could be heard. However, in this environment, no one would find this scene heartwarming. Some people are brave, but Sukai's courage is made of alloy. He took a few steps forward and saw clearly that it was indeed a child squatting on the ground playing with marbles. Because Sukai had his back to the child, he couldn't see the child's face clearly, but judging from the physique, the child seemed to be about 4 or 5 years old. At that moment, a marble rolled to Sukai's feet. Normally, Sukai would definitely investigate it, but at this critical juncture, he really didn't have the time. Avoiding the marble, Sukai walked straight past. As for the child squatting nearby playing marbles, Sukai did not disturb him, but what Sukai did not expect was that another child appeared in front of him. Earlier it was a little boy, this time it was a little girl. She looked about 4 or 5 years old, wearing a red little dress, with a bear-shaped hair clip in her hair. The little girl held several strings in her hand, and on the strings were balloons of various colors. She was standing right in the center. Fortunately, the corridor was quite spacious. "Excuse me, coming through." Sukai turned sideways and went around from the side. The little girl lowered her head, and with the dim lighting here, it was hard to make out her features even at such a close distance. Why are there so many children on the 8th floor? Sukai couldn't help but feel a trace of curiosity. He didn't even need to look closely to know that these children were all nightmares, carrying an intense aura of resentment. The question is, who would be afraid of children? At that moment, Sukai felt his body stiffen. His hand was grabbed by someone. The touch was icy cold, and his entire arm went numb instantly. It was obvious that it wasn't a living person holding him. Already fearless by nature and seasoned through countless trials, the experienced Sukai remained completely calm. Enduring the resentment invading his body, he turned around to see that it was the little girl in the red dress holding a balloon who was grabbing him. Her small hands were blue and purple, clearly indicating she had been dead for a long time. Perhaps sensing danger, Xiaoyu appeared beside Sukai, attempting to reach out and push the little girl in the red dress away. However, Sukai stopped Xiaoyu. Next, Sukai squatted on the ground, meeting the little girl's gaze at eye level. From this angle and distance, Sukai could clearly see the little girl's face. Her eyes had been gouged out, leaving only 2 bloody black holes. Not only that, her chest had been torn open, and it seemed her heart was missing as well. The little red dress she wore was actually stained red with her own blood. A normal person witnessing this scene would undoubtedly be scared out of their wits, possibly fainting from the shock, but Sukai only felt a pang of heartache. Who would be so cruel to treat such a small child like this? Although the little girl's hands were small, they were very strong, gripping Sukai's wrist painfully. Sukai had no intention of breaking free but instead asked softly, "Little one, is something wrong?" The little girl did not respond. At this moment, Sukai noticed that behind her, the little boy who had been playing with marbles earlier also appeared. The little boy's eyes were also gouged out, leaving only a bloody black hollow. And behind the little boy, there were several more children. They were all about the same age, but horrifyingly, none of them had eyes. Some even had their stomachs cut open, with their insides completely hollow. Sukai noticed that these little children should have all come out of room 903. The resentment on these children was immense. If it weren't for Xiaoyu standing beside him, these little ones would have already rushed forward. Sukai softly asked another question. Still no response. At that moment, a little boy opened his mouth, and Sukai's pupils contracted sharply. His tongue had been cut off. No wonder he couldn't speak. In other words, the other children must be the same. Sukai didn't want to waste time. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Uncle has something urgent to take care of. How about this? You wait for me here, and I'll come find you in a little while. If there's anything, we can talk about it then." The little girl still didn't let go. Sukai added, "Uncle keeps his word. Trust me, I'll definitely come find you after I'm done." This time, after speaking, the little girl finally let go of her hand. Sukai looked at his wrist, where a pitch-black handprint had been left. These children were clearly not good-natured. The resentment emanating from them was extremely terrifying, especially when 7 or 8 of them stood together. The sense of oppression they created even surpassed that of the split-head ghost. Perhaps it's precisely because of them that the split-head ghost doesn't dare to come up to the 8th floor. A guess emerged in Sukai Sukai's mind. As for his promise just now, it wasn't a lie. In a lifetime, people will inevitably tell some lies, but it depends on who they're told to. Just as Sukai was about to go inside, he suddenly thought of something, turned back, and said to the eerie little children, "Oh, right, Uncle is here to find a sister. You guys stay here and make sure no one leaves, okay? Remember that." After speaking, Sukai reached out and patted the little red dress's head. Good girl. With this group of little ghosts guarding the hallway, Sukai felt much more at ease. Even if the cat controlled by the white bone mask tried to escape again, it wouldn't be so easy. Sukai knew very well that time could not be delayed any longer, or else Cat might turn into a real nightmare. Walking all the way to the door of the last room, Sukai thought for a moment and put on his white bone mask. In an instant, power surged through his entire body, and he kicked directly. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open. Carrying a brick, Sukai charged in. A cold gleam came straight at him. It was a knife. The angle was tricky, directly aiming at Sukai's vital points. Sukai's reaction was not slow at all. He abruptly stepped back while simultaneously swinging the brick in his hand to strike. Moreover, this time Sukai threw it. With the enhancement of the white bone mask, the speed was even faster than the opponent's. Just then, there was a loud bang, clearly hitting something. The glow from the brick surged, briefly illuminating the dark room. In that instant, Sukai saw it clearly. His strike had solidly hit the cat's face. Undoubtedly, luck played a part, but the main reason was Sukai's foresight. Actually, if Sukai had been a bit slower just now, the one lying on the ground might have been him. The cat was directly knocked unconscious by the blow. The white bone mask on her face was cracked by the brick. Sukai stepped forward a few paces, first pressing her arms down with his knee, then reaching out to remove the cracked white bone mask from her face. Chapter 31, The Shattered Mask. Sukai looked at the cat. Blood was flowing from her forehead, but the injury wasn't serious. She had just fainted. Most of the impact had been absorbed by the white bone mask. As a result, the mask on her face cracked, and when he took it off, it broke into two halves. He threw the broken mask aside. Sukai took off his mask. Thinking about what just happened, it was still somewhat dangerous. The main issue was that he hadn't expected it to turn out this way at the beginning. Sukai was completely unprepared for the rampage after putting the mask on Mao Mao. Who could have imagined that the result of her wearing the mask would be so drastically different from his own? But it must be said, after Mao Mao put on the mask, her speed, strength, and level of danger underwent a qualitative leap. Where exactly did it go wrong? Sukai muttered to himself. It might be a physical issue, or perhaps there was something wrong with that white bone mask itself. Thinking of this, Sukai picked up the broken white bone mask again. A small half of the mask was completely damaged, but the rest was still intact. After carefully inspecting it, he found nothing unusual. Can't figure it out. But I can wait until the cat wakes up and ask her how she feels after putting on the mask. Only now did Sukai take the time to examine the room. The room was quite ordinary, with some old furniture and heavy curtains drawn. Besides the cat, there seemed to be something else here. Not far away on the ground, a kitchen knife rack had fallen there. Sukai walked over to take a look and found that the bone cleaver and slicing knife were missing. The knife that Cat had just thrust forward was the relatively small slicing knife. As for the bone cleaver, it was in Cat's other hand. At that time, she was clearly planning to stab first and then slash, but she didn't even manage to make the first stab before being knocked to the ground by a brick. It has to be said, very unfortunate. Could it be that the cat came here specifically to look for weapons? Sukai had this thought pop into his mind. The main reason is that most of the rooms are empty, and those with knives are extremely rare. But the room the cat happened to enter was the one with knives. It inevitably raises suspicion. Although the cat's bone mask was removed, better safe than sorry, Sukai picked up the two knives that had fallen to the ground, as well as his beloved enchanted brick. Perhaps due to being imbued with residual embers, the brick now has remarkable hardness. When it was solidly smashed just now, the bone mask shattered, yet not a single speck of brick dust came off. Moreover, Sukai gradually discovered new uses for the brick. Besides being used to hit people, swinging it would cause sparks to appear. It can be used for lighting, especially in such eerie, terrifying, and gloomy environments. A lighting tool that can also be used to hit people is truly an essential item to carry. Now, compared to the brick already imbued with the ashes of the embers, the allure of those two knives was not as strong, unless it was the one Sukai had previously pulled out from the puppet doll. Sukai could sense that there were other nightmares in this room. He stood up, holding the brick in one hand and swung it, igniting a flame on the brick. With the other hand, Sukai gripped the slicing knife. This knife can slash and stab, but most importantly, it's lightweight. Under the firelight, Sukai vaguely saw a figure near the window. He wasn't afraid and walked straight up to it. Upon closer inspection, there was indeed a figure, seemingly standing behind the curtain. "Who's there? Come out, I saw you." Sukai spoke directly. The next moment, a gust of wind blew in, the curtain fluttered, and the figure was gone. But Sukai wasn't seeing things just now. "Originally, I saw a shadow projected on the curtain, but now it's gone. If it wasn't my eyes playing tricks, then the problem must lie with the curtain." Sukai finished speaking and waved the brick in his hand. The flames on it grew larger. Since Since the curtain is suspected to be problematic, let's just burn it decisively. The brick approached, and the next moment, the curtain suddenly slid down, breaking the rings above, and with a swish, it fled into the room at an extremely fast speed. This curtain is indeed suspicious. Trying to run? Sukai naturally wouldn't let the other party escape. Carrying a brick, he chased after him. The room inside also had windows, but they were equipped with protective bars. Coincidentally, the curtain from earlier was now hanging on one of the bars, fluttering outward as if it might fall off at any moment. Sukai saw the scene, paused for 2 seconds, and then closed the window. Perhaps someone might act recklessly, thinking that this ghost curtain is nothing special and wanting to capture it. But no matter how Sukai looked at it, this seemed like a trap. So it would be better to just close the window, draw the inner curtain, and avoid the trouble altogether. Of course, if that ghost curtain kept causing trouble, Sukai wouldn't mind dealing with it. The ghost curtain outside the window no longer fluttered. It began to want to come inside, but the window was already closed, making it much harder to get in. Sukai withdrew his gaze. Based on his experience of encountering and dealing with so many nightmares, this ghost curtain was considered the least harmful one. It seemed that all it could do was scare people. I don't know whose nightmare it is. No wonder the cat, after putting on the white bone mask, ignored the other party and hid here. At this moment, Sukai's nose twitched. He seemed to catch a familiar scent. There was a chill in the air, accompanied by a faint, almost imperceptible stench. He looked around and followed the smell to the bathroom. The bathroom door was tightly closed, but the next moment, it creaked open a crack, and wisps of black mist seeped out, spreading in all directions. Then, several pale fingers reached out through the crack in the door. This scene is actually very frightening. But at this moment, Sukai's eyes were glowing. Before the pale fingers could slowly push the door open, Sukai took the initiative to reach out and help the other party open the door. The bathroom was filled with black mist, and a tall figure stood frozen in place, reaching out its hand. And after seeing clearly who was outside, the aura originally condensed by the nightmare inside showed signs of collapsing. "Old bye, I knew it was you," Sukai called out warmly. The nightmare in the bathroom was none other than the pale ghostly figure. Sukai didn't expect it to be in this room as well. Thinking carefully, the original owner of this room should have been that ghostly curtain. However, since it didn't have much killing power, it was gradually replaced by other nightmares taking over the nest. Since he was already very familiar with the pale ghostly figure, Sukai directly turned around, waiting for it to possess him. But this time, Sukai waited for quite a while, yet the pale ghostly figure didn't come over. Turning around to look, he saw it gripping the doorframe with one hand, while the other hand reached out to grab the door, seemingly trying to close it again. This situation was completely unexpected for Sukai. Weren't the previous 2 times quite smooth? They cooperated so well, so why is the pale ghost unwilling to possess this time? Sukai reached out to grab the door, stopping the other party from closing it. It was so hard to find the pale ghost, and now it turns out they are unwilling to step up. This definitely won't do. While they were at a stalemate, the sound of a cat came from outside. The pale ghostly figure trembled, then suddenly dashed out of the bathroom. Sukai, caught off guard, was knocked over, tumbling head over heels and left completely dazed. In terms of strength alone, the pale ghostly figure is definitely on the same level as the split-head ghost. The pale ghost must have heard the sound of the cat, which is why it rushed out, clearly intending to possess the cat. Chapter 32 perfectly solved the problem. The cat did indeed wake up. She felt a bit dizzy and inevitably made some noise. Before she could react, she saw a figure rushing out from the inner room, moving so fast that she couldn't see what it was. The next moment, the other party was standing behind her. A chill seeped through from behind, as if her whole body had suddenly fallen into an ice cave. She had been a bit groggy, but this instantly made Cat completely alert. "There's something behind me." The cat's first reaction was to turn around and look, but she immediately thought of something. Previously, Sukai had told her about some taboos in the nightmare world, one of which was that if you found a pale ghostly figure standing behind you, you must never turn around to look, because as long as you turn around, you trigger the fatal taboo. The neck would be immediately twisted. Thinking of this, Cat held back. Soon she realized that if she didn't turn around, nothing would happen after all. It's just that this feeling was too tormenting. Clearly, there was a terrifying ghost standing right behind her, yet she had to endure and not turn around to look under any circumstances. At this moment, Cat admired Sukai a little. "I knew the killing pattern of the pale ghost beforehand, so I was able to resist the urge to turn around." He, on the other hand, faced an unknown evil spirit at first and still managed to survive. Sukai the god truly lives up to his name. Cat let out a long breath. He could feel the ghost's breath on the back of her neck, and sometimes it would even play with her hair. Although terrified to the extreme, Cat firmly remembered Sukai's warning. "No matter what, you must not look back." At this moment, Sukai came out from the inner room and happened to see Mau standing in place, shivering from the cold. A pale ghostly figure stood behind her, trying every possible way to tempt her to look back. But it seemed that Mau could still resist the temptation. "Mau, who am I? Sukai-shin, can we stop joking around?" Mau was about to cry. Sukai plopped down on the sofa to rest. Relieved, relieved. From the moment Mao Mao put on the mask, it had been non-stop. Along the way to the 8th floor, they encountered quite a few nightmares in a short period of time, but overall, the gains were significant. The cat was rescued, and judging by the looks of it, her mind should be fine, as she could still answer questions and recognize herself. Previously, Sukai was really worried. After all, the cat had worn the mask for more than 5 or 6 minutes. Wait a minute, something seems off. Sukai immediately reacted. Even for himself, the time wearing the mask must not exceed 1 minute. Otherwise, he might be completely controlled by the mask, his original consciousness shattered by negative emotions, turning into a bloodthirsty killer. But why is the cat fine? Something must be wrong. Sukai felt it was necessary to figure this out. After all, the bone mask was truly useful at critical moments, especially in its ability to enhance physical strength in a short period of time, something unmatched by anything else. Kitty, come here. Sukai waved his hand. The cat quickly shuffled over. Although Sukai had already told her that the pale ghostly figure behind her wouldn't cause any trouble as long as she didn't turn around to look. But honestly, no matter who it is, having a malicious ghost following behind them, it's impossible to act as if nothing's wrong. Sukai God, it really won't be a problem, right? The cat was still a bit uneasy. Sukai frowned. Aren't you doing just fine? That's true. Cat cheered herself up internally. Since she had already become an apprentice, she had to perform well. Besides, if her master could do it, there was no reason she couldn't. After all, I, Cat, am the second big shot in the horror game zone. Thinking this way, Cat felt much more at ease. Moreover, with Sukai by her side, she felt full of confidence. That's right, you'll get used to it later. Originally, this good thing wasn't supposed to be your turn today, but for some reason, Old Bai stopped following me. Sukai felt quite regretful and then started discussing the main matter. He asked Mao Mao to carefully explain what happened after putting on the mask. I, at that time, just felt like I had become a different person. After she put on the mask, she did not lose consciousness. However, it felt as if another consciousness forcibly merged with hers, and she was completely unable to resist. Just as Cat said, she became a different person. Sukai had never experienced this kind of state before, so he couldn't make a judgment right away. Then, is there any other sensation? Anything unusual? You can mention it, Sukai asked again. The cat recalled for a moment. At that time, I just felt an overwhelming killing intent in my heart, wanting to vent it out. At that moment, I wanted to kill anyone who appeared in front of me. Then why did you come to the 8th floor? To find a weapon, the cat explained. In that state, I seemed to have a natural sense for weapons. I knew there were knives here, so I came, then waited at the door to ambush you. All the tactics were formed in an instant. It seemed like, at that moment, I was like a trained assassin. In this situation, Sukai actually guessed correctly. The masked cat can indeed detect the presence of weapons. Without a doubt, this is an incredibly impressive skill. Considering Sukai's understanding of the nightmare world, finding some handy weapons here is extremely difficult. After all, not everyone's nightmare contains things like knives or daggers. Otherwise, Sukai wouldn't have picked up a brick before. To be honest, if the ember ash could be imbued into the bone-cutting knife or the slicing knife, it would definitely be better. And just as Cat said, with the mask on, her combat power has increased significantly. At that time, if it hadn't been for Xiaoyu's help, Sukai wouldn't have been a match for masked cat and would have lost. At this moment, Cat walked over and picked up the shattered white bone mask from the ground. She examined it up and down, then said to Sukai, God Sukai, you said that if I wear the entire white bone mask, I would be controlled by it. But now that there's only a little more than half left, could it maintain a balance neither being controlled nor losing the mask's power? Sukai was stunned. He hadn't thought of it before. The cat continued, it's like taking medicine. If the medicine is too strong, you can break the pill in half and take only half at a time. The two exchanged a glance. Want to try? I think it works. Sukai also felt that this idea was feasible. Mao Mao used the example of taking medicine to illustrate, which was very convincing. However, this time they had to be more careful and avoid repeating the previous mistake. Sukai thought for a moment, then directly took a bedsheet from inside and tied Mao Mao to a chair. This way, if something goes wrong, with her being restrained, Mao Mao won't be able to move, and Sukai can immediately remove her mask. With all the preparations complete, Sukai held the broken white bone mask, now only half intact, and pressed it onto Mao Mao's face. After that, Sukai's hand never moved away. If anything went wrong, he would immediately tear the mask off. The moment the mask was put on, the exposed left eye of the cat immediately became covered with a layer of blood-red hue. The pupil first dilated, then contracted, and throughout the process, the cat's demeanor changed. It truly seemed like a completely different person. Sukai could sense the nightmare aura emanating from the cat and intended to remove the mask immediately. However, at that moment, the cat spoke. Sukai-shin, don't pick, I'm fine. Chapter 33, Room 809. The nightmare aura on the cat is growing stronger. This time, the mask has been worn for over 10 minutes. Although at this moment there was no longer any trace of a living person's aura on Cat, she still hadn't lost her sanity. Undoubtedly, this was a breakthrough. The pale ghostly figure that had been standing behind Cat all along long seemed to be freed from its restraints after Cat lost her living aura. In the next moment, it did not choose to possess Sukai but instead returned directly to the bathroom. It was clear that after failing to lure Cat into turning around, the pale ghostly figure had long intended to leave. Why did it only leave now? Sukai analyzed that as long as it was attached to the back of a living person, it could not leave on its own. Either the possessed living person turns back and gets killed by it, or this living person dies for other reasons. If that's the case, Sukai felt that he would have to be careful in the future. If Laobai possesses him someday but doesn't help him deal with other nightmares, it would be quite troublesome. As for why Laobai returned to that bathroom, Sukai felt that the other party must have been disappointed in him. Along with that, it probably doesn't hold much hope for Mao Mao either, so it shut itself off, preferring to stay alone. Sukai also understood. For now, don't bother with it. The cat's current condition is more worth paying attention to. She seemed to have entered a state completely different from before, somewhere between the living and a nightmare. Moreover, the state had lasted for more than 15 minutes. After more than 15 minutes, a look of pain finally appeared on Mao Mao's face, and the trace of clarity in her eyes began to be replaced by madness and killing intent. Sukai knew it was about time. This time, he decisively removed the cat's mask. 15 minutes. During this time, the cat can autonomously control its body, maintaining a balance with the negative emotions on the mask. Moreover, there are no signs of consciousness being disturbed afterward. In other words, this shattered white bone mask can grant the cat 15 minutes of nightmare form. This was the conclusion Sukai reached. Clearly, the value of the white bone mask on the cat was far greater than if it were used on Sukai himself. Because there have already been 2 instances, Sukai knows that the effect of the bone mask on each person might be different. For example, in his own case, the negative emotions from the mask cannot instantly control him, but he can only maintain clarity for 1 minute. It's different for Cat. If it's a complete mask, Cat would immediately be controlled by it, just like the previous moment of berserk rage. But after that, the cat can quickly regain consciousness. This is also a special ability. In addition, Sukai tried wearing the broken mask and found that the damaged white bone mask had minimal impact on him. It didn't have the immediate effect that the cat experienced upon wearing it. Therefore, the impact of the white bone mask on people varies from person to person. For Cat, the broken white bone mask is his foundation in the nightmare world. This doesn't need Sukai to explain. Cat herself has realized it. She treats the broken white bone mask like a treasure, hanging it at her waist, ready to wear it whenever needed. As for the slicing knife, Sukai handed it to Cat. The cat put on the white bone mask and had an ability that Sukai did not possess. She had the ability to find weapons and skillfully use them. Sukai left behind the bone-cutting knife. This item was quite handy for Sukai and could serve as a supplement to the brick. Next, the cat experimented several more times, gaining more insights into the use of the bone mask. What are we going to do next? With the support of the bone mask, the cat's confidence grew, and she seemed eager to try. As she spoke, she pointed to the bathroom. Sukai understood what she meant. He shook his head. For now, Sukai had no intention of seeking out the pale phantom. This nightmare already knew it couldn't gain any benefit from him or the cat, so it would rather stay curled up in that cramped bathroom than come out. Chen Bing had said that the pale phantom was a very special nightmare, and if used properly, it could become a very powerful ally. Sukai thought so too. Therefore, the matter of the pale ghost shadow needs to be carefully planned. A way must be found to make it willingly work hard for him. At this moment, Cat suddenly saw something. Her face turned deathly pale, and she shakily pointed toward the doorway. Sukai-shin, look over there, over there. Sukai turned his head and saw a few child spirits standing at the door. No one knew when they had started standing there. Each child was surrounded by a thick, unrelenting aura of resentment, especially a little girl in a red dress holding a balloon, who was the most dangerous among these spirits. At that moment, the child spirits simultaneously raised their heads, revealing bloody, hollow eye sockets. The scene was extremely chilling. The intense resentment even distorted the air around the doorframe. Seeing this, the cat's original ambition was immediately shattered in fear. Fortunately, she had gained quite a bit of experience following Jing Mo, so she managed not to cry out at this moment. Sukai knew these child spirits were coming for him. The cat was so frightened that her body stiffened as she tried to feign composure. Sukai thought for a moment and decided not to involve her in this for now. Things need to be taken step by step. The cat needs to gradually get used to this world, and that won't happen overnight. Don't be nervous. These kids have something to discuss with me. Wait for me here for a moment. After saying this, Sukai stood up and walked to the door. Little Red Dress reached out her hand, and Sukai naturally took it. In the next moment, these evil spirits surrounded Sukai and disappeared at the door. Throughout the entire process, Cat didn't dare make a sound. It wasn't until Sukai left with those terrifying evil spirit children that she let out a long sigh of relief. Kids? Sukai God is truly Sukai God. He actually dared to hold that little girl's hand? Clearly knowing the other party is a terrifying evil spirit, yet still daring to reach out and pull them. An ordinary person wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. Apart from admiration, it's still admiration. At this moment, Sukai had already pulled the girl in the red dress to the door of room 809. The door opened. It was pitch black inside, and nothing could be seen. Sukai was seeing this kind of room for the first time. The girl in the red dress wanted to pull Sukai inside. Sukai hesitated a little. What exactly these children were planning to do, Sukai still hadn't figured out. If he rashly entered under such circumstances, it might trigger some kind of taboo. But in the current situation, not going in might very well destroy the little bit of trust he had just established with these children's evil spirits. Sukai had less than a second to hesitate. Almost instantly, he made his decision, stepped forward, and entered room 809. The moment his figure stepped into the room, it vanished, as if swallowed by the surrounding darkness. At first, Sukai couldn't see anything. He thought it was temporary, but after waiting for a long time, everything in front of him was still pitch black. At this moment, Sukai realized something was wrong. Chapter 34, Uncle agrees with you. Sukai realized that he couldn't see anything. Blind? As soon as this thought emerged, even someone like Sukai, who didn't know what fear was, felt a jolt in his heart. After all, if he lost his vision, everything he did next would become incredibly inconvenient. Life would lose so much of its joy. And at this moment, it wasn't just the issue of not being able to see. Sukai realized that the cold little hand he had been holding all along had somehow disappeared without him noticing. It was pitch black all around, and Sukai stood alone in place, helpless and unsupported. This feeling was actually very terrifying, because you have no idea what might be around you, or what might happen. If you are not born blind, most normal people would immediately break down when suddenly faced with such a situation. Sukai, of course, did not fall into the category of normal. At this moment, he stood still, his mind racing. Soon, he thought of a chilling possibility. Xiao Hongxuan and the other children just like them, their eyes were gouged out. Could it be that my eyes have been taken out too? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. He reached out to touch his face, but he quickly realized his hands and feet were bound tied up by something. In this state, he was completely immobilized. Just then, Sukai heard a door open, followed by footsteps. "Old A, your ruthless actually went and plucked out the eyeballs of these little bastards first," a voice teased. "Same to you. Business is business." Somebody was in a hurry for corneas, so we had to take the eyes first. Mainly, the price was right. Another voice with a local accent chuckled. The two laughed as they talked, but the content of their conversation was utterly horrifying. Sukai was not stupid. Just from these two sentences, he had already figured out a lot. Human traffickers? Traffickers of human organs? Thinking back to the ghostly children he encountered on the 8th floor, Sukai suddenly understood everything. "Old A, let's move quickly. These little brats don't look like they'll make it. While they still have some breath left, take out the heart and kidneys." Ha, isn't this exactly why you were called here? The incubator and ice packs are all ready. Hurry up. Once this job is done, it'll be enough for us to live off for years. No need for anesthesia this time, right? No need. They're going to die anyway, so why waste it? That's true. Then came the sound of dragging, along with the cries and pleas of some children. Sukai heard it all clearly. He had been struggling desperately to break free from his restraints since earlier. Although he couldn't feel fear, he was still angry. He was about to lose his mind with rage. Sukai considered himself a well-mannered person, usually treating others with kindness, but this time, he couldn't suppress the fire in his heart. Even though he couldn't see, just from the sound, he could tell how inhumane that old A and his accomplices were. It seemed that killing was nothing more than a trivial matter to them. Right now, Sukai had only one thought in his mind: break free from the restraints, then slaughter these two bastards. But he quickly realized that he had no strength whatsoever to break free. Moreover, Sukai noticed that he didn't seem to be in his own body anymore. Instead, he was inside someone else's body, like a spectator deprived of sight. The child's begging and screaming soon faded away. Someone must have gagged him. "Don't scream. What's the point? If you keep attracting others, you little bastard, why are you so cunning?" Old A cursed with a complaining tone. "Just slit his throat. Don't let this little bastard scream anymore." The next moment, he heard the sound of something being pierced. Sukai felt as if his heart had been stabbed by someone. F*******Q. Sukai began to struggle frantically. Organs removed shortly after a person's death can still have transplant value. This is no longer just sheer madness. Even true demons might not be capable of doing such things. A surge of overwhelming killing intent erupted in Sukai's heart. He had only one thought in his mind: at all costs, eliminate these two scumbag bastards. Killing them 1,000 times would hardly ease the hatred in my heart. But the current Sukai can do nothing except listen. Done with this one, move on to the next? Alright, let's speed things up a bit. By the way, that little girl in the red dress over there, I saw on TV today that her parents promised 1,000,000 yuan to whoever brings her back. You didn't see it, but the woman was crying her eyes out, even got down on her knees. It was almost laughable. But 1,000,000 is a tempting reward, don't you think? Are you stupid? The girl's eyes have been gouged out. Bringing her back won't do any good. Besides, we never leave any witnesses. Hurry up, bring the girl here. Footsteps approached, and Sukai suddenly felt someone grab him. him. In that instant, Sukai understood everything. I was experiencing everything she went through before her death from the perspective of that little red dress. No matter how hard Sukai tried to resist, the outcome was already determined. The next moment, the sound disappeared. The surrounding darkness gradually faded away. Sukai discovered that he was standing right at the door of room 809. It was as if he had never entered before. He was still holding the hand of the girl in the red dress, but this time, Sukai no longer felt how terrifying she was. Sukai squatted down and patted the girl in the red dress on the head. "Uncle understands, don't worry. Uncle promises you, he will definitely bring those two scumbags here." The girl in the red dress looked at Sukai, and a glimmer of eerie light flashed through her two bloody eye sockets, as if she was considering whether Sukai's words were true or not. After waiting for a while, she handed the two balloons in her hand to Sukai and turned to walk into room 809. The other child spirits did the same. One by one, they silently entered the room. The last ghostly child playing with marbles walked up to Sukai, revealed a strange smile, and placed a marble into Sukai's hand. After all the ghostly children had entered, the door to room 809 closed as well. Sukai looked at the marble and balloon in his hand, knowing that these items were cursed objects filled with immense resentment. Both balloons are red, each tied with a thin string resembling hair, floating in the air. Sukai tied the thin string to his wrist. At this moment, Sukai noticed that the black handprint left on his wrist by the girl in the red dress was still there. This thing is, in fact, a kind of curse. It might still be a kind of contract. Having promised these little ghost children something, if he fails to fulfill it, the curse will backfire on him. He believes that what happens then will be extremely terrifying. But Sukai is not afraid at all. Even without the binding of this cursed contract, he would still do his utmost to accomplish this task. At this moment, Sukai suddenly thought of something. The researchers at the Security Bureau said that nightmares are projections of human fear. Based on the information Sukai currently has, only those who have entered the nightmare world can generate nightmares born from their own fears. So how were the little red dresses created? Sukai's heart skipped a beat. Live a life without guilt, and you won't fear ghosts knocking at your door at midnight. It must be one of those two human traffickers who entered the nightmare world, which is why there exists a nightmare born from their fear. That is, the little red dress and those child spirits. In other words, the human trafficker is among the survivors brought back to the base this time. In that case, it will be easier to handle. A glint of ferocity flashed in Sukai's eyes. When he returned to room 810, Mao Mao was staring blankly at the window inside. Outside, it seemed the wind had picked up. The ghost curtain that Sukai had previously trapped outside the window was desperately clutching the railing outside. However, judging by the situation, the strong wind might blow the ghost curtain away at any moment. The sound of footsteps startled Cat. She turned to look at Sukai and noticed two red balloons tied to his wrist, her expression changing instantly. She remembered clearly that these balloons were previously held by the girl in the little red dress. Chapter 35 Blood Mist Lantern. Cat didn't dare to ask about the matter of the little red dress. She was well aware that this matter had already exceeded the scope of what she could handle. The self-aware cat knew her limits, so the expert mode was better left to masters like Sukai Shin to tackle. She was content to focus on playing her normal difficulty level. What's going on outside? Sukai noticed that outside the window, there wasn't just wind, but faintly, in the distance, a strange layer of blood mist seemed to be drifting over. Entering the nightmare world so many times, Sukai was encountering this situation for the first time. Could it be that there are weather changes in the nightmare world too? The wind grew stronger. The ghostly curtain outside the window shook violently, tightly wrapped around the railing. It formed into a handprint, frantically slapping the window through the curtain. It seems to be begging to open the window. It's quite pitiful, why not let it in? Cat had been observing for a while just now, and even she could tell that this ghost curtain was actually not very scary. If it had been encountered at the very beginning, it might have seemed frightening, but after going through so many terrifying nightmares, Cat's resistance had significantly improved. Of course, that's assuming Sukai is nearby. If she were alone, the ghost curtain would have to fend for itself. Sukai did not immediately express his stance. What he was concerned about was not the curtain ghost, but the blood mist gradually drifting closer outside. They were now on the 8th floor, more than 25 meters above the ground, and the height of the blood mist might exceed 100 meters. It looks like an enormous blood wall, pressing forward with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Something seems a bit off. It's much quieter outside than before. You should know that before, the roars of some nightmares could often be heard, but now, it's quiet outside, as silent as death. It seems as if all the nightmares have hidden away. Open the window, let it in. Sukai suddenly spoke. The cat froze for a moment. Although she wanted the curtain ghost to come in, she she hadn't thought about letting it in herself. But out of trust in Sukai, the cat still opened the window without hesitation. The curtain ghost immediately slipped inside. After entering the room, the curtain ghost crawled directly under the bed, trembling with fear. Closed the window. Sukai saw clearly that the blood-colored mist was already drifting over. The cat moved quickly and immediately shut the window. Almost the next second, the blood mist slapped against the glass of the window. The nightmare world was already dark, and with the addition of the blood mist, the outside became even more chaotic and murky, making it impossible to see anything. After a while, Sukai vaguely noticed that there seemed to be some faint lights below. There are probably a dozen or so, lined up in a straight line, passing below. Looks like lanterns. At this moment, the cat next to him whispered softly. The next second, Sukai suddenly felt a sense of alarm. Right below, a lantern was rapidly approaching. The terrifying sense of crisis emanated from this rapidly approaching lantern. Almost simultaneously, the curtain ghost under the bed immediately rushed out, enveloping Sukai and Mao Mao inside, dragging them under the bed. Mao Mao was startled and was about to say that this ghost was repaying kindness with malice, but Sukai reached out and covered her mouth. The rest of the words were forcibly swallowed back. Under the bed, the curtain wrapped around Sukai and the cat, seemingly trembling slightly. Sukai did not sense any malice from this nightmare. On the contrary, it might be helping. At this moment, Sukai could see part of the window through the gap in the curtain from under the bed. At that very moment, he saw a lantern pressed against the window. The cat was right. That was indeed a lantern. Red, cylindrical in shape. A faint light glowed inside. The blood-red light seeped through the window, spilling into the house and casting a crimson hue over the room. Immediately, Sukai saw a face pressed against the glass from outside, peering into the room. With just one glance, Sukai felt his scalp tingle. It was not a face that a living person could possess. This feeling was extremely peculiar, as the other party gave Sukai an intense sense of discomfort. Up until now, no nightmare had ever made Sukai feel this way. Moreover, just thinking about this scene was terrifying. This is the 8th floor, yet outside the window, there was someone peering into the room through the glass. How did that person get up here? The figure outside the window stared for quite a while, seemingly finding nothing, before slowly leaving with a lantern. Only after the red glow on the glass faded did Sukai feel the curtain ghost let go. He and the cat crawled out from under the bed. The cat hadn't seen the scene just now, so she felt nothing, but Sukai had seen it clearly, and at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit of doubt in his heart. What were that red lantern and the human figure? Why did they give such a terrifying sense of oppression, as if being discovered by them would mean certain death? Not only the living, but even nightmares fear it like a tiger. The blood mist outside gradually faded. Sukai looked down from the window. That row of red lanterns had already drifted away, then merged with the blood mist into the distant darkness. Clearly, there are still too many unknowns in this nightmare world. Sukai made up his mind that when he woke up, he would call Chinbing to ask. After all, it was too dangerous. He was certain that if the figure holding the red lantern had seen him or the cat, their lives would have definitely ended here. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Sukai wanted to go downstairs immediately to take a look. He wanted to see what changes would occur outside after the blood mist and red lanterns passed. Could it be that they were really just passing by? If that were the case, where did the blood mist and red lanterns come from, and where were they heading? At this moment, Sukai felt more excitement in his mind, somewhat like the feeling of discovering an Easter egg in a game. Kitty, you stay here, I'll go down and take a look. Think it, do it. The alarm he set with Kitty was for 6 o'clock in the morning. Judging by the time, it should be about right. Better hurry and investigate before it wakes up. The cat didn't hesitate. Sukai-shin, be careful. She had already made up her mind to survive in the normal difficulty mode first. Staying alive was the top priority. She certainly couldn't compare to Sukai. He now had a terrifying nightmare following him, a flaming brick in his hand, and a red balloon on his wrist. His equipment level was far higher than hers. Sukai nodded, fastening the cleaver behind his waist and tucking the white bone mask into his chest. Gripping the brick tightly, he took a deep breath, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he charged down the stairs. Perhaps because of the lingering blood mist and the red lanterns that had just passed by, the entire building too was eerily silent. Even the usual sound of chopping meat on the second floor had vanished. Reaching the first floor smoothly, Sukai glanced cautiously out the stairwell door. Seeing no immediate danger, he darted outside without hesitation. Outside the residential area, there is a street. It is very short, at most 200 meters, with both ends connected to dark and unknown areas. The row of red lights just now was reached by walking along this road. Upon arriving on this street, Sukai could clearly sense the lingering smell of something burning in the air, as if from flames. Besides that, there was also an extraordinary aura. Even though it was just some residual aura, it still carried an incredibly terrifying sense of intimidation. At least, the nightmares that were originally wandering outside were now gone. Sukai noticed that there was a person lying on the ground ahead. He looked around and, seeing no danger, cautiously approached. The one lying on the ground was a corpse, not a person, but a nightmare. The kind of nightmare wearing a white bone mask. Upon closer inspection, the opponent's head head was completely crushed, along with the mask. It seemed as if it was forcibly crushed by a single hand. This discovery also startled Sukai. Obviously, the skeletal nightmare had no power to resist and was completely annihilated in an instant. Sukai thought of the face holding a red lantern, peering inside through the window. It must have been done by that thing. The mask on the corpse was shattered beyond recognition, and the ferocious aura on it seemed to have been crushed along with it, rendering it useless. After continuing to investigate for a while, apart from a few other nightmare corpses, there were no further discoveries. These nightmares were likely unable to evade in time and were killed by the person holding the red lantern. As for the blood mist and the person holding the red lantern, it seems for now that they were merely passing through here. At this moment, Sukai had already reached the end of the street. Ahead lay a pitch-black unknown realm. Clearly, the blood mist and those red lanterns had entered the darkness. This indicates that there is something else within this darkness. Chapter 36. Breakfast is soy milk and fried dough sticks. Sukai stood at the end of the road, gazing at the darkness just within reach. For a moment, Sukai wanted to step inside and explore, but he held back. Without sufficient cards and strength, leaving the novice village recklessly was definitely not a wise move. At this moment, Sukai heard the ringing sound. It was the sound of an alarm clock. The sound grew louder, and the next moment, Sukai opened his eyes. It was 6 o'clock. Next to her, Mao Mao also sat up. It was her second time entering the nightmare world, but this time was particularly significant for her. With Sukai's help, she had already started learning how to survive in the nightmare world and had gained a lot. God Sukai, that curtain ghost seems to have latched onto me, Mao Mao reported to Sukai. Sukai was taken aback. At first, he thought the curtain ghost was up to something, but after Mao Mao's explanation, Sukai realized the situation was not quite as he had imagined. It might be because Mao Mao was the one who opened the window and let the curtain ghost back in, so this nightmare actually developed an attachment to Mao Mao. In a way, Mao Mao could already command the curtain ghost to do certain things. This is a good thing. Sukai always sees things from a different perspective than others, but that curtain is, after all, a ghost. Mao Mao understood Sukai's point but was still a bit worried. That's shallow. You can't look at things from that angle. Sukai waved his hand. What's wrong with ghosts? As long as they sincerely help us, ghosts can also become friends. As for humans, sometimes they may not be better than ghosts, they might even be more dangerous. Sukai thought of the incident with the little red dress, and a hint of killing intent appeared on his face. This matter, Sukai must investigate thoroughly. Why should innocent children suffer while those two scumbags can roam free? If he didn't know about it, that would be one thing, but now that he does, Sukai is determined to see it through to the end. Of course, once the matter is resolved, Sukai believes he will become good friends with the little ones living in room 809. Breakfast is provided at the migratory bird base. The cafeteria here is clean, tidy, and bright. When Sukai and Mao Mao arrived, there were already people having breakfast here. Most of them were staff from the security bureau stationed at the migratory bird base, but there were also some residents brought back this time. However, most of them looked haggard, clearly having gone a long time without sleep. The breakfast options were plentiful, and Sukai wasn't picky. 2 boiled eggs, a fried dough stick, and a bowl of soy milk. While eating, Sukai observed his surroundings. Over there, a few resident survivors seemed to have reached their limit. Sukai looked at them one by one, wondering if old A's 2 human traffickers were among them. Sukai had a good memory. Judging by their voices, old A's 2 human traffickers shouldn't be older than 40. Both were male, and old A had a regional accent from a southern province. In this way, the scope can be narrowed down. Exclude women, as well as those under 30 years old and over 50 years old. With this, only 3 people are left. 2 of them, Sukai has met before. One is Mr. Shue from his neighborhood, whom he often sees. The other is the owner of the supermarket at the entrance, also an acquaintance. Neither of these 2 are from other provinces, and they are relatively familiar, so the suspicion is smaller. That leaves the other one. I haven't seen this person before. They should be a resident of the Green Garden community. This person is sitting alone over their eating, looking somewhat nervous. The fatigue on their face has already made them appear a bit dazed. Sukai thought for a moment and let the cat eat alone. He carried his tray over and sat across from that person at the table. The other person was clearly startled, probably not expecting someone to come and share the table. Sukai smiled warmly. What's your name, brother? The man froze for a moment before quickly standing up and saying, my name is Li Baoshang. It was probably because Sukai had a work ID that the man appeared somewhat reserved. Sukai told him not to be nervous and then chatted casually about everyday life. Although Li Baoshang was in his 30s, he was an honest man. When he mentioned his family, this grown man started crying. A few days ago, my wife took the child on a trip. I was too busy with work to go, and luckily so, as they weren't caught up in this. It doesn't matter if I die, as long as they're safe. I just miss them so much. Before I die, I just want to see them one last time. It's normal for emotions to collapse under extreme tension. Sukai wasn't surprised. He was just observing. If it were old A or his accomplices, they wouldn't be this fragile, would they? Of course, it could also be a disguise. Besides, who says a psychopathic killer can't cry. Sukai couldn't rule out the suspect just because of this, but there is no further evidence. However, that's okay. Evidence won't present itself, it needs to be found by someone. Sukai finished his meal and first went to find Team Leader Lu to request a copy of the information on the survivors brought back this time. Team Leader Lu was also quite curious about this matter. What do you need this information for? Helping Nightmare find enemies was not convenient to mention for now, so Sukai came up with an excuse to brush it off, just to see who has higher potential. That's how it should be. Team Leader Lu's eyes lit up upon hearing Sukai's words. Last night, 5 more people died in the nightmare. Based on the current situation, at most 2 more days, and this batch of survivors will likely all be dead. The orders from above are to guide and train them, letting them find survival methods on their own, but in my view, this is no different from slaughter. Sukai's brow twitched. He could tell that Team Leader Lu was someone with great compassion. It's just that the other party was still using real-world standards to measure the nightmare world. This is obviously wrong. On the contrary, Sukai felt that the approach taken by the senior officials of the Security Bureau towards those marked by the nightmare was appropriate, because even security experts face the risk of losing their lives at any moment in the nightmare world. In such a situation, how can others be protected? Even if you escape once, what about the second time, the third time? You can't rely on others to protect you every single time. It is precisely because Sukai has truly witnessed the horror and danger of the nightmare world that he understands how wise the Bureau of Safety's strategy is. Survival of the fittest, the strong prevail. There isn't much information, and excluding those who have already died, only about a dozen remain. After eliminating women and those whose ages don't match, surprisingly, only 3 remain. Coincidentally, Sukai has seen all 3 of these people in the cafeteria. Among them, 2 are people Sukai is familiar with, such as General Manager Shui and others. However, these 2 have already been ruled out as suspects due to regional factors. The only one left is Li Baosheng. It seems he is the only one who meets the criteria. Sukai shook his head. Instinctively, Sukai felt that Li Baosheng was not one of the 2 human traffickers. Some things cannot be hidden. The gaze of someone who was killed and someone who hasn't is different. Of course, this intuition may not be reliable. Sukai actually inferred it from Li Baosheng's profession. The other party is responsible for stocking goods in a supermarket. As for those 2 human traffickers, whether it's old A or the other person, both understand anatomy and human structure. Judging from Li Baosheng's profession, it doesn't match. Moreover, his records show his educational background and career experience, which also lacks similar expertise or the possibility of self-learning. At this moment, Sukai suddenly realized that he had overlooked something. That is, he assumed that the girls in red dresses had died in recent years. But what if the time span was longer? Besides, in recent years, Sukai hadn't heard any news reports about missing children. If the time span extends to 10 or 20 years, then old A and his accomplices should now be around 50 to 60 years old. Sukai knew where the problem was. He took out the survivors' information again. Previously, a few people were excluded because their ages exceeded the range, but according to the new theoretical inference, these individuals were actually more suspicious than Li Baosheng. After filtering, Sukai locked onto one person. Zhang Yinping, male, 56 years old, originally from X province in the south, has run a clinic, a pet hospital, worked as a pharmaceutical salesperson, settled in migratory bird city 7 years ago, and currently operates a small chain pharmacy. Even based on a 20-year timeline, 20 years ago, this Zhang Yinping would have been 36 years old. Moreover, the person is from X province in the south, and the accent matches. In addition, this person's professional experience is also related to medicine, so learning some anatomy knowledge wouldn't be difficult for them. In short, they are more suspicious than Li Baosheng. It cannot be said to be a suspicion. Sukai is almost certain it is this person. This discovery naturally delighted Sukai. At this moment, as Sukai looked at this person's profile, a smile appeared on his face. You have a great eye, no wonder you're the one highly recommended by Expert Chun. Across from him, Team Leader Lu spoke as he saw the profile Sukai had specifically selected. Sukai was puzzled. This Zhang Yinping has already survived 2 nightmares and is the most promising person besides you. His information has been uploaded to the headquarters, and they are paying close attention to him. Team Leader Lu's words carried a hint of pride. Although he didn't have the opportunity to directly participate in the expert training program, if he could discover an expert, he could still receive commendation from the headquarters. Maybe his next application will be approved. When Sukai heard this, it made him raise an eyebrow. What's wrong? Noticing Sukai's unusual expression, Team Leader Lu keenly sensed something was off and asked, what if this person used to be a criminal? Sukai hadn't intended to say it, but he couldn't hold back. He wanted to see Team Leader Lu and the others' stance whether they would cover for him because of his potential. Criminal? Team Leader Lu frowned. Are you saying Zhang Yinping is a criminal? I'm saying if. Sukai stared at Team Leader Lu. The latter barely gave it much thought. If it's a criminal, it depends on the crime. If it's just a minor offense, given the current situation, it will most likely be dealt with leniently. But if it's a heinous crime, then it will be handled as it should be. The headquarters won't show any leniency. That's good. Sukai felt relieved. It was evident that Team Leader Lu and the Bureau had a very upright stance, which put Sukai at ease. What exactly is going on? Tell me. Team Leader Lu was clearly not someone easy to fool. Having worked in the police system for over 20 years before being transferred to the Security Bureau upon its establishment, he had a deep-seated hatred for criminals. In fact, Sukai didn't know much either. He was unclear about the specifics of the case and could only roughly explain the situation regarding the missing children and organ trafficking. Who knew that Team Leader Lu would get excited as soon as he heard it? You're talking about the series of disappearance cases that happened 15 years ago in the southern province of X, right? Sukai was stunned. The other person actually knew about it. Back then, I was a criminal investigator in one of the cities in Province X. I worked on this case, and it still hasn't been solved. In our line of work, we can forget other things, but unsolved cases we remember them better than anyone. Team Leader Lu really wasn't bragging. He actually recounted the details of the series of disappearance cases from back then one by one. Because the missing children were from various places across the province and the incidents occurred at different times, it initially didn't attract enough attention. Later, some clues emerged, and the cases were combined for investigation. At the time, we suspected it was related to a criminal gang trafficking organs, but we could never find the missing children or any other leads. To this day, the case remains unsolved. I still remember a parent back then, crying and kneeling before us, begging us to find their child, but we had no way to help. Ah, that feeling, don't even mention it, utterly frustrating. Even 15 years later, Team Leader Lu gritted his teeth when talking about this matter. This had long become a thorn in his heart. Team Leader Lu wasn't stupid. He was an experienced detective, and at this moment, he realized something. He stared at Sukai. How did you know about this? The case from back then was never made public, and it happened 15 years ago. Logically, Sukai couldn't possibly know about it. Sukai gave a mysterious smile but said nothing. In an instant, Team Leader Lu understood something. He has now joined the Security Bureau, so naturally, he knows about the nightmare world and nightmares. Are you suggesting that you suspect that Zhang Yinping? Sukai nodded, not denying this. Moreover, he wasn't suspicious, he was certain. What evidence do you have? Team Leader Lu immediately perked up, his voice even a bit hurried. Sukai shook his head. Evidence? He truly didn't have any. He was merely deducing based on some events. Team Leader Lu was silent for a moment. He lit a cigarette and took several deep drags before speaking. You, inside there, did you encounter? Sukai anticipated the question and nodded. Yes, I came across those missing children, about 7 or 8 of them. Their eyes had been gouged out, and their hearts and kidneys were missing as well. They died horribly. Team Leader Lu's expression darkened. He could vividly imagine the horrific scene. That was a nightmare. You encountered them. How did you escape? Don't forget, I'm a backup specialist. I have my own survival methods. Team Leader Lu nodded and didn't ask further. He extinguished the cigarette butt and stood up. I will investigate this matter. If it really is Zhang Yinping, I will make sure he faces legal punishment. Sukai stopped him. Zhang Yinping probably won't live to face legal punishment. The problem is, he has an accomplice. Team Leader Lu's eyelid twitched. He understood Sukai's meaning. If it really is Zhang Yinping, the fear he experienced in the nightmare world would have formed into a nightmare entity, and this entity would inevitably hunt him down. Sukai had just mentioned that there are more than one of these nightmare entities, and they are extremely terrifying. In fact, Sukai had something he didn't tell Team Leader Lu. That is, even if Zhang Yinping managed to evade the pursuit of the little red dresses, Sukai would still find him, give him a thorough beating, and then drag him to room 809 of the little red dresses. In short, he was doomed. Not even Jesus could save him. Team Leader Lu left. Sukai could tell that Team Leader Lu was genuinely treating this matter as a priority. This put Sukai's mind at ease. Just as Sukai had said earlier, Zhang Yinping was doomed, but the other accomplice must also be found. It would be best if Team Leader Lu could uncover the truth, but if not, Zhang Yinping would have to be interrogated in the nightmare world. Sukai believed that, by then, the truth would come out. Things are progressing smoothly. Sukai glanced at the time, then returned to his room, picked up a pen, and started writing. The matter Xiaoyu entrusted him with also needed to be handled promptly by Sukai. Moreover, he thought of a better way. That is imitating Xiaoyu's handwriting to write a letter to her parents. The main thing is to make a phone call. Sukai really doesn't know what to say. Should he tell them that Xiaoyu has responded, asking them not to worry, to take care of their health, and that there is a gift she prepared for them in the hidden compartment of the room? Sukai is certain that if he really did this, Xiaoyu's parents would inevitably bombard him with endless questions. This would make it difficult to explain. The main thing is, Sukai was afraid he couldn't resist the others pleading and might say something he shouldn't. It would be better to write a letter. The advantage is that there's no need to meet or talk, and even if the other party calls to ask, he can just feign ignorance. In the nightmare world, Xiaoyu always held Sukai's hand to guide him in writing. Sukai had become very familiar with Xiaoyu's handwriting. After dozens of attempts, Sukai finally wrote a piece of calligraphy so flawless that even he couldn't find any any faults in it. It looked exactly like the handwriting of Xiaoyu from the nightmare world. Su Kai was very satisfied. Burning the other discarded papers, Su Kai carefully folded this final piece, then took it and went out the door. Chapter 38, New Discoveries. Still the same car. Still the same driver. The difference is that this time, Su Kai chatted with the driver all the way. Su Kai wasn't like this before. Essentially, Su Kai is an introverted person who isn't good at communicating with others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have started a gaming studio, spending all day playing games. But after experiencing several nightmare worlds, he feels much more outgoing than before. He never used to think that chatting with people could feel this good, because he had already been there once yesterday. This time the driver was familiar with the route and brought Su Kai to the villa outside Chuyu's home. This time, Su Kai didn't ask the driver to turn off the engine. He ran out of the car alone and slipped the letter he had prepared in advance into the door crack. Just then, an elderly lady walking her dog passed by. She froze on the spot when she saw the sneaky Su Kai, seemingly about to take out her phone. "Auntie, I'm not a thief, don't misunderstand me." Su Kai waved at the other person. Then he pointed to the car next to him, meaning that he had such a good car and wouldn't do anything sneaky or underhanded. The old lady said nothing. Su Kai assumed she understood, got in the car, and left immediately. Didn't expect things to go wrong right from the start. Su Kai let out an awkward laugh in the car, and the driver whispered, "Actually, expert Su Kai, you can just explain it to them directly. Although there are confidentiality rules, you can hint at it indirectly. There's no need to be so sneaky. This is how a normal person would think." Su Kai smiled, then shook his head. The driver didn't know the inside story. Su Kai had thought about this matter. Even without confidentiality regulations, he couldn't reveal the truth to Chuyu's parents. As parents, knowing their daughter had turned into a vengeful ghost would undoubtedly cause them immense pain. It would be better this way. Writing letters on her behalf might actually bring them some comfort. Su Kai believed this was also what Xiaoyu wanted. After all, life and death are separated, knowing that each as well is enough. This is exactly what Su Kai thought. Expert Su Kai, where to next? The driver, now familiar with Su Kai, asked this question at that moment. "Sanxiao Sub-Bureau, I just happened to want to chat with Director Su." Su Kai sank into the chair back, planning to ask about the progress of Xiaoyu's case. Back then, the person who played the pen fairy game with Xiaoyu, Hu Lingling, was already dead. There were also Luo Xiang and Su Kai Shang. These two definitely knew the inside story. Just as he arrived downstairs at the Sanxiao Sub-Bureau, Su Kai's phone rang. He picked it up and smiled. "Director Su, how did you know I was downstairs at your precinct?" "Oh, you didn't know? Just discussing the case with me? Alright, don't come down, I know the way. I'll come upstairs to find you." After hanging up the phone, Su Kai walked into the police station with practiced ease. Inside, a young police officer saw Su Kai heading upstairs without even greeting anyone and was about to stop him for questioning when a colleague immediately pulled him back. "He's a friend of Director Su, quite influential, seems to be from some kind of special security bureau." "What did you say, special security bureau?" The young policeman was stunned, his face unable to hide his astonishment. The female officer immediately became curious. "Brother Wang, you know the special security bureau? What kind of department is this? Why haven't I heard of it before?" The young policeman called Wang Go looked around nervously at this moment, then whispered, "It's normal that you don't know. In fact, I only heard about it by chance." "Then, what do they do?" That I don't know." Wang Go shook his head. "Do you think it might be because of that somewhat scary case recently?" the female officer asked softly. Brother Wang obviously knew what the scary case she mentioned referred to. It really might be possible. Yesterday, it seems another victim appeared, and the manner of death was horrifying. Just like the previous victims discovered, there were no wounds, no poison detected in the body, yet the person just died like that. Isn't that strange? Moreover, the victim's facial features were twisted beyond recognition, as if they saw something terrifying before they died. "Brother Wang, don't scare me, I'm timid. We're police officers, we can't be afraid of this." But this case is indeed bizarre, with no leads to follow. The criminal investigation team is currently overwhelmed, and some of them haven't slept for 2 days and nights. Paused for a moment, Brother Wang lowered his voice. "Of course, it's not entirely fruitless. I heard that an encrypted video was found on the computers of these deceased individuals. The tech department is working on decrypting it, and I believe they'll uncover something." "Expert Su Kai, I just called you, and here you are. I guess we're really on the same wavelength." Ha. In the office, Director Su cracked a joke. Su Kai nodded. "Indeed, I was just passing by and thought I'd drop in for a cup of tea." "Welcome. We always welcome Expert Su Kai to guide our work." Director Su brewed the tea and then began discussing official matters. When discussing official matters, Director Su became much more serious. "Regarding the case of the female college student Chuyu's accidental death, I specifically assigned someone to investigate and also interrogated the person involved, Luo Xiang. Unexpectedly, as soon as this kid saw us, he confessed directly." Director Su handed over a dossier. "This is Luo Xiang's confession. Back then, they had planned it in advance specifically to scare that female college student, but it backfired and caused an accident. incident. Sukai flipped through the confession, feeling quite surprised. He hadn't expected it to be so easy. Wait a minute, something must be off. Logically, the other party couldn't have revealed the truth so easily. The case file only records information related to the case, such as how Luo Xiang and the others initially conspired together to set up a scheme to scare Chuyu, including filming her embarrassing moments and then planning to post them online. This kind of incident would at most be considered manslaughter. Sukai directly voiced his doubts, asking why Luo Xiang confessed so readily. We found it quite strange too. Oh, here's the recording from that time. Expert Sukai, you can listen to it. Director Su called someone to bring over a voice recorder and then played the recording from that time. In the recording, a man's voice carries fatigue and a trace of fear as he recounts the events. This voice should belong to Luo Xiang. During this process, he repeatedly mentions one thing. He has been having nightmares recently. Sukai is now very sensitive to the word nightmare and was immediately drawn to it. In the recording, Luo Xiang said that he has recently been dreaming about that scene from years ago, where Chuyu, who had fallen to her death, stood up from the pool of blood, staring at him covered in blood. If it had happened just once, it would have been fine, but having the same dream for several consecutive days, Luo Xiang was on the verge of collapse. He was convinced that Chuyu's spirit was restless and had come to claim his life. So when the police found him, his psychological defenses completely crumbled, and he confessed everything. The police will notify the victim's family about this matter, and there should be a prosecution, as manslaughter is still a crime. As for Luo Xiang's matter, Sukai can temporarily stop paying attention to it. What he cares about is how the other party could have the same nightmare repeatedly. It definitely isn't the nightmare world. If so, Luo Xiang is already dead. And it's not because the other party felt ashamed. Otherwise, why not do it last night or earlier, but only in the past few days? The past few days? Sukai's heart stirred as he thought of a possibility. Could it be related to Xiaoyu appearing in the nightmare world? Xiaoyu appeared in the nightmare world in the form of a nightmare just a few days ago, and coincidentally, Luo Xiang also started dreaming around that time. It's too much of a coincidence. Sukai boldly speculated that the nightmare Luo Xiang had was definitely influenced by Xiaoyu. What about the other person involved back then, Insukasheng? Is this person similar to Luo Xiang? Sukai inquired about Insukasheng's situation, and Director Su nodded. Insukasheng is currently active in another province. We have already contacted the local police department for a joint investigation, and we believe news will be coming back soon. Sukai understood that this was already very efficient. If it were up to him, investigating such matters would likely take a lot of time. But now, with the police system, it can be easily resolved. Asked everything that needed to be asked, Sukai planned to take his leave. At that moment, the phone on Director Su's desk rang. "I'll take this call," Director Su said, picking up the phone. After listening for a moment, his expression changed instantly. What did you say?" Sukai was somewhat surprised. He had interacted with Director Su and knew that the latter was a seasoned veteran with extremely strong mental resilience and a very steady demeanor. But now, Director Su's shock was definitely not feigned. Sukai only found out after asking someone had died. The deceased was a police officer. And it's right in the Sanqiao sub-bureau. No wonder Director Su is so shocked. Police work is stressful, with poor rest. I've heard of sudden death cases before, but I never thought I'd encounter one today. Sukai quickly got up to take his leave. After all, such a major incident had occurred here, and they were bound to be busy. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to stay. Director Su directly grabbed Sukai. "Expert Sukai, I'm afraid you'll have to come with me to take a look at this." Chapter 39, The Terrifying Video. Director Su would never joke about something like this. Sukai also understood instantly. Alright, let's go take a look. Director Su holds a high position, and recently, a major incident occurred in the area under his jurisdiction at the Green Garden community. It's definitely impossible for him to know nothing about it. He must have caught wind of some rumors. In this situation, he had to take Sukai along, as it was obvious that the matter might be related to the affairs handled by the Security Bureau. Sukai was a backup expert for the Security Bureau, so this kind of matter definitely couldn't be left unresolved. The two of them descended to the first floor. The area was already cordoned off by the on-duty police, and no one was allowed to enter or leave for the time being. Seeing Director Su come down, the police made way, and someone inside came out to start reporting. "Director Su, this is Xiao Lu from our technical department. Regarding the mysterious death case yesterday, there was an encrypted video in the deceased's computer. Xiao Lu was responsible for decrypting it. He worked all night, and just now someone went over and discovered that something had happened to Xiao Lu." Director Su nodded gravely. The police officer who had just spoken noticed Sukai behind him at this moment, showing a look of confusion. "This is Sukai, an expert from the Special Security Bureau," Director Su introduced. The policeman was startled. Clearly, he had heard of the Special Security Bureau, so he didn't waste any words. The group walked into the technical department together. In a small office, several desks stood cluttered with piles of documents and files. By one of the desks deeper inside, a young man in police uniform lay face down down. At this moment, a few officers were taking photographs of the scene. Sukai approached quietly. The young officer sprawled across the desk was already dead, his eyes wide open in eternal unrest, his face frozen in a stark expression of terror and disbelief. On the table, there was a cup of coffee that was more than half finished, a notebook, and a pen. It was evident that the person had been working until the moment of their death. A video was playing on the computer screen. Sukai just glanced at it and immediately pushed Director Su, who was about to come closer, out of the way. Director Su almost stumbled from the push. "What are you doing?" a police officer shouted nearby. Nobody moved. Sukai's voice was even louder. This immediately stunned everyone present. Director Su, experienced and knowledgeable, knew Sukai wouldn't act without reason. He promptly said, "Everyone listen to expert Sukai, nobody move." In this way, everyone in the room dared not move, each maintaining their previous posture, creating a very strange scene. Most people were confused, unable to figure out what was going on. Only Director Su began to sweat on his forehead, because he noticed that Sukai's expression was very unpleasant. Thinking of Sukai's identity, Director Su felt his heart sink. "Everyone, keep your eyes on the ground now, do not look up." Sukai's expression was grave. This time, everyone complied, as even Director Su had already given the order. "Next, I ask, you answer. Remember, no one is allowed to lie." Sukai glanced at the people in the office and said, "Just now, who looked at the computer screen? Raise your hand." Several police officers kept their heads down, staring at the ground, feeling inexplicably uneasy, but a few still raised their hands, including the section chief standing next to Director Su. "Those who raised their hands stay, everyone else leave," Sukai continued. No one moved, they all looked at Director Su. "Carry out the order," Director Su said decisively. At this moment, he realized why Sukai had suddenly pushed him earlier. It should be that he doesn't want to look at the computer screen. Why? Director Su didn't know, but he was clear in his heart that at this moment, he shouldn't ask anything and should just follow Sukai's arrangements. At that moment, the others left, and Sukai walked over directly to close the door. Now, including him, there are 6 people in the office, 5 men and 1 woman. Let me confirm one more thing with you. Did any of you watch the video on the screen just now? You can close your eyes and try to recall. If you can't remember what you saw, you can leave now, Sukai said again. This time, no one moved, but the other 5 people all had strange expressions. They followed Sukai's instructions, but the bizarre thing was, they actually remembered the content that had just played on the screen. In fact, that video was very peculiar. It was a very complex geometric figure. Several poisonous insects were crawling on the surface. The entire image was in black and white quality, occasionally flickering with some snowflake-like spots. Use your pens to draw the patterns in your minds. Seeing no one speaking, Sukai thought for a moment and gave the next instruction. After speaking, Sukai walked over, unafraid of the corpse on the table, reached out to control the mouse, and turned off the eerie video on the screen. From this video, Sukai sensed the aura of a nightmare world. It was that kind of eerie, terrifying atmosphere, carrying a sense of despair and a faint hint of decay. This feeling was very peculiar, not something detected through the sense of smell, but more like a mental influence. Just like how an ordinary person, after seeing an extremely decayed corpse, even days later, would feel immediate discomfort and nausea upon hearing someone mention the word meat. Because he was so familiar with this kind of atmosphere, Sukai immediately realized that it was very likely a form of contaminant. And because this feeling arose from watching that video footage, Sukai made these judgments right away. If the video is a pollutant, then the requirement triggered is to see it. In the room, 5 police officers, following Sukai's instructions, brought paper and pens and began drawing based on the image in their minds. The scene was very quiet, and Sukai did not disturb them. He took this time to make a phone call to Chen Bing and team leader Lu. Such a major incident happened here, of course, he had to report it to the security bureau. A few minutes later, Sukai hung up the phone and then looked at the 5 police officers. The fastest one inside had already finished drawing. Moreover, the drawing was so lifelike that it was exactly the same as the intricate pattern in the video just now. "You've learned sketching?" Sukai asked curiously. "I'm the head of the technical department. Sketching is one of our basic skills," the policeman replied truthfully. Of course, it was only lifelike. The patterns on the drawing didn't have the kind of disgusting psychological impact seen in the video. Soon, the others also finished their drawings. "Bring it over for comparison, they're exactly the same." "Strange, I just glanced at it casually, didn't expect to remember it so clearly," a policeman joked. "Yeah, I don't recall my memory ever being this good." Another policeman nodded in agreement. Sukai shook his head. "I'm afraid it has nothing to do with your memory, but rather this pattern actively invaded your mental consciousness. There are many confidential files and research reports in the Security Bureau, all of which Sukai has read. According to the Security Bureau's Academy of Sciences, the nightmare mark is a form of mental influence. For those affected, a virus will automatically emerge within their bodies. The nightmare virus. This is the only method to verify whether someone has been marked with the nightmare mark. It is said that this virus is actually normal human cells that have mutated for unknown reasons. This involves a lot of highly specialized knowledge, and Sukai only has a general understanding. Now they need to wait for the Security Bureau personnel to come and conduct virus tests on these 5 people. Sukai naturally hopes that his previous assumptions are wrong. Otherwise, the fate of these 5 people would be tragic. At this moment, something completely unexpected happened to Sukai. In his mind, the pattern from the video just now suddenly appeared. It felt like watching TV normally, only to have an advertisement suddenly interrupt unexpected and helpless. The pattern began to distort, as if it had come alive, and the sound of poisonous insects crawling on it could be heard in his ears, a rustling noise that sent chills down his spine. Sukai shook his head, feeling a sudden and overwhelming drowsiness. Meanwhile, the other 5 police officers in the room had already collapsed to the ground. It's the mental influence of that mysterious pattern. Unexpectedly, it also has a hypnotic effect? Sukai felt a bit dazed. He glanced at the officers already lying on the ground, and a thought crossed his mind. He chose not to resist this mental influence, allowing the spiritual force to take its course. Then, Sukai sat on the chair next to him and closed his eyes. Chapter 40. Terrifying Memories. Darkness. Twisted patterns kept shifting, as if a maze hiding horrifying secrets. The sudden feeling of weightlessness from the fall came abruptly. Jiang Ming suddenly opened his eyes. The feeling of weightlessness disappeared. Looking at everything in front of him, he was completely stunned. He found himself standing in a living room that looked somewhat familiar, but the problem was, he should have been in the technical department office at the precinct. As a police officer, and the team leader of the technical department, Jiang Ming absolutely did not believe in ghosts or spirits. However, this time, he couldn't figure out how he had gone from the office at the precinct to here. Where are Xiao Du and the others? And what about that expert Sukai? Jiang Ming was certain that he was the only person in this living room, an old-style residential area with a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout. The ceiling and surrounding walls have some cracks, and in some places, the plaster has already fallen off. The surroundings are filled with outdated furniture, with a coffee table and sofa behind, a television in front, and through the window, the outside is pitch black. Apart from the ticking sound of the old-fashioned electronic clock hanging on the wall, there is no other noise. At this moment, Jiang Ming was extremely nervous. Even with training, suddenly encountering such a bizarre situation left him somewhat at a loss. There are photos on the wall, and Jiang Ming immediately walked over to take a look. The photo showed a family of 3, and after scanning each person's face, Jiang Ming's expression suddenly changed. He recognized this family. It was from a long time ago, his childhood neighbors. This family had a great relationship with Jiang Ming's family, and the neighbor's older sister often took care of him and helped him with his homework. However, a horrifying tragedy occurred that year, and the entire family was killed by a criminal. Jiang Ming was 7 years old at the time. Coincidentally, he was present when the tragedy happened, but he was lucky enough to escape by hiding under the bed. It was precisely because of this incident that Jiang Ming vowed to become a police officer who punishes evil and promotes justice. He was determined to bring that criminal to justice. It's just that after all these years, the murderer behind the tragic massacre remains at large. Memories slowly surfaced, and Jiang Ming's face turned extremely grim. He remembered this was the home of the neighbor's elder sister. Everything in the setup was exactly the same as before. How could this happen? Jiang Ming's mind went blank. At that moment, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door, interrupting Jiang Ming's thoughts and instantly pulling him back to reality. The footsteps outside the door came to a halt, followed by the sound of a key turning in the lock. Fear welled up from within. It was even hard to suppress. Jiang Ming sensed danger. Hide. This thought immediately popped into his mind. The living room was small, with no place to hide a person. On the left were the kitchen and bathroom, on the right was the bedroom. Jiang Ming didn't hesitate, opened the bedroom door, walked in, and then closed the door. Almost simultaneously, the sound of the security door being open came from outside. Someone had entered. The other party was in the living room, separated from him by just one door. At this moment, Jiang Ming's heart was pounding fiercely. This scene felt eerily familiar to him. Back then, the murderer who killed the neighboring family seemed to have entered in the same way. The fear from childhood rushed directly into his mind. Because of the thick curtains, the bedroom was very dim, faintly visible. The bedroom was small, with a standing wardrobe nearby and a large bed. There is a fishy stench in the air. Tiptoeing to the bedside, Jiang Ming glanced at the bed. There was someone lying on the bed, motionless. Looking more closely, Jiang Ming noticed a knife plunged deep into the person's neck. His eyes widened in shock. He covered his mouth to keep from screaming out loud. At that moment, his hairs stood on end. The scene before him sparked a long-forgotten childhood memory, suddenly flooding back with vivid clarity. Footsteps grew louder in the living room. Instinctively, Jiang Ming slipped under the bed. Barely 2 seconds after he hid, the living room door was pushed open. A faint light spilled inside. From beneath the bed, Jiang Ming saw someone standing by the doorway. From this angle, he could only see the person's feet. The figure wore polished round toe leather boots that gleamed under the dim light. Without any other reaction or closing the bedroom door, the person walked slowly toward the bed. Hearing a slight noise, the next moment the corpse corpse on the bed was suddenly pushed off with a loud thud onto the floor. The body landed just over 2 feet from where Jiang Ming was hiding. This time it lay flat on its back, the dagger in the neck gone. Her head was turned to the side, facing Jiang Ming directly face to face. The impact of this image was beyond words. Jiang Ming's mind churned like boiling water. The corpse was that of a young woman in her 20s, looking quite youthful. Her eyes were wide open, mouth agape, one side of her face drenched in blood, staring blankly right at Jiang Ming. It's the elder sister from the neighbor's house. Jiang Ming's mind went completely blank, his fingers trembling uncontrollably at this moment. This scene was exactly the same as back then. At that time, he was only 7 years old, hiding under the bed without daring to make a sound. It was only after the murderer left that he ran out crying. Once, Jiang Ming thought that if he were given another chance, he would definitely do something. He would no longer let fear control him. But now, truly experiencing it all again, he realized he didn't even have the strength to move. Fear was like a 200-pound fat man, pressing down on him so hard that he couldn't breathe. At this moment, the murderer seemed to have noticed something and slowly crouched down. Jiang Ming's fear also reached its peak as he saw the other party about to peek under the bed. Suddenly, a cry of alarm came from the hallway outside. The murderer was startled. He immediately stood up, opened the security door, and walked out. Jiang Ming let out a sigh of relief. Wait a moment, the scream just now sounded like Xiaodu. Jiang Ming suddenly realized it was his colleague making the noise outside, which only heightened his anxiety. He crawled out from under the bed and looked at the corpse of the neighbor's sister. Tears welled up uncontrollably in his eyes. I'm truly useless. Back then, my cowardice cost me the chance to save you. I never thought that coming back here would be the same all over again. At this moment, Jiang Ming was crying like a child, but the next moment, he touched something. It was the police badge on his chest. He was still wearing his police uniform. A surge of strength welled up in his heart. Yes, I am a police officer. I swore an oath to uphold peace and protect others. I couldn't do it when I was a child, but now I must. I must do it. The fear seemed to have diminished significantly. Jiang Ming gritted his teeth, walked out, and reached for a crystal trophy on the table. He remembered clearly that this was a prize the neighbor's older sister won in a recitation competition. It was heavy and could be used as a weapon. Opening the door, Jiang Ming walked out. To his surprise, outside was actually the hallway of the substation, but it looked extremely dim, completely different from what he usually saw. In the air, there seemed to be tiny gray particles floating around, more like an eerie mist. Suddenly, Jiang Ming sensed a noise behind him and instinctively dodged to the side. With a sharp whoosh, a blade sliced just past his neck. The edge scraped his skin, sending a sharp pain shooting through him. It was the murderer he hadn't left, but was hiding in the dark corner outside the door, waiting to strike as Jiang Ming stepped out. The first attack missed, but the second stab came swiftly after. Jiang Ming had some combat training, but facing a knife-wielding assailant like this, he was at a disadvantage, especially since the attacker's speed and strength were far beyond that of a normal human. With a loud slap, something hit. The crystal trophy hit the air, fell to the ground, and shattered into pieces. In a panic, Jiang Ming lost his footing and fell to the ground. It's over. He knew in his heart that falling at this moment was fatal. The murderer lunged forward, but at this moment, something unexpected happened. At the same time, a person suddenly darted out from the side. This person had 2 red balloons tied to their wrist and was holding a brick in the other hand, which they swung and struck the murderer on the back of the head. Chapter 41. There should be a gun here. A loud smack. The murderer collapsed directly onto the ground, motionless. Blood slowly pooled and spread across the floor. Jiang Ming felt as if a stone had lodged itself in his throat. He was too shocked to speak. What had he just witnessed? He saw a slab of brick unexpectedly burst into flames, and it was still burning now, truly unbelievable. Under the glow of the flames, Su Kai's face was illuminated. From this angle, he looked somewhat eerie and terrifying. Looking at him, he didn't quite seem like a good person. Jiang Ming unconsciously moved back a little. He naturally recognized that this was Su Kai, the expert from the security bureau. But why would he be here? His mind was flooded with various questions. Jiang Ming stared at Su Kai with fear and apprehension. Opposite him, Su Kai first checked the nightmare on the ground and found that he had actually killed it with a single brick. He was equally astonished. Is this nightmare a weakling? It was the first time he encountered such a weak nightmare. You should know, any random one encountered in the Green Park community would be much stronger than this. At the very least, a single brick wouldn't be enough to kill it. More often, he could only run away. For the first time, Su Kai felt a sense of accomplishment. Have I gotten stronger? The flames on the bricks were still burning, and Su Kai forcefully blew out the fire. Then, he looked at Jiang Ming, who was sitting on the ground. By the way, what's your name again? Su Kai wanted to address him but realized he didn't know the other person's name, so he asked. Jiang Ming, team leader of the technical department at Sanqiao branch. Jiang Ming felt a chill under Su Kai's intense gaze. To him, this Su Kai expert seemed more like a villain than the murderer from before. Team leader Jiang, you're pretty impressive. You actually fought that nightmare just now. Though you ended up tripping yourself, your courage is commendable. You've got potential, Su Kai praised praised sincerely. He truly believed the man had potential. The police are the police, different from normal people. If a normal person were to enter the nightmare world for the first time, they would be completely overwhelmed by fear. Forget about fighting a nightmare, they wouldn't even be able to speak properly. Jiang Ming hesitated for a moment. He had already heard the word nightmare more than once from the other party and couldn't help but ask, "Expert Sukai, what exactly happened here? Why has this place turned into this? And what is a nightmare? We'll talk about that later. You hide first, and I'll go find your other colleagues." Sukai had a plan in mind. This nightmare pollution incident was no trivial matter. Although Sukai had just joined the security bureau and didn't know much yet, he felt that this pollution source was very unusual. While its pollution ability wasn't strong, it required seeing the pattern to be affected. The fact that it came with forced hypnosis was downright shameless. If the pollution source in the Green Garden community is like a chronic poison, then this time it's the instant type, leaving no room for survival. Sukai needs to figure it out, and for that he needs help. And if the nightmares in this nightmare are all as weak as the one just now, Sukai wouldn't mind putting in some effort to save a few police officers. Of course, just this once. Whether they can survive in the future will depend on themselves. Having already walked a few steps away, Sukai suddenly thought of something and turned back. Jiang Ming was startled, staring at Sukai, who had returned. He felt that the expert Sukai's smile was somewhat terrifying, especially the brick in the other person's hand and those two red balloons. No matter how you look at it, they don't seem like something a proper person would have. "Group Leader Jiang, this is your precinct. Can I ask where you keep the weapons? There should be guns in there, right?" Sukai looked expectant. It was a sudden idea he had. In the nightmare scenario, some places are formed based on people's memories, while public areas are projections of the regions where pollutants are located. Since it's a police station, having guns is naturally a reasonable thing. Firearms are not uncommon in the real world, but in the nightmare world, they are rare items. As an ordinary person, Sukai naturally believes that guns are the king of individual combat. The innermost part of the second-floor hallway, the one with the security door and no doorplate. Jiang Ming pointed over there. "The key is with old Zhang in the equipment department." Sukai nodded. "The key is probably out of reach. Old Zhang didn't come in at all, and even if he did, he might not have brought the key. Anyway, I'll go check it out later." Although the nightmare world is a projection of the real world, many places are still different. For example, a room that exists in the real world may not exist in the nightmare world. The reverse is also true. "Hide well, remember, don't open the door for anyone except me." Sukai gave a reminder, then disappeared into the darkness. Jiang Ming hurriedly returned to the room from earlier. He could tell that expert Sukai seemed unfazed by the strangeness here. Although expert Sukai didn't look like a good person, he had indeed saved him just now, and Jiang Ming could see that clearly. Moreover, thinking carefully, expert Sukai belonged to the Special Security Bureau, a mysterious department that no one really knew what they did before. Now that he thought about it, they were probably specialized in handling these kinds of strange incidents. Jiang Ming is self-aware. Although he is a police officer, when faced with matters outside his expertise, he still has to leave them to the professionals. After closing the door, Jiang Ming let out a sigh of relief. There shouldn't be any danger in this house now. Thinking of the neighbor's sister, Jiang Ming's expression turned gloomy. He walked to the bedroom door, pushed it open, and went inside. He intended to cover the body with a bedsheet, but as soon as he pushed open the door, Jiang Ming froze in place. The corpse on the floor was gone. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Sure enough, it was gone. Yet the bloodstains remained on the floor, proving that what he had seen moments ago was no illusion. What was going on? Meanwhile, Jiang Ming suddenly felt movement behind him. A chill immediately surged in his heart. Fear struck again, this time even more intensely. Da. The sound of liquid dripping onto the ground came from behind. The first thought in Jiang Ming's mind was blood. He didn't dare to turn around and look. It was as if someone stood behind her, head tilted unnaturally, mouth agape. The wound on her neck flayed open. Blood had soaked through her pajamas and dripped steadily onto the floor. A creaking sound echoed through the room. At that moment, the bedroom door began to close slowly. The dim light in the living room was squeezed into a thin line through the narrowing gap of the door. Then, with a final soft thud, the door shut completely. The light seemed to be severed by scissors, and the bedroom was instantly plunged into complete darkness. "Why didn't you save me?" A resentful and venomous voice echoed in the darkness, as if the speaker's throat had been pierced. The sound mixed with the gurgle of blood. Jiang Ming sensed danger, but he couldn't move now. Cold sweat had already soaked his clothes, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply. In that instant, it felt like falling into an ice cellar. At this moment, Jiang Ming realized something. What he truly feared in his heart was not the murderer, but the neighbor's older sister. Because of guilt, he had always felt he owed the other person. If he had been braver at the time, perhaps the neighbor's sister wouldn't have died. In the next moment, Jiang Ming's body trembled. He felt an extremely cold hand pierce into his body from behind, immediately followed by piercing pain. Yet Jiang Ming couldn't move or make a sound, but he could feel that cold hand reaching toward the position of his heart. The moment that eerie hand grasped his heart, Jiang Ming knew he was doomed. But just then, then, the security door outside was suddenly knocked on by someone. The sound startled that cold hand, and it withdrew like lightning. "Open the door, it's me, Su Kai." Chapter 42. This is where you're wrong. Hearing this voice, Jiang Ming felt as if he had encountered a heavenly melody. The confinement brought by the coldness on his body loosened at this moment, and the instinct to survive made Jiang Ming bite his tongue hard. Pain, in an instant, dispelled the fear. He could move now. Jiang Ming immediately rushed out of the bedroom and opened the security door. Su Kai slipped inside, supporting another person. The reason he returned was that he was lucky enough to find another police officer. The officer was slumped behind the water dispenser in the corner of the hallway. It seemed he had been frightened by something and was somewhat dazed, unresponsive even when called. Su Kai had no choice but to carry the officer and bring him to Jiang Ming. Staying outside is too dangerous. As a result, upon entering the house, they realized something was wrong. Jiang Ming's face was pale, covered in cold sweat, and his whole body was trembling uncontrollably. What happened? Su Kai placed the officer he was holding onto the sofa, looked around, and at that moment, the security door slammed shut on its own. Then, from the bedroom, a figure emerged. It was a woman dressed only in pajamas, barefoot, drenched in blood. With each step she took, a crimson footprint was left on the floor. Her head tilted unnaturally to one side. The wound on her neck pierced by a sharp weapon was clearly visible, flesh torn and flayed outward. Perhaps all her blood had drained away, for her skin was terrifyingly pale. With her appearance, the entire living room instantly turned icy cold, the air thick with an oppressive chill. "Why didn't you save me?" The woman's voice carried resentment and hatred. Jiang Ming was so frightened that he couldn't speak, while the other officer was lucky enough to have already lost consciousness earlier. Otherwise, even if he were awake at this moment, witnessing this horrifying scene would still scare him into fainting. Su Kai naturally wouldn't be frightened by her. He pulled the brick from his waist, held a pencil in his palm with the other hand, and smiled. "Tell me, how can we save you?" "Die." The female ghost spat out a venomous word. The next moment, the room shook as if an earthquake had struck. The teacups on the table, the photos on the wall, and the light tube overhead all began to sway. With a snap, the fluorescent tube fell down and shattered into pieces. Blood seeped out from the cracks in the ceiling, growing more and more abundant. The surrounding walls had already been stained red with blood, and the entire room now resembled a ghostly domain. Su Kai took a step back as a drop of blood dripped down from the ceiling above. It was best not to get any of that blood on them. But fate had other plans. A drop of blood fell from behind, landing squarely on Su Kai. In the next moment, a dark bloodstain appeared on the skin where the drop had touched, rapidly spreading across his body like a fast-moving skin disease. Half of Su Kai's body suddenly froze, unable to move at all. What kind of bizarre ability is this? Su Kai was shocked. He had never encountered such a nightmare before. Su Kai was self-aware. He wasn't a match for this female ghost, but it didn't matter. He still had a backup plan. "Stao Yu," Su Kai called softly. The temperature in the room dropped a few degrees out of nowhere. At this moment, the female ghost across from him had already walked step by step to Su Kai's side. She reached out her hand towards Su Kai's chest, her fingers wrapped in fresh blood. Being caught by her was definitely not a good thing. Su Kai watched the other party reach out to grab him and said, "We have no grievances or enmity. You come at me with deadly intent right away. This is unreasonable." "That's where you're wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, a pale little hand extended from beside Su Kai and directly grabbed the female ghost's wrist. Buzz! Everyone in the room, including Su Kai and Jiang Ming, experienced a buzzing in their ears at that moment, accompanied by dizziness and vertigo. The ghost's hand could no longer move forward. Xiao Yu appeared and grabbed her. The resentment of the two evil spirits began to clash, and the malicious ghost blood in the house, like venomous snakes, slithered towards Xiao Yu. "Be careful," Su Kai gave a reminder. At this moment, Xiao Yu was already his last card. If even Xiao Yu couldn't handle this female ghost, then Director Su and the others could go ahead and enjoy their feast outside. At this moment, Su Kai felt a chill on his left wrist. Looking down, he saw that the bloodstain on his body formed by ghost blood was actually being slowly devoured by a black handprint on his wrist. This black handprint was left by the little red dress on the 8th floor of the Green Garden community. Unexpectedly, this thing has such an ability. As the bloodstain was gradually devoured, the numbness on Su Kai's body also faded. However, his left hand became even colder. Now, when touched, it was almost devoid of any warmth. Strangely, Su Kai did not feel any discomfort. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Once he could move, Su Kai's first action wasn't to escape, but to pick up a brick and smash it directly on the female ghost's head. What's wrong with the female ghost? If people don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. The same goes for ghosts. If they follow the rules, we can still have a proper conversation. But if they start with a big move, Su Kai won't tolerate it. Originally, Xiao Yu and the female ghost were in a standoff, and Xiao Yu seemed to be at a disadvantage. Xiao Yu's resentment and malice were no match for the female ghost in this house. But then, a break hit her. A spark directly ignited the female ghost's body. She began to scream in agony, her mouth spewing venomous curses. The ghostly blood that had once clung to Xiao Yu now surged back back wildly, attempting to extinguish the flames engulfing the ghost woman's body. Meanwhile, more blood dripped from the ceiling, as if the room itself was drenched in a crimson rain. Sukai, Xiaoyu, and the others stood soaked in the blood, each of them looking more like ghosts than the spirits they faced. In the end, a significant amount of the ghost blood was consumed, and the flames on the ghost woman's body diminished considerably, yet they did not die out completely. The room was thick with the acrid stench of something burning, filling the air with a foul, charred odor. The malice on the female ghost grew even stronger. Her expression became ferocious, her body started to enlarge, and her limbs grew like those of a spider. The features on her face began to distort, and sharp fangs emerged from her mouth. Mutated? Sukai took a few steps back, then picked up the delirious police officer and called Jiang Ming to head out. This place is no longer safe to stay. Leave quickly while you still can. Jiang Ming didn't move slowly either. He cooperated with Sukai to open the door, but soon he discovered that no matter what they did, the security door wouldn't open. It was clearly unlocked, yet they couldn't push it open. It was as if an invisible force was sealing the door. Next to him, Sukai had a sudden idea and used his left hand with the black handprint to push the door. With a click, the door actually opened. It seems that the black handprint left by the little red dress can suppress the resentment and malice of other nightmares. You hold him. Sukai handed the delirious police officer to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was taken aback. Expert Sukai, aren't you coming out with us? Sukai shook his head. This is the nightmare world, there's nowhere to hide. Instead of hiding and avoiding it, it's better to face it. After speaking, Sukai closed the security door from the inside with a stylish move. In fact, there were some things Sukai didn't say. From the time the accident happened until now, more than half an hour has passed. Logically, the colleagues from the security bureau should have arrived long ago, but they didn't wake him up. This indicates that something unexpected has happened. At the very least, this time he cannot rely on previous experience to handle the situation. Under such circumstances, Sukai must prepare for everything. One more thing. Emotionally and logically, Sukai could not possibly leave Xiaoyu behind. Seeing Sukai turn back, both the mutated female ghost and Xiaoyu were somewhat surprised. Sukai stared at the female ghost. Let's discuss this further. There's no need to fight to the death. How about you apologize, and we let this matter go? Sukai's response was a ghostly claw. The female ghost's arm was already twice the length of a normal person's, her fingers mutated, sharp, and anyone caught by them would either die or be maimed. Sukai didn't waste any words. He darkened his expression and shook the brick in his hand. A raging fire surged up. Chapter 43, Eaten. With the black handprint of the little red dress present, Sukai could ignore the ghost blood staining his body. Moreover, as time passed, the ghost blood would gradually be absorbed by the black handprint. Not only the black handprint, but even the two balloons Sukai was carrying seemed to be slowly absorbing the ghost blood from his body at this moment. Drop by drop, the blood seeped along the thin strings into the balloons, looking extremely eerie. Do it! This time, Sukai reached out and took a white bone mask from his chest, putting it directly on his face. 1 minute of physical enhancement. At least twice as much as a normal adult male, with greater explosive power and sharpness. There's no way around it. Without wearing this thing, Sukai simply couldn't intervene in the struggle between Xiaoyu and the female ghost. Xiaoyu's curse began to affect the female ghost. One by one, terrifying characters were transmitted from Xiaoyu's pale arm, and those characters, like Densan's, burrowed into the female ghost's body. Who knows the meaning of these characters? In short, the female ghost is now in great pain. Sukai seized the moment and kept adding fuel to the fire. Several times, the female ghost almost caught Sukai, but he skillfully dodged each time. At this moment, Sukai spotted an opportunity. A flaw appeared near the female ghost's head. Sukai swung the brick and hurled it with all his might. With the enhancement of the bone mask, Sukai's strength in throwing the brick was doubled. At this distance, it struck the female ghost's face directly. The originally ferocious features instantly caved in at one spot. The brick was lodged deep into the ghost woman's head. Neither Sukai nor Xiaoyu had expected such a bold move. Both were stunned by the audacity of it. The ghost woman thrashed wildly, screaming in fury. Dark, spectral blood poured incessantly from her body, which began to deflate like a burst balloon, shrinking rapidly. The flames had already burned its head to the bone, but even so, the ghost was still alive. She wanted to escape back to the bedroom, but was grabbed by Xiaoyu. What happened next would remain unforgettable for Sukai for the rest of his life. Countless characters appeared under Xiaoyu's feet, slowly spreading out like a large net, enveloping the dying female ghost. In the next moment, the female ghost's body began to dissolve, gradually being assimilated by those black characters, turning into even more black characters. These were terrifying curses. Even though Sukai only glanced at them casually, the curses and resentment carried by those characters made him feel dizzy and disoriented, with a wave of nausea surging up amidst the vertigo. In the end, the female ghost completely dissolved into the curses formed by the characters, then merged back into Xiaoyu's body. In the house, the sound of curses lingering in the air disappeared. Xiaoyu stood motionless in the house, as if undergoing some kind of transformation. It was like a metamorphosis. Her skin became became even paler, and on her original school uniform, black aura formed countless curse-like characters, intertwining like threads and finally weaving into a black gown. The next moment, she disappeared. Sukai wasn't surprised. Xiaoyu must have returned to the pencil. After all, the pencil is her home. Sukai was very curious. He took out his diary and asked softly, Xiaoyu, what about that female ghost? After a while, the pencil wrote 2 words on the paper. Eaten, concise and to the point. Sukai was stunned for a moment before muttering to himself, how can Xiaoyu's taste be so heavy? Sukai didn't know about the rest, nor did he dare to ask. Looking around the room again, it had been destroyed beyond recognition. Almost all the furniture was smashed, the wall plaster had peeled off, claw marks were left in some places, and the air was filled with the lingering smell of blood and the stench of burning. There was no doubt that this female ghost was one of the most formidable nightmares Sukai had ever encountered. It was completely beyond his expectations. If it weren't for Sukai's numerous tactics this time, coupled with a bit of luck, it might have been a different outcome. Opening the security door, Jiang Ming was anxiously waiting outside. He didn't leave either. This warmed Sukai's heart. Sukai, expert, how is it? What about that female ghost? Jiang Ming asked with a worried expression. Taken care of, Sukai said casually. Jiang Ming looked conflicted, thought for a moment, and then explained the origin of the female ghost. Sukai was also shocked after hearing it. His focus is on the fact that Jiang Ming, with his own strength alone, actually contributed 2 nightmares here. What a talent! Although one of the nightmares is weak, the other is terrifyingly strong. This kind of thing must not be underestimated. Who can be certain that the same thing won't happen again in the future? Don't overthink it. Your neighbor's sister is already dead. The female ghost is just a nightmare formed from your guilt and fear. Destroying her is also a form of release for her. At this moment, Sukai acted like a professional. Jiang Ming felt uneasy, but he also understood that the past was, after all, the past. How's your colleague? Sukai glanced at the police officer sitting on the ground over there. The officer still seemed dazed, in a half-asleep, half-awake state. Sukai had never encountered such a situation. Xiao He is a new officer who joined the technical department just 6 months ago. He just got married last month. Expert Sukai, if possible, please help him. Jiang Ming had been thinking a lot just now. From the previous terrifying experience and the few words from Expert Sukai, he had already roughly understood the situation of the place he was in. Although everything has been so bizarre and incredible up to now, Expert Sukai has shown himself to be very professional. Expert Sukai is affiliated with the National Special Security Bureau. This already explains the issue. Sukai rechecked the delirious police officer. Still can't see any problem. But it's okay, we can ask Xiaoyu. She definitely knows. Come, Officer Jiang, hold this pen with me. Yes, straighten your arm, don't move, relax. Sukai knew that the more people played the pen fairy game, the stronger Xiaoyu's power would become. This way, it would be easier to investigate the issue with that young police officer. In any case, having more power certainly wouldn't hurt. Jiang Ming had, of course, heard of the pen fairy game. His face turned ashen. Originally an atheist, he had long been made paranoid by the terrifying realities of this world. Playing pen fairy at such a time, in such a place? Are you sure you're not courting death? But seeing Expert Sukai so calm, he swallowed his doubts. His life was saved by Expert Sukai. How could he doubt him at this moment? Sukai has started asking, Xiaoyu, why is Officer Xiaohe unconscious? It might be because he just consumed a female ghost, greatly boosting his strength and improving his mood. Xiaoyu responded very quickly. Feeling the familiar cold little hand holding his, the pen tip moved. A part of him was taken away by the person in the mirror. Sukai felt somewhat touched. In the past, Xiaoyu's answers were always 2 or 3 words, very simple, and sometimes he had to guess. But this time, writing in such detail was the first. Next to him, Jiang Ming didn't dare to move. The point he was focused on was completely different from Sukai's. Why was there a pale hand grabbing both his and Expert Sukai's hands? And also, the person in the mirror on the diary, what was that? Just the thought of it sends shivers down one's spine. Later, Sukai also noticed this issue and asked Xiaoyu, but this time, Xiaoyu didn't respond at all. In this situation, it indicates that Xiaoyu doesn't know either. Let's go. We'll look for a mirror first and check out the armory along the way. Sukai took action immediately. Chapter 44, The Person in the Mirror. The armory is just around the corner. Sukai had a strong urge to get a gun for self-defense. He scouted ahead, while Jiang Ming supported Xiaohe as they walked behind. Upon arrival, the armory room did indeed exist, but just like in the real world, the security door was locked, making it impossible to enter. Is there a window? Sukai asked unwillingly. Jiang Ming shook his head. For safety reasons, places like this that store weapons are usually particularly cautious about the possibility of outsiders breaking in. Not only are there 2 layers of security doors, but even if there are windows, they are also sealed with security bars. Sukai went up and tugged at it, but it was absolutely impossible to open. Even with the white bone mask on, it was the same. Although unwilling, Sukai had no choice but to accept reality and temporarily gave up on the idea. There might be a spare key in the director's office. office? Jiang Ming suddenly remembered something and said a sentence. The dim light in Sukai's eyes lit up again. Director Su's office? Yes, got it. I'm familiar with that place. Sukai had tea there twice, so of course he's familiar. The director's office is on the 4th floor. They are currently on the 2nd floor. Take the stairs. However, when passing by the stairwell, Sukai stopped. There was a restroom here. In front of the sink in the restroom, there was a huge mirror. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that at this moment, a woman in a police uniform was standing in front of the mirror. Xiaodu. Jiang Ming also saw the other person and called out excitedly. Clearly, this female police officer was his colleague, and he was about to go over. Sukai grabbed him back. Expert Sukai, you. Jiang Ming was puzzled, but Sukai gestured for him to stay quiet and then pointed to the mirror over there, saying, look in the mirror. Jiang Ming leaned out from the doorway to take a look, and the next moment, he discovered something, his face instantly turning pale with terror. In the mirror, there was no reflection of Xiaodu. Logically, this is impossible. Anyone who looks in a mirror will see their own image in it. Could it be a fake mirror? Jiang Ming looked again, but he could clearly see the reflection of himself and expert Sukai at the doorway in the mirror. Hey, wait a moment. Why are there only two people? Where's Xiaohe? The person in the mirror isn't holding anyone. But in fact, he had been supporting Xiaohe all along. This feeling was extremely eerie. Xiaohe, along with Xiaodu standing motionless over there, seemed to not exist at all in the mirror. A chill surged directly from his heels to the top of his head, and Jiang Ming felt his scalp tingle. What made him break out in a cold sweat even more was, he suddenly noticed that in the corner of the mirror, at the spot reflecting the women's restroom, there was a face peeking out and looking at him. Ah! Jiang Ming was considered brave, but upon seeing that eerie face, he couldn't help but exclaim and take a step back. Sukai, expert, look over there. Jiang Ming was truly scared. It had nothing to do with his profession, it was entirely a normal human instinct. He almost immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the women's restroom. But outside the mirror, in the women's restroom, there was no face. Looking in the mirror again, the face in the women's restroom had also disappeared. Shoo, don't make noise, I saw it. Sukai remained as calm as ever. To be honest, Sukai couldn't figure out why officers Xiaohe and Xiaodu had no reflection in the mirror, and also, on the women's restroom side of the mirror, there had indeed been someone there earlier. It's just that later, they hid back again. You stay outside, don't come in, and don't look in the mirror, Sukai instructed Jiang Ming. He planned to go and check the situation. After all, hiding outside wouldn't solve anything, and Sukai had a feeling that ever since he saw the mirror, some things could no longer be avoided. Better to face it boldly. He touched the brick, untied the balloon from his hand, and tied it to his belt. In this way, the movements of both hands will be more flexible. Then Sukai walked into the restroom. The first thing he did was to pull out the female officer named Xiaodu. However, just as Sukai was about to pull the female officer, who had been sitting motionless with her head down, she suddenly took a step forward and reached out a hand, pressing it against the mirror. Sukai stopped his actions. There was actually a change. He didn't move recklessly but planned to observe and see what would happen next. Of course, Sukai was now tense all over, ready to react immediately if anything unexpected occurred. Xiaodu hunched over with her head lowered, as if in a trance, climbed onto the sink, pressed her face against the mirror, and murmured something softly. Sukai, curious, moved closer to try to hear what she was saying. At that moment, the light in the restroom was suddenly turned off by someone. In an instant, the restroom was plunged into darkness. Sukai moved swiftly, pulling out a brick with a flick. The embers burned. Under the firelight, Sukai saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. In the mirror, his reflection was also holding a burning brick. However, what was originally just his projection was now surrounded by a crowd of people. The already small bathroom, as seen in the mirror, was crowded with people, and the most terrifying thing was that all of them had their backs to the mirror, heads lowered, completely motionless. But the problem was, outside the mirror, there were still only you and Xiaodu. Oh right, Xiaodu's current behavior was even stranger. She was raising her head, her face almost pressed against the mirror, muttering something under her breath. This time, Sukai heard it clearly. She was saying, turn around, and sure enough, the people in the mirror seemed to hear Xiaodu's voice. At this moment, they began to slowly turn around. Under the glow of the firelight, a group of eerie people turned in unison with the same frequency and movements, which looked undeniably unsettling. He had a premonition that if these people in the mirror fully turned around, something extraordinary would definitely happen. No more waiting, he went up and carried Xiaodu down with one hand. Xiaodu was a female police officer, her body was very light, and she didn't resist. Sukai held her and walked straight out of the restroom. Outside, Jiang Ming was also carrying Xiaohe. Originally, Xiaohe, who usually had no reaction to the outside world, surprisingly wanted to go to the bathroom to look in the mirror at this moment. Expert Sukai, what should we do now? Jiang Ming was clearly at a loss. Sukai told him not to panic. From my observation, this mirror itself is a kind of nightmare. In situations like this, my usual approach is to flip the table. Jiang Ming was a bit confused. It means smashing it, breaking it, physically destroying it. Sukai explained the meaning of flipping the table. This time, Jiang Ming understood. Throwing Xiaodu to Jiang Ming, Sukai returned to the bathroom. Just left for a moment, and the situation in the mirror was different from before. The people in the mirror had all turned around, each staring at Sukai with eyes full of malice. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, their legs would have gone weak with fear. But Sukai acted as if he hadn't seen these people at all. He swung a brick and directly hurled it at the mirror on the wall. Smash! The brick smashed hard against the mirror, but to Sukai's surprise, the mirror did not shatter into pieces as he had imagined. Instead, it seemed to have been smashed into a hole. The brick was embedded inside, surrounded by spiderweb-like cracks, yet the mirror remained largely intact. In the next moment, one of the people inside the mirror suddenly darted behind Sukai and gave him a strong push. Outside the mirror, Sukai also felt a push on his back. The force was immense, causing him to stagger and almost fall. But as he looked up again, the scene before him left him stunned. Chapter 45. Who are you? Sukai was still in the bathroom, but the surroundings had changed somewhat. He was surrounded by people. Moreover, the position of the restroom's exit was reversed from what he remembered. In the mirror opposite, there was only his own reflection. Sukai immediately realized something was wrong. I'm in the mirror? Quick reaction, mainly because the arrangement and the position of the exit in the bathroom are reversed, which is too obvious. Moreover, people who previously only appeared in the mirror are now around. It would be abnormal not to think of it. The people around are shrouded in black mist, their faces devoid of any color, tilting their heads and glaring at you viciously. Anyone would panic. Although Sukai also felt somewhat uncertain, he had experienced a lot after all. At times like this, you absolutely cannot back down. Besides, he had a trump card. Who pushed me just now? Sukai stared back at the people around him without showing weakness and even questioned aloud. Step forward yourself. While speaking, Sukai reached into his chest to pull out a pencil, while his other hand moved toward the bone cleaver tucked at his lower back. The brick was still stuck on the mirror, so for now, he could only use the bone cleaver to make do. But soon, sweat began to bead on Sukai's forehead. There was no pencil in his chest. The bone cleaver is there, but he discovered that the white bone mask is also missing. But he remembers clearly that both the pencil and the white bone mask were hidden in his clothes. How could they be gone? What about the balloon? Sukai touched his belt. It's gone. Moreover, Sukai discovered that the black handprint on his left wrist had also disappeared. In that instant, his heart sank halfway. It was like gearing up for a fight. Already shouting in anger, the opponent was ready to go, but when he turned around, his own brothers had all fled. Awkward. Sukai's only reliance now is actually just an ordinary bone cleaver. He began brainstorming. Why is everything else here, but the things related to the nightmare are gone? Because of oneself in the mirror? In other words, ordinary things can enter the mirror, but nightmares cannot. What should I do now? Sukai is alone, surrounded by at least a dozen ghosts, each with terrifying eyes and full of malice. At this moment, Sukai is truly afraid they might swarm him. The current situation makes the tactic of if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move no longer viable. The malice of the surrounding ghosts is growing stronger, and they are already restless, likely to take action soon. Sukai decided to strike first. With a swift step, he dashed toward the exit and rushed out of the restroom before the other ghosts could react. Without a doubt, this is a very risky move, but Sukai had no choice. If he didn't run, the result would be being surrounded by that group of ghosts in a confined space. Without Xiaoyu's support, even if he had extraordinary abilities, he wouldn't stand a chance. As for confronting those ghosts head-on, is your brain okay? The corridor outside the restroom was very dim, to the point where you could barely see the way a few steps ahead. Sukai hadn't run far, he was just by the stairway nearby. He picked up a small, already decayed flower pot from the ground and forcefully threw it into the distance. In the silent environment, the sound of the flower pot rolling was very loud. Then, he crouched against the wall and held his breath. He discovered a problem. Previously, it was inferred that nightmares couldn't enter the world inside the mirror, but what were those ghosts just now? Sukai felt that he still knew very little about this place. For such an unknown and dangerous place, one must not get lost here, or they may never be able to return. Therefore, Sukai cannot go far. If he came here through the mirror, then to leave, he would also need the mirror. Footsteps echoed from the side, and the ghosts in the bathroom emerged one after another, chasing toward the source of the noise in the distance. The dim environment in the mirror world had unexpectedly become Sukai's camouflage, and the place he was hiding was right next to the bathroom. Those ghosts probably thought Sukai must have run as far away as possible and never imagined he was right nearby. One by one, the ghosts walked past, while Sukai held his breath and crouched in the darkness of the corner, completely blending himself into the surrounding environment. It wasn't until the last ghost had walked away that Sukai stood up, bent over, and returned to the bathroom he had just left. It was just that Sukai didn't expect there to still be a ghost inside. The other person was also stunned to see Sukai suddenly sneak in. It seemed they hadn't expected Sukai to actually return. The two exchanged a glance. The ghost was just about to scream when Sukai had already covered its mouth and pressed the cleaver against its neck. Go ahead, try screaming. Sukai could tell that this person person was not a ghost at all. He was a human. If it were a ghost, it wouldn't have had that expression just now, and the other person's pupils lacked the ferocity and malice typical of nightmares. Sukai had dealt with various nightmares many times, and he could recognize at a glance whether the other person was a nightmare. Earlier, this place was full of ghosts, making it difficult to spot the other person hiding among them. But now there was only one person, and Sukai immediately noticed something unusual. The person's eyes carried a look of astonishment, clearly not expecting Sukai to act so quickly, and for the moment, they didn't dare to move recklessly. Especially with Sukai's fierce expression and the pressure of the blade against his neck, the man knew all too well that if he acted recklessly, Sukai wouldn't hesitate to deal a fatal blow. Sukai glanced at the mirror. Outside, his own reflection stood there with vacant eyes. Jiang Ming, who had been anxious moments before, now stared dumbfounded at the scene inside the mirror. Then he waved at Sukai, as if trying to communicate something, but Sukai couldn't hear any sound. However, this further proves that he is inside the mirror. "You're the one who pushed me in just now, right?" After asking, Sukai slightly loosened the hand pressing against the other person's mouth so they could speak. After the initial shock, the man had now completely composed himself. "Who are you?" he asked, refusing to answer Sukai's question and instead turning it back on him. "Now it's my turn to ask," Sukai said, pressing down on his bone cleaver. The blade had already drawn blood on the man's neck. A trace of mockery flickered in the man's eyes. "If you kill me, you'll never leave this place." Sukai wasted no words. He covered the man's mouth again, then brought the back of his cleaver down hard onto the man's hand. The searing pain sent the man into a frantic struggle. But in terms of strength, Sukai clearly held the upper hand. After the other party finished struggling, Sukai released his fingers. "Can you talk now?" The other party was drenched in sweat, a trace of anger and hatred flashing in his eyes, but this time, his demeanor was noticeably weaker. "I pushed him." "How did you push him?" "You don't have a physical form outside the mirror." Sukai pressed further. "I pushed the you in the mirror." The man looked hostile, but he couldn't avoid answering the question. Just now, the back of the knife had struck him, and one of his fingers was already fractured. "You borrowed the power of a nightmare?" Sukai couldn't believe a living person could possess such an ability. Based on his experience, he judged that there was a high probability the other party had borrowed the power of some nightmare. This time, the other party remained silent, but Sukai knew he had guessed correctly. At that moment, outside the corridor, a strange singing voice suddenly came through. Someone was humming a song. It was a woman. Clearly, there are only 3 tones, from high to low, repeated in a hum, sounding very eerie. A sense of danger instantly approached. The person controlled by Sukai's eyes lit up, and a trace of ferocity appeared at the corner of his mouth. "How do we get out of here?" Sukai was somewhat anxious. He knew that the most terrifying thing in this mirror world was approaching, and he could even hear the footsteps outside. The thing approaching was definitely far more terrifying than those ghosts from before. The man remained silent, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes, as if he was waiting to watch Sukai's performance. Sukai knew the other person was doing it on purpose. "Now he can wait, but I can't. Killing the other party right now is useless. The terrifying entity humming will surely come again, and when that happens, it will definitely be a dead end." At this moment, Sukai saw his reflection outside the mirror actually move. A slender, pale arm reached out from the side, grabbed the hand of his reflection outside the mirror, and wrote 4 characters on the mirror. Sukai recognized it. The Red Box. Chapter 46. The Red Box. Sukai realized it was Xiaoyu helping him. But what does Red Box mean? The woman humming a strange tune outside was getting closer, and Sukai could clearly feel an incredibly terrifying aura approaching from the hallway. This sense of danger far exceeded any crisis he had encountered before. Time is running out. At this moment, Sukai had a thought he understood what Xiaoyu meant. A red box is hidden here. Find it. This is the only way out. Right now, this is the only explanation. Sukai immediately looked around, but this bathroom had no place to hide anything. If there was, it could only be on the person in front of him. Sukai looked at the other person. This person's gaze was evasive and dodging, not daring to meet Sukai's eyes. It was obvious that he had also seen the 4 words written on the glass just now. His expression was extremely unpleasant, as if some secret had been glimpsed by someone. This only strengthened Sukai's suspicion. He reached out and began feeling around the man's body. In response, the man fought back fiercely, yelling loudly, trying to pull whatever was outside into the mirror world. In this situation, showing weakness would be suicide. Without hesitation, Sukai swung his blade hard across the man's head with a heavy backhand strike. With a thud, the other person fell to the ground, finally quieting down. Sukai reached out and rummaged through, quickly finding a red box in the person's pocket. It was an old-fashioned makeup box, palm-sized, with red paint on it as vivid as blood. After getting the box, Sukai heard the humming woman had already reached the bathroom door. In fact, Sukai could even see the corner of her clothes. Since Xiaoyu had pointed out the red box, Sukai had no choice but to treat it as a last-ditch effort. He immediately stepped up to the mirror and placed his hand firmly against its surface. Outside, Xiaoyu mirrored the movement, pressing her own hand against the mirror as well. Inside and outside, Outside, the two Sukais moved in perfect unison. In an instant, Sukai felt the mirror vibrating, his vision blurred, and the next moment, he realized he had actually gotten out. He had transferred from inside the mirror to outside the mirror. After discovering he was out, Sukai immediately called out to Jiang Ming, "Let's go!" Because Sukai saw it clearly, in the mirror, the woman humming a song had already appeared at the bathroom door. With just one glance, Sukai felt a wave of dizziness and almost collapsed to the ground. In that instant, Sukai felt a salty taste in his nose and mouth. After being helped out with Jiang Ming, he realized that blood was flowing out of his mouth, nose, and even his ears. And this was all because he took one look at the woman humming the song. Jiang Ming's hands were trembling with fear. However, Sukai knew this was already quite good. If Jiang Ming hadn't helped him out in the end, who knows what might have happened. Because at this moment, some strange noises came from the bathroom. And also, screams. The screams came from the man in the mirror. Sukai had only knocked him unconscious before, but now, something else was happening. His cries were utterly terrifying. After a while, the screams suddenly stopped. Sukai didn't look over. Not because he was afraid, but because he knew that if he saw that humming woman again, he might not survive. Gradually, the sound of humming in the bathroom faded away. Finally, it became completely silent. Not a single sound remained. Sanxiao Sub-Bureau. At this time, it has been completely isolated. Even the police here have been cleared out, and for now, this place is under the jurisdiction of the Special Security Bureau. Outside the technical department, various instruments and equipment have been properly connected, and several assault team members in protective suits have already opened the door and entered. Outside, Director Su is reporting to Team Leader Lu. "Old Lu, we've known each other for a long time. Can you give me a hint? What's really going on here?" Director Su's expression was grave. 4 of his subordinates were inside, and he was more worried than anyone. Especially seeing the large-scale operation from the Security Bureau, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Team Leader Lu shook his head. "You're an experienced officer yourself. Have you forgotten the confidentiality regulations? To be honest, if it weren't for needing to ask some questions, even Director Su would have to leave." At this moment, the commando reported that 4 people, including Sukai, an expert, had fallen into a deep sleep, and 1 police officer had already died. Team Leader Lu's expression slightly eased. "As long as Sukai is alive, that's the key matter specifically instructed by Expert Chen. Everyone else can be sacrificed, but not Sukai. Can you wake them up?" "No. Old Su, you need to arrange for someone to investigate. If there are any cases of unexplained deaths in the ones you've been working on recently, immediately retrieve the files." Team Leader Lu acted decisively, and Director Su nodded. "By the way, if you find encrypted videos on the deceased's computer or phone, make sure not to decrypt or view them yourself. You must notify the Security Bureau immediately." Previously, Sukai had called him, so Team Leader Lu already knew that the source of this pollution was a mysterious video. Moreover, Sukai had explained that similar death incidents had occurred more than once. The implications behind this are absolutely terrifying upon closer thought. It is highly likely that someone is deliberately spreading the pollution source. Team Leader Lu is well aware of the seriousness of this matter. If not handled properly, it could lead to a major incident. Or rather, a major incident has already occurred. It is now certain that the mysterious video is the source of contamination. So, where did the video come from? This source must be found, and this is just the beginning. Even if the source is cut off, the subsequent matters are extremely complicated, such as finding the mastermind, tracing the video's flow, its spread, and the people involved. Team Leader Lu's head ached at the thought of this. Short-handed. In this situation, we can only report to headquarters and request personnel from other locations to assist. But that's all for later. The most urgent task right now is to ensure Sukai's safety. Even though he is just a substitute expert, Sukai's importance far surpasses any of them. The Security Bureau operates with extremely high efficiency. Coupled with the extensive work previously done by the Sanxiao branch, clues have already been found regarding the joint investigation of the 2 recent mysterious death cases and similar cases across the city. A large amount of evidence has been gathered. Half an hour later, an investigator under Team Leader Lu reported the investigation results. Aside from 2 fatal cases in the area under the jurisdiction of Sanxiao District, similar incidents have occurred in other districts of the city. After investigation, there are a total of 7 mysterious death cases. The deceased vary in gender, profession, and have almost no connection in their daily lives. However, they all share one common trait: their computers contain access records to the same website. We suspect that the video was downloaded from this website. However, the site does not have a visitor browsing function. To view its content, one must have an account and password. Additionally, the website's IP address is located overseas, making further investigation and evidence collection challenging. Moreover, the site's defense capabilities are extremely strong, and our technical team colleagues are unable to hack into it. Team Leader, there's one more thing. That serial perverted killer Jolie, whom we specifically investigated earlier, also had records of browsing that website on his computer. The earliest browsing time was 6 months ago. Report complete. Does that website have a name? Evolution. Evolution? Chapter 47, Wife, Husband. Nightmare World. 4th floor. A quiet environment can subtly influence people. Speaking and walking will unconsciously become quieter and more cautious. Sukai first looked upward from the hallway. The stairs above extended upward continuously. Looking downward, it was the same. Obviously, there are far more than just 4 floors here. He would believe it if someone said there were 40. Although the nightmare world is a projection of the real world, there can be significant differences. Previously, Sukai had encountered a similar situation in the Green Garden community, where a building originally had 15 floors, but only 9 floors existed in the nightmare world. However, this is the first time he has encountered such a large discrepancy. Moreover, the layout of each floor is exactly the same. At this moment, Jiang Ming stared at the ground in shock, his face extremely grim. What's wrong? Sukai walked over and asked. Jiang Ming seemed as if he hadn't heard, clearly shaken by what he saw, to the point of being somewhat dazed. Sukai also lowered his head to take a look. Similarly, Sukai's brow twitched. He saw some drops of blood on the ground ahead. The problem was that they had seen these bloodstains before. They were from when Sukai was on the 2nd floor earlier. At that time, blood was flowing from his nose and mouth, so he remembered it quite clearly. He also glanced at the wall beside him, where there was still a bloody handprint he had left. If the bloodstain is a coincidence, then how do you explain the bloody handprint? Could it be that someone on the 4th floor also left a handprint of the same size, at the same angle, and in the same position? The probability of that is completely non-existent. It was precisely because Jiang Ming noticed this that he was so shocked he couldn't speak. But in Sukai's view, it even went beyond being identical, it was essentially the same layer. This discovery is spine-chilling. We can't go any further. Sukai placed Xiaodu on the chair in the corridor, the latter and Xiaohui still in a dazed state. Sukai knew it was because their projections were still in the mirror world. It really did feel a bit like their souls had been taken away. The point is, Sukai currently has no way to save them. Previously, he was accidentally pushed into the mirror, almost dying inside. If it hadn't been for Xiaoyu giving him a hint from outside at the last moment, Sukai might now be just like Xiaodu and Xiaohui, turned into a soulless person. Under such circumstances, the possibility of retrieving their projections is almost zero. However, even so, Sukai and Jiang Ming did not abandon the two but took them along wherever they went. Because of his previous experiences, Sukai now avoids bathrooms with mirrors. So far, he hasn't encountered any other dangers. The only thing that bothers Sukai is that he hasn't retrieved his brick. It's still embedded in the mirror. If he wants to get it back, he will inevitably have to face the mirror. Sukai worries that in his current state, if he gets pulled into the mirror again, there's a high chance he won't be able to come out. Here, mirrors are absolutely taboo, and even Sukai can't afford to provoke them. Sitting on the chair in the corridor, Sukai was still pondering a strategy. Jiang Ming beside him looked a bit tired. It had been more than 2 hours since they entered here, and Sukai was increasingly certain that this time was different from before. They were not dead yet, and according to the rules of the Security Bureau, in such a situation, they would definitely be woken up. But the fact is, they were not woken up by anyone. Could it be that the Security Bureau people didn't come? That's impossible. In that case, there's only one possibility, which is that the people outside are unable to wake them up. This is the worst case scenario. Being unable to wake up means staying here forever. Expert Sukai, what should we do now? Jiang Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had never experienced anything as bizarre as today. Fortunately, Sukai was here. Otherwise, he would have completely broken down if he were alone. Don't worry, let me think. Sukai felt that the nightmare world itself had far too many unknowns. Not just him, even the seasoned experts in the Security Bureau's expert team might not understand even 1,000th of the nightmare world. So there's absolutely no need to delve into the nightmare scenario itself. The key is how to escape from here. Asked Xiaoyu, but Xiaoyu didn't reply, which means she doesn't know either. Also, what was going on with that living person in the mirror earlier? This incident left a deep impression on Sukai. That wasn't Jiang Ming's colleague but a malicious stranger. But how did a stranger get in here? Too many unknowns. Take out the red makeup box from the pocket. After getting this item, Sukai hadn't carefully examined it. Thinking for a moment, he opened the makeup box that looked quite festive. Snap! A red silk scarf fell out from inside. First, look inside the makeup box. There is a small mirror inside. Sukai now reacts as soon as he sees a mirror and immediately closes the box. Calming his mind, he picks up the red silk scarf from the ground. This item is extremely soft and light as if it weighs nothing. Upon unfolding it, he sees a pair of mandarin ducks embroidered on one corner. The embroidery is exquisite, and there were also words written on the silk scarf. Lady Shi Wenjun. Beside it were the words husband, but beneath this husband, there were several names that had been crossed out, as if someone had erased others' names and written their own. At this moment, the name following husband was Zhao Xin. What does this mean? Sukai could feel the extremely intense nightmare aura on this handkerchief, very similar to that humming woman. So this handkerchief, including the red makeup box, is very likely to belong to that woman. woman. Shi Wenjun, could that be that woman's name? Sukai already knew that some nightmares were actually living people. For example, Xiao Yu, who became a ghost after being teased and accidentally killed. Later, Hu Lingling's fear pulled Xiao Yu from some unspeakable place into the nightmare world, which turned Xiao Yu into a nightmare. This Shi Wenjun has a name and identity, so it should be the same. However, this husband and wife situation doesn't seem to be something from modern times. Who is this Zhao Xin? At this moment, Sukai came up with a bold guess. The red box was obtained from that living person. Could Zhao Xin be him? If so, why is this person's name written on this handkerchief? Did he write it himself, or did someone else write it? At this moment, countless questions arose in Sukai's mind. Jiang Ming, who was resting nearby, didn't dare to disturb Sukai's thoughts, so he carefully observed the surroundings, staying alert to any potential dangers. This was clearly the fourth floor, but no matter how you looked at it, it was identical to the second floor where they had been earlier. Although it hadn't been explicitly stated just now, he knew that expert Sukai had also realized that this was very likely the second floor. This way, it becomes surreal. They clearly went up 2 flights of stairs, so how could they still be going in circles on the same floor? A ghostly maze? It's possible. After all, he's even seen real ghosts here, so encountering a ghostly maze wouldn't be all that surprising. At this moment, Jiang Ming heard some faint sounds coming from a room ahead. He was startled and listened again, this time hearing it clearly. Someone was calling his name. Brother Jiang, help me. Jiang Ming's spirits lifted. It's Xiao Chao. That was another police officer. This time, there were 5 of them in total, expert Sukai, Jiang Ming himself, along with Xiao Du and Xiao He. Xiao Du and Xiao He were both found. Although they were somewhat disoriented, at least they were still alive. It was just the last one, Wang Chao, who had yet to be found. Jiang Ming didn't say it out loud, but he was always anxious in his heart. These were all his subordinates. Jiang Ming immediately informed Sukai of the situation. Sukai tilted his ear to listen, and sure enough, there was indeed a sound. Stay here and keep an eye on those 2. I'll go take a look. Sukai immediately made a decision. There was something he didn't explicitly say, which was that they had been here for 2 hours but still hadn't found the last policeman. This eerie voice that suddenly appeared sounded off no matter how you listened to it. The policeman named Wang Chao was most likely dead, so there should be danger ahead, but Sukai could handle it even if something unexpected happened. Chapter 48, Underworld Brand Computer. Jiang Ming nodded. The professional level of expert Sukai is undoubtedly beyond question. Jiang Ming is very clear that the reason he has been able to survive in this strange place until now is entirely thanks to expert Sukai. Expert Sukai told him to wait, so he waited. Playing the hero is something only fools would do. Over there, Sukai was carrying a bone cleaver and had already walked toward the direction of the sound. Without the brick in hand, Sukai always felt uneasy. He was so used to it that using anything else felt awkward, but there was no choice. Before figuring out the details of the nightmare in the mirror, the risk of retrieving the brick was too high. The sound came from the room around the corner ahead. Sukai reached the doorway, and the sound disappeared. Gently knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Sukai always preferred diplomacy over force. When encountering nightmares, he avoided fighting if possible. There was no response from inside the room. Wang Chao? Sukai asked again. Still no response. Sukai pushed the door, and it opened. Inside, it looked like an office, with a laptop placed on the desk. It was open, with its back to the door, and the faint glow of the screen was the only light source in the room. Sukai was stunned. It was the first time he had seen a computer in the nightmare world. How novel. Confirming there was nothing else in the room, Sukai walked in. The strangeness must be coming from this computer, because having a computer in this place was strange in itself. Walking around to the other side, Sukai saw the computer screen. There was no ghostly figure on the screen, but rather a standard website login interface. The background is even a fresh blue sky with white clouds. Sukai sneered, took out a pencil and placed it on the table, then pulled out a bone-cutting knife and placed it on the other side. The balloon was securely tied to his belt. Afterward, Sukai pulled over a chair and sat down. In the pitch-black room, only the faint glow from a laptop screen illuminated Sukai's face as he stared at it intently. Evolution, evolution. Why did this website choose such a strange name? Sukai discovered that this was just a login page. To access the website, a username and password are required. Sukai definitely didn't have those. And just below the login interface, there is a button for new user registration. Sukai thought for a moment and clicked on it with the mouse. The crisp clicking sound of the mouse was very noticeable in this quiet environment. The registration interface appeared. The registration process is very simple, with only a few items to fill out. The login ID is automatically generated by the website, and the rest involves setting a password, choosing a nickname, and providing some basic information. Name, address, phone number, and the like. Sukai chuckled. Who in their right mind would foolishly fill in real information? Only a fool tells the truth. Just make something up and submit it. Below are some mandatory fields of information. Sukai took a look, including, do you think the current world needs a thorough purification? When did you first enter the nightmare world? world. Do you agree with the understanding of humanity, soul, mental power, and multidimensional worlds as stated in the registration agreement? There's even a registration agreement. Sukai clicked to take a look. With just one glance, he was completely captivated. It's no exaggeration to say that if he had seen this page of content earlier, he would have dismissed it as the ramblings of someone with delusions and an unstable mind. But now, Sukai felt that this thing had opened a brand new window for him. Many things that were previously unclear suddenly became crystal clear at this moment. The explanation above about human origins, the soul, and spiritual studies is absolutely unique, claiming that humans were originally a kind of divine being, but long, long ago, they were defeated by another kind of divine being and sealed in the current lower dimension. Humans are trapped in an invisible cage. Moreover, human emotions, desires, and so on are all shackles. If you want to escape, the first thing you need to do is break free from this shackle. This perspective is quite novel. Examples were even provided above. In ancient times, monks, Taoists, priests, and clergy from both the East and the West all freed themselves from their shackles through precepts, emotional control, and strengthening their spiritual power. You know, if you apply this theory, it does have a certain degree of persuasiveness. In this agreement, the real world is referred to as the cage dimension, while the nightmare world is called the true dimension. These two dimensions overlap every few hundred years, lasting for 60 years. These 60 years are the opportunity to break free from the shackles and return to the divine throne. To register as a member, one must do everything possible to help the two dimensions truly merge and rescue humanity from this dreadful cage. Since it's an agreement, the purpose is to acknowledge all the viewpoints within it and to promote the fusion of the two dimensions, joining this great cause. Sukai glanced at the agree button on the agreement. He didn't rashly click the agree button, as he felt there was definitely a trap hidden in it. First, there was this obviously abnormal underworld laptop, and then there was this even more abnormal underworld website. The text used to write the agreement seemed to come from some unknown font library, looking extremely eerie, as if every character was written with blood. Although separated by the screen, Sukai felt the presence of a curse. Moreover, Jiang Ming said he heard Officer Wang Chao's voice, but when he came here, he didn't see Wang Chao at all. Just based on this eerie computer clearly has ill intentions. To be safe, Sukai planned to test the waters with Xiaoyu. But at that moment, something unexpected happened to Sukai. The mouse on the computer moved on its own and clicked on the agree to the agreement button. The crisp clicking sound of the mouse rang out, but Sukai was certain that he hadn't clicked it. In an instant, Sukai realized what had happened. Are you planning to be unreasonable? What he hated the most was this kind of behavior, acting recklessly without someone's consent. Haven't they heard the saying, a forced melon isn't sweet? If the brick were still there, Sukai reckoned he would directly smash this laptop. At this moment, the page on the screen changed. The original style of blue skies, white clouds, and a fresh vibe instantly turned eerie and sinister. In the background, a massive eyeball suddenly opened, staring fixedly at Sukai. It was clearly just a web page background, but it looked like a real eyeball, giving an overwhelming sense of pressure. It felt as if the eye would break through the screen in the next second. At the same time, Sukai's left pinky finger felt a bit painful. Raising his hand to take a look, he noticed that at some point, a ring had appeared on the little finger of his left hand. It was copper-colored, engraved with tiny characters. It was a curse. Sukai tried to remove it, but as expected, it wouldn't come off. On the page, the final step still needed to be completed to finish the registration. However, the small line of text below explains it very clearly. Since the agreement has already been agreed to, it is no longer allowed to back out. If one regrets or ultimately fails to register, they will face an extremely terrifying backlash. As for what kind of backlash, it wasn't specified above, but at this point, any normal person would definitely be panicking, with a feeling of being forcibly dragged onto a pirate ship. But Sukai, he wasn't panicked at all. After seeing the content required for the final step, he fell into deep thought. Please enter your referrer. Note, the referrer must be a member. You only have one chance to fill it out, so use it wisely. In other words, if you make a mistake, the registration will be considered a failure. It is obvious that this website only allows old members to bring in new members, otherwise, the final registration cannot be completed. And if the registration fails, one will suffer a curse backlash. After thinking for a moment, Sukai typed a name on the keyboard. Zhao Xin. Chapter 49, Successfully Infiltrating the Enemy. Registration successful. Sukai looked at the prompt on the screen and thought to himself, he actually guessed it right. The name Zhao Xin was seen on that red handkerchief, and it was very likely the man in the mirror who pushed him. Underworld Computer, Evolution website, the man in the mirror, and that video pollutant. These things are definitely interconnected when viewed now. Perhaps the answer lies within this website. After the page indicated successful registration, it began redirecting, and then entered a forum. A very simple forum, without any flashy design. At the bottom of the page, there is the number of online users. At this moment, it only shows 2 people online. One of them is the ID Sukai just registered, called Brick, I Miss You, which was inspired by Sukai's feelings while filling out the information. The other ID is extremely domineering, called Ripper. Sukai clicked on the detailed profile of this Ripper and found that the name field was filled with Jolie. This made Sukai pause for a moment. Is it a coincidence, or is it real? Sukai could say he had a deep impression of Jolie, a psychopathic killer who was sentenced to death after being caught, only to reappear during the nightmare incident a few months later. In the Luyuan residential area, Sukai clearly remembered the number of people this guy had killed. The twisted man had hung the victim's ears all along a wall, such a gruesome sight that anyone who saw it once would find it hard to forget. Moreover, Sukai held a grudge against him. The man had once cornered Sukai in a restroom. If luck hadn't been on Sukai's side, that encounter could have been his last. Although the residential building was later burned down, no one could say for sure whether Jolie had died in the fire. Based on this, it was quite possible that the forum user called the Ripper was indeed him. Sukai decided to send a private message to test the waters. Sukai acted as soon as he thought of it. When it came to flirting online, Sukai had some skills. He immediately wrote a message and sent it to the other party via private message. The content was, I've heard so much about you. I really admire your way of doing things. Shall we be friends? Flattery always works. First, offer a few compliments. This is the premise for starting a conversation. As long as the conversation begins, Sukai believes he can figure out the other party's background. But the result was that the Ripper went offline. The other party completely ignored him. Sukai thought carefully and realized he had made a mistake. Maybe the people on the Siri forum don't send private messages to each other, or perhaps only acquaintances do so. As a newly registered user, doing this right away would make anyone, including Jolie, suspicious. Still too impatient. Fortunately, there was nothing else in the private message, so nothing would be exposed. After this incident, Sukai became much more cautious. He decided to first take a look at what was in the forum before doing anything else. The entire forum was divided into 3 sections: discussion section, trading section, and management section. The management section required permissions, and Sukai's username couldn't access it at all. Only the discussion section and trading section were freely accessible. First, enter the discussion forum section. There are already some posts inside. Sukai is not in a hurry. Based on his experience, he first looks for the pinned post. In the discussion forum, there is only one pinned post. The publisher is the moderator Ghost. After clicking in, Sukai discovered it was a page of forum rules. The content wasn't extensive, mainly requiring members to follow a few rules. First, newly registered members must complete a beginner's task within 1 month. Second, it is forbidden to disclose any information about the website and forum to anyone. Third, it is prohibited to inquire about other members' information. Fourth, tasks assigned by moderators must be completed. That's it, just these 4 rules. In fact, right after Sukai successfully registered, he received an internal message, which was specifically about the beginner's task. Open to view content. New member Brick, I Miss You. Please complete the following tasks within 1 month. If the requirements are not met, the ghost ring curse will automatically activate, and death will follow. 1. Obtain exclusive pollutants through the ghost ring. 2. Spread the pollutants and offer a nightmare as a sacrifice to the ghost ring. Please refer to the ghost ring user guide for specific usage and sacrifice methods. After he finished reading the ghost ring user guide and some posts in the discussion area, many of the doubts he originally had were finally resolved. The members of this forum often engage in spreading various contaminants. The root cause of the nightmare incident's spread has been found. Unexpectedly, through a twist of fate, Sukai accidentally infiltrated the enemy's ranks. In the discussion forum, there are several commendation posts published by the moderator Ghost, showcasing examples of members successfully spreading contaminants. Among them is the Green Garden community. Sukai saw clearly that the one spreading pollutants in the Luyuan community was none other than the Ripper. The Ripper, isn't that Jolie? It matches. Apart from the Luyuan community, there were several other successful cases of spreading. They were all recorded in plain text, looking quite ordinary, but Sukai knew that behind each record lay the blood of innocent people. Write it down one by one. These are all evidence. The Sanxiao Sub-Bureau did not record it this time. It might be because it just happened. However, there are sporadic pollution report posts in Honyao City. Sukai glanced at the person who posted them. It was Zhao Xin. Other posts, as long as he had the reading permissions, Sukai read them all. Some posts require contribution points to access, such as the research results of Nightmare series, which consists of 5 posts and likely contains a lot of valuable content. However, since Sukai was using a new account with 0 contribution points on the forum, he naturally couldn't read them. The prerequisite for earning contribution points is to first complete the newbie tasks. At this moment, Sukai suddenly heard a ringing sound, and then he realized something, hurriedly gathering the pencils on the table. The next moment, a familiar feeling of weightlessness came over him. When he opened his eyes again, Sukai saw the ceiling. Awake? He immediately got up and looked around, just in time to see a few people wearing protective suits. The other person saw Sukai wake up and hurriedly shouted, "Expert Sukai is awake. Footsteps immediately sounded outside as team leader Lu burst in, visibly excited. On the table lay a box meal. Sukai ate while listening to team leader Lu recount what had happened. The security bureau received Sukai's call and acted immediately, arriving at the Sanxiao sub-bureau in less than 20 minutes. This place had already been isolated and sealed off as per the security bureau's requirements. This is standard procedure for the security bureau, and without a doubt, team leader Lu and his team did not waste any time. Sukai finished a bowl of rice, feeling his still hungry stomach, and gained a new understanding of the curse reinforced by the ghost ring. Just now, as he merely had the thought of revealing the matter about the evolution forum, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the little finger of his left hand. Then, an uncontrollable sense of hunger overwhelmed him. It was as if a starving ghost had possessed him. The kind of feeling where no matter how much he ate, he could never feel full. Even he couldn't resist that unprecedented hunger, like someone who hadn't eaten for 4 or 5 days. But in fact, his stomach was already full. Eating more would cause him to burst to death. Sukai immediately dismissed the idea of leaking information. Some things really couldn't be taken lightly. The opponent's curse could actually affect his real-world self. Team leader Lu, please immediately investigate someone. Zhao Xian, a local resident, male, approximately 30 years old, with a black birthmark on his neck. He should be living alone. Once you find his address, do not alert him and notify me immediately. Sukai thought for a moment. Some things couldn't be said, so they could only be investigated through other means. Fortunately, his current position allowed him to mobilize resources that ordinary people couldn't even imagine. I am certain that this pollution incident was caused by this person, Sukai added. Team leader Lu immediately took it seriously. I'm on it. Team leader Lu never hesitated when handling official matters, and his efficiency was astonishing. Chapter 50, Sukai's Analysis, Third Update. Now in the room, apart from a few special agents from the security bureau, there were only Sukai and the other 3 unconscious officers. Sukai already knew that among the 4 officers, one had already died. The deceased officer was named Wang Chao. This result was consistent with Sukai's previous judgment. The sound Jiang Ming heard was indeed made by a ghost, with the purpose of luring them into that room. Clearly, the notebook still hides unknown secrets. Currently, Jiang Ming and the others are still in the nightmare world. With Sukai absent, no one can say for sure how long they can hold on. Sukai has always done things according to his abilities. If he doesn't have the ability to save someone, he definitely wouldn't risk his life knowing it's certain death. But conversely, if he does have the ability and can lend a hand, he will certainly do so. The special agents have been trying to wake Jiang Ming and the others, but the 3 officers show no response to external sounds or stimuli. According to the special agents, Sukai was also in a deep sleep earlier, but later, he suddenly woke up. The reason is unknown. However, regarding this, Sukai has a guess. This time's pollutant, Zhao Xian must have tampered with it. In other words, those dragged into the nightmare world by this pollutant cannot be awakened in the outside world unless certain conditions are met. It now seems that this condition is most likely the membership status of the Evolution Forum. To go a step further, it's the curse on that ghost ring. The pollutant on Zhao Xian carries a curse that can forcibly hypnotize a person, making them unable to be awakened by external forces. However, the curse on the forum's ghost ring suppresses the curse on the pollutant. Therefore, after Sukai obtained membership status, the curse of being unable to wake up was lifted. By the same logic, as long as Jiang Ming also obtains membership status, he can escape from this nightmare world. Sukai couldn't wait any longer. He first called Mao Mao and told her that he might not come back tonight. Mao Mao was clearly startled. Sukai-shin, master, what am I supposed to do if you don't come back? Mao Mao's voice on the phone trembled. You can choose not to sleep, but I suggest you sleep when you need to. You already know quite a lot about the nightmare world, and with the white bone mask and the curtain ghost, you're considered someone who can handle nightmares. Besides, the 8th floor is very safe. If you really encounter trouble, just go to room 809 next door and find the girl in the red dress. Just tell her you're my friend. Upon hearing this, Kat shivered instantly. Go to room 809? Better not. Kat doesn't think any other danger could compare to going to room 809. In Kat's view, room 809 is more dangerous than anywhere else. Alright, I really have urgent matters here. Several lives are waiting for me to save them. I'll hang up now, Sukai said and ended the call. Sukai still felt very assured about Kat. The shattered white bone mask for Kat could grant her immense physical enhancement and allow her to stay clear-headed for at least 10 minutes. This is a skill even Sukai envies. Just this alone greatly enhances Kat's survival ability. Unless encountering nightmares of the level like the split-head ghost, for others, if she can't fight them, escaping is still not a problem. Besides, there's the curtain ghost, and in room 810, there's also the pale ghostly shadow. With Kat's personality, she probably wouldn't run out on her own. Ordinary nightmares definitely wouldn't dare to go up to the 8th floor. So, she is very safe. Putting down the phone, Sukai thought to himself that Mao Mao sometimes just couldn't let go and should practice a bit more. This way, she could be recommended as a backup expert. By then, they could attend the security bureau's training camp together. At this this moment, the phone received an unread text message. Sukai opened it and took a look. It was sent by Xiaoyu's father. Only 2 words. Thank you. Sukai understood that the other party had seen that letter. Moreover, Sukai was certain that Xiaoyu had hidden a gift for her parents in a secret compartment in her room, but an accident had occurred at the time, and she hadn't had the chance to give it to them. Now, at least this letter, a belated gift, could slightly ease the regret in the hearts of the elderly couple. Sukai felt that he had done the right thing. Moreover, this matter is very meaningful, bringing hope to the living, fulfilling the wishes of the deceased, and additionally, bringing joy to oneself. Helping others is the foundation of happiness. Sukai murmured a sentence and instructed the special agents of the security bureau to wake him up in 2 hours, then lay down on the chair. Re-enter the nightmare world. Sukai opened his eyes and looked around. He was still in the same room, and the page on the computer screen hadn't changed. In other words, during the time he was awake, no one had entered here. Sukai moved the mouse, exited the underworld forum, and then closed the laptop. From now on, this thing would belong to him. When he just woke up, Sukai had heard team leader Lu mention the Evolution website, and that recent victims all had records of visiting this site. Even Jolie, who had already been executed, was a frequent visitor to the same site. Sukai wasn't surprised by Jolie's involvement after all. He had seen Jolie's ID on the forum before. Unexpectedly, there were also access records for several victims who were killed by the mysterious video, which made Sukai feel a bit strange. Could it be that those victims downloaded the mysterious video from that website themselves? What can be confirmed now is that the Evolution website in the real world and the website in the nightmare world are completely different versions. Only the one in the nightmare world is the underworld version, which is the forum with truly valuable information. The website in the real world might just be a trap. This matter cannot be clarified in a short time. There are too few clues at hand. The priority is to have Jiang Ming register as a member and then take him out. Save whoever can be saved. Carrying the laptop and walking out, Sukai froze. The corridor was empty. Jiang Ming and the others were gone. Sukai walked over to the bench where they had been resting earlier, but found nothing unusual, no bloodstains, no signs of a struggle or dragging. It seemed Jiang Ming and the others had left on their own. Just then, Sukai sensed something under his feet and looked down to see traces of water on the ground. This made his heart skip a beat, and upon closer inspection, Sukai was dumbfounded. At some point, a layer of water had already accumulated on the floor, possibly flowing out from the bathroom and gradually pooling together. It was only because the surroundings were so dark that it wasn't noticed immediately. Due to the lighting, the water resembled a mirror, capable of reflecting images. This thing is just like a mirror. Sukai suddenly understood. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Ming and the others would never approach the bathroom because there were mirrors inside. But they hadn't expected that the water gradually flowing out of the bathroom would pool on the floor and become like a mirror. As a result, they unknowingly exposed themselves in front of the mirror. What happens next is easy to guess. At the next moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the calm water, grabbing Sukai's ankle and pulling him down. Chapter 51. Let's quickly hide. The sudden attack caught Sukai off guard. Sukai thought he would fall into the water. Actually, he was more like falling into a dry well. Fortunately, the height of the fall wasn't too high, but even so, he lay on the ground for quite a while before he could get up. Looking up, Sukai found that the place he was in was also a corridor, except it was completely upside down compared to the outside. In other words, Sukai had actually fallen onto what was originally the ceiling of the corridor, and now the ceiling is the previous floor. A layer of water is similarly attached above. This looks somewhat frightening. The water in the mirror world seems to defy the rules of gravity, gathering on the ceiling. Looking up, it resembles a giant mirror. Sukai knew he had entered the mirror world again, but this time is very different. Last time, only his soul entered the mirror, but this time, it seems his body came in as well. The good news is that Sukai found the pencil, the white bone mask, and the lighter with him this time. Perhaps this is the benefit of the body entering. At this moment, Sukai vaguely saw someone standing at the entrance of the hallway ahead. Sukai immediately thought, could it be this bastard who pulled him down? He drew a bone-cutting knife from his lower back and took out a pencil with his other hand. Who's there? Sukai took 2 steps forward and asked a question. The person stood motionless, with their back facing Sukai. Sukai continued forward. Naturally, he remained vigilant against potential dangers, ready to react immediately to any sudden movements. He was already very close. What surprised Sukai was that the person with their back to him was wearing something very familiar. It seemed like he had seen it somewhere before. This sense of familiarity grew stronger with time. When Sukai walked to the side of the other person and saw half of their face clearly, he finally realized why this person looked so familiar. Because this person was Sukai himself. The clothing, the appearance, it was as if they were carved from the same mold. This feeling was actually quite terrifying. For an ordinary person, no matter how brave they might be, encountering someone who looked exactly like themselves in such an obviously bizarre environment would still be utterly horrifying. Sukai was certainly an exception. He directly circled to the front of the other party and carefully examined him. It's really identical, except he doesn't have nightmare tools or curses on him, Sukai muttered as he locked eyes with another version of himself, as if certain the other party would move. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Before long, 5 minutes had passed. Two identical people stared at each other like this. The difference was that one Sukai was holding a bone-cutting knife and a pencil, with a fierce posture that said, "If you dare move, I'll act." The other Sukai exuded an eerie vibe, resembling a ghost straight out of a horror story. But if an outsider were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly feel that the knife-wielding Sukai had completely overwhelmed the eerie Sukai in terms of presence. In the next moment, the eerie Sukai's eyeballs finally moved, his mouth opening as if to speak. But the real Sukai was quicker. He slammed a white bone mask directly onto the imposter's face. Almost simultaneously, his left hand shot forward to cover the imposter's mouth, then stretched out his leg to trip him, pinning the figure firmly to the ground. On Sukai's left wrist was a black handprint left by the little red dress, a mark branded by the vengeful spirit. But Sukai treated it as a weapon. Only the power of a nightmare can suppress a nightmare. This was the experience Sukai gained from Chen Bing. The eerie Sukai began to struggle. Originally, its strength was immense, but now Sukai was wearing the white bone mask, which doubled his physical strength, directly overpowering the opponent. Pinned to the ground, the eerie Sukai's eyes were filled with resentment and anger. However, in the next moment, it seemed to hear something, and instantly, its pupils reflected a kind of fear. It started winking fiercely at Sukai. It seemed to have something to say. At first, Sukai didn't pay attention, thinking it was just a trick, but soon he felt an extremely terrifying aura. At the same time, he heard that familiar humming sound. That woman is here? Sukai also shuddered. The only person who could make Sukai wary here was the woman humming a tune. He froze for a moment, and in that instant of distraction, the eerie Sukai seized the opportunity to break free from his restraint. However, it did not attack Sukai. Instead, like a mouse encountering a cat, it scrambled and crawled into a nearby room with a half-open door. Moreover, this eerie Sukai did not close the door but anxiously gestured for Sukai to come over. That means, hurry over here. Meanwhile, Sukai heard the humming and footsteps coming from the staircase entrance, sensing the approaching danger. He quickly took a few steps forward and slipped into that door. Eerily, Sukai immediately left the door slightly ajar. The two Sukai hid behind the door, not daring to make a sound, holding their breath for fear of being discovered by the woman outside. Sukai took advantage of this moment to remove the bone mask. This thing is indeed useful, but he can only use it for 1 minute. Moreover, the cooldown time is quite long, and it cannot be used continuously, otherwise, there is a risk of having his mind controlled by the bone mask. Sukai glanced at the other version of himself nervously standing nearby, feeling that the scene was quite strange. It was certain that the other party initially harbored ill intentions and planned to ambush him, but it didn't expect to be seen through, and it wasn't afraid of it. Not only was it unafraid, but it also pinned it to the ground. As a result of the stalemate, it attracted that humming woman. Sukai had suffered losses at her hands and was naturally very wary, but unexpectedly, this nightmare imitating him was also afraid of that woman. Thus, what was originally a fierce confrontation turned into a joint effort to evade a formidable enemy. Outside, the sound of humming and footsteps grew closer. Sukai noticed that the nightmare pretending to be him was actually clasping its hands tightly and bowing its head, seemingly in prayer. This drew Sukai's disdain. A nightmare, the embodiment of fear, was actually so nervous at this moment that it closed its eyes to pray. Isn't it embarrassing? However, it also indirectly shows that the other party is extremely afraid of that woman outside. Otherwise, they wouldn't react this way. Clearly, the internal competition among nightmares is quite intense. Sukai was apprehensive, but he was not afraid, let alone terrified. At this moment, he peeked outside through the door crack, which was only a finger's width open. This action directly stunned the nightmare beside him. The other party wore a pleading expression, as if begging Sukai not to court death like this. That expression seemed to say that if they were discovered, both of them would be doomed. Sukai grinned and ignored the other party. They were just watching for one thing: this place wasn't exactly hidden. In other words, if the woman pushed the door open, she would find them immediately. Given that, it made more sense to observe quietly for a while, so that if a fight broke out, they wouldn't be completely clueless about their enemy. Earlier, Sukai had caught a glimpse of her. The result: his 7 orifices burst with blood. This time, Sukai was very cautious. As soon as he sensed something was wrong, he immediately closed his eyes. Moreover, last time it was because he saw the woman's face, so this time he simply wouldn't look at her face. Looking at her body should be fine, right? Chapter 52. That woman lost control. The nightmare beside him, imitating Sukai, couldn't help but reach out and tug at Sukai. As a result, Sukai turned around and glared at it. If you pull me again, do you believe I'll drag you to die with me? The other party shuddered, not daring to move recklessly. The woman outside and Sukai, neither of them could afford to provoke. Sukai squinted his eyes and looked outside. She's here. He saw the woman walking in from the hallway entrance. She was wearing a blood-red bridal gown, walking very slowly. Strangely, though, one moment she was at the hallway entrance, and the next she was right in front of him. Teleport teleportation? Sukai secretly thought, truly impressive. This time, Sukai didn't see the other person's face, mainly because the woman humming the song had a red veil covering her head. Without seeing the face, Sukai wouldn't be subjected to that kind of invisible attack. This is a good thing. But this time, Sukai could clearly sense that this woman was different. Previously, although this woman was also wearing a red wedding dress, she didn't have the terrifying aura she has now. Moreover, her veil and dress are currently dripping blood. That resentment has already begun to distort the space. Wherever she passed, a trail of blood followed. Though her head was covered, an even greater sense of danger emanated from her. At this moment, the woman stood silently at the doorway, softly humming a strange song composed of only 3 notes. Bloodstains dripped from her red veil and bridal gown, gradually seeping through the cracks of the door. The fake Sukai next to him was already trembling with fear. His face, which was already bloodless, now looked even more terrifying. Sukai was also quite nervous. He knew that with his current self, it would be extremely difficult to compete with this woman. His only reliance was Xiaoyu. But even though she has already devoured another nightmare, Xiaoyu in her black dress form might still not be a match for this woman. However, this wouldn't scare Sukai to the point of not daring to fight back. Besides, although the probability of defeating the strong with the weak is small, it is not unheard of. Outside the door, the humming woman reached out, ready to push open this door. Sukai was also prepared to fight to the death. Suddenly, a noise came from the hallway. The woman stopped her movements, turned abruptly, and almost instantly reached the hallway entrance. She reached out and grabbed a ghostly figure from the darkness. Sukai had seen this type of ghostly figure before. It was the kind most abundant in the mirror, seemingly capable of replacing someone's reflection. However, at this moment, the ghostly figure had no strength to resist in the woman's hand. In the next instant, with a savage tug, the ghostly figure's skin was ripped off violently, blood pouring down like rain, the scene both brutal and gruesome. The mangled corpse was carelessly thrown to the ground, while the woman, single-handedly clutching the blood-soaked human skin, vanished into the pitch-black corridor, seemingly in pursuit of another nightmare. Sukai felt as if he had narrowly escaped death. This woman was far too dangerous. Other nightmares couldn't last a single round in her hands. Moreover, the opponents seemed to have no rules, killing purely for the sake of killing. This place can't be hidden anymore. Sukai knew that the woman had definitely noticed someone here, but at the critical moment, her attention was drawn away by other nightmares. But afterward, he would inevitably return. Opening the door, Sukai walked out. Behind him, the other Sukai followed with a pale face. The two exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of the feeling of surviving a disaster in the other's eyes. Sukai felt that the other party must know something. What happened to her? He asked. The fake Sukai opened his mouth and let out a low, strange sound. That woman has lost control, and everyone she finds will die. The other party is a nightmare. In other words, a ghost. As the saying goes, a pack of lies. Sukai was questioning everything the other party said. However, for now, they could work together to overcome the difficulties. Out of control? Why would she be out of control? Could someone have controlled her before? Sukai picked up on some keywords from the other party's words and asked. Sukai hesitated for a moment, then said 4 words. Red box. Sukai's eyebrows twitched. The red box is now in his hands. The person who possesses the red box can control her, but the price is becoming her husband. A sinister look appeared on fake Sukai's face. Her previous husband lost the red box, so she killed him, skinned him, and turned him into a lantern. Unless someone else writes their name on the red handkerchief, her killing spree won't stop, and eventually, everything here will be destroyed. There was a hint of seduction in the voice. Sukai sneered coldly. I don't believe you at all. This cunning nightmare not only disguised itself as him but also knew about the red box on him. Wait a moment. At first, this guy disguised himself as me with ulterior motives. Could it also be for the red box? That's possible. So at first, he planned to take it by force, but when that didn't work, he switched to a softer approach. As for what the other party said, Sukai felt there was both truth and falsehood in it. Specifically, Sukai didn't have time to think much, as that woman could return at any moment. Find a place to hide first, Sukai said. The fake Sukai nodded. On this point, it and Sukai had the same thought. No matter what ideas you have, the premise is to survive first. Here, the out-of-control, frenzied red-clad ghost is clearly the most terrifying presence. Both Sukai and the other nightmares here must avoid her. Follow me. The fake Sukai was evidently more familiar with the world inside the mirror and led Sukai into the hallway. In the mirror world, this place is completely pitch black, without a single trace of light. Sukai had actually been on guard against the other party all along. He took 2 steps in the dark but couldn't hear any movement from the fake Sukai ahead, realizing something was wrong. Looking back, it was equally pitch black, and the entrance he came through was nowhere to be found. Now, he was completely engulfed in absolute darkness. In such a situation, without knowing the surroundings, it could be a wall, an abyss, or even a red-clad ghost. Sukai stopped walking. Then he took out a lighter and flicked it on with a snap. The flame flickered. The light was like a sharp sword, tearing a slit in the pitch-black world. Opposite Sukai was a somewhat startled face. It was the fake Sukai. The person was just 2 feet away, with a look of astonishment on his face. His hand was nervously hidden behind his back as if concealing something. Sukai guessed it might be a knife. Fake Sukai was clearly quite afraid of the flames. His sinister face quickly moved back a few steps. Meanwhile, Sukai also heard a rustling sound around him. It seemed as though something was frantically hiding. However, the light from the lighter could only illuminate a range of 2 to 3 meters around him. Beyond that, it was hard to see clearly, and anything more than 10 meters away was completely shrouded in darkness. "You, where did you get the fire?" the fake Sukai asked in the darkness, his voice stuttering slightly due to shock. "I like smoking, is that a problem?" Sukai was completely making things up. Anyway, since the ghost was speaking nonsense to him, he responded with nonsense as well, not losing out. Chapter 53. Getting married is impossible. The fake Sukai in the darkness let out a dry laugh. "Follow me, and don't get lost. Once you lose your way in this place, there's no way out." This was a threat. For others, this might truly be the case, but Sukai had Xiaoyu, the spirit of the pen, behind him. Finding people and paths had never been an issue. "Is it still far?" Sukai didn't expose the other's trick, nor did he lose his temper. The other party still had some value to exploit. "Not far, it's just ahead." The fake Sukai recalled the experience of being suppressed by Sukai, a mere mortal, and felt a deep sense of dread, especially toward the fire in the other's hand, which was the thing nightmares in the darkness feared the most. After that, neither of them spoke again. In the pitch-black, unknown world, the tiny flame on the lighter in Sukai's hand seemed to become the only source of light here. At this moment, Sukai deeply missed his brick. If the brick were still in his hand, the flames ignited after swinging it would be even greater. At this moment, an idea struck Sukai. That's right, since he was already in the mirror world, there was no need to fear the mirror anymore. He could completely retrieve the brick. "How could I forget about this?" Sukai slapped his forehead. "It's not convenient to go back right now, but that's okay. Sukai has remembered this matter, and as soon as he gets the chance, he'll go back to retrieve his brick." At this moment, Sukai noticed a pitch-black pit ahead, 3 meters in diameter, circular, and upon shining a light, it seemed bottomless. The fake Sukai climbed down very nimbly at this moment. Sukai didn't move. Only a fool would follow someone into an obviously problematic deep pit. Maybe after going down, there will be a nest of mirror nightmares waiting for him. At this moment, Sukai noticed a light not far away. It seemed to be 2 red lanterns. Behind them was a mansion, ancient, eerie. There were also red lanterns hanging inside, as if a wedding was being celebrated. Sukai immediately thought of the woman humming a song. Could this house be hers? "Come down quickly, it's not safe outside," the fake Sukai said, poking his head out of the deep pit. Sukai didn't move. He seemed to be considering. "Stop overthinking. I won't harm you. If you come down, that woman won't be able to find you. Otherwise, staying outside, she'll catch you sooner or later," the fake Sukai continued to coax. Sukai stared intently at the figure. Half of the imposter's body was already submerged in the deep pit, only his head visible. Under the faint light, his appearance was truly terrifying. "I'm going to ask you something. What happened to the other 3 who were with me before?" Sukai's question referred to Jiang Ming, Xiaodu, and Xiaohe. Although Sukai understood in his heart that the 3 of them were unlikely to survive in the mirror world, if by any chance they were still alive and there was an opportunity, Sukai would find a way to save them. The fake Sukai probably hadn't expected the other party to ask this question and was momentarily stunned. "I don't know. Hee. Are you planning to save them?" The fake Sukai let out a strange laugh, but perhaps afraid of being overheard, he lowered his voice. "Take my advice, those 3 useless people, if they really came in, they wouldn't last 3 minutes. They're not like you. How am I different?" Sukai took advantage of the conversation to slowly approach the other party. The fake Sukai didn't notice this at all. "You're different from them." Before he could finish, Sukai suddenly reached out, grabbed the imposter's neck, and yanked him up. The fake Sukai panicked, attempting to resist, but Sukai was faster. He wrapped his arm tightly around the imposter's throat, while pressing a pencil against his eyeball. "Try moving again, and I'll make you a one-eyed dragon. Believe it or not?" The fake Sukai didn't dare to move. He could feel the terrifying resentment emanating from the pencil in the other person's hand, almost comparable to the ghost bride humming her eerie tune. If he really got stabbed, it might not just be as simple as losing an eye. "You, how can you be so insidious?" The fake Sukai held back for a long time before blurting this out. It felt that something was off. Clearly, it was the nightmare, the embodiment of fear and death. So why was it repeatedly being toyed with and threatened by a mere mortal? Sukai gave a chilling smile. Under the faint light of the lighter, his smile was even more terrifying than the fake Sukai, quickly dragging the other person away from the deep pit. After moving more than 10 meters away, Sukai finally stopped. "If I'm not mistaken, there are already quite a few ghostly figures lying in ambush down there, right?" Sukai asked. Fake Sukai fell silent. Sukai knew that even if his guess wasn't entirely correct, it should be pretty close. In any case, that deep pit was definitely not a place to go down into. If he really went down, there probably wouldn't even be a trace of his bones left. Sinister? Sukai doesn't think so. He once watched a classic movie performed by the king of comedy, and there was a line in it that Sukai thought was very true. Corrupt officials must be cunning, and honest officials must be even more cunning. Otherwise, how can they outwit them? The same applies to the nightmare world. Now, whatever I ask you, you answer. Sukai felt that this fake Sukai definitely knew something he didn't. If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement. The first question, was it you who pulled me down? Sukai carried a trace of malice. This question doesn't necessarily need to be clarified, but asking it holds great significance because it allows one to directly claim the moral high ground. You see, even if I, Sukai, am threatening you or forcing you, it's for a reason. You were the one who acted dishonorably first, so don't blame me for not playing by the rules. Feeling the pen tip pressed against his eyeball, sensing the terrifying resentment emanating from it, the fake Sukai had no choice but to say, it's me. Pulling me down, are you planning to snatch my red box? Yes. What exactly is this red box? Can it really control that female ghost? Yes, it can. I'm not lying to you, and this is the only way. As for the red box, it originally belonged to the female ghost. She gave it to her beloved, but if the other person accidentally lost the box or had it taken away, they would immediately be killed by the ghost's backlash. Sukai felt that this time the other party was probably telling the truth, because Sukai thought of that Zhao Xin. Zhao Xin was the original holder of the red box, so he wasn't afraid of the female ghost. However, later the box was snatched away by him, which led to his death from the ghost's backlash. This could be considered another form of curse. Thinking carefully, I really stumbled upon it by accident at the time. If I hadn't snatched this box, I would probably have been turned into a human skin lantern by the female ghost. However, there's a small problem here. According to this reasoning, the fake Sukai didn't lie to me at the beginning, which is clearly abnormal. This matter needs to be clarified. Under coercion, the fake Sukai revealed the truth. This is what I thought. If I directly told you the method to control the female ghost, you definitely wouldn't believe me. You might even write my name on the red handkerchief to test it. In doing so, I could control the female ghost and become her husband. This is a strategy of blending truth and falsehood. Could the fake Sukai have read The Art of War by Sun Tzu? Of course, the other party might still be lying. We need to put some pressure on them. Thinking of this, Sukai glanced at the ancient house with red lanterns in the distance, then dragged the fake Sukai toward it. At first, the fake Sukai was unaware of the situation, but upon sensing the blood-red glow, he was utterly terrified. What are you doing? Even the voice is trembling. Scared? That's right, you should be scared. Sukai continued to walk forward. At first, the fake Sukai was still struggling, but as they got closer, it was already so scared that its whole body went limp. This mansion seemed even more terrifying to it than the Hall of Yama in hell. I'll give you one more chance. Did you lie before? Outside this ancient mansion, Sukai was honestly feeling quite pressured, so he planned to finish things quickly. Fake Sukai was so scared that he couldn't speak. It seemed that it was indeed not lying. Sukai thought for a moment. Could it be that he really had to write his name on the red handkerchief, become the ghost bride's husband, and marry her? In this way, not only could he control this terrifying ghost bride, but he would also gain a wife for free. It seemed like a deal with no losses. But the problem was, if he lost the red box or it was snatched away, this unlucky wife would turn him into a human skin lantern. The risks here are too great. Moreover, controlling the female ghost must come with certain conditions. To put it bluntly, Sukai still doesn't quite trust the words of the fake Sukai. Even if everything the other party says is true, there are still unknown limitations and taboos involved. So, getting married or anything like that, better forget it. Chapter 54, Inside the Haunted House. A row of lanterns hung at the entrance of the old house. To be honest, they really looked like they were made of human skin. One of them was even dripping blood. Could it be Zhao Xin's skin? In short, this place gave Sukai only one feeling: haunted house. Sukai made up his mind. If he couldn't handle it, he could at least avoid it. Later, he would ask Xiaoyu about whether Jiang Ming and the others were dead or alive. If they were alive, he would find out where they were and rescue them if possible. If it turned out there was no way to save them, Sukai would have no choice but to leave on his own. At this moment, something completely unexpected happened to Sukai. The tightly shut door of the old mansion suddenly creaked open. This sudden change made Sukai tense up as well. As for the fake Sukai, there was no need to mention it. If Sukai hadn't been holding it up, it might have collapsed directly onto the ground. It might be due to the deterrent power of high-level nightmares, so the fake Sukai, this ghostly figure in the mirror, had absolutely no ability to resist when facing the female ghost in this ancient mansion. With the way you are, you still want to marry someone? Coward! Sukai scolded. No, I'm not. The fake Sukai weakly defended himself. Hurry up, if we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Sukai glanced at the ancient mansion. Just opened the red lacquered wooden door, but there was no one inside. You're so scared. Could this old house actually eat people? Sukai cursed. Although he said that, Sukai actually planned to leave immediately. This place was just too eerie, and before figuring things out, it was best not to venture further inside. For now, he could only retreat into the darkness and then make plans. Sukai began to step back. However, what happened next was beyond his comprehension. mansion. No matter how many steps Sukai retreated, the distance between him and the old mansion seemed unchanged, as if the mansion was moving along with him. Sukai began to quicken his pace, but the result was still the same. No matter where he went, the old mansion was still directly in front of him, with a distance of about 5 or 6 meters between them, just a few steps to reach the door. "Let go of me, let's split up and run," the fake Sukai said at this moment. Sukai lowered his head and glanced at this guy. "Do you take me for a fool? If this house sticks to me, wouldn't I be helping you divert the danger?" The fake Sukai, seeing his trick exposed, fell silent. Next, Sukai walked in all directions, east, west, south, and north, but couldn't shake off this house. Of course, he also considered that perhaps the house wasn't targeting him, but the fake Sukai. But what if it isn't? Moreover, this isn't just a remote possibility. Sukai felt that the old mansion was more likely targeting him, not leaving. After all, no matter where he went, the old mansion followed him like a shadow, impossible to shake off. Of course, there is another possibility, which is being controlled by some kind of force, actually just going around in circles and never really leaving. Looking at the ancient house with its door open, Sukai fell into deep thought. At this moment, if paired with the song "My Home's Door is Always Open, Welcoming You with Open Arms," it would be even more fitting. How about going in? This somewhat crazy idea popped up. Sukai shook his head. Too dangerous, no one knows what might be inside this old mansion. But just staying here like this isn't a solution either, and right now he feels like he's under a spotlight, standing out too much in this eerie place. Not to mention, if that red wedding dress ghost comes back, she'll definitely spot him at a glance. Some people can't be mentioned lightly. In the distance, the faint sound of humming came through, still those familiar 3 notes. Really here? Sukai's spirits lifted. Given the current situation, he didn't have much time left to think. Is it to confront the female ghost head-on here, or to take the risk of entering the old mansion to temporarily avoid the edge? Staying here would inevitably lead to direct contact with the female ghost, while entering the old mansion would carry a high probability of encountering her. Sukai was quite decisive and immediately made his choice. Enter. Perhaps the most dangerous place is the safest place. At that moment, Sukai dragged the fake Sukai into the old mansion. The fake Sukai was on the verge of collapse. "Big brother, have mercy, let me go." It no longer had its previous eerie and terrifying demeanor. If Sukai weren't gripping its neck, it might have directly knelt down and begged for mercy. "Since you call me big brother, we brothers naturally share blessings and face difficulties together. Let's go." Sukai, without giving him a chance to refuse, forcefully dragged the fake Sukai into the ancient residence. The moment he stepped through the door, Sukai knew that no matter what lay ahead, there was no turning back. The worst outcome would be being discovered by that female ghost, followed by a direct confrontation. However, perhaps the situation hasn't deteriorated to that extent yet. This house is very large, with many places to hide. Upon entering, there is a screen wall made of bricks, engraved with a large character, "Blessing." Further in, there is a small entrance hall, with a high threshold indicating that this family is wealthy and of significant status. Beyond the entrance hall is an inner courtyard, with side rooms to the east and west, and the main house in front. Here, lanterns and decorations are everywhere, with 7 or 8 round tables set up in the courtyard. Plates and dishes are arranged intricately on the tables, filled with delicious food, as if a celebration is taking place. But there isn't a single person around. As he passed by one of the tables, Sukai glanced at the food on the table. On the plate, it seemed to be sweet and sour meatballs, but no matter how he looked at them, the meatballs resembled human eyeballs. There was also hair peeking out from the gaps of the steamer. It can be imagined that what's inside that large steamer is probably not buns. The sound of the female ghost humming seems to have reached the doorway. Sukai quickened his pace, walking straight through the inner courtyard. The side rooms on both sides were silent, but he couldn't shake the feeling, perhaps just an illusion, that someone was watching him through the cracks in the doors. There must be other ghosts in this house. At this moment, Sukai had a question. The ghosts in the nightmare world are all formed from people's fears. So what is the deal with this mansion? Could it also be a manifestation of someone's inner fear? Only the main house lacked that sense of being watched. Sukai dragged the fake Sukai inside. On both sides are 2 side rooms, offering plenty of places to hide. However, these places are also easy to discover. If Sukai wants to hide, he must choose an unexpected place. For example, the roof beam. Looked up, the main house was very tall, and the beams were also very sturdy. Most importantly, hiding up there would be hard to discover. It was definitely impossible to climb up while dragging someone, and since they were already inside the old house, Sukai was no longer afraid of the fake Sukai playing any tricks, so he let the other person go. The fake Sukai was startled. "You're going to leave me behind?" At this moment, the fake Sukai stopped running instead. Sukai pointed to the beam, and the fake Sukai immediately understood, quickly leaping up like a monkey. It must be said, the climbing ability of this ghost is unmatched by any living person. Sukai felt a bit envious. "Pull me up." Sukai looked around. The beam was more than 3 meters above the ground, and it would be difficult for him to climb up on his own. The fake Sukai remained indifferent. Sukai sneered, "If I get caught, I'll definitely expose you first." The fake Sukai had no choice choice but to comply obediently. It reluctantly pulled Sukai up. You can still write your name on the handkerchief now. This is the only chance to control the female ghost. Otherwise, sooner or later, she will find us. The fake Sukai persuaded again at this moment. Or, why not give it to me? I'll write my name on it. I promise I absolutely won't harm you when the time comes. How about that? Chapter 55. She is crying. It was very dark above the beam. The light from outside couldn't reach here at all, making the face of the fake Sukai opposite look particularly eerie and terrifying. Sukai was, of course, unafraid, but no matter how many times he looked, he could never get used to that face. After all, the other person's appearance was identical to his own. Sukai suddenly realized something. If the other person used this face to do something bad, wouldn't it possibly be blamed on him? Moreover, this nightmare had been trying every possible way to obtain the red handkerchief and write its name on it. If the other person succeeded, how would the female ghost distinguish between two people who looked exactly the same? There might be other tricks involved here. It's even possible that this fake Sukai has a way to transfer some curses onto himself. Thinking of this, Sukai couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise in his heart. Fortunately, he didn't trust it. Sure enough, it's all nonsense. Not a single word can be trusted. At this point, Sukai no longer expected to gain anything valuable from the other party. If the other party really dared to play dirty, Sukai would definitely kill this ghost in advance. Can you stop pretending to look like me? It makes me uncomfortable to see, Sukai said with a dark expression. The fake Sukai quickly shook his head. No, after I mimic you, I can only change if I encounter someone else or look in a mirror. Otherwise, I have to stay like this. Sukai didn't believe it. However, for now, there was no way to resort to violence. The female ghost entered from outside. As the female ghost stepped into the courtyard, a strong scent of blood spread everywhere. There are some gaps on the beam, allowing a view of the outside. Through these holes, Sukai looked out. He saw the female ghost still wearing a blood-red wedding dress, and her height seemed to be even taller than before. By estimation, she must be over 1.8 meters tall. Among women, this could be considered standing out like a crane in a flock of chickens. This female ghost happens to have a good figure, but no one is paying attention to that right now. Sukai's focus is on the bloody human skin grasped in the ghost's hand. It is evident that the female ghost in her out-of-control state is carrying out indiscriminate slaughter. Anyone she finds, whether living humans or nightmares, cannot escape the tragic fate of being skinned. To be honest, it's truly terrifying. I saw the female ghost carrying a stack of blood-soaked skins into a side room on the west side. Sukai let out a sigh of relief. His initial decision not to choose that side room to hide was the right choice. The bloody smell in the haunted house masked Sukai's presence, so for now, he was safe. However, no one could say for sure how long this safety would last. Sukai came up with an idea. He couldn't go down now, not to mention whether he could rush out. Even if he managed to walk out, this haunted house would still follow him. If the female ghost came out, she might bump right into him. Thinking about what the fake Sukai said earlier, Sukai felt that the key point was still in the red box and the blood-colored handkerchief inside. At this moment, Sukai took out the red box. Next to him, the fake Sukai revealed a strong greed in his eyes. It was only because of fear of Sukai that he didn't dare to snatch it. Sukai opened the box and took out the blood-colored handkerchief inside to study it. This item is definitely a cursed object. Sukai already had several similar items: a pencil, a blood-stained diary, a lighter, a balloon with a little red dress. He wouldn't mistake the intense curse lingering on them. This time, Sukai carefully examined the item, not missing a single detail. One corner of the handkerchief was embroidered with mandarin ducks, accompanied by the words wife and husband. After wife, there was only one name, Shi Wenjun. After husband, several names had been crossed out, leaving only Zhao Xian's name most recently. But Sukai already knew that Zhao Xian had been skinned and turned into a lantern by the female ghost for losing the red box. Based on this, Sukai can deduce a few things. The female ghost is named Shi Wenjun. She has had several husbands, but the fate of those who became her husband was quite tragic. Additionally, this female ghost is a traditional folk artisan skilled in skinning and making lanterns. Lastly, without a husband, if she is left as a lone bride, she will fall into an uncontrollable rampage, meaning her temper is not very good. Continue observing. Check the red box. Inside, there are rouge, eyebrow decorations, wooden combs, vermilion lipstick, gold hairpins, and silver ornaments. There are quite a lot of items. Of course, there is also a mirror. At this moment, Sukai discovered that it was actually an extremely polished and shiny bronze mirror. There is no doubt that this is obviously not a modern, or even a recent object. Could it be an antique? At this moment, Sukai glanced at the bronze mirror. Suddenly, he saw a woman draped in a red veil through the bronze mirror. Almost simultaneously, a chilling scream suddenly came from the side room. The female ghost broke through the the door of the side room and poked her head out. Although she was wearing a red veil, it seemed as if she could see Sukai hiding on the beam through the blood-red veil. Trouble. Sukai never expected that the bronze mirror in the box could directly reveal the female ghost. Just now, when Sukai saw her, she also saw Sukai. What should he do? The female ghost emerged from the side room, her hands stained with blood. With almost a single step, she instantly appeared at the main room's door. This teleportation ability made escape utterly impossible. Xiaoyu. Sukai took out a pencil without hesitation. At this moment, he had no other choice. Calling Xiaoyu out first was the safest option. The next moment, Xiaoyu, dressed in a black long dress, stood beside Sukai. The black on her dress was composed of countless black characters, each one being the most vicious, bloody, and terrifying curses in the world. Black text slowly converged, extending outward along the hem of the skirt, resembling black iron chains and emitting crisp metallic collision sounds. Evidently, this was the new ability Xiaoyu gained after her last transformation. At that moment, Sukai suddenly caught a glimpse of red out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he saw that the bride ghost had somehow already climbed onto the beam, standing on Sukai's other side, close enough to reach out and touch. A tremendous sense of oppression instantly overwhelmed him like a mountain. Sukai was truly startled. The female ghost was still at the door a second ago, but in the next moment, she was right in front of him, and the distance was too close. Not only could he reach out and touch her, but she could also reach out and grab him. At this distance, the patterns on her clothes could be clearly seen. Most of the female ghost's body was wrapped in a red wedding dress, and her feet were adorned with red embroidered shoes. The tips of her shoes rested on the beam, as if her entire body was weightless. A gentle breeze passed by, causing the veil on the female ghost's head to flutter, faintly revealing her fair and smooth chin. There seemed to be two streaks of blood tears. Sukai suddenly remembered. Earlier in the bathroom, he had glanced at her. That glance nearly cost Sukai his life. Later, he seemed to have forgotten what the female ghost looked like. At this moment, up close, Sukai finally remembered. It seemed like she had been crying all along. So two blood-red tear marks were left on her cheeks. Sukai felt something was off. Why would a terrifying female ghost cry? Chapter 56. You are free. The current situation left no room for Sukai to think further. Danger is right in front of you, so close you can almost touch it. In the next second, the female ghost began her attack, her hand already reaching out. Her speed was so fast that Sukai couldn't react in time. The ghost woman's hands were terrifying, as Sukai had witnessed before. Anyone caught by her, whether human or ghost, would be skinned alive. Seeing that he was about to be caught, death seemed imminent. At that moment, a black iron chain suddenly flew over like a snake from the side, wrapping around the ghost woman's wrist and forcibly pulling her down. Even a nearby crossbeam was forcibly snapped in the process. Snap! Wood chips flew. The black iron chain itself was composed of countless cursed characters, extending from Xiaoyu's black dress, clearly possessing extremely terrifying power. Xiaoyu glanced at Sukai, then instantly descended below. Almost simultaneously, the bride ghost rushed over, knocking Xiaoyu into the adjacent side room. Two evil spirits directly engaged in a fierce battle. Sweat appeared on Sukai's forehead. That was thrilling enough just now. This is 100 times more exciting than riding the scariest drop tower, because as soon as the ghost woman's hands touch you, you will die instantly. Those are the hands of death. The problem is that the initiative is entirely in the other party's hands, which is extremely dangerous, more terrifying than any nightmare Sukai has encountered before. Moreover, if you see her face, you will be attacked by some kind of invisible malice. Sukai had suffered from this before and almost stumbled. Fortunately, the female ghost is currently wearing a veil. Is it because the wedding hasn't been completed yet? Even so, if Sukai were to face the female ghost alone, he would undoubtedly be killed. Fortunately, he has Xiaoyu. Previously, after devouring another malevolent spirit, Xiaoyu's curse power transformed into a black long dress, which could turn into chains, agile like a serpent. Otherwise, Sukai would have already died just now. A figure leaped down from the side and ran out as if fleeing for their life. It was the fake Sukai. The other party was clearly terrified out of their wits. Upon seeing a chance to escape, they left without a second thought. Sukai knew this was also his chance to survive. However, as soon as this thought emerged, Sukai suppressed it. The haunting presence of the ghost house. If this matter isn't resolved, running away would be useless. Sukai even suspected that from the moment he stepped into this ghost house, leaving wouldn't be as simple as just walking out. However, staying on this beam was indeed not an option. Sukai climbed down along the main pillar. The fight in the side room was still ongoing, so Sukai quickly retreated to the courtyard. He quickly reviewed the entire matter and the clues he knew. If judged by combat strength, that female ghost should now only have half of her peak strength because she is wearing a veil. This suppresses one of her offensive techniques. Even so, Xiaoyu still can't say she's guaranteed to win. So, at her peak, the female ghost, as of now, has no one who can defeat her. And according to these ancient marriage customs, only the groom can lift her veil. This brings up a problem. Anyone who sees her, or is seen by her, will be attacked by terrifying malice. If unlucky, they might die instantly. However, the groom is definitely not included. The groom dies because they lost the red box. So, as fake Sukai mentioned before, writing one's name on the blood-stained handkerchief and marrying the female ghost can indeed prevent attacks from her. This seems to be true, but as for controlling her, that's still an unknown. Maybe, at that time, he might end up being controlled by her instead. Anyway, Sukai felt that marrying this female ghost was definitely the worst choice. Not to mention, with this female ghost's violent and murderous personality, ordinary people wouldn't be able to tolerate her. What Sukai cared about more was that he remembered this female ghost was crying earlier. Those 2 lines of blood and tears are truly shocking. Getting married but not happy indicates that she simply doesn't want to get married. At this moment, Sukai's imagination ran wild, speculating that perhaps she didn't want to get married at all, or even hated it, but due to some unavoidable reasons, she had no choice but to comply. Could it be that someone is forcing her? Put yourself in her shoes. If you were her, and someone could marry you just by casually writing a name, wouldn't that feel too arbitrary? Taking a step back, they say a day as husband and wife creates 100 days of affection, yet just for losing a box, she could skin her former husband and turn him into a lantern. No matter how you look at it, there's not a trace of love in that. It seems more like revenge and venting. They always say women in ancient feudal societies had no status, with men superior to women, and wives following their husbands. How does that compare to modern women, who are pampered and spoiled? Yet even with that, some people are still dissatisfied. Sukai thought of this and seemed to have found a key point. He immediately took out the blood-stained handkerchief again. Perhaps this handkerchief represents a kind of shackle of outdated societal customs. Her hatred is not directed at people, but at the world and the resentment towards those rules of the time. Sukai didn't know if his guess was correct, but that didn't stop him from trying. After all, he was already in direct confrontation with the female ghost. If Xiaoyu lost, it would be hard for him to die quickly and painlessly. As of now, neither the handprints left by the little red dress nor the balloon could suppress the ferocity of this ghost. But if he gambled correctly, it might directly turn the situation around. Boom! At this moment, a person was struck out by a terrifying force. It was Xiaoyu. Her black long dress was already torn in many places, and even the horrifying curse had been shredded to pieces. At the breach over there, the female ghost, draped in a veil, exuded an overwhelming aura of blood and resentment, her hatred capable of obliterating all emotions. It's clear that Xiaoyu is no match for this female ghost. The sound of chains clashing rang out as Xiaoyu stood up again. The chains around her long dress began to twist and spread outward, possibly preparing for a final strike. Xiaoyu, wait a moment. Sukai made up his mind. Life or death depends on this moment. If it succeeds, everyone benefits. If it fails, team leader Lu and director Su will be enjoying a grand feast outside. Xiaoyu was clearly a bit puzzled. A look of confusion appeared on her pale face. To her, Sukai, this mere mortal, seemed extremely fragile. If that female ghost even touched him, he would die instantly. The two sides were simply not on the same level or dimension. Yet at this moment, Sukai still walked fearlessly ahead, positioning himself between Xiaoyu and the danger. From here on, leave it to me, he said, reaching out to pat Xiaoyu on the head. But almost instantly, his hand felt as if it was freezing solid and intense cold unlike anything before, accompanied by a surge of cursed energy that struck him like a blow. Frightened, Sukai quickly pulled his hand back. Turning around, the female ghost in a red wedding dress had somehow gotten closer. This time, the distance was even shorter. With a height almost identical to Sukai's, it brought an indescribable sense of oppression. Behind her, the sound of iron chains was incessant. If the female ghost made any sudden moves, Xiaoyu's cursed iron chains would immediately strike. Sukai took a deep breath, pulled out the blood-stained handkerchief, and in front of the female ghost, took out a pencil and directly crossed out the name Shi Wenjun after lady. Women should not be bound by marriages they dislike. No one has the right or qualification to impose such shackles on you. When you were alive, no one helped you, and even after death, you were still being used. That is unfortunate. But fortunately, you met me. I'm not one to hold grudges. Look carefully, others may not help you, but I will. I've crossed out the name for you. From now on, you are free. After crossing out the name, Sukai still felt unsatisfied. He decided to go all the way and took out a lighter, directly setting the blood-stained handkerchief on fire. Chapter 57, Forehead Kiss, Second Pile of Ashes. The flames ignited. What Sukai didn't expect was that this blood-colored handkerchief was quite difficult to burn, and faintly, he could hear indistinct roars and curses coming from the handkerchief. Nothing in the nightmare world is normal. However, the flame from the lighter was very strong. It started small but quickly grew into a blaze. Sukai threw the handkerchief to the ground, and flames surged up, burning persistently. The ghost bride in the wedding dress remained motionless. She watched everything unfold. Because she was wearing a red veil, her appearance was unclear, but Sukai could distinctly feel that the overwhelming pressure, once as heavy as a mountain, was rapidly receding. It was like raging waves retreating with the tide, or a soaring dragon diving into the sea. However, it seems that some kind of change has occurred in this haunted house. From the side rooms, the rear houses, and even the inverted house at the front, the doors suddenly swung open at the same time, and one by one, again, ghosts with gloomy expressions emerged. The entire haunted house, originally cold and desolate, suddenly became lively at this moment. More than a dozen ghosts appeared in the courtyard simultaneously, and they were slowly closing in from all directions. They were dressed in styles from over 100 years ago, each with a withered and twisted face, their eyes glowing eerily, and as they appeared, all the lanterns in the house went out. Darkness surged in from all directions, and the only light came from the burning fire on the ground. This made the surrounding ghosts appear even more terrifying, with the eerie glow from the dozen or so ghostly eyes creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. A series of chaotic whispers came from all directions. Sukai instantly covered his ears. Even so, his head throbbed with pain, as if countless needles were piercing his brain simultaneously. The whispers sounded like curses, like reproaches. The saying words can be as terrifying as weapons, and that malicious words are sharper than knives. Sukai deeply experienced this at that moment. Moreover, he knew that these venomous accusations and curses were not directed at him, but at the female ghost. Even so, he could hardly bear it. The female ghost remained motionless amidst the terrifying rebukes and curses. She had been like this since just now. It was as if she had fallen into some special state, the reason being that Sukai had crossed out the name on the blood-stained handkerchief and burned it. The sound of iron chains echoed. Light Rain was ready to take action. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened to Sukai. The bride ghost, who had remained motionless amidst the curses and accusations, suddenly raised her head. Silently, she seemed to have undergone some kind of magnificent transformation. The next moment, the ghost moved and lunged at a nearby vengeful spirit, skinning and tendon pulling just like old times. What followed was a brutal, terrifying battle. The bride ghost fought with a madness unlike anything Sukai had ever witnessed before. Her terrifying hatred was fully unleashed, as she clashed fiercely with over a dozen vengeful spirits around her. She didn't even bother defending herself. Her sole purpose was clear: to kill every one of those spirits without leaving a single survivor. Amid the flickering firelight, the slaughter raged on. At this moment, Sukai and Xiaoyu became mere spectators to the carnage. Sukai understood. These fierce ghosts should be the true owners of the haunted house. They might be the female ghost's family or so-called relatives. In any case, the shackles that have been suppressing the female ghost were personally placed on her by them. Sukai crossed out her name and burned the handkerchief representing the marriage, which was equivalent to giving her a choice and, more importantly, an encouragement. Those fierce ghosts representing outdated customs jumped out at this moment to criticize and curse. She could either endure it all again and let them put the shackles back on her, or completely erupt and resist. Clearly, the bride ghost chose the latter. This was exactly what Sukai was glad to see. The fierce battle raged on. Those vengeful spirits were formidable, but the bride ghost was even more terrifying. In the darkness, one human skin after another was peeled away, ghostly blood pouring down like rain, so much that even Sukai was drenched. This ghost blood is not a good thing. Fortunately, Sukai has the black handprint and balloon left by the little red dress, which can absorb the hostility and resentment within the ghost blood. The handkerchief has burned to ashes. On the ground, only a pile of ashes remained, with faint embers, and all around, everything was completely engulfed in darkness. Sukai flicked open his lighter, and there she was, the bride ghost, carrying a massive stack of blood-soaked human skins in her hands. Wherever she stepped, ghostly blood splattered across the floor, the horror and gore beyond words. At this moment, the ghost was more terrifying than ever before. Yet strangely, she showed no malice towards Sukai. Xiaoyu could also feel it, so she did not stop it. The female ghost walked closer, then reached out and pulled off the red veil on her head. This time, she didn't need any man to lift the veil for her. Having broken free from her shackles, she now possessed absolute freedom, as evident from her ability to pull off the veil herself. Sukai narrowed his eyes. He saw the appearance of the female ghost. However, this time, there was none of the terrifying mental shock from before. There were still 2 bloodstains on her face, but the malicious resentment she originally carried was gone, at least, not towards Sukai. On the contrary, the way she looked at Sukai seemed to carry a certain emotion. Although the female ghost's face was bloodless and appeared somewhat terrifying and eerie under the darkness, upon closer inspection, one could notice her well-proportioned features. Even with the 2 streaks of blood tears on her face, they could not diminish the strange and pale beauty she possessed. Sukai was afraid she might do something, so he hurriedly said, "No need to say anything else. I've always been someone who enjoys helping others, and I can't stand seeing them bully women, so you don't need to thank me. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." As for this place, Sukai didn't want to stay even a moment longer. As long as they could leave safely, it would already feel like a gain. Before he could finish speaking, the female ghost was already close, and a chilling coldness rushed toward them. Xiaoyu tried to stop her, but the female ghost glanced at her sideways. Both were female ghosts and didn't speak. They seemed to be able to communicate through some other means, which Sukai neither knew nor understood. It's unclear what private exchange the female ghost and Xiaoyu had, but this time, Xiaoyu didn't come over. At this moment, the female ghost was already very close, so close that if Sukai puckered his lips, he could kiss her face. Of course, Sukai would never do such a thing, mainly because he didn't didn't have that kind of interest. From this distance, one could clearly see the ghost woman's pitch-black pupils, as if staring directly into the abyss. That kind of terror and resentment felt more like peering into hell through a layer of transparent glass. The next moment, the ghost woman stood on tiptoe, her icy lips pressing against Sukai's forehead. It was a brief touch and then it stopped. She then instantly moved a few steps away, with half of her body submerged in the darkness. Sukai noticed that the red box in his hand was now in the hands of the female ghost. The female ghost glanced at Sukai again before retreating once more, completely vanishing into the darkness. What does she mean by this? Sukai was stunned for a while before asking. Xiaoyu did not answer him. In fact, Sukai couldn't move at all just now. At close range, the resentment emanating from the bride-dressed female ghost was like invisible nets, binding Sukai's body. Not to mention his body, even moving a finger at that moment was difficult. Sukai felt that this female ghost should be considered a high-level nightmare. If the nightmares in the nightmare world are all like this, then most of the people who enter the nightmare world wouldn't survive. They'd be doomed. In fact, if it weren't for Xiaoyu this time, Sukai would have been done for. Xiaoyu, she did that to me, and you're just going to stand there and watch? Sukai whispered to Xiaoyu, his voice carrying a hint of resentment. The main thing is that he was a little scared afterward. Fortunately, everything is fine. The female ghost seemed more like she was expressing gratitude. Now Sukai's mood is actually quite good because he successfully survived. Seeing the remaining ashes of the blood-colored handkerchief on the ground, Sukai felt even better. This kind of residual fire ash is not easy to obtain. It won't appear from burning ordinary things unless it's something special from a nightmare or a certain type of nightmare. Just like the ghost painting last time. That time, Sukai knew nothing and touched it with a brick, resulting in an enchanted brick. This time, Sukai definitely couldn't be so casual. He planned to make good use of this pile of remaining embers and ashes. Among the things at hand, the cleaver seemed like a good choice. Sukai took out the cleaver, but after thinking for a moment, he put it back. If he enchanted the cleaver, at most, he would get a cleaver imbued with flames. Impressive, yes, but how much strength could it really add? The next time he encountered a nightmare on the level of the bridal ghost, it would still be of little use. At this moment, Sukai thought of something and turned to look at Xiaoyu over there. His eyes lit up instantly. The ashes obtained this time would be more valuable if given to Xiaoyu rather than used by himself. This way, Xiaoyu's strength would improve, which was far more beneficial to Sukai than obtaining a flame blade. After sharing his idea with Xiaoyu, she stepped closer, lowered her head to look at the pile of ashes, and the next moment, her black dress underwent some changes. This black dress is composed of countless black curse words. The curse words can condense into iron chains. At this moment, the individual characters for fire were singled out and then condensed into an iron chain 3 to 5 meters long. Afterward, this iron chain, like a spirit snake, approached the pile of embers and ashes, then burrowed into it. The ashes found an attachment and immediately began to spread along the iron chain. Before long, most of the iron chain was covered with smoldering ashes. As the chain shook, scorching flames rolled, resembling red-hot steel. Subsequently, the ash-covered iron chain retracted into the black dress, where faint glimmers of smoldering ashes could be seen on the black gown. Chapter 58. Jiang Ming's Experience. Sukai did not expect that with the departure of the bride ghost, the haunted house also vanished without a trace. Fortunately, he had a lighter, and after walking in complete darkness for a long time, he finally found the entrance to the stairwell. The world inside the mirror was even more bizarre and incomprehensible than the normal nightmare world. That floor of the stairwell seemed to be connected to this dark and unknown world. But the question is, how did the haunted house appear in the first place? Where did the female ghost and the haunted house go? These are all unknown. At this moment, Sukai actually started to look forward to the training organized by the security bureau. There, he would definitely meet members of other expert groups, who should be considered the top experts and elites in this field within the country. Perhaps some of his questions could be answered by them. Returning to the dim hallway, Sukai unexpectedly felt as if a lifetime had passed. But in reality, this round trip took just over an hour. First, retrieve the brick. That was something Sukai had been longing for. Without the brick in his hand, he felt completely uneasy. So after returning, he headed straight to the bathroom. Moreover, to leave the mirror world, the bathroom mirror is also needed. However, upon reaching the bathroom, Sukai frowned. Several skin corpses were lying here, but judging from their appearance, they should all be ghostly figures originally from this mirror world, with foul-smelling black blood splattered everywhere. On the walls, on the floor, a layer of black blood spread across the floor. At this moment, Sukai noticed footprints on the ground, leading all the way to the men's restroom. He stepped inside, following the trail until the footprints disappeared at the last stall. Drawing his bone cleaver, Sukai tiptoed over to the stall door and pressed his ear against it, listening carefully. There's someone inside. Who's in there? Sukai asked directly. Of course, he was also ready to take action. If a nightmare was hiding inside, then sorry, encountering him would just be bad luck for the other party. Expert Sukai? A slightly trembling voice sounded. Then the partition door was pulled open, and it turned out to be Jiang Ming, who had been completely out of contact. It was evident that Jiang Ming's nerves were now stretched stretched to the limit. He had clearly experienced many terrifying events and might already be on the verge of collapse. Seeing that it was him, Sukai also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, at first, Sukai thought Jiang Ming had been murdered. The situation of the two officers, Xiao He and Xiao Du, is even worse because their projections are lost. Even if they were to wake up, they would become something akin to vegetative states. Jiang Ming is different. Among the three of them, the most likely to survive is Jiang Ming. Moreover, Jiang Ming is a police officer, bold and resolute. If even Jiang Ming cannot adapt to the nightmare world, it would likely be even harder for others. This is not the place to talk. Sukai asked about Xiao Du and Xiao Yi's situation. Jiang Ming showed a pained expression and shook his head. Sukai understood. Let's talk after we get out. Sukai pulled Jiang Ming out of the restroom. Then the two pressed their hands against the mirror, and in the next moment, the mirror shattered into countless pieces with a crack. Jiang Ming was startled. Sukai looked around and said, "We've already come out." At the moment the mirror shattered, they had already transitioned to the outside of the mirror. It can be seen from the surrounding environment. The normal nightmare world is already quite eerie, but the mirror world is even more terrifying. So upon returning to the normal nightmare world, Jiang Ming visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Sukai immediately picked up the brick from the ground. Having the treasure back in hand, he felt delighted. Jiang Ming noticed the water stains under his feet at this moment, his face showing a look of concern. Sukai knew what he was worried about. He was afraid of being pulled into the mirror world again. "Don't worry, I'm here." Jiang Ming smiled. "By the way, register for a membership." Sukai took out that eerie laptop from his backpack. With Sukai's guidance, Jiang Ming smoothly completed the registration process for the Evolution Forum. Of course, when it came to filling in the referrer's name in the final step, he still wrote Zhao Xin. Jiang Ming was quite surprised that Sukai actually owned a laptop, but he didn't ask much. Instead, he stared at the Evolution Forum and said, "Expert Sukai, we've checked this address before, but the page here looks different from what I saw." Of course, it's different. This is the underworld version of the page, which can only be seen in the nightmare world. Sukai waited until Jiang Ming finished registering before putting away the computer. "Tell me, what happened?" There was still some time left before the agreed wake-up time outside, so Sukai decided to listen to Jiang Ming's experience. Mentioning this, fear appeared in Jiang Ming's eyes as he began to speak in a low voice. After Sukai entered that room, he stood outside watching Xiao Du and Xiao He. At first, everything seemed normal, but just as Sukai had predicted, the water in the bathroom silently overflowed and spread across the floor. By the time Jiang Ming noticed, it was already too late. Xiao Du and Xiao He were silently pulled away. Jiang Ming didn't even notice. He only glanced down at the water beneath his feet for maybe less than 2 seconds. When he looked up again, the two living people had vanished. At that moment, Jiang Ming was both shocked and terrified. This kind of eerie occurrence was completely beyond his understanding. At that moment, when I looked down again, I found the shadow in the water beneath my feet was actually smiling at me. Sukai fully understood how terrifying the scene was at the time. I looked down, and then a hand reached out from the water and pulled me down. What happened later determined Jiang Ming's fate. Perhaps it was the desire to survive. After Jiang Ming fell, he immediately drew his dagger and stabbed at the person grabbing him. The dagger originally belonged to that murderer. Sukai didn't need it, so he gave it to Jiang Ming for self-defense. It turned out to be useful at this moment. "I stabbed it at least 30 times, Jiang Ming said, pausing for a moment. "That's when I realized the person I had knocked down looked exactly like me. And even after taking so many stabs, it still got back up. I kept stabbing, crazed, but every time I knocked it down, it would stand up again, covered in blood, still smiling at me." Just imagining the scene was truly tormenting. The main problem is that the weapon you used wasn't effective. Basically, your attack power was too low. "Don't worry, next time I'll find you something stronger. Try stabbing it again. I don't believe it can still stand after that." At that moment, Sukai couldn't help but interject. Jiang Ming gave a bitter smile. "I really don't want to go through this a second time." Sukai chuckled and thought to himself, "That's not up to you. The nightmare mark has already been imprinted, and the nightmare virus is already in the body. There's no escaping it for the rest of your life. Either adapt to the nightmare, or be killed by it." There was no other choice. This was the life Jiang Ming would have to face from now on, and it was also the life Sukai himself had to confront. So, what happened afterward? Did you kill that nightmare? Sukai recalled that there were quite a few corpses in the bathroom, but most seemed to have been skin-clearly victims of the bride ghost. "At that time, I couldn't kill it. I thought I was going to die, but in the end, it seemed to sense something and turned away. After that, I hid in the bathroom until you came." Chapter 59, A 100-Year-Old Tale of the Strange. According to Jiang Ming's account, his survival was partly due to luck, but mainly because he dared to fight back. The dagger in Jiang Ming's hand had been inspected by Sukai earlier. Because it was the murder weapon used by the killer, it carries a sinister aura, which also has some restraining effect on nightmares. However, according to Jiang Ming, the nightmare imitating him was stabbed dozens of times yet still didn't die, which is indeed quite strange. But now Sukai can't figure it out, unless he sees that nightmare with his own eyes. Next, Next, Sukai briefly explained the situation in the nightmare world to Jiang Ming. Under such circumstances, sharing some basic survival knowledge doesn't count as leaking secrets. Moreover, unsurprisingly, given Jiang Ming's identity, joining the security bureau for work next should not be a problem. Of course, the premise is that he can keep living. At this moment, the wake-up service previously set by Sukai was activated. Expert Sukai, wake up. Expert Sukai? Sukai was shaken awake. Opening his eyes, Sukai glanced at Jiang Ming, who had also been awakened beside him. He knew in his heart that his previous judgment was correct. After being hypnotized by that mysterious video and entering the nightmare world, only by becoming a member of the evolution website could one be awakened. As for Xiao Du and Xiao He, they were already dead. This time, apart from Sukai, Jiang Ming was the only survivor. Sukai didn't need to worry about Jiang Ming's situation. The security bureau had specialized regulations for acceptance and training. Team leader Lu was back. Outside, a staff member came over and said, and Sukai remembered the matter he had instructed earlier, so he hurried out. That person named Zhao Xian has been found. He should be the one you're looking for, and there's an important discovery. Team leader Lu looked excited when he saw Sukai. Sukai was directly pulled out of the Sanxiao sub-bureau by team leader Lu and got into an assault vehicle outside. Night had already fallen outside. Team leader Lu's driving skills are exceptional, with incredible speed while still adhering to traffic regulations, which is truly commendable. The city lights flashed by quickly, and Sukai looked at the scenery outside the window, feeling deep down that this comfortable life everyone was enjoying might not last much longer. The nightmare world is expanding, and this has already been proven. Moreover, incidents of infection are becoming increasingly frequent, potentially evolving into a global disaster. This is not Sukai exaggerating, but rather the result of data model simulations conducted by security bureau experts. It's hard to imagine what it will be like then. 20 minutes later, the vehicle drove into a suburban residential area. The area was filled with detached villas, quiet and well-equipped. After getting out of the car, Sukai asked, "That Zhao Xian, is he rich?" "I don't know if he's rich, but I do know he's definitely a psychopath." Team leader Lu closed the car door, and several security bureau vehicles were already parked ahead. An armed operative stepped forward and saluted. Sukai looked around, and it was evident that the place had already been taken over by the security bureau. He followed team leader Lu into the house. "We haven't touched anything here, to avoid disturbing the scene." Team leader Lu led the way ahead. The villa was very quiet, with no one else around except for a few technical staff from the security bureau taking photos. The furnishings in the house were quite peculiar. At the entrance stood a life-sized statue of Medusa. It was the woman with a head full of venomous snakes who could turn others to stone with a single glance. The statue was incredibly lifelike, and at first glance upon opening the door, you might really think a Medusa was roaring and hissing at you. However, anyone with a slightly normal mind wouldn't place such a thing in the foyer, right? After entering, the paintings on the wall are also quite improper. Women dressed scantily with horns on their heads, or men holding corpses with eerie, sinister smiles, and then there's a painting of a sunset, an old tree with crows, and a row of people hanging under the tree branches, presumably by hanging. If it's a family, this would be a case of annihilation, yet the painting's title is given a very artistic touch. It's actually called Transcendence. Obviously, the author of this painting is seriously ill. Or perhaps his kind of art is simply beyond the appreciation of ordinary people. However, the style of these paintings is very consistent, characterized by eeriness, perversity, and irrationality. Team leader Lu also noticed Sukai's expression. Expert Sukai, the scarier part is yet to come. "Come, look here." The two of them walked to a room on the second floor. After opening the door, Sukai saw a person lying on the bed, already dead, a corpse. He moved closer to take a closer look. He recognized the person. It was Zhao Xian. Sukai was not surprised. Zhao Xian had his red box snatched away in the nightmare world, so he was skinned by the ghost in the wedding dress and turned into a lantern, dying a terribly tragic death. Zhao Xian's corpse was also peculiar. He was curled up, and logically, he should have had a pained expression, but in reality, he was smiling, and it was that kind of eerie smile. A corpse, surprisingly smiling so happily, was something Sukai had never seen before. But this was not the most bizarre or terrifying part. His bedroom was filled with mirrors. The walls, the ceiling, and even the floor were all mirrors, so upon entering, Zhao Xian's strange corpse could be seen from every direction. We checked his computer, and he also has records of logging into the Evolution website. Moreover, he visited it more than 100 times in a month. Team leader Lu didn't dare to enter the room. After all, this room made of mirrors was indeed somewhat eerie. He's a senior member of that website, so it's not surprising that there are access records. Sukai wanted to say that if they checked the underworld's computer, they would find that Zhao Xian's visits were even more frequent. It's just that this mirror room is indeed thought-provoking. Sukai thought of the mirror world. Could it be that Zhao Xian has the ability to control the mirror world? Probably not, but it is certain that Zhao Xian knows how to utilize the mirror world. One thing can prove this point. Zhao Xian's villa is located far from the Sanxiao sub job bureau. Logically, even if one enters the nightmare world, they shouldn't appear in the same scene, and there shouldn't be any interaction between them. But the actual situation is not like that. So Sukai suspects that Zhao Xin can use the mirror world to connect different nightmare worlds together. Sukai has entered the mirror world before, and indeed, the mirror world is very likely to become a passage connecting different nightmare worlds. However, this matter still required further confirmation. Drag the bodies out, Sukai ordered. Although Zhao Xian was already dead, better safe than sorry. It was more prudent to properly deal with his corpse. Team leader Lu immediately arranged for someone to carry it out. The adjacent room was a study filled with various books. A casual glance revealed that they were all works on mysticism. Most of them were incomprehensible to Sukai. In addition, there were also some books on archaeology. Due to their overwhelming number and complexity, both Sukai and team leader Lu only skimmed through them briefly. At this moment, Sukai noticed a document. It was a yellowed diary, clearly something from an earlier era, and definitely not just 30 or 50 years old. Flipping through it, Sukai was immediately drawn in. It contains someone's diary. The recorded content is about a strange event that occurred roughly 100 years ago. It is said that the daughter of a wealthy family was forced to marry a nobleman she had never even met, and on the night of the wedding, the woman unexpectedly died. Some say the woman committed suicide. The man's family felt it was unlucky to have someone die right after marriage, so they annulled the union. The woman's family also felt ashamed and considered it unlucky. Moreover, there was a local custom that if an unmarried woman died, it would bring misfortune to the family, so they arranged a ghost marriage for the woman with someone else. No one expected that on the night of the celebration, a dam around the village suddenly broke and floodwaters surged in, engulfing the entire village. Some people survived, which is why this diary exists. This matter is also a local folktale. Some say that the woman turned into a vengeful ghost, which brought about the disaster. In any case, this tale has been passed down for a long time, only gradually fading from people's memory in the past decade or so. Sukai continued flipping through. There were further records and analyses about this folktale written later. These were likely written by Zhao Xin. The time of the urban legend spread, the number of people it affected, and the fact that the other party even went to that remote place to investigate and interview some elderly people were all recorded above. In the final sentence, Zhao Xin wrote, "Only true fear can create a powerful nightmare." Expert Sukai, what do you think this all means? Could it be that this person is studying nightmares? Team leader Lu asked from the side. Sukai remained silent. Team leader Lu didn't know, but he was very clear that the terrifying ghost story in this diary had already become a reality in the nightmare world. In other words, the bride ghost and that haunted house were deliberately created by Zhao Xin. Is this person out of their mind? Why intentionally create nightmares? Does Zhao Xin think he can control this nightmare? The facts prove that it is not impossible for humans to control a nightmare, but it is extremely difficult, and in fact, the chances of failure are much higher. Zhao Xian's fate has already proven this point, and it's also incorrect. In the nightmare world, fear condensing into a nightmare is a one-time occurrence. In other words, only the first time a person enters the nightmare world will the fear in their heart turn into a nightmare. Zhao Xian, even if he studies these strange tales, could he create nightmares all by himself? At that moment, a field team member ran over from outside to report a new discovery. However, judging by the way he spoke, it seemed he had been frightened by something. Sukai and Captain Lu immediately followed the team member all the way down to the basement. The basement of this villa has clearly been renovated. According to the house's original design, there was supposed to be only one basement level, but the operatives ended up finding the entrance to a second basement level. The entrance was disguised behind a decorative wall, and inside there was a security iron door. However, this posed no challenge for the security bureau. After deploying various cutting tools, the iron door was successfully opened. The moment the door was opened, a foul smell rushed out. Wearing protective gear, Sukai went down. The scene below left Sukai deeply shocked, and team leader Lu beside him exclaimed, "Is this place a prison?" Chapter 60, The Basement's Sin. What came into view was a narrow corridor, with cells on both sides resembling prison rooms. A total of 8 sturdy cells. Dim, filthy, the entire second basement level was filled with a foul stench. It was the smell of rotting corpses. Even wearing protective masks was useless. A team member couldn't bear it and ran out to vomit. Even team leader Lu was enduring the churning in his stomach at this moment. In the nightmare world, Sukai had grown accustomed to the smell, so his reaction was the calmest. A corpse was found in the first cell. That should be an old man, tied to the operating table, and around him, various hand-drawn pictures were plastered everywhere. Sukai only glanced at them and immediately recognized them. The drawings depicted the bride ghost. The style was equally eerie. From different angles, they showcased the ghost's appearance comprehensively, as well as her skinning methods and the terrifying haunted house. It's like forcing the person in bed to watch. The cell door is locked, and it's temporarily inaccessible. Sukai looked at the elderly man who had clearly been dead for several days, and a suspicion arose in his mind. He immediately immediately walked toward the other cells. Apart from 2 empty cells, the other 5 cells were all occupied. 2 elderly men were also locked up in separate cells, their deaths horrifying, their expressions frozen as if they had truly seen ghosts, eyes nearly bulging out. Around their bodies hung countless portraits of the bride ghost. As for the other 3 prisoners, they were younger and their cells bore no pictures. However, each of these 3 was covered in wounds, clear evidence of frequent, inhuman torture. Team leader Lu, presumably seeing such a scene for the first time, was so shocked that he was momentarily speechless. The most important thing is, this place is too strange. Why are people being locked up and subjected to these things? Team leader Lu didn't know, but Sukai had a guess. The action team members found a large bunch of keys hidden on the basement level, took them down, and tried them one by one. Sure enough, it opened. At this moment, Sukai suddenly said, "Everyone, get out. I suspect there are contaminants here." Everyone else shuddered. Team leader Lu reacted immediately and ordered everyone to wait outside. "Expert Sukai, I'll accompany you." Team leader Lu walked over, with a hint of determination in his tone. Sukai knew that team leader Lu had long wanted to apply for the expert training program, but the security bureau had never approved it. However, if during a mission he accidentally came into contact with a contaminant and was marked with the nightmare imprint, then it would be a done deal. Sukai glanced at the other party. "Team leader Lu, are you really ready? Don't get me wrong, I just want to tell you that being able to sleep peacefully is already a luxury for people like us. If you're truly willing to give all this up and are prepared to face the fears in your heart, I won't stop you. Otherwise, I suggest you wait outside." Team leader Lu exchanged a glance with Sukai. After thinking for a moment, he turned and left. As the team leader of the Security Bureau's action team, he had some authority and knew quite a bit about the nightmare world. He naturally understood the mortality rate after entering the nightmare world. Even for the elite carefully selected by the Security Bureau, the mortality rate during their first encounter exceeded 70%. In fact, only 1 in 10 people can survive the first 3 nightmare encounters. And as long as they survive more than 3 times, they have basically found a survival method that suits them. Of course, even so, it cannot be said to be completely safe. Even some experienced senior experts occasionally meet with unexpected deaths. Just as Sukai said, those marked by the nightmare seal will never have peaceful sleep again, as every time they fall asleep, it is akin to gambling with death. Each time they sleep, there is a chance they may never wake up. Once, team leader Lu thought he was ready, but the more he understood the nightmare world, the more he realized that his previous preparations were far from sufficient. Team leader Lu retreated outside, leaving only Sukai in the second basement level at this moment. He walked into the first cell. Previously, it was hard to see clearly from the outside, but upon entering, he noticed a small screen installed above the bed, roughly 10 inches in size, though it was currently turned off. As expected, this screen must have been playing that horrifying video earlier. The video is the source of contamination. Sukai continued to look at the paintings hanging around the bed, each one vividly drawn. In addition, there were some printed papers with content identical to what Sukai had found in the previous diary, about the ghost bride urban legend. The descriptions on them were even more bizarre and eerie, almost like reading a horror novel. At this point, Sukai felt that his earlier speculation was probably correct. This is about artificially creating a nightmare. Unsurprisingly, these elderly people are all the same they were found in that remote mountain village. These individuals have heard tales of the bridal gown ghost since childhood, and the ghost has even become the root of their lifelong inner fear. To deepen their memories and sense of fear, someone deliberately exposed them to the content of the tales, accompanied by hand-drawn images of the ghost, making the originally terrifying stories even more concrete. In this way, they were infected by the pollutants, entered the nightmare world, and naturally, the bridal gown ghost nightmare was born. So, the source of the female ghost is here. Sukai muttered to himself. It must have been Zhao Xian's doing. Sukai also understood the purpose behind it. First, create a terrifying nightmare, then find a way to control the other party and strengthen his power in the nightmare world. But how does Zhao Xian know so much? At this moment, Sukai had a sudden thought. It's the Evolution Forum. It must be the Evolution Forum. Zhao Xian is an old member of the forum, and the things he knows are most likely learned from there. Sukai didn't know about anything else, but he could be sure of one thing now. The members of that eerie forum were all a bunch of evil, mentally deranged, anti-human psychopaths. Except for himself. Didn't team leader Lu say that Jolie used to be a regular visitor to that website? Maybe the psychopathic killer Jolie was also a member of that forum. Some fragmented clues began to gradually connect at this moment. If there's time, I must thoroughly go through the old posts on that forum. Sukai made up his mind. Go check the other 3 corpses. 2 men and 1 woman. First, looking at the woman, she was only wearing dirty underwear, with hardly any uninjured skin on her body, a chain locked around her neck, and she was already dead. However, it seemed she hadn't been dead for long. In her cell, there was a TV screen, playing that horrifying video. Sukai saw this and directly swung a chair, smashing the screen. The woman had numerous wounds on her body, clearly showing that she had been imprisoned for a long time woman tortured for a long time, but she was not killed. There were no fatal injuries on her body. It was as if she had died in a nightmare. Sukai's eyelids twitched, and he immediately rushed into another cell. Inside was a young man, just like the woman before recently dead. The same TV, the same horrifying videos, the same torture and imprisonment. Sukai already grasped what was going on. He then charged into the last cell. It held a middle-aged man. Sukai smashed the TV playing the video into pieces, then moved closer to check on the man to see if he had also died in the nightmare. To Sukai's surprise, the man was still alive. He was pretending to be asleep, but when he felt someone touch him, he screamed in terror. "Zhao Xin, please don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want." The man yelled hysterically, struggling desperately. Sukai noticed that the other person had their eyes closed, with swollen eyelids, bleeding. Blind? No wonder they didn't die, because they were blind. They couldn't see the horrifying video. At this moment, team leader Lu and the others rushed in. Clearly, they had heard the man's screams. "Expert Sukai, what is this?" Team leader Lu was startled upon seeing the man. Disheveled and filthy, blood continuously streaming from both eyes, his neck shackled by iron chains, he looked like a living ghost. First, save him. Sukai could tell the man was currently in a state of acute stress response, teetering on the brink of death. But having finally found a living witness, there was no way they could let him die like this. Team leader Lu also reacted, immediately called someone to come for treatment. The remaining matters no longer required Sukai's attention. The man was carried out and would be immediately sent to the nearest hospital for medical treatment. Sukai carefully searched the second basement floor once again. At the entrance, he discovered numerous torture devices, rusty spikes, saws, hammers all stained with blood, clearly tools meant for tormenting others. Making his way up from below to outside the villa, Sukai finally let out a deep breath. Staying in such an environment weighed heavily on one's spirit. Beside him, team leader Lu said, "I never would have imagined that beneath such a seemingly luxurious villa, there would be such evil. That Zhao Xin truly deserves to die. Even if he somehow survived, he should be shot." The tone was full of indignation. Sukai looked up at the night sky and stars, and after a while, he spoke. He did this, perhaps just to, not die. Immortality. From ancient times to the present, countless kings, generals, and eternal emperors have pursued this. Of course, in their words, this is called eternal life. But in reality, no one can live forever. No one can truly be immortal. The key is, how do we perceive the word death? Is it merely the demise of the body? Or is it the obliteration of the soul? Or perhaps being forgotten by everyone? In that case, even if one is alive, it's almost the same as being dead. Conversely, even if one has died, from a certain perspective, this person might still be alive. Sukai held a top-secret report from the Security Bureau in his hands. When he read this part, he couldn't help but take a sip of tea to calm his nerves. Writing poetry? To confirm that he wasn't reading a philosophical work, Sukai glanced again at the cover of the report. File 04001, Nightmare Research Report, Revised Edition. This report was sent to him by Qinbing, and it is said to have very high reading permissions. Even team leader Lu and the others are not authorized to view it. Even Sukai, a member of the backup expert group, needed Qinbing to apply to higher authorities before being allowed to access it. Apart from the initial interpretation of immortality and eternal life, the other parts of this report are still noteworthy. Of course, Sukai doesn't understand this kind of scientific research report. He focuses on the facts described in the report. The creation of nightmares is known to stem from human fear. Human fear is multifaceted. Some people may fear certain creatures, some fear ghosts, some suffer from claustrophobia, and others have a fear of heights. However, not every type of fear can be transformed into a nightmare. This report provides some academic arguments regarding the causes of nightmares. Sukai found these details rather dull until he came across some listed examples, which immediately caught his attention. Nightmare code AD411, Bloody Nun, was first discovered in the nightmare world of a small country in State M. According to survivor descriptions, this nightmare bears a striking resemblance to a criminal who brutally murdered 63 children during a church scandal several months ago. This criminal was a nun in the church, 63 years old. Due to the horrifying nature of her crimes, she was executed by hanging several months ago in accordance with local law. However, in subsequent local nightmare incidents, the nun reappeared in the form of a nightmare, causing massive casualties. Sukai found it somewhat strange as he read this. In the report, it seems that the similar nightmare has already been regarded as the executed perverted nun. Nightmare code AD402, Cannibal John, was first discovered in the nightmare world of the pollution zone at a state prison in M state of a major country. After the nightmare incident, local security personnel entered the nightmare world and found that all the prisoners and other nightmares in the entire prison had been eaten by it, with bones covering the prison floor. The above is described using a direct quote from an eyewitness. "I saw hell." There are some similar cases, each seemingly more terrifying than the last, and all of them are marked as top secret. Clearly, this stuff can be read, but it absolutely cannot be disclosed to the outside. By this point, Sukai already understood the significance and purpose of this report. Sure enough, the author wrote this particular sentence. Since ancient times, death has been considered the end of life. In this world, there are no souls or ghosts. But what if it's in another world? Perhaps in another world, souls do exist, and fear guides these souls, allowing them to be reborn. Sukai closed the file and stuffed it back into the thick craft paper bag. Well written. This is Sukai's evaluation. Many things align with Sukai's own judgment. In fact, from the previous Jolie incident, Sukai already had a hypothesis that the other party was deliberately creating terror, including intentionally killing so many people but deliberately leaving a few survivors. Why? The goal was to make these survivors carry him as an inescapable, terrifying memory in their minds. Viewed this way, the nightmare incident in Luyuan neighborhood was actually premeditated, designed so that Jolie could be reborn within the nightmare world. The same applied to Zhao Xian this time around. Only this guy went further and was more professional. The 3 people he tortured were the seeds. By imprisoning and tormenting them, he instilled a deep fear of himself within them. Then, just one pollutant is needed to send those 3 people into the nightmare world. In this way, fear will create a nightmare, and this nightmare is Zhao Xian. However, there is still one issue in this matter. That is, if Zhao Xian is still alive, then even if the nightmare Zhao Xian appears, they would still be 2 different entities. At this moment, Sukai answered a phone call. It was from team leader Lu. In Zhao Xian's villa, the colleagues from the technical team had made a new discovery. Simply put, the screens in the basement had dedicated controllers, and the other end of the controllers was connected to Zhao Xian upstairs. It is a life detection system. If the heartbeat and blood pressure drop to 0, Zhao Xian will be declared dead. If that happens, the controller will operate the basement screen to automatically play that horrifying video. Sukai hung up the phone. This discovery should completely confirm all previous speculations. The contingency left by Zhao Xian was to ensure that he could immediately turn into a nightmare upon his unexpected death. In other words, the first prerequisite for becoming a nightmare is that you must be dead. Then, is Zhao Xian actually dead, or has he turned into a nightmare? Sukai thought for a moment. Both possibilities exist. If it turns into a nightmare, it will definitely be a disaster. Just like Jolie. Sukai suspected that Jolie hadn't actually died in that burning building. Unfortunately, there was no way to verify this, as the building had already collapsed, and the truth was buried under tens of tons of rubble. It was now 5 o'clock in the morning. Sukai wasn't tired at all, because he had spent most of the day yesterday sleeping. The security bureau had computers, and Sukai could use them freely. He downloaded a horror game and played it for a while, but turned it off after just over 10 minutes. Too boring. Having experienced a nightmare world, even the most thrilling games felt dull to him. Lame. Opened a software for creating mind maps. Sukai planned to map out his next steps. What is the top priority in the nightmare world? Sukai thought for a moment and typed 2 words. Survive. Survival is the first principle in the nightmare world. After all, once you're dead, everything is gone. However, the nightmare world is full of dangers everywhere, and even a slight mistake or carelessness can cost you your life. So how can one improve their survival rate? Undoubtedly, one must possess great strength. After all, when encountering a nightmare, the other party is basically out to get you. If you don't want to be taken down, you either escape or turn the tables and take it down instead. Setting aside escape for now, that's something you definitely need to practice. It's an essential skill. As for taking down the opponent, it's certainly impossible without strength. The method to improve strength. Sukai typed this line on the keyboard and then created a series of branches. Among all the methods, none can avoid the nightmare. Only a nightmare can eliminate a nightmare. Sukai later annotated several names and the names of some items. Light rain, white bone mask, brick, balloon, black handprint. In other places, Sukai also marked some names and then changed them to red font. Pale ghostly figure, little red dress. Among these, Sukai heavily circled the little red dress. Chapter 62, You Must Be Old A. 6:30 in the morning. Sukai went to have breakfast on time. Mao Mao also came. Judging by her appearance, she seemed in good spirits, not like someone who had stayed up all night. She must have had a wonderful night. Master, you're back. Seeing Sukai, Cat immediately sat down beside him. Last night, I stayed on the 8th floor the whole time. Apart from looking out the window, I was studying the mask. I found that with training, the time wearing the mask can be extended. Sukai wasn't surprised that Cat would do this. After all, she is also an expert in studying horror games. How much did you extend it? Sukai asked. Mao Mao stretched out her soft, fair fingers and made a 1 gesture. 1 minute, extended by a full minute, Mao Mao said proudly. Sukai nodded. Don't underestimate just 1 minute, but it is indeed an improvement. You should know that Sukai's total time using the white bone mask is only 1 minute. There is no doubt that the cat has an extraordinary compatibility with the white bone mask. Is the curtain still behaving? Sukai took a bite of noodles and asked indistinctly. Honest, very honest, the curtain itself doesn't have much destructive power. Its biggest hobby is scaring people, but it doesn't dare to scare me, and whatever I tell it to do, it does. It's very obedient. Cat peeled an egg and naturally placed tossed it into Sukai's bowl after peeling. Thank you. Sukai thought for a moment and then asked, how's old Bai? Still shutting himself in the bathroom? Cat nodded. I don't really dare to mess with him. Indeed, the oppressive force and terror level of the pale ghost shadow could completely crush the curtain ghost. Sukai's biggest desire right now is to tame Lao Bai. If he can handle it, he can directly face most opponents head-on in the future. What about our little neighbors? Sukai liked today's plain noodle soup. It was flavorful and had a good texture. I didn't dare go out to check, but in the hallway, you can often hear the sound of someone playing marbles. As Cat spoke, a look of fear appeared on her face. Sukai frowned and put down his chopsticks. Now I need to educate you. You must treat everyone equally. You should show the same patience and compassion you have for the curtain ghost to care for those children. They are actually quite pitiful. Mao thought to himself, whether they're pitiful or not, I don't know, but they are definitely scary. Anyway, Mao felt that the little red dresses were no less terrifying than the split head ghosts, perhaps even more horrifying. Thinking of the split head ghosts, Mao asked a question. You ask it. This guy is quite peculiar. When playing hide and seek with me and losing, it hid in someone else's house. Coincidentally, it ran into a group of hospitable people. Unless something unexpected happens, it probably won't be coming back anytime soon. Sukai was also speculating. After all, the room on the 4th floor filled with ghostly paintings is extremely eerie and terrifying. If there are any nightmares in Green Garden community that he doesn't want to provoke, the ghostly painting room on the 4th floor is definitely one of them. There, every painting contains more than one nightmare. The question is, how are these ghost paintings created? It's impossible for so many people to fear paintings. It's possible that only one of the paintings is a true ghost painting, while the others are just guests left behind by the ghost painting. You can't just stay holed up on the 8th floor all the time. You need to go downstairs, take a walk, and breathe some fresh air. Sukai wiped his mouth with a tissue. At that moment, he saw someone. By now, only a handful of residents had survived from the 2 neighborhoods counting Mao. They could be counted on one hand. Sukai recognized the person from his files, Zhang Yinping, the same kidnapper known as Ole whom Sukai had identified earlier. The matter of the little red dress can't be delayed any longer, Sukai muttered. Sukai had always been an optimist by nature. Even when he was forced into the nightmare world, facing countless life and death dangers, he maintained a forgiving attitude. But when it came to the little red dress incident, it was the first time Sukai was so angry that he cursed. If there was one type of person in this world who truly deserved to die, it would be Old A and his accomplices. No matter what happened, no matter when, Sukai could never forgive them. Even without the curse of the little red dress, Sukai would find a way to avenge them. The cat on the same desk clearly noticed that Sukai was different from usual. She noticed his gaze, followed it, and whispered, I know that person, old Zhang. He lives in the same neighborhood as me. I heard he's already survived 3 dream entries and is considered a key cultivation target in this batch. It seems his backup expert qualification has already been submitted, just waiting for the Security Bureau's approval. The cat really knows quite a lot. In fact, the residents currently alive have at least experienced entering dreams twice. Otherwise, after such a long time without sleep, they would have been done for. Alternate expert? Sukai muttered, a trace of ferocity in his eyes. It was clear that team leader Lu's investigation had not yielded results. Otherwise, someone like Zhang Yinping would never have been recommended. Sukai knew that investigating those child disappearance cases from 15 years ago would be extremely difficult. Perhaps it could be uncovered with some time, but Sukai didn't want to wait. At this moment, he directly got up and walked over, sitting at Zhang Yinping's table. The other party had been chatting with a junior leader from the Security Bureau, full of smiles. Suddenly seeing Sukai sit down, both of them were stunned. Here, many people knew that Sukai was someone strongly recommended by expert Chen, directly obtaining the qualification of a reserve expert. After some time, he would participate in the training organized by the Security Bureau. Therefore, even some junior leaders here were very polite to Sukai. Isn't this Sukai, the expert? We were just talking about you earlier. Come, let me introduce you. This is Lao Zhang, Zhang Yinping, who has just obtained the qualification of a reserve expert. From now on, you will be colleagues. The junior leader was very pleased. After all, having 2 reserve experts in the area he was responsible for was undoubtedly an impressive achievement and would surely earn recognition from higher-ups. Sukai smiled and then stared at Zhang Yinping across from him. This was a man who looked to be in his 50s, slightly overweight, with the greasy demeanor typical of middle-aged men. He wore a smile on his face and seemed like an ordinary person, but the things he had done were far from ordinary. Zhang Yinping reached out to Sukai. Expert Sukai, let's look out for each other from now on. Sukai didn't reach out his hand but instead asked, how did you survive in the nightmare world? This question was clearly somewhat impolite. Moreover, such matters, apart from being reported to the headquarters, were considered confidential, and others generally wouldn't inquire about them directly. Zhang Yinping was taken aback and glanced at the small leader beside him, who also looked embarrassed. This is classified. Apart from being known by the headquarters, it cannot be disclosed under any other circumstances. This can be considered a reminder. are. Sukai nodded, then stared into the other person's eyes and asked again, "You are old, aren't you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sukai noticed a barely perceptible flicker of a strange expression in the other person's eyes. But because the disguise was so good, it was almost impossible to notice any changes. Zhang Yinping smiled and said, "Expert Sukai is referring to the child disappearance case that once happened in the southern provinces, right? Team leader Lu asked me about this before. Although I used to stay in Province X, I really don't know anything about this matter. You all wouldn't be suspecting me, would you?" Zhang Yinping looked utterly surprised and astonished. Not admitting it? Acting? Sukai knew the other party would react this way. To be honest, when it comes to evidence in the real world, he truly had none. But some things don't require all the evidence to be laid out. The group in the red dress definitely wouldn't mistake someone. So we just need to bring Zhang Yinping to room 809, and everything will become clear. Don't worry about it, it's not what you think. Sukai chuckled, and opposite him, Zhang Yinping also laughed heartily. I knew it, expert Sukai definitely wouldn't wrong a good person. Alright then, you all eat first. Once I'm done, I'll go out for a walk to digest. Those steamed dumplings are pretty good, lamb and green onion filling, very fragrant, have a few more. Sukai stood up, nodded at the confused junior leader nearby, and then turned to leave. After turning his head, his smile disappeared. This result did not surprise Sukai. Anyway, he never intended to make the other party confess and face justice in the real world. Some evils are not worth it. Chapter 63, Follow Uncle. Sukai made a phone call to team leader Lu. There were still some follow-up tasks to handle from the previous incident, and team leader Lu's voice sounded very tired. Expert Sukai, you also need to write a report detailing the events in the nightmare world at the Sanxiao branch. Everything must be thoroughly recorded and reported to the headquarters, team leader Lu reminded, as if recalling something. Especially regarding the nightmare, make sure to document it in detail. Don't worry, I will definitely write this. Sukai made the call to inquire about Zhang Yinping's situation. Upon hearing this, team leader Lu's voice sounded somewhat helpless. I've looked into this matter carefully. At the moment, it's just suspicion, but there's no evidence. I've also questioned him, but this guy is like a slippery eel, completely uncooperative. Sukai understood this. After all, he had just interacted with him, and indeed, this guy was a seasoned veteran. I want to ask if there is any information on the families of the children who went missing back then. I want to understand more, and also, I need a copy of the information on those missing children. Sukai wanted to better understand the group of children in room 809. No problem, these are all ready. I'll send them to you in a bit. Team leader Lu was straightforward. Perhaps because of the incident at the Sanxiao Sub-Bureau, his attitude toward Sukai had improved significantly compared to before. In less than half an hour, Sukai received a document in the internal email of the Security Bureau. The content is about the series of disappearance cases from 15 years ago. It is evident that these materials are reorganized every year, with many additions and updates on case progress, indicating that the police have never given up on pursuing the truth. Sukai roughly skimmed through them and then focused on reviewing the information about the missing children and their families. Because he was so engrossed, 3 hours passed without him realizing it, and Sukai even forgot to eat lunch. After reading, Sukai remained silent for a long time. A child is too important to a family. Some families fall apart directly because of a child's disappearance. Some are still persistently searching for their missing child, posting missing person notices, and whenever they have time, they try every possible way to search for their child across the country. Some parents even pass away in grief due to excessive longing. Some of the content was so heavy that it made Sukai feel increasingly distressed. At this moment, the screen shows a picture of a man. The man looks extremely old, pushing a bicycle as he walks along the roadside. His haggard appearance suggests he has been living rough, with clothes, dry food, and a flag tied to the bicycle. The flag bears a photo and a brief description of his missing son. It is said that this father gave up his job and started searching for his son from the day he went missing, spending a full 15 years on the search. Sukai recognized the little boy in the photo. It was the same child who played marbles on the 8th floor. Only now, his eyes had been gouged out, bleeding and horrifying, completely different from the innocent look in the photo. Yet Sukai could still recognize him. The photo had a phone number printed on it, along with a message. If anyone kind-hearted could provide clues, they would be immensely grateful and offer a reward. It is evident that the 15-year journey of searching for his son has drained this father of everything. He doesn't have a single decent piece of clothing on him. It is no exaggeration to say that, apart from the hope of finding his beloved son, this father has nothing left. Sukai's original idea was to make a phone call and ask about the child's hobbies and personality. But upon seeing this photo, Sukai simply didn't have the courage to make that call. If the other person asked, Sukai wouldn't know what to say. At times like this, deception is a sin. Or directly tell this father, your son is already dead, stop searching in vain. Some people think that although it's cruel, it might also be a kind of relief for this father. But Sukai knew very well that those who said such things were speaking without understanding the pain. This father is no fool. He knows very well that someone who has been missing for 15 years is very likely no longer alive. It's not that he doesn't understand, he just prefers to cling to that faint, insignificant hope. Extinguishing a person's hope is the most terrifying thing. Su-kai remembered the name of every child. Of course, only two could be matched, the little girl in the red dress and the boy with the marbles. One is called Lu Xiufei, and the other is called Zhouwenjia. Nightmare World. Lu Yuan Community. Su-kai and Mao Mao stood in front of room 809. The reason Mao Mao dared to follow was that Su-kai had already told her about the little red dresses and their situation. Mao Mao, being someone with an overwhelming sense of justice, offered to help Su-kai after carefully understanding the situation. Su-kai told her that there wasn't much else to do, just to play with those kids, afraid they'd get bored. The cat hesitated for a moment and nodded after making a big decision. Indeed, this was a challenge for her. However, Su-kai also had to remind the little red dress group a few words. While playing is fine, they must not scare the cat, let alone harm her. Knock on the door. Is Xiaofei here, Wenjia? Su-kai smiled as he knocked on the door. With a creak, the door of room 809 opened. Inside, it was pitch black, as if it were the entrance to another world. In the next moment, a marble rolled out from the darkness. Curious, Mao Mao bent down to pick it up, but before she could, a pale little hand swiftly snatched the marble away. Mao Mao looked up and saw a boy with hollow, bloodless eyes crouching right in front of her. Even though she had been mentally prepared, Mao Mao nearly fainted at the sight. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. The second one to come out was the little red dress. She was the most terrifying among the group of children. The resentment and malice emanating from her were even stronger than the last time he saw her. Su-kai, however, ignored this resentment and malice at the moment and stepped forward to pat her head. I found old A. In a word, the little boy who was originally smiling at the cat, the girl in the red dress, and the other children in the room all simultaneously turned to look at Su-kai. The terrifying killing intent condensed in the hallway. Over in room 810, the curtain ghost cautiously closed the door, not daring to make a single sound. The cat felt like it was about to suffocate. Only Su-kai remained calm as usual. No, it couldn't be said to be exactly the same as before. There was still some change in him. The emotion he revealed was also a chilling killing intent. But the other party is very cunning. He knows you're here and won't come up at all, so why don't you come with me to find him? I think that's a bit more straightforward, Su-kai asked with some anticipation. It felt a bit like luring children, but in reality, Su-kai genuinely intended to take them to seek revenge. Old A, also known as Zhang Yinping, must have some means of surviving in the nightmare world, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived 3 dream entries. But no matter what methods the other party had, encountering Su-kai was just his bad luck. Xiaoyu has the ability to predict, so finding his location is not difficult. Now it depends on whether the little red dresses are willing to follow Su-kai to seek revenge. For a moment, the scene was very quiet, and the little red dresses seemed to be hesitating. Su-kai understood their thoughts very well. When alive, it was because of trusting others too easily that they were abducted and lost their lives. So for them, it is extremely difficult to be taken away with just a few words. However, Su-kai remains very confident. Even if the little red dress group disagrees, Su-kai is not afraid. At worst, he will go find Zhang Yinping himself and drag him here. In short, no matter which method is used, the matter must be accomplished. Come with uncle. At this moment, Su-kai took the initiative to step forward and held the little hand of the girl in the red dress. Chapter 64. You still say you're not Ole. The little red dress was clearly startled by Su-kai's actions. She really hadn't expected that he would dare to take the initiative to come over and hold her hand. This left her somewhat stunned. At this moment, Su-kai pointed to the black handprint on his wrist. You forgot, we had an agreement. Uncle promised you that he would definitely help you find the culprit who harmed you. After speaking, Su-kai said to the other children, you all come along too. The next moment, he grabbed the little red dress and left. Su-kai thought there was no need to wait for their agreement. After all, they were just a bunch of little kids. At critical moments, it was still up to the adults to make decisions for them. Halfway there, Su-kai remembered something and turned to Mao Mao, saying, Mao Mao, you come along too. There are too many kids, and I'm afraid I won't be able to look after them all by myself. The cat secretly thought, I haven't said a word, yet you still haven't forgotten about me. Thinking about the experiences of these children, the cat also mustered up some courage and nodded at Su-kai. Then you hold on to Wenjia, that little boy playing with the airplane. You follow this sister, grab her clothes, and stay close. Don't get lost, okay? Su-kai thought to himself that he was destined to be a warrior. If he had children in the future, he would definitely be a qualified and good father. At first, Su-kai was being dragged forcefully, but later, the girl in the red dress seemed to have figured things out. She also held Su-kai's hand tightly, and the group walked all the way down from the 8th floor. Everywhere they passed was quiet. Even the black hole in the hallway that hid a certain corpse was nowhere to be seen at this moment. Probably hiding, I guess. When she reached the 4th floor, the girl in the red dress turned her head to glance at the hallway. It seemed that there was something inside that made her wary. Su-kai knew it must be room 409, the ghost painting room. That place was indeed unusual. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the sound of chopping meat still echoed from deep within the floor, and the girl in the red dress similarly glanced at the hallway of the second floor. Sukai had never been to the second floor before. The first time he came, he went straight to the fifth floor. So when he saw the reaction of the girl in the red dress, his heart skipped a beat. Clearly, not venturing to the second floor out of curiosity earlier was a wise decision. This building number 2 still harbors many mysteries and unknowns. Sukai felt that he would definitely need to find an opportunity to visit it in the future. After all, more friends mean more paths. Outside, Sukai walked directly toward a small building in the distance. In the nightmare world, the Green Shade community had a total of 4 buildings. Including the 3 in Sukai's community, there were 7 residential buildings in total. Apart from these, there were also some small houses. Right now, Sukai was heading to the most inconspicuous one. The projection corresponding to the real world is the community clinic within the neighborhood. Sukai had guarded the nightmare world for 7 hours before Xiaoyu wrote the words community clinic in her diary. The reason for waiting so long, Sukai analyzed, was likely because Zhang Yinping had not yet entered the nightmare world. If the other party hadn't entered, even Xiaoyu wouldn't be able to locate his position. That being said, the community clinic is indeed a suitable place to hide. Firstly, it is far from other buildings, and secondly, at night, there are almost no staff on duty in the clinic. Naturally, the likelihood of a nightmare existing there is very low. Walking to the doorway, Sukai did not rush in but instead walked around the community clinic building. He discovered there were 2 entrances. Sukai went over and locked one of them. To be on the safe side, he also found an iron rod and wedged it between the 2 door handles. "Master, you must have done this kind of thing often before, right?" Mao Mao couldn't help but ask when she saw Sukai skillfully locking the door. "No, I haven't done it before." "Why? You seem quite professional." "Thank you, maybe it's just a talent," Sukai said modestly. "Now there's only one exit left. Cat, you stay here with the 2 kids. If anyone tries to run down, make sure to stop them for me." Sukai planned everything meticulously, even considering some low-probability scenarios. Cat nodded. After making the arrangements, Sukai immediately led the group, including the one in the red dress, into the clinic. Their group approaching might have already alerted the people inside, so they had to act quickly and resolve the situation swiftly. There is a putrid smell in the clinic. In addition, there is also the smell of disinfectant, and the 2 odors mixed together, creating a peculiar chemical reaction. Unpleasant, nauseating. Most people really can't stand this smell. Sukai expert? At this moment, a person walked out of a room in front. It was Zhang Yinping. The other party was wearing a white coat, holding a document in his hand, and appeared very surprised and shocked upon seeing Sukai. However, Sukai believed this reaction was feigned. The acting component is predominant. Not to mention, the trembling little finger of the other party has already given him away. The little red dresses, at this moment, all noticed Zhang Yinping. They simultaneously looked over, and waves of suffocating hatred surged from them. A look of fear and dread appeared in Zhang Yinping's eyes. He probably never expected that Sukai would actually bring the little red dress and the others alone. This rendered all the plans he had carefully thought out completely useless. The originally calm expression now showed signs of panic. He was clearly well aware of the terror of nightmares. He had once seen a neighbor die at the hands of a nightmare, and at that time, it was nothing short of a massacre. And he knew that the little red dress group would only become more terrifying. In fact, a few days ago, when he first entered the nightmare world, he almost died in room 809. Fortunately, his mental resilience far exceeded that of ordinary people, and he was quick-witted. Because he immediately recognized these children, Zhang Yinping, though terrified, managed to keep his ability to think. With a quick turn of his mind, he immediately called out the names of several people at that moment. "Those are the names of these children's parents." Zhang Yinping then said, "If he dies, your parents will die too." It was relying on this sentence that he managed to escape alive from the 8th floor. Afterwards, he fled in terror, perhaps by sheer luck, and on the first night he stumbled upon this community clinic. At that time, he wasn't the only one who discovered this place, but 2 days later, he was the only one left. Some were killed by the nightmares, and one of them died at his hands. Because he discovered that the other person had something that could threaten the other nightmares, he secretly made his move, killing to seize the treasure. He won't feel guilty. Killing for survival is not shameful. This has been his motto since childhood. The more someone is like this, the more they have a sense of crisis. When he entered the dream for the first time, he knew that if he wanted to survive and live better, he would have to rely on the power of nightmares. He didn't dare to go back to building 2. The children he had once abducted and killed were, in fact, the nightmares of his entire life, even if he was unwilling to admit it. So he needed a strong backer. The Security Bureau was clearly a powerful and influential force, like a strong, sturdy support. That's why Zhang Yinping deliberately showcased himself, aiming to catch the leader's attention. The result matched his expectations. He was recommended as a candidate expert, and once officially appointed, he would gain immense power. Though this power existed only in the real world, it was enough for him to accomplish certain things. For example, secretly kidnapping and imprisoning the families of those children, even using them as leverage to force the kids to obey his orders. This was Zhang Yinping's next plan. Moreover, he has already begun to implement it step by step. Perhaps the only thing that surprised him was that the vengeful spirits of those children actually spared him because of a single sentence he uttered. It turns out that nightmares also have weaknesses. Su Kai had been observing Zhang Yinping's expression. Seeing the look of fear in the other's eyes, he immediately said, "You still claim you're not Ole?" Chapter 65. I'll take responsibility if something happens. Su Kai could now be 100% certain that Zhang Yinping was Ole. But why haven't the ones in the red dress taken action yet? There must be a problem. Su Kai carefully recalled that there were flaws in this matter from the very beginning. How did Zhang Yinping initially escape from room 809? The first time entering the nightmare world, the other party must have been in room 809. Under those circumstances, it would have been impossible for an ordinary person to escape the pursuit of the little red dresses. A miracle or just good luck? Su Kai didn't believe any of it. There had to be other reasons. From what he saw now, although the girl in the little red dress and the others harbored deep hatred, they still hadn't acted immediately against Zhang Yinping. That spoke volumes. They had their reservations. The children's tongues had been cruelly cut out, leaving them unable to communicate properly. At this moment, Su Kai could only speculate. It is not easy to make a group of nightmares wary. Either there is a more powerful nightmare or some cursed item backing them up, or they have grasped some critical leverage. Perhaps realizing that the little red dress and the others hadn't come to kill, Zhang Yinping's originally panicked heart calmed down again. Expert Su Kai, I've told you long ago, I have no idea who Ole is, and I know nothing about that matter. Why don't you believe me? And who are these little kids? Why did you bring them here? Su Kai completely ignored the other person. He took a few steps to stand in front of the girl in the red dress, squatted down, and gently said as he stared at her terrifying face, "Xiaofei, do you have any concerns? It's okay, tell uncle, and uncle will definitely help you." The girl in the red dress opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Su Kai could tell that the girl in the red dress was also very anxious, just unable to express. Previously, Su Kai was able to learn about the experiences of this group of children because he entered room 809, which held their memories. But now, even face to face, it is very difficult for them to communicate. Su Kai is not in a hurry. Patted the little red dress on the head. "Xiaofei, don't worry, it's okay. How about this? Uncle will guess. You just nod or shake your head, okay?" The little red dress immediately nodded. "Are you afraid of this person?" Su Kai began to ask. Shook her head. "Do you hate him?" Nods. "He's old, right?" Nods. "He used something or someone to threaten you?" Nod. "Oh, did he say that if he died, your loved ones, your parents, would also die?" Nod. This time, it wasn't just the little girl in the red dress. All the children were nodding vigorously. After understanding the situation, Su Kai turned his head and glared viciously at Zhang Yinping over there. "You scum." The little girl in the red dress and the others were too afraid of something happening to their parents to take action, but Su Kai dared. He planned to subdue Zhang Yinping first and beat him half to death before anything else. As for the threats the other party had made, Su Kai didn't believe a single word or punctuation mark of it. But ironically, this kind of lie can deceive children. The little red dresses are already pitiful enough. Unexpectedly, at this moment, that bastard is still deceiving. Back then, the other party probably used a similar method to trick these children away, right? Pulling the brick back, Su Kai strode straight toward Zhang Yinping. No need for idle talk first, he was going to break this bastard's legs. A sharp glint of resolve flashed in Zhang Yinping's eyes. He knew his smooth words might fool the girl in the little red dress and the others, but they wouldn't deceive Su Kai. "Expert Su Kai," he pleaded, "why make things difficult over a few kids? If you spare me, I'll be loyal to you and the security bureau from now on. More friends mean more options." Su Kai wouldn't listen to this. Seeing that Su Kai was unmoved, Zhang Yinping reacted quickly and immediately jumped out of the nearby window. The movement was seamless, clearly premeditated. Su Kai was stunned. He never expected there to be a method like jumping out of the window. But this is the second floor, about 5 or 6 meters from the ground. Isn't that bastard afraid of falling to his death? Su Kai immediately walked to the window and looked outside. At this moment, Zhang Yinping's whereabouts could no longer be found. Su Kai was furious. He put on the white bone mask and jumped down without a word. The mask greatly enhanced Su Kai's physique. A height of over 5 meters was nothing to him. After landing, he didn't even need to steady himself and immediately looked around. There was movement ahead, and Su Kai sprinted after it. A distance of 50 meters, a little over 3 seconds. This speed is faster than the world record holder. But upon arriving, this scene unfolded. The cat, wearing a shattered white bone mask, pinned Zhang Yinping to the ground with one hand. The latter tried to struggle, but clearly, in terms of strength, the cat beneath the broken mask was far superior. Seeing Su Kai, the cat hurriedly said. He suddenly jumped out of the window. "You told me not to let anyone who runs out of here get away, so I chased him." "Well done." Su Kai grabbed the brick and swung it down hard onto one of Zhang Yinping's legs. Crack! The sound of breaking bone was chilling. A scream of agony escaped Zhang Yinping's lips. He was in so much pain he nearly blacked out, but somehow he couldn't. And he couldn't move, with the cat's paw still pressing on his head. I told you to run. Sukai struck with another brick. The other leg was crippled too. The screams turned into sobs as Zhang Yinping clenched his teeth in pain, cold sweat pouring down his face, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Enough, let him go. Sukai took off his mask. The brutality he had shown moments ago was partly because he was wearing the white bone mask. His anger had nearly pushed him to lose control. Just then, Sukai had even felt the impulse to smash the man's head with a brick. Fortunately, he held back at the last moment. At this moment, Cat also let go and stood to the side. The two kids who had been standing guard outside with Cat earlier were now glaring fiercely at Zhang Yinping on the ground, but they didn't make a move. Sukai already knew the reason. It had to be said, this Zhang Yinping was truly cunning and deceitful. These lies of his would never fool an adult. But if it's children, they will simply believe. The more this happens, the more furious Sukai becomes. The little red skirts have already ended up like this, yet Zhang Yinping is still exploiting the children's remaining goodwill to deceive them. How despicable. The most heartbreaking thing is that the little red skirts are still longing for their respective parents. Sukai had reviewed their family information. Originally a happy family, now each member was in pain, separated by life and death, having endured so much suffering, and all of this was caused by the person in front of him. The little red skirts also came down at this moment. They formed a circle. This significantly lowered the surrounding temperature. Sukai told them that their parents were fine, and that Ole was just lying to them. Go ahead and kill me. If anything really happens to your parents, I, Sukai, will pay with my life. Sukai stared down at the terrified Ole on the ground. These words were meant for him to hear. Finally, the girl in the little red dress made a move. She was the first to step forward, reaching out to grab one of Ole's pant legs. Soon after, the other children came over as well, and together they dragged Ole toward building number 2. Ole, also known as Zhang Yinping, was truly scared at this moment. He knew that this group of kids was going to drag him into room 809. If he were really dragged in, even hoping for a slightly comfortable death might become a luxury. Expert Sukai, please save me. I'll do anything you want, just save me. Under the fear of death, Zhang Yinping began to plead for mercy. He was crying and sniffling, completely devoid of the fierce demeanor he had earlier. Sukai smiled but said nothing. I have another accomplice. If you let them spare me, I'll tell you who it is, and you can go find him for revenge, okay? In order to save his life, Zhang Yinping started to babble. Also, those people trafficking organs, there are doctors, and even some powerful and influential individuals. If you let me go, I'll tell you everything. Zhang Yinping was dragged along the ground, the gravel cutting into his body, leaving a trail of blood everywhere. Wait a moment, Sukai said. The little red dress and those children actually stopped. They really gave Sukai face. At this point, the cats behind were all tongue-tied. To be honest, she wouldn't dare to do the same thing. It was clear that the little red dresses were bound to seek revenge, and stopping them was practically asking for trouble. Yet Sukai dared to do it. The little red dresses actually listened to Sukai. At this moment, Sukai walked over and squatted down. Tell me, who are they? Speaking of which, he even took out a pencil and a diary, intending to record everything carefully. I can talk, but you have to make them let me go. Zhang Yinping wasn't stupid. If he ended up dead after saying everything, then what difference would it make whether he talked or not? Sukai stared at him, thought for a moment, and then said, alright, I promise you. Zhang Yinping clung to this promise like a drowning man grasping at a life-saving straw. Swear it. I swear. Alright, I'll talk. Zhang Yinping began to confess, not only exposing his accomplices but also naming everyone involved in the dark organ trafficking network. Among them were indeed some people of status and influence. Sukai noted it down one by one. Finished talking? Yes, finished. Zhang Yinping looked expectant. Sukai looked up at the group of kids in red dresses and said, I just promised him to let him go, and also asked you to let him go. However, you don't have to listen to me. Do what you think is right. Zhang Yinping, who was lying on the ground, was completely dumbfounded. Sukai apologized with an embarrassed look. You see, I can't control them, so you can't blame me for this. Damn it. Zhang Yinping cursed angrily, spitting out vicious insults, but the next moment, he was dragged away, pulled all the way into building number 2. By this point, Zhang Yinping no longer had the strength to curse. He was left with only terror. I'm sorry, please let me go. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Spare me, I don't want to die. Begging for mercy was clearly useless. On the 8th floor, Zhang Yinping screamed miserably, his face full of despair as he was dragged into room 809 by a group of children. Then, the door closed, and silence fell. Chapter 66, Can a Girl Be Called Brick? Although it's a bit cruel, it's truly satisfying, Mao Mao said. In the dim nightmare world, Sukai and Mao Mao were sitting on a wooden bench outside building number 2, just like a young couple sneaking out for a secret date at night. The surrounding environment is somewhat shabby. Ghostly shadows wandering around, bloodthirsty plants that could pull living people into the bushes and devour them at any moment, twisted and deformed fitness equipment in the neighborhood still stained with blood, and dim, unlit ghost buildings hiding unknown monsters. Ordinary couples wouldn't dare to have a rendezvous in this place. Thanks to you just now. Sukai praised her, and Mao Mao felt a little embarrassed. honest, it's all what I should do. Besides, that person has done so many heinous things, we definitely can't let him get away. Mao Mao's combat power when wearing the broken mask was quite impressive. Nightmares relying on physical attacks might not necessarily be her match. I'll get you a handy weapon someday. Su Kai thought of the knife buried in the ruins. Zhou Li's knife. That knife was quite extraordinary, but unfortunately, he lost it. Speaking of which, Su Kai felt he wasn't good at using sharp weapons. Blunt objects like bricks felt much more satisfying, especially when he smashed Old A's leg just now. It was surprisingly addictive. The knife in the ruins, Su Kai thought it should be dug out when there's a chance, but not for now. If there are still nightmares alive underneath, digging it out together would be troublesome. It's better to accumulate strength first. That's the real deal. It's like playing a game. Leveling up and collecting equipment are fundamental. Kitty, go bring the curtain ghost down, then take it to explore building 3. Su Kai pointed to the residential building next to building 2. The cat's abilities still need improvement, so Su Kai plans to give her an opportunity to train. Just me? The cat was stunned. Receiving Su Kai's affirmative response, her face turned pale. Maybe not. I'm afraid I can't handle it. If you can't handle it, come to me. If it's inconvenient, you can also call out. Su Kai's attitude was firm. Mao Mao must be trained, as today's events have already shown. Having a capable assistant is absolutely necessary. Even when playing games, encountering elite monsters requires teamwork to complete. Alright, I'll give it a try. Seeing Su Kai's strong support, Mao Mao felt a surge of strength in his heart. The cat went to find the curtain ghost. After all, it's not safe without a real nightmare tagging along. As for Su Kai, he felt quite comfortable outside, took off the backpack holding the notebook, and pulled out the underworld notebook from inside. The revenge for the little red dress and the others has already been taken. Although there are still other enemies, meals must be eaten bite by bite, and roads must be walked step by step. Taking too big a stride can easily cause a strain. Ahem. So first, study that underworld forum. What is known now is that Zhou Li and Zhao Xian are both members of this forum. Su Kai suspects that the knowledge they possess about the nightmare world and nightmares was all obtained from this forum. This forum is very secretive and had never appeared before. It can only be accessed in the nightmare world, and you must have this underworld computer to do so. Su Kai became a member purely by luck and coincidence. Skillfully logged in, Su Kai habitually checked the current number of online users on the forum. The number was still pitifully small. Including Brick I Miss You, there were only 3 IDs online. That meant 3 people. Jack the Ripper is also here, and Su Kai knows this person is Zhou Li. Another ID is called Scarecrow. Su Kai is seeing this for the first time. After thinking for a moment, Su Kai opened the site's messaging function and sent a message to the Scarecrow as well. The content was the same as the one sent to Zhou Li. I've heard a lot about you, really admire your way of doing things, want to be friends? In fact, Su Kai had no idea what the other person was up to. Of course, that didn't matter. Su Kai was fishing. As long as someone in this forum took the bait, perhaps he could follow this thread to obtain some useful information. Even if not, he wouldn't lose anything. The message Su Kai had sent to Zhou Li earlier went unanswered, but he didn't mind and chose not to follow up. Instead, he began browsing through the forum's previous posts. Since the forum had only a small number of members, the number of posts was limited less than 3 pages. Su Kai started to dig up old threads. In the quiet, eerie neighborhood, a man held a laptop in his arms. The ghostly glow from the screen cast his features in a terrifying light. Not far away, a nightmare dressed in black leather, with its entire head wrapped in blood-stained bandages like a mummy, was secretly observing. The nightmare's fingers were extremely slender, with sharp nails resembling eagle claws, currently tightening and loosening. It seemed to be hesitating. After careful consideration, the nightmare finally abandoned the idea of sneaking over to hunt its target. It has a feeling that if things continue like this, it might end up being the one to die. Su Kai watched with extreme focus. Even when Cat came down to talk to him, he merely waved his hand. Over there, Cat could only walk into building 3 with the curtain ghost, holding a shattered mask in hand, trembling slightly. There aren't many truly valuable posts in the discussion area, but each one broadens Su Kai's horizons. Most of the other posts are pollution declaration threads completed by members after registering and finishing their beginner tasks. After all, to become a member of this forum, one would be tainted by its curse, forming a ghost ring that is forcibly worn on the finger. Within a month, one must complete a nightmare spreading event and simultaneously offer a nightmare as a sacrifice to the ghost ring. Failure to do so will result in a fatal curse. Although there is still some time before the 1-month deadline, this matter must be handled urgently. Su Kai could feel the cursed aura of the ghost ring on the little finger of his left hand. Some of the pollution incidents reported in the forum, I've verified with team leader Lu, and they are indeed true. In other words, if someone randomly fabricates an incident, the other party will definitely have a way to verify its authenticity. If it's fake, it should immediately trigger a curse, right? Su Kai muttered while stroking his chin. However, I couldn't find the pollution incident from the last time at the Sanxiao substation. Oh, right, this was Zhao Xian's doing, and he's already dead or perhaps, he's already turned into a nightmare. These two situations are clearly entirely different. If he dies, then he will completely vanish. If he turns into a nightmare, he will be like Jolie, continuing to exist in the nightmare world. In that case, could there be a day when Zhao Xian's ID logs into this underworld forum? Even if he turns into a nightmare, it shouldn't be possible for him to log in anytime soon, because his computer is with me, Su Kai said with a smile. Since that's the case, why not take ownership of the pollution incident at the Sanqiao substation? Otherwise, should we really go and create a pollution incident ourselves? Su Kai would never do such an immoral and outrageous thing. Post a thread. Following the format of the application post, Su Kai filled in the content, event, location, method of pollution. Each was filled in one by one. Publish. The page refreshed, and Su Kai's application post was uploaded. The second step of the novice task is to sacrifice a nightmare to the ghost ring. As for the specific method, Su Kai had already learned it by reading the ghost ring usage instructions posted by the moderator Phantom. It's relatively simple. Just control a nightmare, press it with the hand wearing the ghost ring, and say the word sacrifice. It is indeed so simple that it's outrageous. Su Kai felt that this cursed ring itself was another kind of nightmare. Thinking carefully, this beginner's task is actually very comprehensive. First, spreading the nightmare whether to do it or not can test whether one truly agrees with their ideology. In other words, to see if they are on the same path. Then came the sacrificial nightmare, which Su Kai understood as not tolerating incompetence. If one couldn't even subdue a nightmare, they wouldn't be able to befriend them. At this moment, Su Kai heard the notification sound of a text message. There was new information on the forum. Su Kai's heart stirred, and he immediately clicked on the message. He initially thought it was sent by Jack the Ripper Jolie, but unexpectedly, it was from Scarecrow. The text message was brief, containing only one sentence. Was the matter at the third bridge branch of Migratory Bird City you're doing? The other party had seen the declaration post he had just published. Su Kai certainly wouldn't be intimidated by him. Reply, it was me, you don't believe it? This time, the other party replied quickly as well. Scarecrow, I didn't mean it that way. I mean, I'm impressed that you dared to go against the police. Reply, that's nothing. I dare to do even crazier things. Anyway, bragging doesn't cost anything. Scarecrow, very good. I really want to meet you. Got him. Su Kai was somewhat excited. Although he hadn't managed to lure Jolie over, this Scarecrow wasn't a good character either. Su Kai had read the report post. This Scarecrow had spread nightmares in a village in Tianquan City. To this day, that place remains a restricted area. If we can find this guy and notify team leader Lu to arrest him, it would definitely be a great achievement. Scarecrow, I can't wait to meet you. By the way, are you male or female? Su Kai saw this and, after a millisecond of thought, decisively typed the 4 words, I am female. Only this way can suspicion be reduced, and it would be more appealing. Online flirting tricks, Su Kai is well versed. The Scarecrow sent over a big question mark, a girl? But your ID. Su Kai replied, what, can a girl be called Brick? Chapter 67, an invitation to the offline gathering of the Underworld Forum. Next, Su Kai, pretending to be a female account, was chatting enthusiastically with Scarecrow. The internal messaging system also became their chatting tool. Currently, what Su Kai knows is that Scarecrow lives in Tianquan City, adjacent to Migratory Bird City, is male, young, introverted, paranoid, with a highly distorted way of thinking and worldview. In simple terms, he's mentally unstable. However, Su Kai still handled it with ease. The two seemed to have many common topics, as if they were kindred spirits. Brick, I can't wait to see you. The other party was already somewhat overwhelmed by the flirting. Su Kai did not reply immediately. This was a strategy, letting the other party feel anxious for a while. The Scarecrow sent a few more messages. Seeing the timing was about right, Su Kai finally replied, but I don't really feel like going out. This is called playing hard to get. Sure enough, the Scarecrow got a little anxious. Do you want to learn more about nightmare knowledge? The kind that's not on the forum I can teach you. In this way, 2 days later, there will be a members gathering in Migratory Bird City. I can invite you to come. Seeing this sentence, Su Kai's eyes lit up, thinking to himself that this would work. A members gathering, this is a great opportunity to catch them all in one go. Can I go? Su Kai replied sweetly. Scarecrow, normally, new members wouldn't be allowed, but with me vouching for you, it's not a big problem. It's settled then. At that moment, a scream came from Building 3. It was Mao Mao. Su Kai looked up and then sent a message to Scarecrow, notify me if there's any news. After that, he logged out, closed the laptop, and put it back into his backpack. The scream just now was merely out of fright, so Su Kai wasn't in a hurry. If Cat wants to grow, it's certain that some trials are necessary. The layout of Building 3 is similar to that of Building 2, but since it's a nightmare world, there are actually still significant differences. The first floor here is empty and desolate, with all the tables, chairs, and benches in the hall broken and battered, but they have been deliberately piled up around, leaving a relatively large open space in the middle of the first floor. Strangely, there is actually a well over there. So, will the ghost climb out of the well? Su Kai glanced at it, then headed to the second floor. The sound of the cat was coming from above. Su Kai Sukai guessed that, given Cat's personality, upon seeing the well on the first floor, she must have been very scared and would definitely not go near it. She must have chosen to go upstairs directly. To be honest, if Cat hadn't called out again from above, Sukai had really planned to go over and see what was inside the well. He went up to the second floor, heard Cat on this level, and directly pushed open the hallway door to enter. A strange smell hit him in the face. It's the kind of fishy smell from animals. There is a pipe above the hallway, and at this moment, Cat is lying on it like a cat. No one knows how she got up there. Seeing Sukai, Cat hurriedly said, "Be careful." Sukai noticed Cat's unusual expression and realized there was something behind him. The movement was swift. Pulling out a brick, he swung it backward and smashed it over. A loud smack. A figure staggered from the blow. However, the opponent did not fall. The brick in Sukai's hand was incredibly powerful. The person it struck had half their head flattened, with brain matter and blood spilling all over the ground, certain death for any normal person. But this person was still alive. Tilting their head and bending their waist, with only one eye left glinting with malice, they stared intently at Sukai. It was obvious they were not among the living. It seemed the creature had never encountered someone as fierce as Sukai before. Without even looking, it swung a brick straight at his head. The flames ignited his hair, and by the time the monster realized something was wrong, half its head was already burning. A scream pierced the air as the creature clutched its deformed head with both hands and fled to a room at the end of the hallway. At that moment, Sukai noticed that the cat was actually half covered by the curtain ghost, as if a sleeping bag had been fixed onto the ceiling. Leaning against the curtain ghost, the cat could rest almost as if it were sleeping on the ceiling itself. Apparently, they must have encountered danger earlier, so they had no choice but to hide up there. "Careful, there's a tiger." At this moment, Cat issued a warning. Seemingly in coordination with this alert, a beast's roar came from the second-floor corridor. It did indeed sound like a tiger. Sukai was also stunned. Nightmares in the form of ferocious beasts are rare, but he didn't take it to heart. He wasn't even afraid of ghosts, so why would he fear a big cat? But the next moment, when a tiger larger than a bull by a whole circle walked out from the innermost room, Sukai turned around and ran without a second thought. The tiger was enormous, its massive body almost filling the entire corridor. Sukai has an extremely high sensitivity to danger. He knows very well that even Xiaoyu might not stand a chance against such a massive beast, especially since this tiger is clearly not an ordinary one. Its enormous mouth is filled with sharp fangs, and that's not all. Black mist and anguished wails continuously emanate from its jaws. Sukai suspects that this creature not only devours humans but also feeds on nightmares. In this situation, avoiding confrontation is the best choice. As for the cat, she clearly has her own survival skills. With the shattered mask on, the cat possesses extraordinary strength, speed, and agility. Coupled with the curtain ghost, it's not difficult for the cat to avoid the giant tiger. As for himself, whether he could escape in this situation was still an unknown. The tiger's roar echoed through the buildings, deafening. Upon reaching the stairwell, Sukai went straight downstairs. Isn't there a well on the first floor of building 3? Sukai plans to hide inside it. The well opening is very small, so the giant tiger definitely can't get in. However, when Sukai rushed to the first floor, he happened to see a pale ghostly hand inside the well grabbing a wooden plank and quickly covering the well opening. "Damn, you're really something." Sukai was clearly shut out by someone. Ran over to open the wooden board, but the tiger would probably catch up. Could only run outside. Sukai made a mental note of the guy in the well who refused to help. If there's a chance in the future, he would definitely pay that guy a proper visit. But for now, escaping was the priority. The main issue was that the tiger probably wouldn't listen to him. If you said, "Don't attack, let's talk this out," it wouldn't understand anyway. Click. Sukai heard the sound of the stairwell door being smashed behind him. So fierce. Such an overwhelming sense of oppression. Sukai suddenly remembered a joke he had heard before. It said that sprinters could break records if a tiger was placed behind them. He had always thought of it as just a joke, but now, Sukai realized he had broken his own running record. Not outdoors. It's impossible to outrun a tiger in an open field. Even if Sukai wore the white bone mask, it wouldn't help. Even if he could outrun it, for a nightmare-level tiger like this, it would only be the difference between being eaten a minute earlier or a minute later. With a thought, Sukai dashed into building number 2. This was his home turf. Moreover, hiding inside a building increases the chances of survival. There is nothing on the first floor of building 2. Without any hesitation, Sukai rushed directly to the second floor. The second floor was eerie, with the sound of chopping meat constantly echoing in the hallway. Sometimes, the sound could even be heard on the 8th floor. Sukai speculated that there was a very powerful nightmare here. Originally, Sukai had planned to find an opportunity to visit this place. Now, there's no time like the present today it is. Sukai was fleeing for his life, so there was bound to be noise. Naturally, this caught the attention of someone on this floor. The sound of chopping meat abruptly stopped. Heavy footsteps echoed from deep within the hallway. Sukai ran toward the other person like a headless fly. To be honest, this hallway was quite terrifying. With more than a dozen people hanging upside down, their clothes clothes stripped completely, resembling slaughtered livestock. Some had already been disemboweled, while others were missing their heads and limbs. The feeling was like stepping into the slaughterhouse of a meat processing plant. Sukai used his hands to push aside the corpses blocking his way. At this moment, he saw a tall figure appear ahead.